Welcome to second and probably the last part of I Raise Dragons in Fairy Tale World. Before we go any further, please like, subscribe and share this video.
Chapter 100. There was a loud noise, and then a figure slowly walked out of the kingdom, looking at Lu Li standing on the palace with a flat face, with a flat look in his eyes, without any emotion. Wings of the Dragon King. Come on. Following the appearance of this plain-faced young man, there was an angry shout, and several figures jumped up from the palace, looking at Lu Li's figure solemnly. Standing behind the young man with plain complexion, these figures looked at Lu Li solemnly. Lu Li's pupils shrank slightly, and when he looked at this young man with a plain complexion, he suddenly became serious. Lu Li co-feared. The young man opened his mouth slowly, spit out a flat voice from his mouth, looked at Lu Li with cold eyes, and said in a cold voice, Lu Li. After hearing this young man's words, Lu Li's complexion also turned cold, and he looked at Lu Li full of coldness. Kefir looked at Lu Li's figure, without the slightest emotion in his eyes, as if he was looking at a dead person. Because the two names are easy to confuse, the next Lu Li of Idolas is called Corte. Boom. After Kofelt's figure appeared, a loud noise came from inside the palace again, and then one figure after another appeared in Lu Li's sight. Why are there two Lu Lis? What's going on here? And there are two Urza. This time it was the Wings of the Dragon King in Idolas. They saw Kofelt and Lu Li at a glance. Their pupils shrank slightly, and they looked at the two in a daze. Has the magic been broken? Seeing this group of mages, Kofelt's complexion darkened immediately. His flat eyes slowly disappeared, and then he looked at Lu Li with murderous eyes. Boss. Seeing Lu Li's figure, the two figures jumped up, and then landed beside Lu Li, looking at Lu Li respectfully. The two who came were Lisa and Midnight. Hesitantly, the others were sent out by Lu Li, leaving only Lisa and Midnight in the guild. When they were sucked into Idolas, only these two came here. The two of Midnight naturally saw the lower Kofirt. Their pupils shrank slightly at first, and they also saw a few figures behind Kofirt. Midnight, Lisa, Cobra, Angel, Richard. Several people from Dragon King's wings all appeared here. The next moment, Kofelt's expression froze. A spear appeared in his hand. His body shook, and then he stepped on his feet. His figure soared into the sky and shot directly at Lu Li. Snort. Lu Li snorted coldly, and an ice spear appeared in Lu Li's hand, and the ice spear pierced out, aiming at Kofelt. When Lu Li's figure took 2 steps back, and Kofelt also took 2 steps back, looking at Lu Li with a solemn expression. Lu Li looked at Kofelt's figure in surprise, and his face gradually became gloomy. This Kofelt is strong enough. Roar. When the two Lu Li were fighting, roar suddenly came from the palace, and then a huge figure broke through the palace of the palace, soaring into the sky in an instant, looking at Lu and the others with a ferocious expression. Dragon! Seeing this figure, the faces of Natsu and others changed, and a look of excitement flashed in Kofelt's eyes. Mechanical dragon? Seeing this figure, Lu Li's complexion was flat, and he said lightly in his mouth, Izzo, come out for a walk. Lu Li looked at the mechanical dragon, shook his head immediately, and summoned Izuo. Izuo, who was covered in silver, suddenly appeared behind Lu Li. The thunder on his body kept moving, and he looked at the mechanical dragon ferociously. Roar. When Izuo saw the mechanical dragon, he also roared. A flash of anger flashed in his eyes, and he roared at the mechanical dragon. Izuo's figure flashed, and a thunderbolt flashed in the air, and Izuo's figure appeared in front of the mechanical dragon, and his sharp claws brought bursts of thunder, directly grabbing at the mechanical dragon's neck. Sitting in the cab of the mechanical dragon, Faust's figure was full of excitement. Suddenly seeing Izuo's figure, Faust's complexion changed, and the excitement in his eyes slowly dissipated. Then it became pale for a while. Roar. Izuo roared, and his sharp claws directly grabbed the mechanical dragon's neck. Faust gritted his teeth, and then began to control the mechanical dragon to fight back. Although the mechanical dragon's attack is very strong, it has no effect on Izuo's body. Roar. Izuo raised his head to the sky and let out a roar, and thunder bursts roared in the sky, directly blasting down on the mechanical dragon. Thunder blasted on Izuo's body. Izuo was not injured at all, but a look of comfort flashed in his eyes. But Faust didn't feel so good. The mechanical dragon was originally conductive, and the body of the mechanical dragon began to slowly melt under the high-voltage thunder. Faust's face changed, and he hurriedly left the cab of the mechanical dragon. Looking at the sky far away from the ground, he gritted his teeth and jumped off the mechanical dragon. Just after Faust left the mechanical dragon, there was a loud bang. The mechanical dragon exploded violently and was torn to pieces by Izuo's sharp claws. **074. Izuo tore the mechanical dragon into pieces, scanned the surroundings with fierce eyes, and then landed beside Luli, staring at Kofelt. The faces of Kofelt and others froze, and Li and Urza did not know when they appeared beside him, looking at Luli solemnly. To be precise, looking at Izuo behind Luli, they have no strength to resist with such a force. At the same time, Urza smiled wryly in his heart. Before, he thought that this plan, well done, was good and could renew a bit of magic power for this world, but who would have thought that this would be a hot potato? Izuo, you go back first. Luli looked at the eyes of Kofelt and the others, smiled slightly, and then spoke to Izuo. After hearing Luli's words, Izuo gave Luli an aggrieved look, then his figure suddenly disappeared and left Luli's side. One battle. Dare you? The ice gun appeared in Luli's hand, and the thunder snake flickered on the ice gun, and then looked at Kofelt calmly. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Claw. Chapter 101. One battle. Dare you? Luli picked up the ice gun in his hand, pointed the tip at Kofiert, looked at Kofiert with a cold face, and asked in a cold voice. Seeing Luli's appearance, Kofelt was also slightly taken aback, and then a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he raised the spear in his hand, pointing the tip at Luli. War. Kofiert let out a roar, stepped on the ground, and a thunderbolt flashed on the spear, and then Kofiert's figure appeared in front of Luli in an instant, and the sharp point of the spear pointed at Luli. Luli's neck was pierced. Luli snorted coldly, then twisted his neck slightly. A wave of thunder gathered on Luli's fist and punched Kofelt in the stomach. Seeing Luli avoiding his own attack, Kofiert couldn't take back his strength, and his figure quickly fell to his side. But Luli's fist followed, hitting Kofiert's body with one punch. On the stomach. When? Kofiert's figure flew out, but his expression did not change. A carp stood upright, jumped up from the ground, and then looked at Luli with a solemn expression. Kofi took off his clothes slowly, revealing not his strong muscles, but a pair of mighty armor. A faint thunder flashed on the armor, and traces of thunder flashed continuously on the armor. It's actually the thunder armor newly developed by the Ministry of Science. Seeing the armor on Kofelt's body, Urza's pupil shrank, obviously knowing how powerful this armor is. Hearing Urza's exclamation, the corners of Kofelt's mouth curled up slightly, and then he slammed his spear, and his figure disappeared from Luli's sight in an instant. A look of astonishment flashed in Luli's eyes. He didn't see Kofelt's figure at all, but saw a thunderbolt flashing away in the air. Go to hell. Suddenly, a shout of anger came from the top of Luli's head. Kofiert's figure appeared above Luli's head at some unknown time. The spear in his hand flashed bursts of thunder, and traces of thunder snakes appeared on Kofi's head. The armor on Walter's body moved. Boom! With a flash of Luli's figure, Kofelt's spear directly hit Luli's previous position, blasting a big hole in the ground. CFFG, when? Kofiert didn't slow down. Luli's figure appeared beside him, and punched Kefiert's body. The armor blocked Luli's fist, but made a steel-like impact sound instead. But this strength also made Kofelt feel a little uncomfortable. He took a few steps back with a muffled grunt, and looked at Luli full of killing intent. Ka 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 ka. Suddenly, a sound suddenly sounded, and Kofelt's face changed slightly, and he quickly looked towards himself. The armor on his body began to shatter slowly, turning into fragments and falling to the ground. After the armor shattered, a magic crystal was revealed. The magic crystal carried powerful thunder magic power, which made Luli a little surprised. Luli's figure flashed, and he kicked Kofelt's neck. Kofelt stretched out his hand to block it, but was also kicked by Luli and flew away, landing on the ground far away. Luli ignored Kofiert, picked up the magic crystal on the ground, and held the magic crystal in his hand. Luli could clearly feel the powerful Lagian magic power inside. Damn it! Seeing the magic crystal in Luli's hand, Kofelt cursed secretly. It doesn't matter if the armor is broken. As long as the magic crystal is still in his hands, he can create such an armor in minutes. Crack! The next moment, Luli violently crushed the magic crystal in his hand, and bursts of pure thunder magic power slowly flowed along Luli's arm into Luli's veins, and then merged into Luli's first body. Nan Wanyuan. Seeing Luli crushing the magic crystal, Kofelt was furious and looked at Luli angrily. Do you want to continue? As soon as the ice gun was picked, a burst of thunder snakes rushed over the ice gun, and then Lu Li's icy voice reached Kofelt's ears. Seeing Lu Li's eyes full of killing intent, Kofelt began to hesitate. No need. I admit defeat. After a long time, a bitter smile appeared on the corner of Kofelt's mouth. He dropped the spear on the ground and slowly spoke to Lu Li. It's up to you to kill or cut. Kefirtz sat down on the ground, closed his eyes directly, and a flat voice came from Kefirtz's mouth. I won't kill you, as long as I assist Jalal well. The corners of Lu Li's mouth curled up into an arc. Seeing Kefirtz's cooperation, she also said with a chuckle, That's all? After hearing Lu Li's words, Kofelt suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Lu Li in disbelief. Otherwise, do you think it would be difficult for me to kill you? Lu Li smiled disdainfully, looked at Kofelt's eyes with a flash of disdain, and then spoke plainly. Seeing Lu Li's eyes, Kofelt felt aggrieved in his heart, and then he still lowered his head and said nothing. Because there is nothing wrong with Lu Li's words. Did you really think you won? At this moment, a roar of anger reached Lu Li's ears, and a figure stood up from the top of the palace, roaring at Lu Li with a ferocious face. Your Majesty the King. Seeing this figure, Urza exclaimed, and a flash of joy flashed in his eyes. She hasn't surrendered to Lu Li like Kefirtz, so naturally she doesn't want Faust to die. Ha ha ha, do you really think that I have no backup? I have set up a magic circle in Estonia long ago. As soon as I die, the magic circle will be activated immediately. Within 3 hours, the entire Xtania will be completely destroyed, and an enchantment will rise around Xtania, locking all transcendence inside. And the way for you to leave Idolas is in Xtania, then you don't even think about leaving. With crazy eyes and Faster's eyes, he laughed wildly at Lu Li, and a crazy voice came from Faster's mouth. You dare. Before Lu Li could speak, Lily's complexion changed, and he snarled furiously at Faust. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 102. You dare. Hearing Faust's words, before Lu Li could speak, Lily, who was defeated by Gear, suddenly flashed, with wings waving behind him, and appeared in front of Faust, looking at Faust with a ferocious expression. Roared. Shut up. You be *******D. Seeing Lily's figure, a cold look flashed in Faust's eyes. A handle crossbow suddenly appeared in his hand, and a crossbow arrow full of cold air was shot out, directly hitting Lily's chest. The cold air invaded in an instant, freezing all Lily's internal organs. Lily's wings stopped waving, and fell to the ground violently. Urza jumped up and quickly caught Lily. Lily's whole body had no temperature and began to knot slowly. Urza, save Estonia? Lily struggled to open his eyes. 580 grabbed Urza's shoulder, glanced at Faust with hatred in his eyes, and immediately yelled at Urza. Help me, I beg you. Seeing Lily's appearance, they are both comrades in arms of the Kingdom Army, and the two of them naturally developed a deep friendship. They rushed to Lu Li with Lily's figure in their arms, and looked at Lu Li expectantly. Why should I save him? Seeing Urza's expression, Lu Li's expression was flat and unchanged, and he said to Urza lightly. After hearing Lu Li's words, Urza was instantly speechless, but Lily didn't have any regrets. I would like to be your servant. Help. Urza gritted his teeth, then opened his eyes, looked at Lu Li with red eyes, and yelled at Lu Li, Urza. You. After hearing Urza's words, Lily opened his eyes with difficulty, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Good. Lu Li took a deep look at Urza, then nodded slowly, and put his hand on the wound on Lily's chest. Bursts of cold air emerged from Lily's wound, and were directly sucked into Lu Li's body. And as the cold air was sucked out by Lu Li, the freezing of Lily's body also slowly began to subside, but the temperature on his body was still icy cold. Urza just looked up, wanting to say something to Lu Li. The coldness on Lily's body had completely dissipated, and a red magic power burst out from Lu Li's palm, which instantly submerged into Lily's body. The temperature of Lily's body began to increase slowly, and Lily opened his eyes. Except for the wound on his chest, there was nothing wrong with his body. Thanks. Lu Li took a deep look at Lu Li, then knelt down on one knee facing Lu Li, and a deep voice came from Lily's mouth. You will follow Gear from now on? Lu Li did not stop Lily's movements, and then a flat voice came from Lu Li's mouth. After hearing Lu Li's words, Lily was taken aback for a moment, then looked in Gear's direction, saw Gear's bewildered expression, and nodded in agreement. Gear's strength was also recognized by him. After Gu Gear reacted, he glanced at Luli gratefully, and then grinned at Lily. Do you really think I dare not kill you? Luli chuckled lightly, then fixed his eyes on Faster with the crazy look in his eyes, and said lightly, Humph, we want to stay in a world without magic power, otherwise, Fast looked at Luli without fear and sneered, with disdain in his voice. Even if I lose, so what? As long as I haven't died, I have a chance. Thunder fight. Luli chuckled, with contempt and disdain in his voice, and then he shook his right hand in front of him, and a sword made of thunder appeared in Luli's hand. Seeing Luli's movements, Fast felt a little uneasy in his heart. No, he dare not kill me. Boom. With a step on Luli's footsteps, he slammed his right hand fiercely, and swung the thunderbolt sword in his hand fiercely, directly killing the figure of Faust. No. Seeing this scene, Faust quickly turned around and ran away. But he was not a mage, but an ordinary person with a weak constitution. How could he avoid the thunder? In an instant, the thunder pierced through Faster's neck, and a faint line of blood slowly appeared on Faster's neck, and then Faster's figure fell to the ground with a crash, his body and head separated. After seeing Faust's death, a complicated look flashed in Urza's eyes, but Lily's complexion didn't change at all, as if an unrelated person died. And Kofeld's face was even calmer, as if the dead person had nothing to do with him. However, there is no relationship between Faust and Kofeld, that is, the relationship between the employers. The Dragon King's wings and Idolas do not belong to this country, they are mercenaries. The mercenary organization was hired by Faster. Boom. After Faust died, a loud noise came from above everyone's heads, and then they saw an island in the sky suddenly covered by a blue shield. Grown-ups, seeing this scene, Lily's face changed slightly. He didn't expect that what Faster said was true. He walked in front of Luli anxiously, and looked at Luli with a pleading expression. Luli naturally knew what Lily meant, and he was not prepared to sit idly by. Even if what Loster said is false, Luli must go up to help. Because the way back to Islandi is still up there. Even if what Loster said is false, Luli can't bet on it. Luli waved his hand, and the 4 dragon figures of Izuo, Jess, Snower, and Tony suddenly appeared. Seeing the 4 giant dragons, Kofelt and the others froze, looking at Luli's back in fear. For dragons, Izuo could kill them with 1 dragon before, but he still has 3 and 1.6. Luli naturally saw Kofelt's expression. He released Tony and the other dragons to deter them. After the 2 members of Dragon King Wing came up, Luli nodded and immediately patted Izuo on the head. Roar. After Izuo felt Luli's movement, Izuo roared. His wings shook violently, and he soared into the sky, flying towards Xtania. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 103. Roar. Izuo roared upwards, his wings shook suddenly, and his figure soared into the sky, flying directly towards the island in the sky. Luli stood on Luli's back, looking at the front plainly. Only Luli stood on Izuo's back. Master, we'll be here soon. Suddenly, a rough voice reached Luli's ears. Luli's face remained unchanged. She nodded slightly, and raised her head to look at the island in the sky. Yes, this voice came out of Izuo's mouth. After Izuo broke through the holy dragon, he could speak. On Izuo's back, there is only Luli's figure, and everyone in Dragon King's wings is on Jess, Snow, and Tony's backs. After breaking through the holy dragon, Izuo also had his own arrogance. Even if Luli ordered some humans to stand on his back, Izuo felt aggrieved. Although Jess and them are the same, but I have to obey Luli's order. But Izuo was different. Although he couldn't resist Luli, he couldn't do this kind of insulting Izuo. The Thunder Dragon was very fast, and it appeared on the outskirts of Xtania in a short while, watching that the houses inside Xtania had begun to slowly crumble. A group of cats with wings fluttered in the air, flying towards the center of the island, which was the royal palace. Happy. This is the same cat as Happy. Seeing these cats with wings, everyone in Dragon King's wings froze for a moment, then looked at Luli's figure in disbelief. Izuo, smash this shield. Luli stretched out his hand to touch the shield. A current came from Luli's fingertips, and then whispered to Izuo. Roar. Hearing Luli's words, Izuo roared fiercely, and then the thunder surged in his mouth, and a mouthful of dragon's breath spewed out, directly blasting on the shield. Looking at Luli's back, Makarov also slowly fell into deep thought. Immediately, Makarov shook his head and expelled this thought from his mind. No matter what, Luli is a partner of the same guild. This shield only resisted Izuo's dragon breath for less than 5 seconds, and was immediately smashed by the dragon's breath, turning into bursts of magic fragments that slowly dissipated in the air. After the shield shattered, all the falling stones smashed towards the lower royal city. At the next moment, Mystigan's figure suddenly appeared, and the staff in his hand drew 3 huge magic circles on the ground, and the magic circles blocked all the broken stones. Call. Mystigan also slowly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the shield enveloping the royal city. Then he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and looked at the 4 giant dragons soaring in the sky. After the shield was broken, Izuo waved his wings and flew directly towards the interior of Estonia. Flying all the way, there are crumbling houses everywhere on the road, and the island is constantly shattering. Not long after, Luli arrived at the gate of the palace. A group of transcendents surrounded the gate of the palace. When they saw Luli and others suddenly appearing, they were also caught in a lie. "Who are you? How dare you come to the place where God rules?" A short figure stepped out step by step, shouting angrily at Luli and the others with a cold expression on his face. "Nichia, they are Aslante's mages." Lily saw this figure, and after hearing his words, a look of panic flashed across his face. He quickly jumped off Tony's back and said to this short figure, "Aslante's mage?" After hearing Lily's words, Nichia's face changed, and he looked at Luli and others with serious eyes. "Did you destroy Xtania?" Immediately, a cold color flashed in Nichia's eyes, and he sneered at the leader Luli roar. Luli didn't answer Nichia's words. Izuo heard Nichia's words and roared fiercely. The dragon power erupted from Izuo's body. Roar, roar, roar. As Izuo's dragon power erupted, the 3 giant dragons of Tony behind Izuo also waved their wings fiercely, roaring at Nichia and other transcendents, and the dragon power on his body also burst out. Nichia's face turned pale, and those transcendents behind Nichia were crushed by the violent dragon power, and their faces became terrified and looked at Luli in awe. "Master Luli, Nichia is not malicious. Please let them go." Seeing this scene, a look of fear flashed in Lily's eyes, and he quickly knelt down on one knee and said to Luli, "This is not an example." Luli looked at Li with a flat face, then opened his mouth softly, and said coldly to Li. Hearing Luli's voice full of indifference, Lily also heaved a sigh of relief, and then glared at Nichia 10 times. After Luli's voice fell, Izuo's dragon power slowly receded, and he waved his wings to take Luli with him. The lantern-sized eyes stared straight at Nichia, as if Izuo could tear Nichia apart if Nichia made any rash move. Nichia squatted on the ground with a pale complexion, looked at Luli's figure in fear, and then quickly lowered his head, as if Luli was a god and couldn't look directly at him. "Mages from Aslant, I am Queen Charlotte of Xtania." At this moment, a cold voice reached Lu 080 Li's ears. It was she who made the voice just now when a transcendent with a white body, but only one wing walked out of the palace. "Her Majesty." Seeing Charlotte's figure, the surrounding people all knelt down and looked at Charlotte's figure respectfully and adoringly. "It is said that you can see the future." Luli looked at Charlotte calmly, then slowly let out a cold voice from Luli's mouth and asked Charlotte in a cold voice, "Yes, I predicted the future before you came here." Charlotte didn't hide anything and looked at Luli with a little awe in her eyes. "You can see what my future holds." Luli chuckled and then asked Charlotte, "No, your future is gloomy. It seems to be covered by something." Charlotte took a deep look at Luli, then shook her head. "P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything." Chapter 104. Charlotte closed her eyes, then opened them suddenly. A flash of panic flashed in her eyes, and she stepped back quickly, looking at Luli with deep fear in her eyes. She didn't know what she saw. I can't see your future. Your future seems to be covered by smoke and haze. I can't see clearly." Just when I wanted to see clearly, a giant dragon suddenly appeared. Tore my spirit to pieces. Charlotte's face was slightly pale. Looking at Luli's figure with awe, she said to Luli timidly. After hearing what Charlotte said, Luli frowned, and then a look of doubt flashed in his eyes. But after being puzzled, a flash of relief flashed in Luli's eyes. "It's no wonder that I am a time traveler. My future has countless changes, and I own the Dragon Island, so my future achievements are still unknown. And Charlotte is just an ordinary transcendent with relatively strong mental power. How could he explore his own future? But he is systematically possessed. Not only that, I also can't see clearly the future of those behind you." Charlotte's face was slightly pale, and she looked at Luli's figure in fear, then looked at Urza, Lucy, and others, and said with a deep frown. After listening to Charlotte's words, Luli also frowned, but she also felt relieved. Urza and the others were wizards of Fairy Tail before, but because of their appearance, Fairy Tail completely withdrew from the regular guild and became a member of the Dark Guild Dragon King's Wings, and their future was completely changed. Luli gave Charlotte a deep look, but didn't say anything. Extania has been set up with a magic circle by Lawmaster, and now it is on the verge of collapse. Where do you Transcendents want to go? Immediately, Luli looked at Charlotte with a flat face and asked Charlotte in a cold voice. After hearing Luli's words, Charlotte was slightly taken aback. Before that, she didn't know why Estonia would suddenly collapse, shattered everywhere, and turned into ruins. What else can we do? The magic power of this world has been completely exhausted. Without the magic power, we can only be like ordinary orcs. Charlotte smiled bitterly, looking at the subjects behind her with deep despair in her eyes. Come back to Islandi with us, and allow your family of Transcendents to join the Dragon King's Wings. When Charlotte was desperate, Luli suddenly spoke and said coldly to Charlotte, "Are you serious?" After hearing Luli's words, a look of astonishment flashed in Charlotte's eyes. She still looked at Luli in a daze. Then she came to her senses and said anxiously to Luli, "Once a word is spoken, it is hard to chase after it," Luli said with a chuckle, and the corners of his flat mouth raised an arc. Hearing Luli's words, Charlotte's eyes flashed with joy. She quickly nodded her head in agreement. Fearing that Luli would repent, she excitedly said to Luli, thank you, we are willing. Did Faust send you anything up here?" Luli nodded slightly, then asked Charlotte. Half a year ago, Faust asked Lily to bring up a magic crystal. It is said that this is a very important thing. Put it here, let us keep it. Charlotte furrowed her brows deeply, then she suddenly realized something, and said to Luli. Luli took a look at Lily, then nodded his head. A few episodes later, his wings flicked, and he flew directly in the direction of the magic crystal. The collapse of Estonia continued to accelerate, and it was about to reach the position of the central palace. Countless Transcendents waved their wings and flew in the air. Lily's figure appeared, and a magic crystal as tall as a person was held by Lily in his arms. "Master Luli." Lily glanced at Luli respectfully, and then put the magic crystal in front of Luli. Luli stretched out his finger and touched the magic crystal slightly. A magic circle suddenly appeared on the magic crystal, and then a vortex appeared in the magic crystal, and Adola's little remaining magic power was absorbed by the vortex. The magic crystal exploded, a white light flashed, and then Luli felt as if he was sucked in by a black hole. Opening his eyes, Luli saw a dense forest, and houses appeared in Luli's sight. "I'm back." The corners of Luli's mouth curled up a little, and he also gave a chuckle. After Luli got up, Urza and Makarov and other powerful mages also woke up, looking at the surrounding environment, and heaved a sigh of relief. "Have you returned to Aslant yet? Where's Nate Walker and Kofelt?" Suddenly, Luli frowned. There seemed to be no aura of Urza Networka around, and his own aura from another world seemed to have disappeared. "They're still in Idolas." After Luli's voice fell, Charlotte's face was a little pale. She looked at Luli with a complex look, and said to Luli. Luli nodded, and didn't care too much about it, and Urza and the others had secretly planted a little magic power in their souls. As long as they defy their will a little bit, Luli can easily crush their souls. It's not that they don't believe in their sincerity of surrender, but everything must be prepared. Now, we are ready to start rebuilding the guild. This guild is no longer enough. Afterwards, Luli looked at the guild building in front of him, and the corners of his mouth twitched, feeling a little helpless. I don't know why, in the whole Magnolia, only the building of the Dragon King's wing was damaged, and the other houses were intact, Zhao Hao. And with so many Transcendents added, Luli didn't want to find a way out, and there was no way. Just do what you say. The speed of the wizard rebuilding the guild is still very fast. Luli did not continue to follow the previous two-story building, and directly gave Makarov a drawing of a tall building. Wizards build buildings very fast, and they use magic more. Give the walls to the earth magicians, the wood to the wood magicians, and the reinforced walls can be handed over to those magicians with word magic. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, everything. Rich. Chapter 105. The matter of the construction guild was quickly settled, and after Luli told Makarov about it, Makarov nodded in empathy. Although there are only a few people in Dragon King's Wing now, after Dragon King's Wing's reputation is spread, Even the Senate dare not fight with Dragon King's wing. So there must be many dark guilds who will invest in Dragon King's wings attributes next, become the affiliated guild of Dragon King wings. And in the future, more and more talents will join Dragon King's wing. So the current guild is still a bit too small. Grandpa, then I will leave this matter to you. Luli put a blueprint on her body in Makarov's hand and said softly with a smile on her face. Stinky boy, I'm an old bone. Why do I have to do everything? Makarov's face darkened immediately, and he roared angrily as he watched Luli leave. After Luli left the guild, he returned to his house. Luli already had her own house in Magnolia when she was a fairy tale wizard. Although Luli never came back after leaving Fairy Tale and creating Dragon King's wings, this house still belongs to Luli. Luli returned to the room, took out a small flag from his body, and put the flag in front of his body. 10 magic circles with 503 colors appeared at Luli's feet. A black light flickered in the magic circle, and then a black light flashed, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of Luli. Yo, Mystigan. Seeing this familiar face, Luli chuckled and called softly. Luli? What's the matter? Suddenly seeing Luli's figure, Mystigan's eyes showed a dull look. Looking at Luli's figure, a little confused, not knowing what happened. Didn't I read the reports from Urza and others in my own palace? Why did I suddenly appear in front of Luli? Don't look, I did it. Seeing Mystigan's bewildered eyes, Emo smiled lightly and let out a flat voice from Luli's mouth. Do you need anything from me? Mystigan frowned, then looked at Luli solemnly, thinking that something happened to the Dragon King. No, I just want to tell you, let you develop Idolas well, and train Netwoka and others well. Although Idolas has no magic power, but your physical fitness and technological strength are very strong, and you will be the leader of the Dragon King in the future. Ye's whole card. Luli shook his head, then looked at Mystigan seriously and said, Good. Mystigan looked at Luli's figure solemnly, then nodded heavily. Then congratulations. You have become the new king of Idolas. Mystigan? No, it should be Jelal. Seeing that Mystigan agreed, Luli also nodded in satisfaction, then raised an arc at the corner of his mouth, looked at Mystigan with a chuckle and said, Call me Jelal from now on. Mystigan shook his head and slowly took off the mask covering his face, revealing a face that was just like Jalal's. If you have something to do, you can go back first. Hearing Mystigan's words, Luli nodded, and then the magic circle under his feet flickered with black light again, and what in Mystigan began to slowly become transparent. The sound of the sun dissipated in Kongshan. The matters of the guild were settled quickly, and everything was implemented in 3 to 5 days. Luli stood in front of a tall building, looked at the new guild with the Dragon King's wings logo, and nodded with satisfaction. Have they returned from midnight? After moving all the guilds in, Luli sat in the lobby on the second floor, watching the mages coming and going downstairs, and then asked Lisa beside him. I have received the message from midnight, so I can come back today. Hearing Kfei, Luli's words, Lisa nodded slightly, then looked at Luli respectfully and said, Well, let's wait until midnight returns. The main opponent now is the Senate. Luli nodded slightly, sat on the sofa, and started to sleep with her eyes closed. After 3 or 5 hours, Luli seemed to be sleeping, but his mind was already immersed in the Dragon Island. After Luli's training, Tony's strength has also been raised to an 8th level dragon, but Jess and Snow still haven't broken through the 9th level dragon family and become a holy dragon like Izzo. After letting Tony, Jess and others pass the trial, Luli's dragon soul has also harvested a lot, which is almost the same as 100,000 dragon souls. Next time when he comes to Dragon Island, Luli can again it's been exchanged for holy dragon fruit. Boss, midnight is back. After Luli's mind returned to her body, Lisa's figure stood beside Luli all the time. As if guarding Luli, seeing Luli opened his eyes, Lisa hurriedly said to Luli. Luli nodded, and then said to Lisa, Let midnight come up to me. Lisa didn't answer Luli's words this time, but instead stood obediently beside Luli, a little hesitant to speak. What happened? Seeing Lisa's submissive look, Luli frowned sharply and asked Lisa, An acquaintance of yours wants to see you. After hearing Luli's words, a wry smile flashed in Lisa's eyes, and then said to Luli in a low voice, My acquaintance? Luli frowned, a little confused, not knowing who the acquaintance Lisa was talking about. Luli left the room and walked downstairs. Before Luli got downstairs, he heard a commotion in the hall. Suddenly, a blush came into Luli's eyes, and in front of Urza, a man in a black robe, with blue hair, with a whimsical pattern on his cheeks, closed his eyes and meditated plainly. Jalal, what is your purpose here? This blue-haired man is exactly Jalal who was killed by Luli's surrender. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, everything. Chapter 106. Jalal, what are you doing here? Urza looked at Jalal with solemn eyes, holding a steel long sword, looked at Jalal with cold eyes and shouted angrily. Seeing Urza's vigilant look, Jalal felt a little melancholy. A look of disappointment flashed in his eyes, then his face became serious. He looked up seriously and met Lu Li's gaze. Lu Li, I want to join Wings of the Dragon King. Jalal took a deep breath, then looked at Lu Li with a solemn expression, and let out a flat voice from Jalal's mouth. The same face as Mystigan, but the placement of the patterns is reversed. Lu Li looked at Jalal's face. His eyes were extremely flat, without any fluctuation, as if he didn't hear Jalal's words. Why? After a long time, Lu Li spoke slowly, with an extremely flat voice, and said softly to Jalal, I will wipe out all the evil brought into this world by the Dark Guild and Jalal. Jalal fell silent, looked at Lu Li lightly, looked directly into Lu Li's eyes, and said softly, Don't you know that Dragon King's wing is also a Dark Guild? Lu Li smiled coldly, but there was a flash of admiration in his eyes, and then he looked at Jalal with a sneer and said coldly, But Dragon King's wings didn't do anything that the Dark Guild should do. Hearing Lu Li's words, Jalal smiled slightly. Although there was only one arm left, there was still a faint smile on his face. The person in front of him was his enemy with a severed arm, but Jalal didn't hold any hatred at all. Lu Li looked at Jalal calmly, and Jalal also looked at Lu Li in the same way. His eyes were extremely flat, without any emotional fluctuations. I agreed. After a long time, Lu Li spoke slowly, and a flat voice came from Lu Li's mouth. After speaking, Lu Li turned around and left immediately. Looking at Lu Li's back, Jalal smiled slightly, as if he had already guessed this. Even if Lu Li agrees to you, you don't want to do anything to harm the Dragon King's wings. Seeing that Lu Li agreed, Urza also snorted coldly. Although Lu Li had explained to her before, Urza still couldn't forget what happened when he was a child, and said coldly to Jalal. Looking at Urza's back, Jalal also showed a bitter smile, then shook his head. President Makarov. Immediately, Jalal's complexion returned to normal, and he walked slowly in front of Makarov. No, I'm the vice president of Dragon King's wings now. Makarov grinned, then poured the wine in his hand into his mouth, and said to Jalal in a low voice. Jalal stretched out his remaining left arm, put it in front of Makarov, smiled lightly, and didn't say much. Seeing Jalal's action, Makarov was also slightly taken aback, then took out a seal and stamped it directly on Jalal's arm. The imprint of the Dragon King's wings came to life on Jalal's arm. Lissa, let Midnight come up. After returning to the main hall upstairs, Lu Li immediately spoke to Lisa beside him. Lisa nodded, and the figure disappeared in front of Lu Li at once, and when it reappeared, it appeared in front of Midnight and the others. Lager thus, Midnight, the boss wants you to go up. Seeing the silhouettes of Midnight and the others, Lisa quickly spoke. Hearing Lisa's words, Midnight and the others nodded, stepped on the ground, and the figure suddenly shot up into the sky, rushing towards the upstairs hall. Midnight, this time you are investigating the council. How is it going? After seeing the figures of Midnight and the others, Lu Li nodded slightly, and then asked Midnight. The council seems to be ready to give it a go. The 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar are all stationed in the council except the god Senel. Hearing Lu Li's words, Midnight spoke quickly, with extremely serious eyes, and said to Lu Li. Lu Li frowned slightly after hearing what he said. Obviously, he didn't expect the council to invite the 3 of them out. However, the frown slowly receded after a while, and then he set his sights on Midnight. Seeing Lu Li's eyes, Midnight felt his scalp go numb, but he didn't say a word. How many people know that Jalal joined Dragon King's wings? Ask for flowers. Afterwards, Lu Li looked away from Midnight and asked Midnight. Only members of the guild should know. Midnight heard Lu Li's words, and quickly replied to Lu Li, you say, how about letting Jalal join the Senate? Suddenly, the corner of Lu Li's mouth showed a slight arc, and then he slowly asked the few people present. Lajerce's expression changed, as if he had thought of something, looking at Lu Li with a little excitement in his eyes. The council? But before Jalal used his thought body, Chikilian, to join the council, wasn't he already seen through? Midnight didn't react for a while, looked at Lu Li in a daze and asked, then what if the council becomes the council of the wings of the Dragon King? The chuckle on the corner of Lu Li's mouth remained unchanged, and he looked at Midnight and said softly. After hearing Lu Li's words, Midnight's scalp tingled suddenly. Is Luli planning to destroy the council and form a new council? But will those regular guilds agree? Immediately, Midnight seemed to think of something, looked at Luli with a serious face and asked, as long as the Kingdom of Fiori agrees, will it be useful if they don't agree, or what qualifications do they have to object? Luli smiled disdainfully and said with a contemptuous smile on the corner of her mouth, I see. A gleam appeared in Midnight's eyes, and then he looked at Luli excitedly and said, Midnight was already considered smart among the Dragon King's retinue. Seeing the excited eyes of Midnight and Lajersus, Angel, and the others were still full of bewilderment. Luli didn't answer them, just smiled at them, then waved his hand and let them leave. This world is going to change after all. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 107. This world is going to change after all. After Lajersus and others left, Luli walked to the window, looked at the lively magnolia, the corner of his mouth raised a slight arc, and a soft voice came out of Luli's mouth. If you let me join Dragon King's wings, aren't you afraid that I'm an undercover agent? At some point, Jalal suddenly appeared behind Luli, and a deep voice came out of Jalal's mouth, asking Luli who was right in front of him. When Jalal appeared behind her, Luli seemed to have known it a long time ago, and she was not surprised at all. Then she chuckled, with a calm tone in her voice, and said to Jalal with a chuckle, Hee, if I, Luli, didn't even have such a little vision, I wouldn't be the boss of Dragon King's wings. Jalal was slightly surprised when he heard Luli's estimate of 623, and then he glanced at Luli with a little appreciation in his eyes, and then said to Luli in a deep voice, You let me join Dragon King's wings. I think you can use me too. Hearing Jalal's words, Luli gave Jalal a satisfied look, then walked slowly to his seat and sat down. Before Jalal joined Dragon King's wings, Luli had thought about completely replacing the council, but he couldn't find anyone who would be the speaker and member of the council. Now that Jalal has appeared, the plan can be carried out. Jalal was one of the counselors before, and he has led the dark magic sects in Tower of Heaven for so long, so Jalal's leadership ability can be seen. Originally, Luli wanted to select a few people from Dragon King's wings to serve as members of the council, but for those people in Dragon King's wings, it might be okay to let them fight and kill, but I'm afraid it's not good to let them lead. You want to utterly destroy the Dark Guild and the evil that Zeref brought into this world, don't you? Luli stood up, looked at Jalal with serious eyes, stared straight at Jalal's eyes with serious eyes, and asked in a cold voice. Seeing Luli's appearance, Jalal was also slightly taken aback, then smiled slightly, looked up into Luli's eyes and replied, Yes. Luli chuckled, then sat on the chair, touched his chin, and began to think about how to eliminate the council. Seeing Luli's appearance, Jalal didn't speak, just stood quietly in front of Luli, waiting for Luli's words. Jalal, how about replacing the Senate? After a long time, Luli suddenly spoke to Jalal. Hearing Luli's words, Jalal was also slightly taken aback, and a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect that Luli would play such a big game, and he would directly replace the Senate. If the wings of the Dragon King belonged to a formal guild, there would be no problem, but the wings of the Dragon King was a dark guild, not to mention whether those regular guilds would agree. It is impossible for the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar to agree. Although there are only 3 of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar, these 3 are extremely powerful. But seeing Luli's eyes, Luli didn't seem to be joking, and slowly his eyes became serious. Then I turned my head and thought, if Dragon King's wings controlled the council, it could be said to control all the regular guilds. But these things can't be done on the bright side. But let yourself join the council. How is this possible? I joined the council with my mind-body before, and Chickline's identity has long been seen through. Put this on. Seeing Jalal's expression, Luli was already prepared, handed Jalal a set of clothes, and looked at Jalal with a chuckle. Looking at the robe in his hand, Jalal was taken aback for a moment, then reacted and put on the robe and hood in his hand. If Urza and the others were here, they would definitely exclaim, Mystigan, now you are not Jalal, you are the wizard of fairy tale Mystigan. Luli glanced at Jalal with satisfaction, then smiled slightly, and said to Jalal, At the beginning, after the mission destroyed the Tower of Heaven, when I returned to the guild and reported to the council, I already said that Jalal, the leader of the dark magic sect, was killed. Luli turned around, took a deep look at Jalal, and then spoke. Hearing Luli's words, Jalal suddenly trembled and looked at Luli in shock. At that time, did Luli already arrange all this, and he was always Luli's pawn? Thinking of this, Jalal suddenly felt a little melancholy, At first he thought he could be compared with Luli, but who knew he was a clown? Jalal smiled bitterly, then looked at Luli solemnly and nodded, agreeing to Luli's request. Seeing that Jalal agreed, Luli nodded slightly, then waved at Jalal, and let Jalal leave directly. Come in. Luli took a nap in his seat, opened his eyes suddenly, a look of curiosity flashed in them, and said in a cold voice. Luli's voice fell, and there was no sound in the whole hall. Suddenly, a figure slowly walked in from the door of the room, glanced at Luli with a complicated look in his eyes, and hesitated to speak. If you have anything to say, just say it. This figure is Uartia, who was captured by Dragon King's wings before. After Uartia was captured by Dragon King's wings, she was also sucked into Idolas, but she didn't play any role in Idolas. After returning to Aslanti, Ursha thought about it for a long time, and finally decided to come to Luli. Is it true what you told me that day? Ursha gritted her teeth, with complex eyes in 0.8, watching Luli ask in a deep voice. Do I have to lie to you? Luli smiled disdainfully, with a contemptuous smile on the corner of his mouth, and asked Ursha back. Ursha was speechless for a moment, but she was also relieved. It seemed that Luli didn't need to deceive herself, as she was Luli's prisoner. I want to join the wings of the Dragon King. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 108. Ursha was speechless for a moment, looked at Luli silently, with a firm look in her eyes, then looked at Luli seriously, and said word by word, I want to join the wing of the Dragon King. Urtia's deep voice echoed throughout the hall. Seeing Urtia's solemn expression, Luli also felt a little puzzled. Didn't this girl have a lot of opinions on herself before, as if she was her enemy? Why does she want to join her guild now? Why? Luli raised her brows, and asked out her inner doubts, and glanced at Ursha with plain eyes. Mother, Ulu invited you to fight against Lionla before. Although it was unsuccessful, I know Ulu is very grateful to Li, and I don't want to be the wanted object of the regular guild all the time. After hearing Luli's words, Ursha was also slightly silent for a while, and then spoke in a low voice, whispering to Luli. However, Dragon King's Wing is also a dark guild. If you add 25 to the dark guild, you are ready to become the wanted target of the regular guild for the rest of your life. Luli chuckled, looked at Ursha with a slight arc at the corner of her mouth, and said softly, But you'll protect me, won't you? Seeing the smile at the corner of Luli's mouth, Ursha also chuckled lightly. Then with a Tsundra look on her face, she looked up at Luli and said. Seeing Ursha Tsundra's appearance, Luli smiled helplessly. I agree. You can go to the old man for specific matters. Immediately, Luli nodded slowly, looked at Ursha with a little smile in his eyes and said. Ursha nodded slightly, but did not leave immediately, and looked at Luli hesitantly. Anything else? Seeing Ursha's nervous look, Luli frowned deeply and asked Ursha, Well, can Mirti join Dragon King's wings with me? After hearing Luli's words, Ursha bit her red lips slightly with silver teeth, struggled for a long time, and finally spoke to Luli, the girl from one of the 7 kin of Purgatory who followed you. Hearing Mirti's name, Luli suddenly became a little familiar, and after suddenly remembering it, he asked Ursha as if suddenly enlightened. How can there be 7 kin of Purgatory? Ursha smiled bitterly, took a deep look at Luli, and agreed with Luli's words. I agreed. Luli gave Ursha a deep look, then waved at Ursha and let her go down. Although Ursha's strength is not particularly strong, but in the wings of the Dragon King, it can be regarded as belonging to the top part of the people. Luli was sitting on a chair, taking a nap with her eyes closed, then suddenly opened her eyes and walked towards the hall downstairs. Old man, what happened to the S-rank mage assessment that I told you some time ago? Seeing Makarov sitting on the bar drinking, Luli walked directly to Makarov's side and asked Makarov straight to the point. It has been resolved, and the whole process has been handed over to Lajersis. Makarov nodded. Knowing that this matter is not a trivial matter, he said solemnly. Let's put this matter aside. There are more important things to do. After hearing Makarov's words, Luli also nodded slightly, and then his solemn eyes flashed past Makarov's body, and a deep voice came from Luli's mouth. Something wrong? Looking at Luli's expression, Makarov also became serious, and asked Luli curiously. War with the Senate? Luli raised his head, looking straight into Makarov's eyes, and a cold voice came out of Luli's mouth. After hearing Luli's words, Makarov opened his eyes wide, looking at Luli's figure in shock. You're crazy. Makarov couldn't control his voice, and couldn't help but let out a loud cry. Hearing Makarov's voice, everyone in the guild turned their heads curiously and looked at Makarov. Makarov waved his hand at them, indicating that there was nothing wrong, and then put his serious eyes on Luli. No, I'm just ready to start implementing my plan. Makarov's expression was not as expected by Luli, but Luli grinned and said softly to Makarov. Makarov is a smart man. He guessed what Luli meant right away, and looked at Luli in surprise. You want Jalal to enter the Senate, and then control the Senate in your own hands. After being silent for a while, Makarov regained his composure, but his slightly trembling beard betrayed his thoughts. Yes, Luli didn't hide anything. After all, Makarov is the vice president of Dragon King's wing appointed by himself, and he also has the right to know these things. After listening to Luli's words, Makarov closed his eyes slightly, with complex colors flashing in his eyes. The old man will fight with you young people. Suddenly, Makarov opened his eyes, with serious eyes and a little high-spirited, and said to Luli in a cold voice. Luli nodded in satisfaction, and Makarov's support is naturally good for 483. If Makarov doesn't support him, then Makarov can only be imprisoned. This is an inevitable part of one's own plan, and it must not be missing. Natsu, Gray, you two come here, and Urza. Afterwards, Luli called Urza and others in front of him. Hearing Luli's words, the three of Natsu were still a little puzzled, but they still walked in front of Luli. The three of you, one with a part of the guild partners, are going to attack the council branch. Luli looked at the bewildered faces of the three of them, and didn't say much. Without lowering his voice, he said to the three of them in a cold voice. What? Hearing Luli's words, the three of Urza exclaimed and looked at Luli in shock. Even Natsu, an idiot, knows what it means to attack the Senate. Yes, from now on, Dragon King's wings is officially at war with the council. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 109. What? After hearing Luli's words, the three of Urza were stupefied. They looked at Luli in shock and didn't hold back a word for a long time. Because Luli didn't lower his voice when he spoke, the whole guild could hear it clearly. Luli's words. Luli, you are crazy. Attacking the branch of the Senate. This is a felony. Yeah, Luli, don't do anything stupid. The members of the guild hurried forward and spoke dissuadingly to Luli. Even if we are not prepared to take action against the council, do you think the council will let us go easily? As far as I know, the council has summoned the third of the four heavenly kings of Ishgar just to encircle and suppress us dragon wings. After hearing what the crowd said, Luli's mouth turned cold, and then he shouted angrily at the crowd. After hearing Luli's words, everyone couldn't help being taken aback, and then looked at Luli in horror. Besides, we are now the Dark Guild. Afterwards, Luli's eyes swept across the crowd, with a look of indifference in his eyes. Everyone fell silent after hearing Luli's words. That's right, because it's the Dark Guild now, not fairy tale before. Luli, we listen to you and K his council. Yeah, I have long seen that the Senate is not happy. To them. That's right, Luli, you are the president now. We all listen to you. Luli watched everyone in the guild fall silent, and a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. But then, a burst of roars reached Luli's ears, and Elfman stepped forward, looking at Luli with determination in his eyes and roaring. As Elfman walked out, everyone in the guild took a step forward, and said loudly to Luli with a determined expression on their faces. Seeing everyone's appearance, Luli nodded in satisfaction. Urza, Natsu and Gray, this time is about the first stop of Dragon King's wings. Can you complete it? Afterwards, Luli put serious eyes on Urza and Natsu, and a serious voice came out of Luli's mouth. No problem. Leave it to us. Natsu and Gray looked at each other, then said with a grin. Urza nodded too. After everyone agreed, a man in a black robe left the guild. Luli looked at the black-robed man with a smile on his lips. Slap. Suddenly, there was a snap of fingers, and everyone suddenly felt dizzy, even Urza. After the dizziness passed, everyone stood up holding their heads and looked around in a daze. I seem to have forgotten something? No way. Just now Luli said that we will start a war with the Senate. No, just before. Didn't the guild still join a newcomer? There are no newcomers. We are the Dark Guild now. How could someone join us? You remember wrong. After recovering, someone covered his head and asked with a serious look in his eyes. But after reacting, everyone suddenly realized that they were all members of the Dark Guild. How could anyone join? Luli looked at the crowd, and there was a slight arc at the corner of his mouth, but he didn't say anything. The snap of the fingers just now was sent by midnight, and its function is to delete the memory fragments of these people. And the deletion is, of course, about Jalal. Urza, the three of you can go now. You must take the 3 strongholds to me within today. Not staying on this topic, Luli put his eyes on Urza and Natsu, and then said to the 3 in a cold voice, "No problem, just leave it to us." "Luli, don't worry." Both Natsu and Gray yelled at Luli in unison, as if they were angry, and then dozens of guild members left the guild with their salaries. Urza took a deep look at Luli, and then left the guild with the rest of the members. "Luli, is it really all right?" After everyone left, Mira walked to Luli with a worried look on her face, and asked Luli, "Do not worry." Luli chuckled, and stretched out her hand to stroke Mila's hair naturally. Feeling the touch on the top of her head, Myra's pretty face blushed. She glanced at Luli angrily, covered her face, and left. Looking at Myra's back, Luli was also slightly taken aback, and some didn't react. "Brother Luli, Mira likes you?" After Mira left, Lysana jumped out of nowhere, dressed in a cat ear girl's clothes, and she actually had a pair of cat ears, squinting her eyes, and said to Luli, "Little brat, you know what you like." Luli stretched out his hand to touch Lysana's short hair, and then said with a curse. Lysana seemed to be enjoying Luli's palm. She squinted her eyes, and after hearing Luli's words, she suddenly opened her eyes and said to Luli coquettishly, "I'm not young anymore." He straightened his chest and glared at Luli slightly. Seeing Lysana's fledgling figure, he was also slightly taken aback, and suddenly felt a flame rising from his abdomen. Human kid is big. Luli's complexion changed slightly, and he turned and left quickly. "Damn it, can you bear it all?" After leaving, Luli gave himself a slap in the face, and then secretly cursed in a cold voice. Seeing Luli's leaving back, a gloomy look flashed in Lysana's eyes. The 3 of Natsu Gray Urza struck together and took out Qianli's 3 divisions of the Senate within a few hours. After the reinforcements of the Senate arrived at this place, only a piece of ruins could be seen. "Damn it. B******************* D. Who the hell? How dare you attack the council?" After learning that the 3 branches had all been wiped out, the chairman of the council showed anger and yelled at several members. Seeing the speaker's appearance, several congressmen closed their mouths tactfully and did not say anything. At this time, the speaker was still angry, and it was better for him and others not to touch the tiger's tail. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Loose. Chapter 110. Who the hell? Who dared to take action against the Senate? Destroyed 3 branches. In the headquarters of the council, the speaker's face was full of anger, and he smashed everything around him to pieces. His face was flushed red with anger. Meanwhile, the councillors on the side stood aside without saying a word. At this time, because of the destruction of the council branch, the speaker was still angry, so they naturally wouldn't ask for trouble. Hoo-hoo. After a long time, the speaker calmed down his anger, but his eyes were still extremely red, full of killing intent. As long as he was allowed to find the person who dared to attack the Senate, it is no surprise that he would kill that person himself. But the premise is that the strength of the speaker is stronger than him. Speaker, at this time, I want them to take action. At this moment, a congressman cautiously walked to the speaker's side, looked at the speaker with some fear, and then spoke to him in a deep voice. "But do you know who the target is? Do you know where they will attack next?" After listening to the councillor's words, the speaker felt that it seemed reasonable, but then his eyes turned cold, and he asked the councillor in a cold voice. When asked by the speaker, the congressman who proposed this suggestion was instantly speechless and stood aside without saying a word with his head down. "What's the use of 400 if I want you trash?" Immediately, the speaker kicked the congressman to the ground and shouted at the group of congressmen beside him with an angry face. Everyone was silent after hearing the speaker's words, but they already had a little grudge against the speaker in their hearts. Different from the council headquarters, in the Guild of Dragon King's wings, the entire guild was caught in a lively banquet. Even though they were frightened by the attack on the council, it made them let out a sigh of relief at the same time. You must know that before Fairy Tail was disbanded, they were often troubled by the council, and they had been unhappy with the council for a long time. But because of the strength of the Senate, it was impossible for them to take action against the council. But this time, Luli actually directly wiped out 3 branches of the council. Lajerses, Midnight, you guys, each with a pair of troops, will take away the branches of these councils. While everyone was drinking and chatting happily, In front of Luli were Makarov and Lagosas and other members of the Dragon King's family. With a little smile on the corner of Luli's mouth, he put a map in Lagasa, Kfti, in front of several people in Sri Lanka. On the map, several locations are clearly marked by Luli, the 5 council branches, and they are all near the Guild of Dragon King's Wing. Only the Dragon King's wings around have the strength to destroy the council branch. Hearing Luli's arrangement, even Lisa and other people with poor brains were stunned. Isn't this what our Dragon King wings did to tell the Senate about this? This effect is what you want. Just go and do it. Luli looked at the expressions of several people and smiled mysteriously, then waved to everyone and said with a chuckle. After hearing Luli's words, Lajerses and others didn't continue to say anything. Since Luli had already made his own arrangements, it was over for him to wait for others to obey. 2 horizontal and 1 vertical. Just do it. After the banquet, Lajerses, Midnight, Urza, Lisa, Cobra and Gear each led a group of people towards their respective destinations. After Lajerses and the others left, a complicated look flashed in Makarov's eyes, and then the complicated look faded away, turning into a determined look. If you want to play, then play bigger. Lajerses and the others are the mainstays of Dragon King's wings. They made a move and returned to the guild not long after. Looking at the smiles on their faces, one knew that this task was no problem for them at all. But this is not the case at the headquarters of the Senate. The speaker's face is gloomy, without the previous scowling expression. But the congressmen know that such a speaker is the most angry. Wings of the Dragon King. They dared to take action against the council. We didn't crusade them anymore. They actually took the initiative. The speaker's face was gloomy, looking at the map in front of him. Magnolia's position was clearly marked, and the symbol of fairy tale on it had been changed to Dragon King's wings. Speaker, Dragon King's wings shouldn't be so foolish as to get caught up in the fire. Could it be that someone deliberately framed Dragon King's wing, and then caused the council and Dragon King's wing to collapse? At this moment, a short figure walked up to the speaker, frowned slightly, and said to the speaker, Yajima, I know you have a good relationship with Fairy Tail, but now Fairy Tail has fallen into darkness. They are now the Dark Guild. The speaker's eyes froze, and then he looked at the short congressman with a cold look and shouted at him coldly. After hearing the speaker's words, Yajima's expression froze. Then he smiled bitterly, shook his head, and said nothing more. But the speaker is not a fool, and he also listened to Yajima's words a little bit. Era, it looks like it's very lively here. At this moment, a frivolous voice reached everyone's ears. The speaker's face changed, and he quickly looked towards the source of the voice. A figure wrapped all over came slowly, and his face could not be seen clearly at all. Who are you, and what do you want to do? The speaker's deep voice came, and he looked at the figure with cold eyes and shouted coldly. It doesn't matter who I am. Don't you just want to know who destroyed the branch of the Senate? I can tell you exactly. It is the wings of the Dragon King. The figure smiled lightly and said to the speaker and several counselors with a chuckle, Why should I trust you? The speaker sneered. Not being dazzled by anger, he said with a sneer at him. The next moment, the man wrapped in black robe stretched out his arm, and on his left arm, a fairy tale logo appeared. As long as you have the ability to destroy the wings of the Dragon King, I can reform Fairy Tail and fully support your Senate. How about it? P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, everything. Chapter 111. As long as you have the ability to destroy the wings of the Dragon King, I can reform Fairy Tail and fully support your Senate. How about it? Seeing the logo on the arm of the man in black, everyone shrank their pupils, and then they couldn't help frowning when they heard his words. But why are you doing this? The anger on the speaker's face receded a little, but the seriousness in his eyes remained undiminished, and he asked the man in black in a cold voice. I joined Fairy Tail to eliminate all the Dark Guilds, and Fairy Tail actually joined the Dragon King's wings. If it wasn't for my lack of strength, I would have eliminated the Dragon King's wings myself. A voice full of hatred came from the mouth of the man in black, and the murderous voice made the speaker and the congressman tremble. This may be the depth of love and the depth of hate, but that's not why I trust you. The speaker didn't just believe what the black-robed man said, and then asked him in a cold voice. This is the purpose of the next Dragon King's wings attack. This time there are only 3 people, and they are all the backbone members of Dragon King's wings. The man in black didn't speak. He took out a map from his pocket and put it in front of the chairman. After speaking, he turned and left. Looking at the map in front of him, there are 3 red dots marked on it, and the red dots are exactly where the council branch is located. May I have your name? The speaker had a little faith in his heart, but he didn't take it lightly, and shouted at the back of the man in black robe.
Mistigan.
The figure of the man in black robe disappeared at the door, leaving only a cold voice behind. Mistigan, one of the strongest candidates for fairy tale. After hearing the words of the man in black robe, the speaker looked at the back of the disappearing Mistigan and muttered to himself. Speaker, do we trust him this time? Seeing the stunned expression of the speaker, a congressman timidly walked up to the speaker, frowned, and asked the speaker, "What do you say?" The speaker's brows were also deeply frowned. If this is true, then the Senate does not have the kind of strong man who can resist the Dragon King's wings. The 3 heavenly kings can only be allowed to guard the 3 divisions. If Mistigan is the undercover agent of Dragon King's wing, what if the 3 heavenly kings are sent out this time and the headquarters is attacked? It's better to let them shoot. The next moment, a figure walked up to the speaker, looked at the speaker with cold eyes and said. After hearing his words, the speaker raised his head abruptly and looked at him with horrified eyes. Okay, let's find them. As soon as he gritted his teeth, the speaker seemed to be sinking, exhausting all his strength. After listening to the speaker's words, the congressman nodded solemnly and then left. Not long after, 3 figures were brought up. The blood energy of these 3 people soared to the sky, and their bodies carried an extremely dignified evil spirit, as if these 3 people were released from the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. Old man, what happened? You actually asked us to find the 3 of us. The leading man, with a rebellious look on his mouth, sat down on the table in front of the speaker, with a slight arc of disdain at the corner of his mouth. Card, the 3 of you practiced blood-sucking magic, slaughtered 18 villages, and were taken into custody by the council, but as long as you can join the council this time, we can exonerate you from your crimes, and we can even make you a member of the council. How? The speaker gritted his teeth and said to the leader man with madness in his eyes. Haha, it seems that you have nowhere to go. You actually let us 3 heinous people join the council. The man named Card raised a defiant smile, poked his head in front of the speaker, and said arrogantly to him, "But lousy is not rare. I would like to see what kind of person would allow you to let a villain like me join the Senate." Immediately, before the speaker could speak, Card got down from the table, walked to the side of his 2 companions, and said arrogantly, "What a lunatic." The speaker looked at the 3 of them and cursed inwardly. Afterwards, the speaker told the 3 people about the matter, and then informed them of his own arrangements. Is it such a trivial matter? Afterwards, Cade smiled dismissively, obviously dismissive of this task, but still took it. "But I have a request. After the task is completed, each of us must be given 100 virgins, asking for flowers." Immediately, Card smiled coldly, with a ferocious smile on his face, looked at the speaker and said with a sneer, "Impossible." The speaker flatly refused, with a look of determination in his eyes. 50. Otherwise this matter will not be discussed. Card's face sank, and then he shouted coldly at the speaker. "Good." The speaker's face darkened. He looked at the map in his hand full of murderous intent, gritted his teeth, and agreed directly. "Speaker, you're crazy." After hearing the speaker's words, Yajima suddenly panicked and cursed at the speaker. "I don't care anymore. I want Dragon King's wing to die." Raising his head, the chairman's face was full of madness. His eyes were red, and he roared at Yajima. "You're crazy. You're crazy." Seeing the speaker's crazy face, Yajima couldn't help but take 2 steps back. "Take Yajima down to me and have a good rest." Seeing Yajima's appearance, the speaker's face sank, and then he shouted coldly at the guard at the door. Hearing the speaker's words, the guard showed hesitation, but seeing the speaker's face darken, he came in with a pale face and took Yajima away. "Hee, then it's a deal." Card licked his scarlet lips, glanced at the speaker with crazy eyes, and left the council with one of his companions. Call. After the 3 of Card left, the speaker sat down on the chair, drenched in cold sweat. Several counselors glanced at the speaker anxiously, and all shut their mouths without saying a word. In their eyes, the speaker is completely crazy for wanting to get rid of Dragon King's wings, and if they talk too much now, they will end up like Yajima. In the guild, Luli suddenly opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth raised a slight arc, making Makarov in front of him a little confused. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 112. Looking at the arc of Luli's mouth, Makarov couldn't help trembling. The fish are taking the bait. Luli opened his eyes with a little joy in his eyes, obviously already knowing what happened when Mistigan left the council. Hearing Lu Li's words, Makarov couldn't help trembling all over, then sighed, closed his eyes and didn't say anything. Lajerses, Urza, and Mira. You three go. You don't need to destroy the council branch this time. It probably won't be so easy this time. Lu Li chuckled lightly and said to Lagoses, Urza, and others in front of him. Mira on the side was also slightly taken aback when she heard Lu Li's words and looked at Lu Li dully, and Lu Li also shook her head and smiled with a cute expression. Lu Li, you let me go? Mira 810 still seemed a little unsure. Pointing to his nose in disbelief, he asked Lu Li, Mira, you have also recovered your magic power. You can use magic now, let's try it too. Lu Li looked into Mira's eyes, spoke softly, and said to Mira with a gentle voice, and the task this time is very simple. You just need to be defeated by the people from the council, as long as you don't get injured. Mira still seemed a little apprehensive, but when Lu Li's voice came again, not only Mira was stunned, but even Lagoses and Urza beside her were a little confused. As long as you lose at the hands of the Senate? What Lu Li wants to do again? You just need to do it, and I will tell you about the next thing. Lu Li shook his head, didn't say much, and spoke to Lajerses and the others. After hearing Lu Li's words, Lajerses and the others nodded heavily, and then left the guild together, heading towards their respective goals. Suddenly, Makarov opened his eyes, with a hint of horror in his eyes, as if he knew something. Lu Li, I have something to tell you. Makarov walked up to Lu Li with a solemn expression, his eyes filled with killing intent, and said coldly to Lu Li, seeing the murderous intent in Makarov's eyes. Lu Li was slightly taken aback and looked at Makarov in a daze, not knowing what happened to Makarov suddenly. Following Makarov to his own hall, he looked at Makarov with a solemn expression, wanting to know what was going on, so that Makarov's eyes, who had experienced heavy wind and rain without changing his expression, were filled with killing intent. At first, I thought it was a mistake to destroy the council, but now I know that everything is my fault. Makarov stood in front of Lu Li, with a bitter smile on the corner of his mouth. Father, what's the matter? Lu Li frowned at Makarov's words, apparently not quite understanding what Makarov meant. Just now, Yajima, a member of the council, sent me a message. In order to destroy the wings of the Dragon King, the chairman of the council actually made the big devil who slaughtered 18 villages appear, and promised them that as long as if they can withstand today's Dragon King's wings, give each of them 50 virgins. Makarov's face was gloomy, and he told Lu Li the news he received in detail. After hearing Makarov's words, Lu Li's complexion darkened immediately. Although he had nothing to do with the monsters Makarov said, one can know from Makarov's words what kind of outrageous things this is. Maybe you don't know much about those devils. What they practice is blood-sucking magic. Their practice is to suck blood continuously, and they also need the blood of their virgins. Back then, they slaughtered 18 villages just for the sake of hundreds of people. Virgin. Makarov's eyes were full of strong killing intent, and a cold voice spit out from Lu Li's mouth and said to Lu Li in a cold voice. After hearing Makarov's words, Lu Li's complexion sank, and his eyes were filled with strong killing intent. The House of Representatives has gone completely insane. In order to destroy the wings of the Dragon King, have they already started to use such lunatics? The plan has changed. Tell Lajerses and Mira to kill those people. Lu Li closed his eyes and fell silent. After a long time, Lu Li opened his eyes. A stern murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he sneered at Makarov. After listening to Lu Li's words, Makarov also nodded, and then retreated to inform Lajerses and others who had already left. When Lajerses received Makarov's message, he was still a little puzzled at first, not knowing why Lu Li suddenly changed his plan. But after Makarov told Urza and the others about the information of these attackers, Urza roared even more and swung his sword directly, cutting off the big tree beside him. Lajertha's complexion was also extremely gloomy. Although the former logger thus didn't think he was a good person, he never had the blood of innocent people on his hands. Mira didn't say a word, and looked ahead gloomily, with a strong killing intent in her eyes. The strength of the three of Urza is among the top existences among Dragon King's wings, and it has been a long time since the three of them have entered the level of S-class wizards, and they are not comparable to Natsu and the others. After the three arrived at their destination according to the agreement, they met several men full of blood as expected. Urza looked at Cade in front of him, with a serious look in his eyes and a strong killing intent in his eyes. Is it actually a woman? But your blood seems to be very good. Cade opened his eyes and looked at Urza in armor, with a flash of greed in his eyes. The blood on Urza's body was so rich that he felt as comfortable as opening his pores just by smelling it. Go to 5.9 and die. Urza didn't have any extra words. He slashed out the long sword in his hand, stepped on the ground, and the figure appeared in front of Cade in an instant. Snored. Cade didn't underestimate Urza. His figure flashed, avoiding Urza's long sword, and then he roared with blood, and each and every hideous figure roared in the blood. These are the ordinary people who died at Card's hands, but there are also some wizards. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 113. Seeing that Cade was full of blood, there were still figures in the blood wailing continuously, roaring at Urza with endless resentment. A cold look flashed in Urza's eyes, and he was a little dubious about Makarov's words before. But at this moment Urza was really angry, tightly grasping the long sword in his hand, and looked at Cade with endless anger in his eyes. Hiss! What a wonderful blood! Card didn't seem to see Urza's angry face. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Urza, took a deep breath, and showed a satisfied look on his face, just like those drug addicts. Urza's face froze, and the armor on his body changed instantly, turning into the armor of heavenly relationship, with long swords surrounding Urza's side. Not only was Urza angry, Lagosas looked at the ferocious figure in front of him, full of blood and roaring, and a trace of Lei Jin suddenly darkened between his brows surrounded Lagosas' body. Damn you! Myra's body was surrounded by demon energy, as if she was a demon god. Her appearance gradually changed, turning into a demon, but it could be seen that it was Mira. All 25 bodies received Satan's soul. A pair of demon wings appeared behind Mira, waving them, and Myra's cold eyes scanned the person in front of her. The man's name was Khadgar, and he was Kareem. The three brothers were extremely poor since they were young, but they didn't know where they learned this blood-sucking magic, and they began to suck the blood of virgins continuously. In the beginning, their strength was not very strong, and they could only sneak around, but after they became stronger, they actually did something like massacre the village. Afterwards, they were suppressed by the council and imprisoned in the cells of the council. They thought that they would have no hope of getting out, but they never expected that the council would release them to deal with the wing of the Dragon King. Moreover, they also promised them the condition of 50 virgins each. Jejia, your blood energy makes me feel wonderful. Khadgar looked at Mira, with a ferocious and greedy look in his eyes, and gave Mira an incomparably cold laugh. Then it depends on your ability. Mira snorted coldly, and the dark magic power on her body began to gather, forming a dark magic ball between Myra's hands. Soul Destroyer. Mira waved her wings, and her figure slowly soared into the air. The dark magic power between her hands began to gather, forming a magic ball in Myra's hands. Boom! A powerful shock wave blasted out from Myra's palm, directly blasting towards Khadgar's figure. This dark shock wave has a violent aura, as if it can destroy everything, destroying all the places it passes through. Khadgar's expression froze, and his figure turned into a cloud of blood mist, disappearing in place in an instant. But the Soul Destroyer suddenly bombarded above the blood mist, and Khadgar's figure suddenly appeared. His face was extremely pale, and his eyes were full of strong killing intent, looking at Mira. Damn, you hurt me. I want you to die. I want to tear you apart. Khadgar looked at Mira frantically. His face was extremely pale, but there were no wounds on his body. But Mira knew what happened to Khadgar. The Soul Destroyer could not only attack the body, but also hurt the soul. Khadgar avoided the attack before, but his soul was blasted. Dark Spark. Mira didn't give Khadgar any chance to react. His wings shook violently, and waves of darkness gathered in his hands and waves of dark light blasted out from Myra's palms. Myra's figure also appeared in front of Khadgar in an instant, and punched Khadgar's body. Boom! Khadgar's figure flew upside down in an instant, and slammed into the wall of the council in the distance. His face was ferocious, but he looked at Mira with fear in his eyes. The wall of the council branch collapsed in an instant, and a strong smell of blood spread into Myra's nostrils. Mira looked at the inside of the council with disbelief in her eyes. Mummies lay on the ground one by one. There was endless fear on the faces of these corpses, as if they had seen something extremely frightening before they died. You actually killed them all. Mira stared blankly at these corpses. After resting for so many years, Mira was still a little dazed seeing so many corpses at once. The weak deserve to die. Seeing Myra's dazed look, Khadgar gathered blood in his right hand, turned into sharp claws and grabbed Myra's neck. Myra's face gradually darkened. If Lysana was here, she would know that Mira was completely angry. The wings of the Dragon King destroyed the branch of the Senate, although they also killed people, but because they were hostile. But Khadgar and the council belonged to one side, and he actually killed the entire branch and killed all the people in the branch. Abusive flash. Myra's figure slowly soared into the air, dodging Khadgar's attack at once, and darkness gathered around Mira, wrapping Mira in it. With both hands gathering all the darkness and evil in the world, with a cold killing intent in his eyes, the darkness gathered in Myra's hands. With a loud noise, the darkness in Myra's palm turned into a burst of bombardment, blasting out from the palm in an instant, blasting and killing Khadgar's figure. Khadgar's complexion changed. He watched the attack in fear and wanted to leave, but there was nothing he could do. The darkness bombarded Khadgar's body. At the last moment, he glanced at Mira with endless hatred in his eyes and was completely swallowed by the darkness. Myra's figure fell to the ground. Glancing at Khadgar's corpse corroded by darkness, with a little disgust in his eyes, he waved his hand, and a burst of dark magic instantly covered Khadgar's corpse. Then there was a sizzling sound, and Khadgar's body was instantly corroded and turned into a puddle of corpse water. The battle on Lagos's side also ended in an instant. Thunderbolt was the natural enemy of this kind of dark magic, and Lagos's was also a thunder-type dragon slayer. Urza pierced Cade's heart with a sword, looked at Cade's resentful eyes with a cold snort, turned and left directly. At the council headquarters, the speaker looked at the envelope in his hand with a flustered face. The 3 Carters were wiped out, and 2 of the 3 Senate branches were wiped out, leaving only 3 members in the remaining one. And they can also be more sure that this time it was the Dragon King's wings who made the move. Urza, Lagos's, Mira. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, everything. Chapter 114. And Urza. The actions of Lagos's and Mira made the council even more sure that this time it was Dragon King's wings who wanted to destroy the council. But what made the speaker even more angry was that all the branches of the council were wiped out, and they were actually wiped out by people they invited themselves. The speaker saw the corpses at the scene, all of which had been sucked dry of blood and turned into mummies. This made the speaker, who knew Card very well, how could he not know that these people were given by the 3 of Card? Killed. Boom. Damn Dragon King's wings. It's obviously a dark guild. How dare you attack the council? I want all regular guilds to encircle and suppress Dragon King's wings. The speaker's face was gloomy, and he punched the table in front of him. The table exploded instantly, turning into wooden sticks and falling to the ground. Speaker, I think it's time to ask those 3 adults to take action. Rather than letting the wings of the Dragon King continue to attack the Senate, it is better for us to take the initiative and kill the threat in the bud. At this moment, a member of parliament walked up to the speaker with a stern look in his eyes and said to the speaker coldly. After listening to the councillor's words, the speaker rubbed his chin, as if he was thinking about something, and then the sternness in his eyes flashed away. Okay, let those 3 adults take action. Immediately, the speaker stood up and walked towards the interior of the Senate. After a while, the chairman's face was a little gloomy, but there was a little excitement in his eyes. Speaker, what did the 3 adults say? Seeing the figure of the speaker, several councillors hurried forward and asked the speaker curiously. They agreed to take the shot, and I pushed all of Cad's affairs on Dragon King's wing this time. The speaker smiled coldly, with a ferocious look on the corner of his mouth, and his voice was extremely cold, revealing a deep killing intent. Hiss. After listening to the speaker's words, several people also took a deep breath. Killing people is normal, but using such evil magic to kill people is a matter of outrage. Announce what happened to Card this time, and let the entire Fury Kingdom know that Dragon King's wing is a heinous guild. The speaker's face was extremely ferocious, and he said coldly to the members beside him. The member nodded, with excitement in his eyes. As long as the 3 adults can destroy the Dragon King's wing, then the Senate can completely push the blame on the Dragon King's wing this time, and the Senate can also gain a lot. Balmain name. As for leaking news, only a few of them know about it. How could they leak such a thing? But some troubles are Yajima, but as long as Yajima disappears, this matter will be sealed forever. In order for these people to become members of parliament, whose hands are not covered with blood. Luli, we are back. After Urza's 3 missions were completed, they returned directly to the guild. The faces of the 3 were still gloomy, especially Myra's complexion was extremely gloomy. She had some doubts before, whether it was good or bad to take action against the council, but now she just wanted to completely wipe out such a pedantic council. After returning to the guild, Luli didn't let them continue to move. The next day, Luli walked into the guild. All the members were there. Seeing Luli's gloomy expression, he didn't know what happened. Urza, I entrust you with a task. Take all the members of the guild and leave the guild. Walking into the guild, before anyone else could say anything, Luli's voice reached everyone's ears. When everyone heard Luli's words, they were all shocked and a little at a loss. What happened? Urza walked up to Luli with worried eyes and asked Luli, 3 of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgard have received the order of the council, and today they will be the real lord of the Dragon King. Luli shook his head, then turned his attention to the members of the guild, and a cold voice came out of Luli's mouth. What? Then we can't go. Yes, we will live and die with the guild. We won't go, Luli, let's stay together. The members of the guild were also shocked when they heard Luli's words, and then quickly said to Luli, you misunderstood, you left, not to let you escape. I have another task for you. Seeing the righteous indignation of the crowd, Luli felt a little touched in his heart, then shook his head with a smile, and spoke softly to the crowd. After hearing Luli's words, everyone was taken aback for a moment, and then turned their attention to Luli to see what Luli wanted to say. After you leave, directly attack the headquarters of the council, and arrest the speaker and several counselors. With a cold look on the corner of Luli's mouth, he said with a sneer at everyone. After hearing Luli's words, everyone's eyes lit up, and a flash of excitement flashed in their eyes. That's right, when 3 of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgard left, more than half of the council's defense was lost. With the existing power of the Dragon King's wings, they could be completely wiped out. But can you stop all 3 of them by yourself? At this moment, Makarov walked up to Luli, looked at Luli with a solemn expression, and let out a deep voice from Luli's mouth. Everyone was slightly taken aback when they heard Makarov's words. Yes, although Luli is very strong, those 3 are the top 3 in 10 wizard saints. You forgot, I have a dragon. Luli smiled lightly, looked out the door with deep eyes, and said to everyone with a light smile. After hearing Luli's words, everyone suddenly realized. Yes, Luli has 4 dragons. How could he be afraid of them? That's why I'm worrying too much. Makarov shook his head and smiled. He really hadn't thought of this before. Luli, then we are leaving. You have to be careful. Urza and others then nodded to Luli and left the guild with Zhao Zhaohao members. Mira, aren't you? After everyone left, only Mira was left standing opposite Luli with a tangled expression. Mira's face was full of confusion. She gritted her teeth and walked in front of Luli, hugged Luli directly, and covered Luli's lips. You have to be careful. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, everything. Demon, if you have old buddies who watch the live broadcast, you can go to the now live broadcast to see that there is an anchor named Yuqian. This anchor is very good. The little fat man is here to help out with an advertisement. This is a very beautiful young lady, and the broadcast time is 10:02 to 6 in the evening. Chapter 115. Seeing the face close at hand, Luli was slightly taken aback, feeling a little warm in her heart. The next moment, Mira pushed Luli away violently, blushing slightly, and ran out of the guild without looking back at Luli. Looking at Mira's back, Luli touched his lips and seemed to be able to feel the temperature on his lips. There was an arc at the corner of his mouth. Urza turned his head and gave Luli a tasteful look, but didn't say much. Luli shook his head, with a slight smile in his eyes, and his mouth moved, as if to say something. Boom! After Mira and the others left, outside the guild, a powerful coercion came to suppress them. Luli opened his eyes abruptly, with a cold killing intent in them. It's all here, so there's no need to hide. Luli opened his eyes and walked towards the outside of the guild step by step. A cold killing intent flashed in his eyes, and a cold voice came out of Luli's mouth. Who gave you the guts to kill the counselors? Luli's voice fell, and a voice full of killing intent sounded in front of Luli, and then several figures appeared in Luli's sight, walking towards Luli step by step. Heh, I didn't expect that I would be worthy of 3 of the 10 wizard saints. When Luli saw these figures, with a disdainful arc 937 on the corner of his mouth, he looked at them with a sneer and said, I don't dare to underestimate you. You created the wings of the Dragon King, and there are 3 dragons. The leader of the group listened to Luli's words, snorted coldly, and looked at Luli with a cold expression on his face. The leader was dressed in a black robe, with a cold face, but there was a gentleman's breath all over his body. Beside him is a thin old man. Although his body is thin, but he has a beast-like aura all over his body. The other person's face is like a tree, and although the aura on his body is obscure, it is also extremely powerful. Hey Bellion, Wolfheim, where'd Sequin? I also want to try the strength of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. The corner of Lu Li's mouth raised a contemptuous arc, and a cold voice came out of Lu Li's mouth. Arrogance. Lu Li's voice fell, and Wolfheim, the third-ranked old man in 10 wizard saints, let out a cold drink, and his figure began to swell. Roar. Wolfheim's figure suddenly turned into a gigantic beast, roaring at Lu Li, and he didn't look like the thin old man before. Snort. When Lu Li saw this giant beast, not only was there no fear in his eyes, he snorted coldly. A steel-like luster flashed on his skin. His footsteps stepped on the ground, and his figure soared into the sky. He punched the giant beast directly. Court death. Wolfheim obviously knew about Lu Li, and knew that Lu Li was just a thunder magician, so he dared to fight with him. So he shouted angrily, and punched Lu Li with his big fist. Boom! There was a loud noise, and Wolfheim's figure couldn't help taking 2 steps back. Lu Li's figure landed on the ground. A look of contempt flashed in his eyes. How can it be? When Hyberian saw this scene, a look of horror flashed in his eyes. He knew Luffwim's strength, and Lu Li could beat him back beyond strength. Shoot together. A cold look flashed in Hyberian's eyes, and he coldly shouted at Werid beside him, and his figure turned into a black shadow, rushing directly at Lu Li. Werid heard his estimation, and didn't continue to watch the show. A green light flashed between his hands, and plants rose from under his feet. Roar. Wolfheim let out a roar. His figure soared into the sky, and punched Lu Li down from the air. Lu Li's figure flashed, turned into a flash of thunder, and disappeared in place. Wolfheim's fist slammed into the ground. Smashing the ground, 10 cracks appeared on the ground. Boom! Just as Lu Li's figure appeared, a plant suddenly appeared at Lu Li's feet, binding Lu Li's legs. Go to hell. At the next moment, a cold voice sounded in Lu Li's ear. The figure of Heiberg, CFDF, N didn't know when he suddenly appeared beside Lu Li, ! A burst of flames burst out of Lu Li's body, and the flames directly burned the plants on his legs. Seeing the flames on Lu Li's body, Hyberian stepped back sharply, looking at Lu Li coldly. That's what makes it interesting. Lu Li licked his lips, with a strong fighting intent in his eyes. Ice make Ice Rose Garden. With a cold drink, bursts of cold air emerged from Lu Li's body. The cold air surrounded the entire square, and ice and snow roses appeared in the square. Roar. Seeing these ice roses, Wolfheim suddenly felt uneasy from the bottom of his heart, smashed the ice roses beside him with a punch, and looked at Lu Li fiercely. Broken. Lu Li smiled coldly and squeezed his fist fiercely. The ice roses in the square instantly shattered, turning into ice swords and shooting towards the surroundings. Not good. Werid's face changed, and plants suddenly appeared in front of him, covering his figure. But Wolfheim didn't feel so good. He was originally a huge body, and the ice swords pierced into his body, turning into waves of cold air that penetrated into his body. Damn, what is this? The cold air penetrated into his body. Wolfheim's complexion changed, and he felt that the blood in his limbs seemed to be slowly freezing, and he punched the ground in front of him, smashing the ground to pieces. Hyberian looked at Lu Li with a gloomy expression, and then his figure flashed and appeared next to Wolfheim. With his right hand on his arm, a gust of blood burst out from his palm and directly sank into Wolfheim's body. Streams of cold air emerged from Wolfheim's body, absorbed by Hyberian, and turned into drops of blood that dripped to the ground. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise resounded beside Lu Li, and a plant with a sharp point suddenly appeared at Lu Li's feet, stabbing straight at Lu Li's heart. When? Lu Li smiled coldly, showing no sign of avoiding it at all. The sharp tip of the plant pierced Lu Li's heart, and the tip broke directly, making a deep sound. Is his physical fitness already this strong? Seeing this scene, Werid's face also changed slightly. Such a surprise attack did not cause any harm to Lu Li. PS. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, everything. Chapter 116. When? The sound of steel-like impact sounded on Lu Li's chest, and the plant stabbed fiercely in Lu Li's heart. But it failed to pierce Lu Li's skin, leaving only a slight white mark. A look of astonishment flashed in Werid's eyes, looking at Lu Li's figure full of dignity. To Luli, his own attack didn't hurt Luli at all, and didn't even pierce Luli's skin. Call. As soon as Luli stepped on the ground instantly shattered, and a series of cracks opened from under Luli's feet, breaking apart continuously towards the surroundings. Waird's expression froze, his figure soared into the sky, and a huge tree suddenly appeared at Waird's feet, dragging his figure back. Izzo, they'll leave it to you. Luli's figure appeared on the roof of the Dragon King's Wings Guild. When Wolfheim and the other three were still a little confused, Luli swung his right hand fiercely, and a terrifying aura suddenly came from Luli's body. Roar! Izzo's figure suddenly appeared, roared at the three of Weird, and waved his wings to soar in the sky. Seeing this giant figure, the three of Weird's expressions froze, the corners of their mouths twitched slightly, and then looked at Izzo with incomparably serious eyes. This is a dragon, not a magician who can be easily defeated, a dragon that has ruled this continent for countless years. But it wasn't over yet. Another burst of terrifying breath came. The temperature around Luli's body suddenly rose, and a giant red dragon appeared in front of Luli. Roar. The red dragon is of course Jess. After Jess appeared, the temperature in this space seemed to have increased a lot. But this is not the end. Another burst of terror came, and the expressions of the three of Weird were extremely solemn. But from the slightly twitching corners of the three people's mouths, it can be seen that the three people's hearts are full of shit. Originally, because of the appearance of Jess, the entire space was extremely hot, as if a volcano had erupted. At this moment, bursts of cold air burst out, directly devouring the hot magic power. Roar! Suddenly, the space in front of Luli fluctuated, and an ice-blue figure rushed out of it. The scales shining with blue light exuded bursts of cold air. Just when they thought it was over, there was another wave in front of Luli, and a figure came lazily step by step. The appearance of this figure did not have the usual elemental fluctuations of the previous dragons, but his body shone with a steel-like luster, and it could be seen that this giant dragon was of the hand-to-hand combat series. Roar! Izuo roared, his whole body was filled with thunder, and bursts of thunder roared in the sky, as if they would fall at any time. Roar! Roar! Jess and Snoll didn't fall behind either. Looking at Weird and the others with a ferocious face, they roared angrily. The cold air kept falling, and bursts of flames burst out from Jess's body, directly devouring the cold air, turning into bursts of water vapor and evaporating away. Suddenly, a cold light flashed, and Tony's figure flashed, rushing directly at Wolfheim's figure, and the sharp dragon claws directly grabbed Wolfheim's neck. Wolfheim's complexion changed. What a shame in his heart. Why was it the first to be cut? But at the next moment, Izzo's figure also shook his wings violently and rushed out of the spot, rushing towards Hyberian. Snored. Although Hyberian was a little afraid, it didn't mean he would be afraid. He snorted coldly at Izuo, and his figure turned into a blood mist and disappeared instantly. If Mira was here, she would definitely find that this move is exactly the same as that of the Khadgar who was killed before. Jess looked at Snoll who was about to move. His wings shook violently, and he rushed directly towards Weird. Roar! Roar! Seeing that Jess actually took the lead, Snow kept waving his wings and roaring on the spot. But my heart is very helpless. It is not allowed to intervene in the battle between the dragons, otherwise it would be disdain for the one being helped. Snoll was a little dejected, and slowly fell to the ground, lying next to Luli's figure, watching the battle on the field without saying a word. Suddenly, the figure of Iron Dragon Tony turned into a ray of light, suddenly appeared in front of Wolfheim, and the sharp dragon claws directly grabbed Wolfheim's neck. Boom! After all, Wolfheim is still a Tin Wizard Saints, and he is still ranked in the top 3. Although it is a bit troublesome to fight Tony, it is not impossible to avoid such an attack. Although Wolfheim avoided Tony's claw attack, he directly scratched the ground into long and narrow cracks. Wolfheim panicked. This is simply a monster-like existence. No, he was a monster. And Hyberian on the other side is not particularly comfortable, with a terrifying coercion all over his body, and this dragon can actually use Emoda. What's more, thunder magic is originally a blood-sucking magic that restrains his cultivation. Not far away, Weird felt the most uncomfortable. One after another dragon's breath spit out from Jess's mouth, directly blasting on the big tree in front of Weird. Weird's figure darkened, as if he was around the high speed. At %, $G% carat boom, a flame spewed out from Jess's mouth, completely destroying an uncle in front of him. In an instant, The gossip flames presented by Nine enveloped Nine in an instant. The next moment, Izzo's figure stopped abruptly, and the thunder all over his body directly blasted towards Hyperion, and the endless thunder covered Hyperion's previous position. Swallow this big tree completely. The three of them were extremely aggrieved, but they had no way to fight back, so they could only be beaten passively. Boom! Suddenly, Tony slapped Wolfheim's figure on the ground, making a loud bang, and saw Wolfheim lying on the ground covered in bruises. Roar! Tony looked up to the sky and screamed, with excitement in his eyes, and kept roaring towards the sky. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. 100 million. Chapter 117. Roar! Tony pinned Wolfheim to the ground, raised his proud head, and roared at the sky, as if showing off his prey. Seeing that Wolfheim was directly defeated, Hyperion's face changed slightly. Before he could react, Izzo's figure followed one after another, accompanied by a surge of thunder. Puff! The thunder blasted on Hyperion's body, directly crushing his body, turning into a cloud of blood mist and disappearing in an instant. Seeing this scene, Izuo was stunned for a moment. This guy is so weak, he was smashed to pieces by himself. But in the next moment, Hyperion's body slowly condensed and turned into a human form again. But at this moment, Hyperion no longer had the gentlemanly appearance before. Cough, 727 cough. Hyperion wiped the corner of his mouth, and a bright red appeared on his palm. Hyperion's face darkened immediately, but there was a little fear in his eyes. How could such an opponent be defeated? It was an opponent without any weaknesses at all. Roar! Izzo saw that his prey was still alive, as if he had been deceived. With endless anger in his eyes, he roared at Hyperion, waving his silver-white wings, and suddenly appeared in front of Hyperion. Sharply, the dragon horns directly hit Hyperion's body. Hyperion reacted before Izzo's figure appeared in front of him, but he didn't expect that Izzo would attack him in such a way, and was instantly pierced by Izzo's dragon horn. Boom! Hyperion's figure exploded suddenly, turned into a blood mist, and drifted away into the distance. The blood mist gathered again. Hyperion's figure reappeared. Looking at Izzo solemnly, a blood hole on his body was continuously bleeding. Drop by drop of blood flowed out. As each drop of blood passed, Hyperion's aura seemed to decrease one serving. Looking at Hyperion's pale face, a flash of disdain flashed in Izzo's eyes, and he didn't even bother to speak to Hyperion. With such strength, he actually has the courage to fight against his master. He really doesn't know what to do. You have to know that your master is an existence that can fight with you for hundreds of rounds without losing the wind. Even you have to take it seriously. This weak chicken dares to attack the master. If Hyperion knew, in Izzo's heart, he was actually a weak chicken, and he was still the kind of weak chicken who didn't know what to do. I don't know what kind of expression Hyperion would show. Roar! Izuo's wings trembled, and hurricanes rose from Izuo's side, blowing towards the surroundings continuously. The guild building behind Luli trembled a little, as if they would be overturned by the hurricanes that Izuo created. Izuo, solve it quickly. Luli frowned, and a wall of ice appeared in front of him. And snow also exhaled a burst of cold air, forming a huge wall of ice in front of him. Got it, man. Hearing Luli's words, Izzo didn't continue to relax. His aura broke out in an instant, and he growled at Luli, looking at Hyperion with a ferocious face, with a playful look in his eyes. Seeing that Izuo's aura became more and more powerful, Hyperion's face turned livid, and he looked at Izuo in horror. This is actually not Izzo's full strength. Luli, stop it. We give up. Hyperion gritted his teeth, and shouted at Luli behind Izuo with a livid face. After hearing Hyperion's words, Izzo also stopped his movements, turned his head and glanced at Luli, as if he was going to listen to Luli's opinion. Luli naturally heard Hyperion's words. With a slight disdain on the corner of his mouth, he stepped forward and said softly to Hyperion, "But why should I stop?" Hearing Luli's contemptuous words, Hyperion's face was ashen, and his heart was a little angry, but there was nothing he could do. In his heart, Luli doesn't have any strength, and it all depends on the strength of these dragons. If Izuo knew what he was thinking in his heart, he would probably snort coldly as an idiot. Luli has no strength. What a joke. Do you think that at least we have nothing to do when we come here? Even if I try my best to escape from here, you don't want to have a pair of eyes staring at you in the future. Even if you are fine, what about the members of your guild? Hyperion's complexion was uncertain. Then he sneered at Luli. Yes, but I have a condition. From now on, Dragon King's wings will be included in the regular guild. Luli rubbed his chin, felt that what Hiberian said seemed reasonable, and then nodded, but after hearing Luli's words, Hiberian became vigilant. That's all? Hearing Luli's words, Hiberian was also slightly taken aback, still a little confused. Just such a simple condition? With the current strength of Dragon King wings, there is no need for the name of a regular guild or a dark guild. Snored. Seeing Hiberian's bewildered face, Luli snorted coldly, his whole body exploded, and looked at Hiberian coldly. Feeling that Luli's aura was almost the same as Izuo's, it also changed Hiberian's expression. Okay, I promise you. Hiberian agreed and looked at Luli in horror. Luli is only so young, less than 30 years old, and yet he has such strength. Maybe it is not impossible for Luli to reach that level in the future. After hearing Hiberian's words, Luli's aura slowly dissipated. Hiberian was also relieved. He glanced in Wolfheim's direction. Luli actually has his own plans. Although he doesn't care about the title, the guild members need it. 5.6 They still have to support their families. After becoming a dark guild, they have no quest to take. And if they are asked to rob towns, kill people and set fires, they will not do it even if they are killed. And Luli will not let them do such a thing. Seeing Hiberian's gaze, Luli waved at Tony. Tony released Wolfheim's huge body that was pressed to the ground, and returned to behind Luli with a flick of his wings. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 118. After Tony left, Wolfheim also heaved a sigh of relief. He was also Tin Wizard Saints, but he was pressed to the ground all the time, which made him extremely embarrassed. Back to Hiberian's side, Wolfheim's huge body began to shrink slowly, returning to the thin old man before, but much weaker than before. Wolfheim's face was pale. All the clothes on his body were torn, but the pants on his lower body were unscathed, and his wrinkled body was covered with wounds. After Luli's voice fell, Jess roared in dissatisfaction and spewed a dragon's breath full of flames at Weird, and then returned behind Luli, looking at the three of them with a ferocious face. If you want to say aggrieved, Warid is the most aggrieved. His magic is to control plants, but Jess is a fire dragon, so he has no way to fight against Jess. It would be reasonable if his strength was on par with Jess, but Jess completely crushed Weird, and Weird could only resist unilaterally. Call. After seeing Jess leave, Warid 25 also heaved a sigh of relief, but seeing the flame-filled dragon's breath from Jess's mouth, his face changed slightly, and his livid face was bitter. A big sky tree suddenly rose up and immediately stood in front of Weird, and the flames continued to burn this big tree. After a long time, the flames slowly dissipated, and the big tree in front of Weird had also turned to ashes. Wolfheim was relieved to see Weird's pale face. Although he was hanged and beaten, there were not so many wounds on his body, and Weird's whole body was burned by the flames, and the skin on his body was burned. Burnt, there is a piece of pitch black. Thinking of this, Wolfheim felt much better. Let's go. Seeing the four dragons standing behind Luli roaring at the three of them, the three of them couldn't help trembling, as if they remembered how they were crushed before. Hiberian spoke in a low voice, and turned to his side. The two said. After Wolfheim's voice fell, the two nodded quickly, wanting to leave this place that frightened them directly. Wait. But just as they moved, Luli's voice came suddenly. The three of them were taken aback, turned around slightly trembling, and looked at Luli solemnly. Do you want to go back on your word? Even if I try my best, I won't make you feel better. Hiberian turned his head back, with a gloomy look in his eyes, and gritted his teeth at Luli and said, No, no, no. You are not qualified to make me go back on my word. Luli smiled coldly, with a little disdain in his eyes. This voice was particularly harsh in the ears of the three of them, but it also made them breathe a sigh of relief. If you can live, then who wants to die? Then what do you want to do? Although he breathed a sigh of relief, Hiberian's voice was still extremely dignified, and he asked Luli, I just don't want you to go back so early. A smile appeared on the corner of Luli's mouth, and he looked at the three of them with a gentle expression. The three of them were slightly taken aback when they heard Luli's words, but they still didn't understand what Luli meant. You want to sneak attack the Senate? Suddenly, Hiberian's complexion changed. With an angry look on his face, he growled angrily at Luli. What? You are crazy. You dare to attack the council. The two Wolfheims were also slightly taken aback when they heard Hiberian's words, and then their faces were also angry, and they growled at Luli, hee hee. Until now, there is nothing to hide from you. I didn't intend to let them continue to exist in the council. Seeing Hyberion's angry face, Luli was not angry, but sneered coldly, and said softly to his master with a little coldness in his eyes. Why Hyberion wanted to speak just now, but before he finished speaking, he also sighed. What qualifications do I and others have to scold Luli now? If Luli wants to keep himself and Wolfheim, it may not be particularly difficult. As for how Hyberion discovered Luli's purpose, it was because the blood-sucking magic that Hyberion practiced was particularly sensitive to blood. When he came here, he didn't feel the surging blood of Luli and 10 people in the blood at all. At first, he didn't pay attention to it, thinking that Luli knew that the 3 of them were coming and asked his guild members to take refuge. But just as Luli stopped his words, Hyberion panicked, and then he yelled at Luli. But I didn't expect that this was really Luli's goal. It seems that we are really old. The 3 of them looked at each other with bitterness in their eyes. Luli looked at the 3 of them, didn't say a word, just looked at the 3 of them quietly. At the headquarters of the council, a group of figures appeared at the gate of the council, Fire Dragon's Roar. These people are Natsu and others who came directly to the council after leaving the wings of the Dragon King. It can be said that Natsu hated the Senate very much. When he walked in front of the Senate, he let out a roar, and the raging fire instantly ignited and smashed the gate of the Senate. There are enemies. There is an enemy invasion. The next moment, a soldier with a long gun rushed out of the Senate, looking at Natsu and his group with serious eyes. Wings of the Dragon King. What do you want to do? Seeing the leader Ai Lusha, Natsu and others, the leader's complexion changed, and he looked at Urza and others vigilantly and shouted angrily. What are you doing? Of course I want to kill you. Cobra stepped forward, with a ferocious expression on his face, raised a burst of corrosive magic power with his hands, and pressed it directly on the soldier's head. He didn't even utter a scream, and his head was directly swallowed by this magic power. When the remaining soldiers saw this scene, their faces were filled with horror and they were at a loss. Get rid of them. Seeing that Cobra had made a move, the rest of the members didn't say much. They suddenly let out a roar, and a burst of flame shot out, directly blasting into the group of soldiers. In just a split second, after a round of magic attacks landed, the group of soldiers were directly wiped out. Although the soldiers of the Senate are quite strong, they are indescribable existence to the soldiers of Fiori Kingdom. But in front of the magician of the wings of the Dragon King, he is simply a scumbag. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 119. Boom. With a loud bang, the gate of the Senate was completely blasted, and bursts of cold air rose from the door. I saw Gray walking towards the inside of the Senate step by step with his upper body naked. Gray B***************** D. You're one step ahead. The next moment, a voice full of anger came from behind Gray, and then saw Natsu's angry face, yelling and rushing in from outside. Cut. Fire-breathing idiot. Seeing Natsu's figure, Gray looked at Natsu with a hint of disdain on the corner of his mouth, and said sarcastically as he crossed his arms and looked at Natsu. I want to fight you. Hearing Gray's words, Natsu immediately became angry and roared at Gray. A burst of flames burned in his fist and punched Gray directly. Come here. Who is afraid of whom? Gray saw that Natsu made a move, and the next moment he felt cold all over and snorted coldly at Natsu. Boom. Suddenly, a blush appeared beside the 2 of them and punched them on the heads. The 2 just raised their heads to shout angrily, but when they saw this figure, they immediately froze. They lowered their heads and looked at Urza with some fear. Don't you know what you're doing now? You're still making trouble. Urza frowned, with indifference in his eyes, and coldly shouted at the 2. After hearing Urza's words, the 2 of them didn't say a word, and stood beside Urza with their heads lowered, as honest as a child who has been criticized. Snored. Seeing the appearance of the 2, Urza didn't continue to teach them a lesson, and snorted coldly at them. Speaker. Quit. On the upper floor of the council, a soldier stumbled and ran from downstairs. With a look of fear on his face, he yelled at the speaker in the room. What are you panicking? The sky is falling and the tall one is standing there. Seeing the panicked look of this soldier, the chairman frowned and scolded the soldier. With the 3 of Hyberion attacking, the speaker's fear suddenly disappeared, and the corner of his mouth even raised an arc. Chairman, the wings of the Dragon King are attacking. The soldier took a breath, then lowered his head, his eyes full of fear, and shouted at the speakerine. The soldier's voice fell, and the whole room fell silent instantly, and the smile on the chairman's face slowly froze. What did you say? The speaker's figure flashed, and suddenly appeared in front of the soldier, tightly clutching his shoulder, and roared at the soldier. Looking at the ferocious face of the speaker, the soldier's face was full of panic. Boom! Before the soldier could speak, a loud noise came from the door of the room, and then he saw a figure walking step by step from the door with a blood-stained long sword in his hand. Yo, isn't this the Speaker of the House of Representatives? What's wrong? This figure is Lisa, one of the Dragon King's family members. Lisa held a blood-stained long knife, with a strong killing intent in his eyes, looked at the speaker and smiled coldly. You? What do you want to do? The speaker looked at Lisa's ferocious face. His body was covered in blood, and the blood from the long knife dripped onto the ground. The bright red color deeply hurt the speaker's eyes. What are you doing? Of course I want to kill you. Hearing the speaker's words, Lisa smiled wickedly, her eyes full of ridicule, and walked towards the speaker step by step. Where are the soldiers of the Senate? Come and save me. Seeing Lisa's footsteps approaching step by step, the chairman's face was extremely flustered. His eyes were full of fear, and he roared loudly towards the outside of the door. Now he finally knew why Kaisian had such an expression before. But the soldier couldn't see the appearance of the speaker, because after Lisa entered the room, he flicked the long knife, and the soldier's head fell to the ground instantly. Stop screaming. They are all dead, of course. You have to accompany them. Lisa sneered, with disdain in his eyes, and the arc of contempt at the corner of his mouth became more and more obvious, and said to the speaker with a sneer. After hearing Lisa's words, the speaker sat down on the ground, looking at Lisa with a look of fear in his eyes. No, you can't kill me. I'm the Speaker of the Senate. Suddenly, the speaker got up from the ground with a grim expression, growled at Lisa, and kept waving his fists. Seeing the speaker's appearance, Lisa shook her head disdainfully. It was so easy to be driven crazy. Lisa stepped forward and cut off the chairman's head directly, and a big head fell directly to the ground. Before the speaker died, there was a look of fear in his eyes, but more resentment. Snort. Lisa snorted coldly, waved the long knife in her hand, and the blood was thrown on the ground instantly, and the bright red blood was thrown directly on the wall. After beheading the speaker, Lisa left the room. Most of the soldiers in the Senate were also imprisoned, but none of them killed them. W-Boss said, "These people, kill them without mercy." After arresting the remaining more than 100 soldiers, Cobra suddenly stepped forward, with a ferocious look in his eyes, and said coldly to Lagoses. Hearing Cobra's words, Lagoses was also slightly taken aback, with a little unbearable flashing on his face. The dragon's roar. At this moment, Lagoses was still in a daze. Cobra stepped forward, and a roar spewed out from his mouth, covering these soldiers directly. Help me. Help me. I don't want to die. After these soldiers were covered by the roar, they did not die immediately. Their bodies were smudged with venom one after another, and their bodies began to be slowly corroded. A look of unbearableness flashed in Lagoses' eyes, and a thunderbolt fell from the sky, directly blasting these people into ashes in an instant. You get Zhao. Seeing this scene, Cobra also snorted coldly, but didn't say anything. Let's go back. There was not a single living person left in the headquarters of the Senate. All of them were slaughtered, or some of the last captives were killed. After the Dragon King's wings left, a figure in black robe appeared again, and behind him were more than a dozen corpses. These corpses all bear the mark of the Dragon King's wings, but there are no such people in the Dragon King's wings at all. Damn it! Several P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, ask for everything. Chapter 120. The faces of these dozens of corpses were all burned by the flames, and their bodies were also scorched. The original appearance of the corpses could not be seen at all, but it can be seen from the Dragon King's wing mark on the corpses that the corpse is from the wing of the Dragon King. Damn it! Suddenly, a roar came from behind the black-robed man, and the black-robed man turned around, and 3 figures appeared at some unknown time. Staring at the completely destroyed Senate, who are you? The wings of the Dragon King. These 3 people were the Hyberian 3 who had left Magnolia. After the 3 left, they rushed directly to the headquarters of the Senate, trying to save the Senate. But unexpectedly, after they arrived, the people from Dragon King's wing had already evacuated, leaving only this black-robed man who didn't know his face. Moreover, there were more than a dozen corpses from Dragon King's wings in front of the black-robed man, and it was these corpses that made the three of them gradually relax their vigilance. The wings of the Dragon King have retreated. I am the mage of fairy tale, Mystigan. The black-robed man was exactly Jalal who Luli had arranged before. Jalal didn't hide anything and directly spoke to the two of them. Mystigan? 257. Hearing Jalal's words, the three frowned slightly and then looked at each other, obviously knowing the identity of Mystigan. But before that, the speaker had already told the three of Hyperion about Mystigan and them, and he was no longer wary of Mystigan. You killed these people. Suddenly, Wolfheim frowned, looked at the dozens of corpses in front of Mystigan with cold eyes, and sneered at Mystigan. Yes, Mystigan didn't feel like facing 10 wizard saints at all, puffed up his chest, looked at the three of them without any fear and said, "Then why did you slaughter the Dragon King's wings?" Suddenly, Hyperion's aura broke out, and he suppressed Mystigan directly, looking at Mystigan with a cold face. I joined Fairy Tail to clean up those dark guilds. But Fairy Tail fell into darkness and became a dark guild. I want to destroy Fairy Tail with my own hands. No, Dragon King wings. Mystigan was suppressed by this violent momentum, as if a mountain was pressing on him, CFCG. But Mystigan's voice was still gnashing his teeth, and he growled at Hyperion. After listening to Mystigan's words, the three of them nodded secretly. Although they didn't completely believe in Mystigan, they still believed in 80%. Mostly because of these bodies on the ground. You have already made a move on the Dragon King's wings, so what will you do after you think about it? At this moment, Hyperion had already raised his heart to attract Mystigan, and the aura that erupted slowly dissipated, and he asked Mystigan. Mystigan was taken aback for a moment. This plot seemed different from what he had arranged before, but there was still not much expression on his face. Then he shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "I don't know. Join the council. The council is completely destroyed. We have to rebuild the council. And you just happen to be the chairman of the new council? How about it?" Hyperion's mouth curled into a smile. Then with a gentle smile on his face, he asked Mystigan, "Speaker." Not only Jalal was surprised, but even Warid and Wolfheim beside Hyperion were shocked. Today, the Senate is completely destroyed, and reconstruction is definitely necessary. But they didn't expect that Hyperion actually wanted Mystigan to be the speaker. "I don't think I have the qualifications to be the speaker." Jalal smiled bitterly. The corners of his mouth under the mask raised a slight arc, but he still spoke bitterly to the three of them. Hyperion nodded secretly. This Mystigan is still a little self-aware. "Join the council. You can become one of the members of the new council." Hyperion nodded, then spoke directly to Mystigan. "Aren't you afraid of offending Dragon King's wing because of me?" Mystigan gritted his teeth, seemingly having a hard time making a choice, and said to Hyperion, "Wings of the Dragon King. I can solve it." Hyperion raised his head, looked at Mystigan with pride and said. In fact, when he said this, Hyperion was also very panicked. "After all, I just came back from Dragon King's wings, and I came here after being hanged and beaten. Okay, I'm joining Dragon King wings." Abruptly, Jalal raised his head, his eyes glistened with gleams, and he spoke directly to Hyperion. After hearing Jalal's words, Hyperion also nodded in satisfaction. Afterwards, Hyperion notified the bosses of the Fury Kingdom and asked them to come and clean up the corpses here, and then took Jalal and left the old site of the Senate directly. In the Guild of Dragon King's Wings, the whole guild is in a lively state, and every member's face is filled with happy smiles. "You guys did a good job today." The figure of Luli appeared, looked at the smiles on the faces of each member, nodded secretly, and then said with a smile to everyone. After hearing Luli's words, everyone nodded excitedly. When did they dare to do this to the council before? And when were they not cowardly? But today, everyone in the council died in their hands. Regarding killing, none of these wizards are clean, although most of them are not good people. "Luli, what's the next step?" The figure of Urza stepped out, looked at Luli with anticipation on his face, and asked Luli, "I discussed with the old man some time ago, and we will start the S-rank wizard assessment." Luli pondered for a while, then raised his head, looked at everyone in the field and said word by word, "What? The S-rank mage assessment has begun? I don't know who will be able to take this assessment this time. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, no one passed the assessment these days. I don't know who it will be this time." Boom. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for rewards, ask for support, success. Chapter 121. A white light flashed at such a fast speed that the naked eye could no longer catch it. Of course it was Luli who came, and only he could use this speed to the extreme. He suddenly appeared in front of everyone from his seat, showing his extraordinary magic power. Looking around at the crowd, the corners of his mouth vaguely showed his usual contemptuous expression. Today, everyone destroyed the Senate, and you have proved the power of your magic power and the strength of the Dragon King's wings. As he spoke, Luli began to slowly move behind Cobra and the others, nodding while walking slowly step by step. Everyone didn't understand what the purpose of Luli's sudden move was, but they knew in their hearts that Lu-023 would definitely make a better plan for them in the next step. So, Cobra and others stared blankly at Luli dangling in front of them, their eyes exuding trust in Luli. Although some are reluctant to admit it, they now trust Luli even more than themselves. Through this decisive battle, we have also lost some people. I have also discussed with the old man. In order to better strengthen the strength of our Dragon King's wings, we will start a new round of S-level mage assessment. I hope you magisters who already possess powerful magic power can pass this assessment and become invincible new members of our Dragon King's wings. Boom, after finishing speaking, Luli returned to his seat again, quietly watching the crowd discussing the assessment in a commotion. Urza actually knew Luli's intention of proposing the S-level wizard examination at this time, but she didn't point it out. Luli, the examination for S-level mages is relatively strict. Many people have failed so many times before. I don't know what the result will be this time. When everyone heard Urza say this, they all knew that the assessment was not that simple, but who will be assessed? Who will participate in the assessment? These series of questions have become the things they most want to know. After all, this kind of assessment is very rare. Even if it fails, it is a matter of honor for the wings of the Dragon King. Hearing everyone's noisy discussion, I saw Luli clenched his fist and put it to his mouth and said a few times, I know that everyone wants to participate in the assessment of the S-rank Dragon King's wings, but this assessment is not so easy to participate in. After finishing speaking, Luli looked up at the crowd who were waiting for the results, and there was an inexplicable smile on the corner of his mouth. It seemed that Luli had already made plans in his heart and said again, however, you have contributed to the elimination of the council this time. We made an exception for this assessment, and you can all participate. When it came to the assessment, Luli deliberately emphasized his tone to whet the appetite of these people. Hearing this, the people who were still noisy just now suddenly seemed to have become S-level mages and began to surround each other with excitement. Urza, who was sitting quietly by the side, looked at Luli in surprise after hearing Luli's words, as if he wanted to ask him something, but he kept silent. And Luli glanced at Urza and understood what she was thinking in her mind. It was nothing more than an S-rank wizard assessment. Because the previous S-level mages had very strict assessments, and even the selection was made through layers of selection and the old man's affirmation. But this time Luli's announcement naturally broke the previous routine. Urza had doubts in his heart, that's normal thing. At this time, Luli locked his eyes on Urza again, and after the two had a perfect exchange of eyes, Luli explained, because Dragon King's wing needs more capable people at present. Your effectiveness against the Dark Guild is only I won today's victory, and the S-rank mage's assessment qualification will be regarded as a reward for you. This is also the promise I made to you after discussing with the old man. Whether you can pass it or not depends on you, it's up to me. After listening to Luli's explanation, Urza also seemed to understand the meaning, and nodded slightly to Luli, expressing approval and support, showing a happy expression. Everyone looked at Luli at this time, and after looking at each other, they said in unison, we swear to the death to defend the highest honor of Dragon King's wings. Luli waved his hand. Everyone, go back and prepare for the assessment. Show off your skills to eliminate the Senate, become a new S-rank mage, and fight for the highest honor of the Dragon King's wings. Under Luli's order, everyone dispersed separately, and what awaited them was another severe test. After the crowd dispersed, Urza walked to Luli's side. Without any unnecessary words, the two of them ran to the same place together, which was the old man's room. That's right. Luli must tell the old man after the S-class mage assessment is settled. Along the way, Urza followed closely behind Luli, and the two walked one after the other, and soon arrived at the old man's room. At this time, Luli asked Urza to knock on the door, and Urza naturally knew what to do. With two bangs, Urza knocked on the old man's door. Come in. The old man seemed to hear the voices of Urza and Luli saying it. Luli quickly stepped in front of Urza and walked up to the old man. Chapter 122. Boys, I knew you were here. Makarov looked at Luli and said with a smile. The corner of Luli's mouth raised a never-before-seen relaxed expression. This expression must be the satisfaction and joy that Lu Li's ambition was realized after the elimination of the Senate. Grandpa, do you still remember something we talked about for a long time before? Lu Li deliberately asked back. Makarov stared blankly at Lu Li, recalling all the things discussed with Lu Li in his mind. For a moment, the memory function seemed to be activated in the old man's mind, recalling one by one. Suddenly, Makarov looked up at Lu Li, who was smiling. Do you want to talk about rebuilding the guild? Ha ha, my Lord President. Think again? Suddenly Lu Li burst out laughing 25. Even Urza behind him was startled by this long-lost laughter. Urza took a look at Lu Li and burst out laughing with a poochie, suddenly amused by this normally stern and terrifying guy in front of him. Lu Li, you will be shut down again, Urza said after taking a look at Lu Li. After Lu Li and Urza looked at each other, the corners of their mouths raised a little smugly. Seeing Makarov staring at them blankly, at this moment, he didn't want to tease this lovely old man who loves to drink without losing his majesty anymore. After adjusting his tone, Lu Li said to Makarov slowly, Old man, you must remember what we discussed before the war with the council. Makarov suddenly realized as if he understood. Stinky boy, you were talking about the S-level mage assessment, right? Of course I remember. No matter how old I am, I won't forget such an important thing. Well, this time we defeated the council, and all the mages showed their abilities and made great contributions to our Dragon King's wings. So I represent our Dragon King's wings in this S-level mage assessment, and of course you also have meaning. I have already told all the mages that they can all participate in this S-rank mage assessment as a reward. No, I'm here to discuss this matter with you. After hearing this, Makalo knew clearly in his heart that this was not a discussion. It was clearly something that Lu Li and his boy had already decided, and he was afraid that he would come over to explain what he thought. Of course, Makarov is also a person who understands. He knows that Lu Li is giving him this old man's face and respect. So although the matter has been decided, he is still very relieved. Although this brat is usually cold and domineering, he still respects him a lot. Thinking of this, Makarov couldn't help feeling secretly happy and quickly responded to Lu Li. You boy and I thought about going together, and we actually coincided with each other. Makarov naturally knew that the S-rank mage assessment was a high honor for all mages. But thinking about it carefully, this kid Lu Li really dared to break through the rules. No wonder he could possess such powerful magic power at such a young age. I also secretly admire in my heart. Since the old man thinks the same way, then I don't worry. Who will handle this matter? You have to make the decision. Lu Li looked at the former guild president firmly in front of him, expressing his respect again, meaning. Makarov thought to himself, this kid can really distinguish between priorities. It seems that the original choice was really right. Just like what Lu Li said at the beginning, Makarov did not regret joining Dragon King's wings. Heh, you must have someone in mind. Why don't you tell me? Makarov looked expectantly at the astonished dragon, King Lu Li, in front of him. Unexpectedly, this time Lu Li really did not decide the candidates for the S-level wizard assessment as Makarov thought. It's up to you, the vice president, to decide. I don't want to interfere anymore. After saying that, Lu Li glanced knowingly at Urza, who was quietly listening to their discussion. After seeing Lu Li's eyes, Makarov raised an arc at the corner of his mouth triumphantly, moved his eyes to Urza's body, and said firmly, I think it's Urza. At this time, Lu Li of 087 seemed to be surprised to see the magical woman beside him, staring at Makarov, as if telling the old man, is he serious? Urza, who was looking at the side, hurriedly replied, No, Mr. President, I can't do it. Ha ha ha. Since the old man chose you, I don't want to interfere anymore. You can just figure it out. Lu Li glanced at Urza and said as if avoiding suspicion. Urza, don't refuse. You can prepare for the S-class mage's assessment with peace of mind. I believe you will satisfy our President Lu Li, including me of course at this time. Urza felt that there was no reason to refuse, and promised to the two presidents with firm and unconfident eyes. Don't worry, sir. For the S-class mage assessment of Dragon King wings, I won't prepare well, and you will not be disappointed. After finishing speaking, the three of them laughed at the same time. Chapter 123. I have been relieved. At this time, Lu Li looked at Urza with comforting eyes, and slowly stroked Urza's head. Urza, don't be afraid. I believe you must be able to do a good job, because you are the most qualified for this position. Candidates for the next S-level mage assessment, please do well. Urza's cheeks were already flushed, and he looked at Lu Li in front of him innocently with admiration, and whispered softly, Lu Li, do you really think so? Of course Lu Li knew what Urza was thinking at this time. He looked at Urza firmly, then turned around suddenly, put both hands on Urza's shoulders, and gently pinched them back and forth a few times. Hey Lusha, please trust me every promise, because you are no longer the shy Urza I met in the forest at the beginning. You already have magic power enough to envy the magicians of Dragon King wings, so you can rest assured. Go ahead, President Makarov and I will take care of everything. For you, I believe that people dare to violate my will and doubt Makarov's will. After hearing this, Elisa got into Lu Li's arms and buried her head deeply in Lu Li's seemingly cold but warm arms. How can Lu Li at this time bear Urza's temperature? Because he has the attributes of the dragon family, that is, the sexuality is not lost. Lu Li suddenly felt that his fire-type dragon nature and ice-type dragon nature had been moving back and forth in his body, and a heat burst out of his body suddenly, which caught Lu Li off guard. Lu Li suppressed the heat in his body and slowly let go of Urza, who was immersed in his arms. His face was already flushed with a burst of fire heat. Of course, Urza didn't know about Lu Li's situation. She only felt the unusual power coming from Lu Li, as if it wanted to eat her whole. Lu Li, what's the matter with you? Urza asked puzzledly. Her expression seemed to be full of curiosity and puzzlement towards Lu Li. Maybe she herself didn't know that Lu Li possessed the Dragon S** X attribute. So, in my eyes, I have always regarded Lu Li as a reliable partner, and I have never had any other ideas beyond this gender. But Lu Li is different. Lu Li knows everything. He can only stare blankly at Urza, not daring to look at Urza in front of him casually. Ding at this time. The sound of the system woke up Lu Li, who was thinking deeply. Hello host, do you want to draw another mana? This mana allows you to freely control the dragon color in your body. When Lu Li heard the system's voice, he certainly would not pass up such an opportunity. In fact, he had long wanted to ask the system if there was such a magical power that could control the dragon's S** in his body. Now is the time for the system to come. Since he understands everything he thinks, of course it has to be extracted. Draw. Definitely draw. Lu Li quickly replied to the system. This voice is so impatient and long lost. Okay, host, it has been extracted for you. The magic power to control the S** of the dragon is ready. Please accept it from the host. Lu Li took a deep breath, and with a whoosh sound, a flash of white light came from nowhere, and quickly rushed from Lu Li's broad and sweaty forehead into Lu Li's body, and this force reached Lu Li directly. Lu Li's original feeling of fullness disappeared completely. At this time, Lu Li opened his eyes slightly, looked at Urza, who didn't know it, and showed a satisfied smile on the corner of his mouth. After slowly stroking Urza's crimson hair again, he said to Urza, Urza, let's go bar. Of course Urza didn't know what happened just now. She just sensed Lu Li's difference, glanced at Lu Li and replied, Let's go, Lu Li. The two immediately left the place and walked towards the main hall. Lu Li has naturally explained everything clearly, and he also knows that Urza must do the following things by himself, so that she can grow better and be full of energy. So he separated from Urza and let Urza prepare all the following things by himself. Of course, he himself will secretly send someone to assist Elsa to complete this important task that symbolizes the wings of the Dragon Lord. At the beginning of the break, Lu Li quietly looked at the back of Urza, leaving. How is your heart? Idealized everything that happened just now, and after thinking about the new magic power she possessed, she immediately felt satisfied and unprecedented a sense of victory, as if a woman like Urza was about to be conquered by him. The pleasure filled his heart with long-lost thoughts, things that he had never thought of before. He could release and control himself to his heart's content, and immediately, Lu Li's smile of admiration appeared on the corner of his mouth again. When Urza returned to her residence, she naturally thought about how to plan and start this project that everyone dreams of. At this time, she also roughly thought about how to do this most honorable thing well, and live up to Lu Li and the council. Long expectation. Chapter 124. Urza was lying on the bed, quietly closing his eyes, thinking about everything related to the S-Class Mage assessment. At this time, her mind no longer had the peace it used to have, and even sleeping, which she used to take for granted, seemed to have become a luxury now. It seems that the arrangement of Lu Li and Makarov put Urza in a difficult situation. Thinking about it, Urza, who was still full of assessment just now, was taken away by the hard-won drowsiness and his active thinking. Probably because of being too tired, Urza fell asleep quietly. Soon, Urza entered a dream, and everything in the dream seemed to be related to the S-level wizard examination. Who are you? Urza asked in surprise, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar face in front of him. Urza, don't ask me who I am. Did the S-rank mage exam make you difficult? That person seemed to fully understand what Urza was thinking, as if everything that happened to Urza was clear. And this familiar person seems to have his own ideas about the S-level test, 847 core, so confident. Urza walked forward a few steps slowly, as if wanting to see the other person's face clearly, looking around eagerly, and at this moment the man started talking again. Urza, don't try to see who I am. Just listen to me, just say it. Sooner or later you will know who I am, because I have stayed in Magnolia longer than all of you. Since that kid Luli can eliminate the council and let Makarov join the wings of the Dragon King, it is really a fool look at this kid. But although you have defeated the council is not so easy to eliminate, and there are so many regular guilds that will attack Dragon King's wing again. However, no one will attack you again during this period of time. As for the assessment of S-level mages, don't worry about it yourself. You have to break the previous routine, so that more mages can have the skills and actual combat experience to enter S-level and store more for Dragon King's wings. The backup force is also preparing everything for Luli's ambition. So you have to work hard and don't worry about anything. Urza listened blankly to the suggestion of the unknown person in front of her. She was overwhelmed by all this and was full of doubts. But one thing she was sure of was that everything this mysterious person said was for the sake of the continuation of the Dragon King's wings. Thinking of this, Urza naturally relaxed his vigilance towards him and tentatively said to this mysterious person, "Since you know everything about Dragon King's wings, you must be very clear about the S-level mage examination, right? Makarov and Luli decide who will participate in the assessment. Since the Senate was eliminated, all mages of Dragon King's wings have been qualified to participate in this assessment. This is already breaking the rules. Do you have a better idea than this?" Heh, heh, heh. The mysterious man sneered and said to Urza, "Urza, the assessment of S-level mages is only one of the ways to survive and test mages. For the generals, Kfaf, this magic is no longer enough to prove their ability. If they want to truly display the abilities and skills of the Dragon King's wing warriors, I think only by challenging the Dragon Clan can they be better. Only by becoming a real holy 10th level mage can we satisfy Lu Li's ambition of defying everything." The more Urza listened, the more he felt that this person was definitely not an ordinary person, and that he must have extraordinary abilities to appear in his dreams. Although he didn't understand what Luli was thinking in his heart, what kind of ambition he had, but I understand that as long as all of Lu Li's original ideas can be satisfied, no matter what she does, she will be willing to pay for it. Thinking of this, when she turned back to look at that person again, she saw a white light disappearing in front of her eyes instantly. She struggled to turn around in circles, as if the sky and the earth were moving with her world. Urza was surprised how real it felt. "Urza, Urza." A quick knock on the door broke the dreaming self that was still asleep just now. The moment he opened his eyes, Urza shook his head gently, looked around, and realized that all this was just a dream. But this dream made Urza feel so real. Before she could think about it, a voice calling for her came from outside the door again. "Urza, Luli and President Makarov invite you to go to the main hall, saying that they have something to discuss." After Urza responded, he repeatedly lost his hair and walked towards the door. It turned out to be Cobra. Then he followed Cobra and walked towards the main hall. It turned out that Luli and Makarov level mages were already waiting in the main hall. "Urza, quickly tell everyone about your plan. We have been waiting for you for a long time," President Makarov said to Urza with a smile. Chapter 125. Urza looked at Chairman Makarov and Luli, looking at the expectations of the mages. "It feels like I have really become the focus of everyone at this time." Standing there quietly. "Yeah, Urza, everyone is already waiting for your plan with full energy. Let me tell you about the arrangement for the promotion of the S-rank mages this time." After Luli raised a concerned smile, after Makarov finished asking Urza, he asked the same question. Urza quickly responded to the two presidents. "Don't worry, I already have a plan and ideas, but this needs to be approved by President Makarov and Luli, because this is an estimate. All unbelievable plan." After hearing Urza's words, all the magicians asked doubtfully, "What the hell is it, Urza? Don't be fooled. We are all ready dash. Just need your assessment." Yes, just tell me." And Gear, Cobra, and other mages couldn't wait to question Urza. Seeing that everyone was already full of expectations, Urza didn't want to hide anymore. She hummed a few times pretending to be calm, rolled her eyes to look at everyone, and her eyes moved to Luli and then stopped. Luli saw Urza's gaze and looked into her bright eyes quietly. He also wanted to know what kind of method Urza could think of to complete this sacred assessment. Urza looked at Luli and seemed to have explained that everything he planned was related to Luli, and told Luli firmly, "Luli, my plan is actually related to you. Specifically, it is related to your dragon pet." Luli looked at Urza even more surprised, and asked Urza back with more expectations in his puzzled eyes, "Urza, please tell everyone, what is related to my dragon pet?" After seeing Luli's puzzled expression, Urza hurriedly talked about her plan. Luli, the S-level mage assessment is a promotion assessment with a strong sense of honor, and it is a battle of honor for every mage. Urza paused for a while, and began to move slowly, swaying in front of the mages. In the past, S-level mages were assessed by wholly 10-level mages to pass the test on all mages, but very few mages advanced to this skill, and it also imprisoned and restricted the mages of Dragon King wings. Growth. Speaking of this, Urza deliberately glanced at the reactions of Makarov, and Luli. Interested expectations appeared in Luli's eyes, and he deliberately shook his body, which was still sitting quietly in the seat, and nodded slowly to Urza. Seeing Luli's encouragement, Urza suddenly felt more confident, and slowly raised his head that had been hanging down just now, and continued talking with round eyes. Then, since our current mages under the leadership of Luli and the president have defeated the hypocrites in the council, it is enough to show that the current mages have strong actual combat capabilities. For some reason, what Urza said at this time was everything that the mysterious person in the dream told her, pouring into everyone's ears like a stream of water. Then, since the mages of Dragon King's wings already have such abilities and skills, if they want to advance to the S-rank mages assessment, I think the previous pass-through assessment method is no longer suitable for us. Everyone fell into a noisy discussion again, and their words seemed to be full of doubts and puzzles about Urza, because they didn't know why Urza suddenly became so weird. Ask for flowers. It's no wonder that all the mages have doubts, because this is very different from Urza's previous style, so everyone has fallen into a discussion. Urza had already sensed the doubts of all the mages at this time, and she continued to speak like a normal person, watching such a lively scene at the scene. "I know that all the mages have doubts, but for the survival of the Dragon King's wings, we must break the previous rules if we want to enter a new magic promotion. The dragon family is our ultimate goal. To accept the test is necessary." Zero Luli seemed to have understood what Urza meant, and there was a sympathetic look in his eyes, and there was a look of full support for Urza from the corner of his eyes. Luli finally couldn't help asking, "Urza, do you want Jess or Tony to be the ultimate tester for the S-rank wizard assessment?" Urza looked at Luli. Her eyes had revealed her admiration for Luli again, and she hurriedly replied, Yes, I think so. Luli, do you think so too?" Makarov saw what Luli was thinking at this moment. He glanced at Luli and said to Urza, "Luli must also think of such a way to assess a $level mage." Looking at Luli at the side, he nodded slowly, as if he had acquiesced to everything Urza and Makarov said. And the plan that acquiesced to all this will be carried out by Urza. After seeing Luli's acquiescence, the mages seemed to feel that the severity of this test was beyond their predictability, but they knew in their hearts that the ultimate rehearsal with the Dragon Clan was the best way for them to defeat the regular guilds in the future. Experience, people. Chapter 126. When all the mages were feeling uneasy, Luli got up from the flat seat, just now, and walked down the steps of the hall. From the corner of the eye, he glanced back at the mages standing in the hall, came to Urza's side, looked at each other, and then spoke to Urza, who was looking at him. "Urza, since it's related to my dragon pet, it means it's related to me. Of course, Izuo is already in the Black Dragon series, so I won't participate." Luli looked at the wizards with confidence. "I think Jess and Snore can be used as the dragon pets for this S-rank mage assessment." As he said that, Luli turned his attention to the wizards again. "Everyone, since the rule of 3, 2, 3 is set, now I want to confirm whether there is anyone who chooses to withdraw from the assessment now?" "No, boss." At this time, the mages looked at each other, quickly surrounded Luli, and answered in unison. In fact, Luli knew in his heart that this would be the result, but he just wanted to hear the answers from the audience mages himself. "Call." The corner of Luli's mouth raised in a signature arc, revealing a pair of sharp and glowing teeth. Such an answer is enough to prove that all the wizards maintain the strength of Dragon King's wing and Luli's absolute loyalty. "Okay, since none of you have any objections, then follow Urza's plan and start the glory assessment of the S-rank magician who belongs to the Dragon King's wings." At this time, Vice President Makarov also stood up, and after hearing Luli's statement, he said to the mages, "Go back and prepare. Your battle for glory is about to begin." After finishing speaking, he turned his eyes to Luli and Urza, who were on the side, and said after confirming his eyes with Luli, "Now let our Urza start the assessment mode." Makarov walked to Urza's side and give Urza a magic ring belonging to Fairy Tale. Urza hesitated for a moment and slowly took the honor of the fairy tale engraved with strange patterns that originally belonged to the fairy tale that had been disbanded by Makarov, raised his arms, and said to the mages, "For the glory of the Dragon King's wings, and for your glory, the S-level wizard assessment is now open." As soon as Urza finished speaking, Luli shouted the names of Jess and Snow to the sky. Jess, Snow, roar, roar. A red flaming flame and a white flash of ice thunder and lightning filled the entire hall. Seeing this, all the wizards retreated to the side one after another, watching the two dragon pets scurrying wantonly in the hall. Roar, roar. Luli lay there quietly, watching the dragon pet show off in front of all the mages, fully showing his respect and superiority in Dragon King's wings. Call. After lying quietly for a while, Luli gave an order to Jess and Snow. At this time, Jess and Snow couldn't wait to stop the wings that were still active just now, lying in the center of the hall, looking at their master Luli in awe. Roar, roar. After spitting out a mouthful of dragon's breath, he bowed his head and knelt down. Seeing Jess and Snore, the Hall of Dun was once again engulfed in a commotion. Everyone seems to be worried about the new rules for the assessment of S-level mages, because although the two dragon pets in front of them are not as powerful as Izzo's, they are dragons after all. Thinking about it again, even if it doesn't hurt them, it's enough to make them feel badly hurt. Luli seemed to have seen everyone's worries, walked up to Jess and Snore, and signaled them in a language that only dragons could understand. Don't hurt the mages in front of them. This is just an assessment. Roar, roar. Jess and Snow seemed to understand the meaning of the master Luli, and once again waved their wings and hung in the hall. A roar stunned all the mages. Luli looked at Urza and said to her, "Urza, Jess and Snore are up to you to command." After all, he pointed to Urza and raised his head to look at Aoshin's dragon pet in the hall, and ordered Jess and Snow in an almost commanding tone. "Jess, Snore, the S-level mage assessment will be handed over to Urza. You must be as loyal to me as you are to Urza." Urza glanced at Luli, then looked up at Jess and Snow. Immediately felt the glory of the king, said to Jess and Snow with a smile, "Jess, Snow, don't worry, I will thank you after the assessment is over." Jace and Snow seemed to understand Urza's words. Roar. 2.7 Roar. Hovering over Urza's head heartily. At this moment Urza raised the arm wearing the ring high and gave orders. S-class mage examination started. Everything in the hall was clearly seen by the wizards. Everyone looked in the direction of Urza's finger. Angel, Cobra, Midnight, Natsu, and others shouted, "The wings of the Dragon King are invincible. Defend the wings of the Dragon King to the death. Defeat all public enemies, and destroy all mages who are against us." Makarov and Luli walked to their seats. Jess and Snow also left the hall, and the final assessment was about to begin. Chapter 127. After announcing the opening of the S-level mage assessment, Urza summoned all the mages to Sirius Island, the holy land of the guild, to prepare for the ultimate assessment of the mages. Luli and Makarov will of course go with them, but for the safety of the guild, someone needs to stay. According to the usual practice, relatively strong mages are left to guard the guild. In this way, even if there is a foreign enemy invasion, it can be dealt with. Boy, our guild can't have no one to guard. Who do you think is more suitable to stay? Makarov looked at Luli thoughtfully. Luli crossed his hands in front of his chest, dragged his pointed chin with one hand, glanced at Natsu, and thought for a while. Natsu, you stay, and Lucy and Mira, you stay and guard the guild. 1 inch at this time. Lucy and Mira looked at Luli not very happy. Brother Luli, we also want to go to Sirius Island to witness the 25th assessment of this S-level mage, the two said aggrievedly. Natsu was not so hypocritical, he just shrugged and chuckled, as if telling Luli that he couldn't stand these two difficult guys. Seeing this situation, Makarov hurriedly smoothed things over. Lucy, Mira, you just follow Natsu obediently. There are traps under the candlesticks in the Magnolia Hall. After you open them, you can see Sirius Island in the envisioned crystal ball everything of. Luli glanced at Makarov in surprise. His eyes were full of doubts, but he firmly believed that Makarov definitely did not hide it intentionally. All the mages also looked at Makarov in surprise. Makarov quickly explained, "Actually, I wanted to tell you all a long time ago, but unfortunately, I am old and forgot after the war against the Senate. Old man, you are still growing strong. How can you say you are old? Luli hurriedly said after seeing the embarrassment of the old man. Okay, the old man's crystal ball has solved the big problem for us, so that Natsu, Lucy and Mira can see everything in Sirius Island. After all, he turned his head to Lucy and Mira and said, "Is there nothing to say?" The two looked at each other, and there seemed to be a sudden sense of relief in their aggrieved eyes. They looked at Luli and the others and responded, "Brother Luli, the president, you go. There will be nothing wrong with Natsu and us here of." Luli showed a playful smile and shouted to the sky, "Izzo, Jace, Snow, Tony, roar, 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 roar." Suddenly there was a roar from the sky, and the cries of these 4 dragon pets seemed to swallow the whole world. In an instant, Izzo, Jess, Snow, and Tony fell in front of Luli and others. "Grandpa, Urza, follow me and follow Izzo," and the other mages follow Jess, Snow, and Tony. After finishing speaking, Luli signaled Izuo and the dragon pets to get down. Of course, Izuo looked at Luli unconvinced, as if he was not happy that anyone other than Luli, the master, would step on his noble and tsundere body. Luli saw Izuo's hesitation and was the first to ride on Izuo's neck, tugging at Izuo's ear and saying, "Don't be so rude, Izuo." "Yes, master," Izuo responded. Jess, Snow, and Tony nodded when they saw it. Roar, roar, roar. Although they can't speak like Izzo, they can still understand the owner's wishes and instructions. "Let's go, dragon pets." In an instant, Luli and others rode the 4 giant dragons to Sirius Island. After putting down everyone, Izzo and Tony left, leaving 2 giant dragons, Jess and Snow, on the island. At this time, Urza said to the wizards, Jess and Snore, "The S-Class wizard exam is coming soon. Please get ready and start right away." After the order was issued, Jess and Snow yelled again. "Oh, roar." Angel, Midnight, Cobra, Lisa, Scorpio, and others are also ready to get excited. Although they will face the battle between these 2 giant dragons next time, just think about the opportunity to become an S-Class magician. Don't care about anything else. Draw lots below, and the one who draws the corresponding dragon pet will fight against the corresponding dragon pet, Urza said after looking at the sign in his hand. After hearing this, all the mages asked Urza, "Urza, this is not fair. Jess and Snore have different dragon natures, and their magic is also different. We are facing different magics. Does this do anything to the mages?" "Fair. That's right, Urza. The mages are right," President Makarov said with some doubts. Urza looked at the mages, and then at Luli with his hands folded on his chest. It seemed that Luli didn't question him like they did, but in order to reassure everyone, Urza continued. "President Makarov, I know this is definitely unfair to everyone. So we still have a part of the competition. That is, the 2 groups of people will exchange dragon pets, so that they can all fight against Jess and Snow up." Chapter 128. So that's the case. No wonder our Urza has always been confident, Makarov suddenly realized. Then look at Luli standing aside, with a smug smile on the corner of his mouth, as if he knew Urza's plan a long time ago, calm and arrogant. "Urza, just start according to your plan." Luli issued the order. Now the draw begins. After all, he shook the sign in his hand and issued orders to all the mages. Angel, Midnight, Cobra, and other mages can't wait to go to Urza, reaching out to grab their own signatures. After a while, the draw was over. All the mages looked at the sign in their hands, and before Urza could announce it, they hurriedly opened it. "Jess?" Angel called. "Snow?" Then Midnight and others also shouted. After learning about their respective wizards, Urza issued instructions to Jess, and she can only order Jess like Luli when Luli takes over. Roar. Jess got up suddenly and roared wantonly into the sky, which could be heard throughout Sirius Island. "Listen, Jess, I have now ordered you, as your master, to fight Angel and not to hurt him." Urza shouted to Jess commandingly, and she knew in her heart that this kind of tone could only make her feel a kind of honor like a master under such circumstances. After receiving the order, Jess flew up suddenly. Roar. The whole body of the dragon was red, and the crimson lightning sprinted across Jess's body like a thunder snake. Dragon breath spewed out from Jess's mouth and rushed directly to Angel, who was fighting. At this moment, Angel suddenly jumped aside. Jace turned his head sharply. A mouthful of flames spewed out from Jess's mouth towards Angel, who was casting magic at the side. The red flame instantly illuminated the dim Sirius Island, which also caught Angel beside him off guard. The flames almost missed Angel's body. Fortunately, Angel escaped in time. After feeling the power of Jess, Angel thought to himself, I only heard about the power of dragons before, and I have never had the opportunity to fight against dragons like this. Today's battle really made me feel tuja. Before Angel could think about it, boom, Jess ran towards Angel again, spit out a ball of red flames, and waved his proud wings. Angel cast magic again at this time. In an instant, there was a cluster of white light behind Angel, and he muttered, Light and shadow raiment. Absolute dragon, I saw this beam of bright light descending from the sky, falling on Angel's hands all the time. Angel's hands were stretched out together, and a dazzling light and shadow between the palms instantly formed a long sword. The shadow long sword Jair raised his hands and slammed at the attacking Jess. A ray of light and shadow descended from the sky and instantly collided with the red flame fireball in the air. The white and red intertwined made the entire Sirius Island tremble a little, and Jess seemed to be irritated by Angel and ran straight to Angel with a loud roar. Roar. Angel thought to himself that he was gaining the upper hand at this time and wanted to tease this dragon pet again. With a sudden jump, Angel jumped behind Jess, ready to swing the light and shadow sword in his hand again to give the angry Jess a fierce attack. Although Angel has gained the upper hand, how does he know the true strength of this dragon pet? Jess already seemed like a child irritated by Angel's teasing. He actually changed his roar. In fact, the sound of this kind of sound also means that Jess is about to release his deadly magic power. It's just that Angel didn't realize it. At this time, Jess's body was already red, and the dragon scales all over his body were also glowing crimson. The wings that were still waving just now stopped in the air for an instant. He took a deep breath, tilted his head back, and looked at this Angel, who was proud of himself at the time, suddenly attacked in Angel's direction. This caught Angel, who was proud of his upper hand, by surprise, because in many battles, they had never seen the real power of Jess, and they thought that this dragon pet would still retain its strength. Not daring to think too much, Angel swung his long sword. Light and shadow protection, a barrier was erected in front of Angel, blocking Jace who was attacking him. Angel knew from there that Jess' power had reached the point where he couldn't stop him. At this time, Luli felt the power of Jess. He thought to himself that Jess's ability to erupt with such a powerful power was enough to show that the dragon's potential were beyond his master's ability to predict and judge. Jess, come back, Jen. Luli yelled at Jess. This voice that seemed to be an order reached Jess's ears. Jess's red dragon body and glowing dragon scales dimmed instantly, and he swung the wings that had stopped just now, and obediently lay down in front of Luli. After all the magicians looked at each other, they seemed to see what Luli was thinking at this time. Chapter 129. It turned out that Luli had already seen who was up and who was down in strength between Jess and Angel. If the confrontation continued like this, even if it wouldn't cause major damage, it would still hurt Jess and Angel's vitality. Therefore, Luli's timely stop is a good thing for Jess and Angel who are fighting fiercely. At this moment, Angel also understood what Luli was thinking. Slowly put down the sword of light and shadow that was held up just now, and said softly, Shadow sheath. In an instant, the lightning on Angel's body also disappeared. Boss, we are having a good time. You just stop, Jess. Angel raised the corner of his mouth lightly, showing a smile of thanking Luli, and said to Luli, Luli grinned at Angel and said, Angel, you have withstood 3 rounds of confrontation from the mighty Jess, which proves that your strength is enough to defeat an ordinary S-rank mage up. All the mages booed. Oh. Urza seemed to have regained his composure, glanced at Makarov, then shifted his gaze to Luli. Luli also looked back at Urza, who was puzzled, but seemed to have understood everything, and the eyes of the two intertwined in front of Makarov's eyes. After Urza blinked her eyes, she said to Luli, Luli, do you want to? Before Urza could say it, Luli had already said, Urza, I know what you're going to say, don't worry. Since the assessment of S-rank mages is entrusted to you, the old man and I will naturally not ask too many questions. You just tell everyone what you think. The corner of Luli's mouth raised a confident smile again, and he glanced at Urza. Yes, Urza. Luli and I believe that you have made your own decision. So just announce the result according to your ideas, Makarov said to Urza after glancing at Luli. At this time, even Natsu and Lucy, who were staying in the guild, were a little puzzled. Looking at what happened in the crystal ball, the 3 of them looked at each other in confusion and waited quietly for Urza's answer. Announce. Looking at it again, all the wizards present have focused their eyes on Urza, and the eagerness is self-evident. Urza, just announce the result. Chairman Makarov and Luli have already expressed their views. Angel said to Urza impatiently at this time. Urza has already felt what Luli meant from the duel just now, so the result she wants to announce must be the same as what Luli thinks in order to be valid. Thinking of this, Urza walked slowly to stand between Makarov and Luli, and once again raised the arm wearing the ring that symbolized fairy tale and now represents Dragon King's wings. He announced to all the wizards, "On behalf of the great wings of the Dragon King, I announce as an S-rank wizard examiner that in this duel, the one who has the upper hand in the end is..." The closer it was to the critical moment, the more Urza elongated his tone, and said again looking at everyone and Jess lying on the side. "The one who won in the end is Gel." As soon as the words fell, Jess, who was still lying there just now, was a little manic and wanted to fly, ready to hold up his huge wings. Luli knew the dissatisfaction in Jess's heart. Although Jess could not speak human language yet, he could understand everything. "Jess, stay here and listen to Urza finish," Luli ordered. No, it's not a mistake, right? I actually won," Angel asked back in disbelief. Not to mention that Angel himself couldn't believe it. Even Midnight, Cobra, and other mages who watched the battle just now were confused. Mingjizi had already gained the upper hand. If it wasn't for Luli's timely stop, it would definitely be in Jia who suffered already. At this time, Sirius Island also fell into a commotion. Seeing this, Urza quickly explained, "Everyone be quiet. Luli and the president have also explained to everyone before this assessment. It should be done when it is suitable, and Jess's power has become too great for him to control." Forehead vomiting, Urza swallowed a mouthful of saliva and continued. "But Angel's ability to fight against Jess for 3 rounds is enough to prove Angel's strength. Just like what Luli said just now, Angel already possesses the ability of an ordinary S-level magician, mentor's skills and mana." Urza paused for a moment, glanced at everyone in the hall, and announced the result. In this S-class mage assessment, Angel and Jess had only 1 round of confrontation, and Angel won. Therefore, Angel successfully advanced to the S-class mage. Luli, who was seated above the main hall, showed a gratified expression this time, because Urza fully understood everything Luli thought. Then he looked at President Makarov at the side, and after glancing at Luli at the side, he seemed to understand everything, and secretly admired the young boy in front of him in his heart. Just after Urza announced the result, a golden light injected from Angel's forehead. At this time, Angel's whole body shone with dazzling light. This is the glory and new magic power that S-level mages should have. Chapter 130. After hearing Urza's announcement, all the mages couldn't express their surprised expressions in words. They could only quietly look at Angel, the lucky one under the new rules of the S-rank mage assessment. "Congratulations, Angel." Luli stood up and said to Angel with a smile. Seeing this, everyone responded to Luli Dao as if they were relieved. "Congratulations." Angel also seems to have accepted such a result at this time, secretly happy in his heart. At this time, Sirius Island is already full of festive atmosphere. S-level mage assessment is the honor that every mage yearns for, so the promotion of new S-level mages will naturally become a major event for Dragon King's wings. After seeing everyone's excitement at this time, Urza really couldn't bear to interrupt the festive atmosphere to announce the next duel of wizards. Then look at Jess at the side. He is sticking to the ground tightly. The arrogance in his eyes seems to have been dispelled by this result. Luli cast his gaze on Jess because Luli knew in his heart that as a dragon, his yearning for honor is no worse than that of a mage. This time the duel with Angel can already show the future power of Jess. With such a result now, Jess must be unhappy. Although he is just a dragon pet, he has already been impetuous. Just when Elisa was hesitant to announce the next mage duel, the system rang again. Ding. "Hello, host. You can now have a future power," which is the extraordinary magic power that exploded from Jess. After hearing the prompt from the system, Luli asked back, "What is this future power, and what can it bring me?" "Host, you also saw the infinite power of Jess's future power just now. Without this skill and magic power, it would be very difficult for you to control the fire-type dragon you have carefully cultivated." Hearing what the system said, Luli replied firmly, "Give me the power of the future." "Of order, host." The system immediately replied to Luli. Whooshed, a crimson light burst into Luli's body from his forehead, and quickly spread to every part of his body. This powerful force immediately made Luli feel the power of Jess. Jess, who was lying on the side, seemed to feel a power in Luli, because it was the same kind of magic power similar to his body, and it belonged to the same line, which was called by the system Future West. Of course, everyone definitely didn't know what happened to Luli and Jess just now, and they didn't have time to pay attention to their changes, because they were all waiting for Urza to announce the name of the next dual mage. After Urza saw that everyone was quiet, he announced the name of the mage who was about to face off to everyone. At this moment, several unfamiliar people suddenly walked in from Dragon King's wing. Natsu felt a strong lethal force from a distance. This lethal force was different from Grimoire Heart's guild, even stronger. So strong that even a dollar-level mage like Natsu felt uneasy. Lucy, Mira, someone broke in. Natsu suddenly put away the crystal ball and said to Lucy and Mira. Both Lucy and Mira looked at Natsu's uneasy expression in surprise. Natsu, how did you know someone broke in? Natsu turned and walked towards the outside of the hall in the direction of this force. Lucy and Mira naturally followed closely behind Natsu, not daring to say anything. 005290802-52080. Walking out of the hall, they saw 3 black shadows walking towards them. Getting closer, until the 3 mysterious intruders walked in to meet Natsu and the others. They could see their characteristics clearly. After Natsu stood still, the 3 shadows also stood still, forming a confrontation with Natsu and Lucy. Natsu subconsciously looked at the 3 intruders in front of him. They are dressed in black robes and black hats, and their faces have been covered by a hideous mask that resembles a skeleton. Only with such a close perception, Natsu seems to feel how terrifying and powerful the existence of this force is. It seems that there is a feeling of déjà vu that is so familiar, but I can't remember it for a while. It didn't wait for him to have more time to analyze the various situations of these 3 people. An empty voice didn't seem to come from the mouth, and it reached the ears of Natsu and others. Where is Luli? The penetrating power of this sound is enough to make the entire Dragon King's wings feel the echo. Natsu crossed his hands, crossed his chest, and stood still, staring closely at the 3 men in black in front of him. His eyes seemed to have an inviolable and warning gaze. Who are you? Did you just meet our boss? After listening to Natsu's words, the black-robed man standing in the middle of the front slowly took off his one-piece cap, took off his mask, looked at Natsu and said, "We are the emissaries of the Dark Guild of Tartaro's Eye, President Luli, have something to discuss." Chapter 131. Natsu knew very well that this Tartaro's was not an ordinary guild, and he had only heard of it before, but there were very few rumors about them from the outside world. It is said that the members of Tartaro's are all demons of the Book of Zeref, collectively known as Aetherius. Only the party remained since Hades, the Grimoire Heart Guild master, was killed on Sirius Island. Tartaro's became the last remaining guild in Balam Alliance, and only Tartaro's remained among the 3 dark guilds. Because Tartaro's seldom comes out for activities, it is extremely mysterious. Thinking of this, Natsu was also surprised. The Dragon King's 297 wing belongs to the Dark Guild, and has never had any grievances with Tartaro's. He couldn't figure out what the purpose of the emissary of the bazaar came this time. What is the connection between Dragon King's wing and Tartaro's? I can't figure it out. Many questions and puzzles have made Natsu feel a little worried. After all, they just wiped out Grimoire Heart and other dark guilds. What's more worrying is that they even wiped out the Senate, which is in charge of the regular guild. At this time, the wings of the Dragon King might provoke Tartaro's, who rarely goes out, so there is some connection. With many doubts, Natsu looked at each other with furrowed eyebrows. Since you are the envoys of Tartaro's, do you have evidence to prove that? Don't some low-level people rashly come to my Dragon King's wings? Not everyone can come here. The leading emissary in black seemed to be impatient at this time. His eyes suddenly became sharp, and the corners of his eyes released a threatening look, looked at Luli and the others, and said to Natsu in a low tone, "Even if I showed you the mark of Tartaro's, you may not have seen it. We are here to inform your President Luli of something important. Please excuse me." After all, the black-robed emissary who took the lead was ready to start and continue walking towards the hall. Wait, Natsu suddenly warned the 3 messengers. Having said that, he quickly formed a line of defense with Lucy and the others, and stood in front of them. The leading emissary suddenly stopped, and a deep and clear voice came out of his mouth. After slightly lowering his eyelids, he quickly opened his eyes, and a contemptuous smile suddenly appeared on his already fierce face. "Just because you guys want to block our way?" After the lead messenger finished speaking, he took a sudden step forward, approached Natsu, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said to Natsu with an arrogant smirk on his face, "Don't waste our time. If you are sensible, come to us to meet your president. Don't delay our important event." At this time, Natsu also felt the powerful, mysterious power from the leading messenger in black. This kind of power is also not found in other guild members they have encountered before. After meeting the eyes of the leading dark messenger, Natsu thought to himself, these few people really have something important to do with Luli, and maybe it may not be a bad thing. After all, the strength of the current Dragon King's wings is not something anyone can easily challenge. If they came to invade, it is estimated that with the strength of these three envoys, they would have already started a war with them. Why waste so long with them? After thinking about this, Natsu calmed down, glanced at Lucy and Mira behind him, and looked back at the leading dark messenger in front of him again. Answer. Our President Luli is not in Dragon King's wings now. The leading dark messenger heard the words and asked, then where will you grow up? Natsu felt that the other party seemed to relax a lot at this time, and instantly felt that the atmosphere was not as tense as it was at the beginning. Snored. After a sneer, he said to the leader of the dark emissary, I don't think we need to inform you where our president is going, right? The leading dark messenger didn't seem to be very angry when he heard Natsu's dismissive question, but he was much more polite to Natsu. Can I tell you your name? Natsu really didn't expect that the leading dark messenger would be very patient with his own provocation. It seems that they really came here with a mission this time. Thinking of this, Natsu suddenly felt that he had the upper hand and became more and more proud. I am an unknown junior. If you really want to find our president, please come back in a while. Why? Could it be? The leading dark emissary asked Natsu 2.0 after glancing at the black-robed emissary beside him. There is no reason. We Dragon King wings also have important things to do these days. You will not see our president today. Everyone please go back. Immediately, Natsu stretched out his right hand, spread his palms, and lowered his body slightly to see off the guests. Since President Luli is not here, please tell President Luli that the envoy of Tartaros has come, and we will come back in a few days. After all, the leading dark emissary quickly put on the black hat with both hands, took a step back, and the other two black-robed emissaries who stood side by side turned and left the Dragon King's wings. A black light quickly disappeared into the distant sky. Chapter 132. After seeing the three black-robed messengers go away, Natsu turned around slowly, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and looked at Lucy and Mira seriously. The two of them probably also saw what Natsu was thinking. They looked at each other, turned their heads, stared blankly at Natsu and said, Brother Natsu, what do you want to say when you look at us like this? Natsu laughed, and slowly put down his hands that were clasping his chest just now and said to Lucy and Mira, Is my performance just now okay? Lucy and Mira scratched their heads, covered their mouths, and glanced at Natsu laughing. Brother Natsu, it seems that you are still very good? After that, the two ran to the front of Natsu. Natsu saw that Lucy and Mila were already walking towards the hall, and said while walking, Hey, slow down, wait for me. After all, Natsu followed closely behind, and quickly caught up with Lucy and the others with a few strides. So the three of them arrived at the main hall at the same time. At this moment, Natsu looked at Lucy and Mira who were still panting just now. The sense of relief just now seemed to disappear all of a sudden. Talked to Lucy and Mira after taking them aside. To be honest, when I approached the leader of the Dark Messenger just now, I clearly felt that the power on him was abnormally strong. We didn't have any obvious feeling when they came to the wings of the Dragon King just now. It was all due to the power on them, perceived by the mysterious power. Natsu glanced at Lucy and Mira, then turned his head to the top of the hall and said thoughtfully, Lucy, do you and Mira feel this way? Lucy and Mira on the side shook their heads after hearing the words. Looking at Lucy's ignorant expressions, Natsu suddenly felt that this mysterious force seemed familiar, but he couldn't tell what it was. For a while, he himself was dizzy with this question. So the doubts and curiosity about Tartaros are getting bigger and bigger. Thinking of this, Natsu asked Lucy and Mirafa again, Do you think there will be greater challenges waiting for us, waiting for the Dragon King's wings? Lucy also seemed to sense something, looking at Natsu. Brother Natsu, I also feel that there is something strange about these three mysterious people, but I can't tell where the strange thing is. Lucy looked back at Mira beside her. How about you, Mira? Do you feel the same way as me? Mira nodded to Lucy. Well, I felt that things were not good when they came in just now, but it doesn't seem to be as bad as we imagined. Hearing what Lucy and the others said, Natsu slowly had his own plan in mind. A fierce boy sat up, clapped his palms, and shouted at Mira. Mila, go and help me find a piece of paper. Oh yes, and a pen. Mira blinked suspiciously and said to Natsu, Brother Natsu, what do you want pen and paper for? Lucy seemed to see what Natsu was thinking and shouted at Mira with a smile. Mila, you forgot. Just now the three mysterious men in black said they were looking for Brother Luli. Of course Natsu wants. After Lucy finished speaking, Mira came to a sudden. Oh, my brain. Why didn't you think of this? Brother Natsu is going to write a letter to Brother Luli. Hey. After finishing speaking, he ran towards the inner hall and said as he walked, Brother Natsu, I will find it for you. Natsu, who was standing at the side, saw this, pointed at Mira and smiled and said, Mira, hurry up. We still have to watch the S-Class Mage assessment of Sirius Island. Lucy also walked slowly to Natsu. The two looked at each other and sat in front of the altar with a smile. After a while, Mealy came over with a pen and paper. Here, Brother Natsu, the paper and pen you asked for. Natsu took it and placed it on the stone table in front of the altar. After sitting down, he picked up a pen and began to write 560 letters. Boss, first of all, the promotion of the new S-level mage, Lucy, Mira, I are very honored to see everything that happened, and congratulations to the President and Dragon King Wing, who have won high skills again. Just now, the three of us met the legendary dark emissaries of the Tartaros Guild and Dragon King's Wings. They came to you with a mission and said that they had important matters to discuss. After close contact, I could feel that the three of us there is a magical power or power that has never appeared before. Do you accept their appointment? We have to wait for you to come back. They will come again in a few days. After writing the letter, Natsu conveniently put it into the prepared envelope on the stone table and dotted the envelope with hot wax in front of the altar. After pinching a few times with his hands, a whistle sounded, and the messenger elf outside the temple was summoned. After handing the letter to the elf, after watching it fly to the direction of Sirius Island, he stood concentrating on the there, as if waiting for something. I looked forward to it for a long time. Chapter 133. Angel, the first S-level mage in Sirius Island's S-level mage assessment, has been promoted, and all the mages are also waiting for Urza to announce the list of the next mage duel. Luli and Vice President Makarov were also watching Urza quietly, waiting for Urza's announcement. Cobra, Midnight, Lessa, and others hoped that Urza would pronounce their names, and all eyes were on Urza. Urza saw that everyone was waiting for his results, and he didn't dare to delay any longer. After glancing at Cobra, he announced to the mages, the mage who will face Snowl next is Crab. Hearing such a result, Crab hurriedly glanced at Snower, who was sleeping soundly, walked up to Urza, and waited for Urza to announce the start of the battle. Snowl! Snowl! Urza hastily shouted to the sleeping Snowl. Seeing this, all the mages burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this incomparably ferocious Snowl will also take a nap at critical moments. Seeing everyone laughing at Snowl like this, Luli immediately gave Snowl an order. Snowl, stand up for me. Luli's voice reached Snower's ears, and the dragon pet jumped up instantly, and the guy who was sleeping soundly just now showed a ferocious expression again. It is estimated that only Luli has such a calling power that makes him respect orders like this. Seeing Snowl flying up, all the mages retreated to the side one after another, standing in the same position as Angel, ready to watch another thrilling duel. Urza saw that Snowl woke up, so she said to Cobra, Cobra, are you ready? Okay, ready to receive Snower's duel at any time. Cobra glanced at Snower in the air and said. At this time, everyone has turned their attention to Cobra and Snow, who are preparing for the confrontation. One is standing on the ground, ready to cast magic, and the other is hanging in the air. The entire dragon scale has been surrounded by blue lights, ready to attack Cobra at any time. When Cobra and Snow were preparing for the battle, a white light flashed across the hall and stood in front of Luli instantly, and everyone recognized the spiritual pet in front of them at a glance. Seeing this, Luli grabbed the messenger elf, and after seeing the letter on the spirit pet, he knew that the guild had something to inform him before he opened it. Immediately, he raised his right hand high, signaling Urza to stop the current confrontation. Makarov had already got up quickly at this time, strode up to Luli, and watched Luli open the letter. Urza, who stood at the front, seemed to sense the urgency of the matter, and immediately announced, the duel is stopped. Both Cobra and Snowl also withdrew from the duel offensive, waiting for Luli's order. After Luli quickly read the letter, he looked at Makarov beside him. Master, it's Tartaros. Makarov nodded knowingly. Boy, Tartaros has always been a loner and rarely interacts with the outside world. Why did he suddenly find our Dragon King's wings this time? There must be something strange about this matter. Hearing what Makarov said, Luli was also puzzled, but after all, he is the president of Dragon King's Wings, and he had heard of such a mysterious dark guild before. It can be seen from the letter that S-level mages like Natsu have a sense of awe for this Tartaro's member, which is enough to show that Tartaro's strength is extraordinary. At this moment, Luli didn't want to think too much, looked at the more puzzled mages in front of him and Jess and Snow, who stayed aside, and said, "Everyone, this letter is from Natsu. It's about Tartaros. Don't worry." After Luli breathed a sigh of relief, he continued to speak. "However, Tartaros, I think everyone should have heard of it. It is the most mysterious and powerful guild in the Ramel Dark Alliance. We just destroyed the guild and council of Grimoire Heart. At this time, Tartaros came to me. Then should I accept the offer?" Makarov glanced at Luli and heaved a long sigh. "Boy, this invitation is not as simple as Grimoire Heart this time. We need to plan carefully, so that we can be prepared. Although the strength of the Dragon King's Wings has defeated the judges, after the hospital is also enhanced a lot. But the unknown of Tartaros is the powerful enemy we are most worried about." New Omaha, Luli felt a sense of caution that Makarov, a battle-hardened old man, had never felt at this time. In his mind, he suddenly lost the sense of relief just now, but for Luli, he always believed that he still had 4 dragons, which were his trump cards. What's more, since Izuo defeated the Black Dragon of Akunologlia, he also the power of successfully upgrading and devouring Black Dragon skills cannot be underestimated. Thinking of this, Luli also took advantage of the opportunity to comfort Makarov. "Master, you must know that I have 4 dragons. By the way," he glanced at Jess and Snow, who were staying beside him. After hearing Luli's words, all the mages nodded their heads to express their approval of Luli's thoughts at this time. Chapter 134. Hearing what Luli said, Makarov instantly relieved a lot of the tension in his heart, because he has also seen the power of Izuo, so he no longer has any worries. Thinking of this, Makarov turned his head and said to everyone, "In fact, Tartaro's strength may not be able to fight against the current Dragon King's Wings." As Luli said, the current Dragon King's Wings are no longer what they used to be. All the mages looked around and shouted in unison, "Wings of the Dragon King, never defeated." Urza and Angel on the side also echoed, "Wings of the Dragon King, never defeated." Even Jess and Snow were flying into the air at this time, and the breath of the dragon spewed out from time to time. Roar, roar. In an instant, the entire Sirius Island was full of noises, and the dull atmosphere just now returned to the aura of the S-rank wizard examination. Luli and Maka 210 Love also stood up with everyone, feeling the atmosphere and aura that only victory can have. After a burst of shouting subsided, Luli looked around and said to everyone, "Everyone, I accept Tartaro's invitation, and we will return to Dragon King's Wings immediately to discuss countermeasures." After all, he shouted to the sky, "Izuo, Tony, roar, roar." Under a flash of lightning, Izuo and Tony appeared in the air along with a white light over Sirius Island. A roar of hissing pain pierced the heart, resounded through the sky, and fell in front of everyone in an instant. Everyone followed Jess, Snow, and Tony. "Let's go back to Dragon King's Wing," Luli directed. At this time, Makarov and Urza were still riding on Izuo together with Luli, Midnight, Angel, Lisa, and others rode on Jess, Snow, and Tony. Set off. Luli issued an order. Roar, 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 roar. Izuo took the lead, and the 4 flying dragons soared into the sky at once. The huge wings were already waving slowly, and the airflow stirred by those wings was enough to make people feel suffocated. After a while, a flash of light appeared in the sky above the wings of the Dragon King Guild. Natsu and others felt the breath of the dragon and knew that it was Luli who had returned. After putting down Luli and the others, Izuo, Jess, Snow, and Tony returned to Dragon Island. Natsu is taking Lucy and Mira, waiting for everyone's return in the temple. As soon as Luli and the others entered the main hall, they said to Natsu, "Tell me the details of those 3 black-robed fellows on Tartaros." Natsu greeted Luli and Chairman Makarov, and said to Luli after everyone was seated, "Boss, the strength of the 3 Tartaros' dark emissaries this time is not simple. I can feel the mysterious power on them, but I can't tell what it is." After looking at Urza and Makarov, Natsu shrugged and continued, "Maybe it's a magical power that we, CFFB, haven't touched yet?" After listening to Natsu's words, Luli stood up. A puzzled look flashed in his eyes again, looked at Natsu who was describing and said, "Are you sure you have never felt that power?" Natsu responded with a firm nod. Yes, never. Then you mean we met a strong enemy this time? Luli asked back. Natsu saw his thoughts, frowned, took a long breath, and answered Lu Li's rhetorical question. Boss, we need to prepare for it. Please believe my feeling. At this time, Lu Li turned his head and looked at Makarov beside him. Grandpa, have you heard what Natsu said? We should think about countermeasures. Makarov also nodded firmly. Boy, wait for them to come again and see what they have to do before we make plans. After all, everything is just speculation now. Hearing what Makarov said, Lu Li nodded slowly in agreement. Seeing this, all the mages in the hall expressed their opinions one after another, expressing their agreement with this idea. So Lu Li sent everyone back to rest, but left Makarov, Urza, and Natsu alone. Boy, do you have something else to do? Makarov asked suspiciously. Lu Li knew that he couldn't hide his idea of keeping them behind from the shrewd old man, so he told the three straight to the point. Old man, you should be able to imagine that it must not be a trivial matter for the Tartaros Guild to find me this time. Otherwise, they would not have sent an extraordinary dark emissary to the Dragon King of. Looking at Urza and Natsu at the side, they also showed approval, and they both believed that Lu Li's analysis was correct. Natsu told Lu Li, before leaving, the leading dark messenger said that they would come again. It seems that there is an urgent task to come to you. It should only be a few days, and they will come again. Then let's wait for them to come. We'll know if it's an enemy or a friend. The most important thing now is to let everyone recharge their batteries and wait for new tasks. I hope it's not a bad news. Lu Li suddenly stood up and looked at the three of them and said. Chapter 137. Urza on the side seemed to think of something, and suddenly said to Natsu beside him, Natsu, did they say when they will come? No. Guild members like them would not tell us the time so easily. Natsu answered Urza's question in the affirmative. For the members of Tartaros, they have always acted secretly, so in their eyes, they would definitely not show their cards to anyone. Natsu didn't ask at the time, probably because of this factor. As for all the things between Tartaros and Lu Li, it is estimated that they can only wait until the day when they really meet each other before they can surface. The current Dragon King's wing is also the first one to appear after a short period of peace after the war against several major dark guilds and councils. It's an unusual thing. After being disrupted by the arrival of Tartaros, Lu Li and a group of wizards also slowly started their new plan and practice. Well, Natsu, go and ask Angel to come over. Lu Li said to Natsu, but he didn't tell Natsu why he called Angel. It is estimated that Makarov and Urza are also confused at this time. We were discussing about Tartaros, why Lu Li suddenly wanted to ask Natsu to call Angel. After Natsu got the order, he immediately went to the temple to find Angel. At this time, Angel had just been promoted to an S-rank mage, and naturally all the mages would come to congratulate him, and Angel also enjoyed the halo of the new honor. And it seemed that the matter of the gate of the general's mansion was forgotten. Angel! Angel! Natsu hurried towards Angel's residence, calling Angel's name while walking, sounding a little anxious. Angel, it seems that someone called you? Cobra on the side suddenly raised his ears and put one hand behind his ears. Angel, come out. Natsu's voice became more urgent. Is it Natsu? Angel seemed to hear it now, and also recognized that the voice calling him seemed to be Natsu's. He himself didn't know what had caused Natsu to look for him so anxiously, and he went straight to the door without waiting for a second to meet Natsu. All the magicians also came out, watching the two from a distance, and after a short conversation, Angel followed Natsu and walked towards the main hall. After a while, Natsu brought Angel to Lu Li. See, Urza and President Makarov are there. Angel asked puzzledly, Boss, do you have a mission to come here? Lu Li stood up with Makarov, looked at Angel, and said to Angel with a smile, Angel, you are now an S-rank mage. In order to show your skills, you should go to the Tower of Heaven. Although it has been destroyed, I think there are still some remnants of the library. Lu Li glanced at Angel and continued. You also know that the arrival of the Tartaros Dark Guild must have meant a fierce battle between Wing of the Dragon King and them. Now our mages need more skill improvement. They all need new magic upgrades in Midnight. So completing this task is also an improvement and test for you. Since the Tower of Heaven was destroyed, Lu Li and the others had no place to live, and then went to the Fairy Tale Guild. No one has stepped in here. Although the Tower of Heaven was destroyed, it is the birthplace of the magic library after all. There will still be many remaining magic books. Ask for flowers. It is estimated that only Lu Li can come up with this method. Others dare not even think about it. They even have to go to the Tower of Heaven to find magic books. This method is really high. Angel looked at Lu Li's calm expression, and he also felt that since he had become an S-level mage, he had to show the responsibility and courage of an S-level mage, and he would readily agree to Lu Li's visit. Tower of Heaven, looking for magic books. Boss, since Tower of Heaven has what we want, I'll go there and get it back for you. Angel finished, ready to turn and leave. Wait a minute, Angel. I'll let Natsu go with you, so it's safe. Lu Li looked at Angel solemnly, looked at Natsu again, and said to Angel, in fact, with Natsu following along and Angel, the trip to the Tower of Heaven will definitely complete the mission successfully. Natsu also firmly expressed his position to Lu Li. Don't worry, boss. We will definitely go and return soon. After hearing their confident statements, Makarov and Urza also looked at Lu Li with a smile, showing expressions of trust. But the Tower of Heaven is still far away from the Dragon King's wing, and it is surrounded by the sea. If Angel and Natsu go alone, it will definitely take a lot of trouble. Lu Li knew in his heart that the sooner this matter could be done, the better. After getting back the magic book, they had to step up to upgrade the magic, so he had to use his dragon pet to complete the corpse. Chapter 136. Glancing at Angel and Natsu, Lu Li raised his head and shouted, Jess! In an instant, a flame like lightning streaked across the sky above Magnolia and flew towards the main hall. The speed was extremely fast, and there was nothing that could stop the advance of the red flame lightning. For a while, there was a roaring roar in the hall. Roar! The voice is very long. I saw Jess flapping his wings, hanging proudly in midair in the hall, looking at its owner Lu Li. Jess, come down. Take Angel and Natsu to play 203 Garden Tower. After hearing the order, Jess quickly lay down in front of Angel and Natsu. The tall and mighty strength was enough to make the two S-rank mages in front of him feel nervous. Without Lu Li going with them, they seemed a little hesitant to really ride on this dragon pet who had just faced off. In that case, they themselves probably couldn't believe that they could reach the Tower of Heaven smoothly and complete their mission. Thinking of this, Angel said to Lu Li, Boss, Natsu and I can go there by ourselves. We are already S-level mages, so let us complete this task by ourselves. After all, Angel deliberately ******* Natsu beside him, and winked his eyes by the way. Natsu seems to have seen Angel's mind, and at the same time thought that after seeing the scene of Angel and Jess' confrontation in the future crystal ball, he suddenly felt that if he insisted on riding Jess, he would not even be favored by the dragon toid. Yes, boss, we can go by ourselves. Jess can stay here. Maybe there are more important tasks waiting for this noble dragon. After Natsu said these words, he snorted, and he was even amused by his irrational words and secretly laughed. Of course, Jess didn't know what the two in front of him were thinking. He was still lying there waiting for Angel and Natsu to step on his noble back. Lu Li didn't expect Angel and Natsu to be unwilling to ride this dragon pet to the Tower of Heaven and felt a little angry. Angel, Natsu, I know what the two of you are thinking. Jess has my order, and he will definitely take you to the Tower of Heaven smoothly. You have to worry about a dragon pet, and you still have an S-rank mage. Are you proud? Lu Li frowned and said to Angel and Natsu. At this time, Makarov saw that Lu Li was a little unhappy, so he hurried out to make a rescue. Yeah, Angel. You and Natsu just listen to Lu Li. Jess is the most loyal dragon, and he won't hold grudges against his own people. Lu Li seemed to be looking at Angel and Natsu impatiently. After seeing Lu Li's sharp eyes, Natsu didn't dare to make excuses. With a sudden jump, he quickly rode on Jess's back, making a joke without losing sight of it. Jess's back is different. It's very warm. In fact, he himself didn't know that although Jess, the dragon pet, was not human, he had human spirituality and perception, but he couldn't speak like Izzo. The conversation between the few of them has been completely stopped by Jess, and Jess suddenly raised his head and roared, Roar! Even Urza could understand this. Jess was expressing his anger. He was very angry at Angel's suspicion of him, although he didn't want this damn it guy to step on his back. But Jess at this moment, in order to prove his master's words, he warned Angel not to have any more distrust. Angel stood there a little ashamed after being told by Lu Li and everyone how he wished someone could give him a step down at this time. Urza is a woman after all. Seeing Angel's hesitation, she quickly pushed Angel. Go, our highly respected S-rank mage. Angel immediately jumped onto Jess's back and grabbed Natsu. After Lu Li saw it, a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth immediately. That's right, Angel. Natsu, you all remember my words and come back safely. Lu Li exhorted. and then said to Jess, who was about to get up at 1.0, Jess, your task is to bring them to safety, and then bring them back quickly and safely. This is an order! Exclamation point. Jess roared again, expressing obedience and loyalty to Luli. Go. Wait for you to come back. Luli raised his right hand high and pointed towards the direction of the Tower of Heaven outside the main hall. His eyes showed the kind of eyes that must be won. He quietly watched the figure of the flying dragon disappearing into the sky. The corner of his mouth revealed a secret joy. Chapter 137. Riding on Jess's back, Angel and Natsu instantly had the feeling of the master taming the prey, and the two were talking and laughing. Looking at Jess below him again, with a reluctant but helpless look, it's really unbelievable. It is estimated that only Luli's order can make it be ridden by two unwilling people like this. Roar! Roar! After barking a few times, he seemed to vent his anger a lot, and suddenly became quiet. After a while, Jess took Angel and Natsu to Tower of Heaven. The sea had become extremely terrifying after losing its color, and the sound from the uninterrupted tide was enough to swallow all the creatures in the entire Tower of Heaven. Wow! 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 It resounded uninterruptedly in this habitat that once belonged to the Dragon King wing fighters. Both Angel and Natsu felt the threat of the gust of wind and stormy sea on Jess's back, which made them nervous. Then look at Jess below him. He is worthy of being the spiritual creature of the Dragon Clan. It seems that the more they are in this environment, the more arrogant they are. Roar! Jess circled around the Tower of Heaven again and again excitedly, spitting out dragon breath from time to time, expressing that little excitement. Jess, we have to go down to the Tower of Heaven as soon as possible to find what the boss wants, and then return. Seeing Jace's excitement, Natsu whispered into Jace's ear. After understanding Natsu's words, Jess plunged into the ruins of the Tower of Heaven. He lowered his head, put down Angel and Natsu, squatted on the spot, and watched everything in front of him quietly. Angel pulled Natsu's hand and said, Natsu, we searched separately. This saves time. The location of the library is in the tower. Let's go in. After passing through the ruins of the fight, Angel and Natsu entered the center of the Tower of Heaven together, looking at the destroyed library in front of their eyes. Angel excitedly said to Natsu, Haha, it turns out that this mission is so simple. The library has been found. As long as you find the remaining magic books, you can go back. Natsu naturally doesn't think like Angel. He always thinks that if Luli can let Jess bring them here, and specially send him and Angel to complete this mission, something unexpected will definitely happen to them of. As for what happened, Natsu just had a feeling and didn't have a clue in his mind. Perhaps it is really as Angel said, the task is so simple, it may be a test given to them by Luli. Thinking of this, Natsu couldn't help laughing himself. In fact, what Angel perceived was correct. Since the Tower of Heaven was destroyed, it is really different from before. It is full of dark power and everything around it has been swallowed by darkness. This coincided with the dark power they felt at the beginning. At this moment, Angel and Natsu have only one thought in mind, which is to find the magic book and leave here as soon as possible. Don't make any more troubles, because the unknown here has already made them feel panic and fear. Before they thought too much, when the two were looking for books, Natsu suddenly said to Angel, Angel, stop, the power I feel is getting closer and closer to us. Of course Angel didn't know what power Natsu was talking about. Asked back, Natsu, are you a little too nervous? As he spoke, he stood up and looked around, and after pointing around, he said to Natsu in a teasing tone, I said Natsu, you are still an S-rank wizard. You are afraid of everything. Natsu doesn't care what Angel says about himself. Standing there all of a sudden, quietly feeling this familiar mysterious power. Suddenly, a black light with a trace of lightning like white light flashed across the black sea. The power that Natsu felt at this time was getting stronger and stronger. He quickly got up, walked to Jess's side, glanced at the giant, and then at Angel, who seemed to be acting as if nothing had happened. I can't help but get nervous. Because only Natsu knows where this power comes from. They are the unique power of the Tartaros Guild. 257 He had already experienced it in Dragon King's wing, but the people who came at that time were only looking for Luli, and there was no threat at all. But this time was different. He didn't know if this was a group of people. The unknown made him feel uneasy. Before he could think about anything, a group of black lights had already flashed in front of them. After Natsu stood still, the lead dark messenger spoke. We meet again. This made Natsu suddenly realize, but he also slightly relaxed his tense heart just now, and Natsu, who was ready for battle, asked back as if he had already guessed the opponent's intention. Are you here to find our president? The lead dark emissary replied. Yes. Natsu was puzzled and glanced at the dark messenger. Then how did you come here? The lead dark messenger said to Natsu, because I can feel your strength and breath. We are on the way to the Dragon King's wing, so we came here immediately. Chapter 138. What Natsu himself didn't expect was that the dark messenger could feel his aura and strength, and he was surprised at once. Natsu stared suspiciously at the lead dark emissary who had already met once. Can you feel my breath? The leader of the dark emissary looked at Natsu's curiosity and suddenly thought of it, making good use of Natsu's curiosity and confusion about what is happening now. After he glanced at Angel and Jess, he shifted his gaze to Natsu again and looked at Natsu with a long laugh. This kind of laughter is so deep that it echoes in the Tower of Heaven with a roaring echo, feeling very empty and dynamic. At this time, Angel also rushed to Natsu's side and signaled Jess, who was squatting beside him, to get ready. Looking at the three guys in black robes in front of him, Angel realized what Natsu said to him just now, so that guy could really feel it. It seems that Natsu must have something unusual. Let's go. Thinking of this, he took a special look at Natsu, who was standing aside. This guy was much more relaxed than at the beginning, probably because he had met once. Natsu crossed his hands on his chest and met face to face with the leader in black. There was a completely different smile on his face from before. I don't know if he really thought it was a reunion with old friends. Looking at Jess at the side, seeing these three black-robed people as dragons, of course they must show their inviolable power in front of strangers. Hoo-hoo. A gust of wind blew over with Jess' huge wings, and everyone's clothes were blown up. Roar. Jess hung high in the sky. His body was suddenly surrounded by a burst of red flames, and he moved like a thunder snake. The dragon's breath came out from his mouth, and all these actions showed that Jess was demonstrating and warning the strangers in front of him. The leading dark messenger glanced at Jess, slowly took off the one-piece cap on his head, and simultaneously took off the skull-shaped mask with one hand. Angel also saw the other person's face clearly at this time, and there was an unpredictable sinister smile on the corner of the mouth of the face that could not be seen clearly. It seemed that this guy didn't take Jess' various performances seriously, as if this majestic dragon clan didn't exist. The contempt and disdain really puzzled Natsu and Angel standing in front of him. While they were still analyzing each other's details, the leader of the dark messenger raised his head again and pointed at the angry Jess and said, If I'm wrong, this is the dragon that Luli will look like? Natsu glanced at the lead dark emissary and replied, Yes. He is also just one of the dragons raised by our boss. Taking advantage of the situation, he raised his head and said to the angry Jess high in the air, Jess, come down. This messenger is a man of interest. After all, Natsu took a special look at the reaction of the leading dark messenger. The leading dark messenger didn't seem to care what Natsu said about him. His expression hardly changed. He thought to himself that the other party didn't even respond when he was said to be smart. It seems that they don't have to worry or be nervous. Taking advantage of the situation, he glanced at Angel, who was on the side, and after confirming the eyes with Angel, called Jess down. Roar. Jess heard the conversation between Natsu and the other party, although he couldn't say, but he also made his own judgment, and then slowly fell to the same place, continued to squat there, watching them. Seeing this, the leader of the dark messenger also understood that Natsu and the others had relaxed their guard a lot. So he walked up to Natsu, glanced at Angel and said, When I went to Dragon King's wings last time, President Luli was not there. I planned to go this time, but I didn't want to meet you here. Then we will go back with you, so that it will be more convenient to meet your President Luli up. Unexpectedly, a leading dark emissary would say such a thing, which caught him off guard. Looking at the ignorant Angel at the side, as if he couldn't make up his mind, he leaned on Angel's ear and whispered to him, Angel, why don't you go find something and I'll hold them back? Otherwise the task assigned to us by the boss will not be able to be completed. This family must come with us to Dragon King's wing. Zhaoji's knowledge hearing what Natsu said, Angel felt that it made sense. If no one stopped them, the task of finding the book might be in vain. Angel nodded knowingly, indicating that Natsu understood. At this time, Angel walked towards the library at the back. Natsu also greeted the dark messenger, stood there, looked at them and said, If you want to go back with us, you can. There are a few conditions that must be agreed to them, otherwise they will not be taken to the wings of the Dragon King. The leading dark emissary asked with a sly smile. It depends on the conditions. Don't take this as a bet, or you will lose even worse. don't forget that we know where the Dragon King's wing is. Chapter 139. Then the leader of the Dark Messenger glanced at Natsu, and then said to him, "Let's talk about your conditions first." Natsu heard the other party's threatening tone, and immediately felt uncomfortable and said to the leading Dark Messenger, "It's best not to threaten me, otherwise you will lose miserably." Natsu's face, which was still smiling just now, suddenly showed a hint of anger and displeasure. It seemed that the leading Dark Messenger saw Natsu's anger, looked back at the other two Dark Messengers around him, and preached in an orderly tone, "Take off your masks too." The other two Dark Emissaries slowly took off their masks and hats. "Now can we talk about your conditions?" The lead Dark Emissary glanced at the angry Natsu. Seeing the actions of the three black-robed messengers, the dissatisfaction in Natsu's heart gradually subsided. He subconsciously looked behind him. It seemed that Angel hadn't come over yet, and he must have not found what they were looking for. And the reason why he proposed conditions to the three black-robed emissaries at this time was to delay the other party and buy Angel more time to find the 440 magic books. Now that they have met the Dark Messenger, they will definitely be entangled endlessly. Wouldn't it be best to have the best of both worlds simply by raising a few conditions and delaying it? Natsu dragged his chin with his right hand, rubbed it back and forth a few times, and looked at the leader of the Dark Messenger. "Since you want to know, let me tell you. First, you are not allowed to interfere in our affairs. Second, you are not allowed to provoke that dragon." The lead Dark Emissary looked at Natsu and asked, "It's over?" "Yes, it's as simple as that," Natsu replied proudly. Natsu thought to himself, these three people must not be easygoing. How dare he ask them to agree to other exorbitant conditions? He can only say these two things casually to fool each other. Look at the angel in the tower also appeared at this time, which calmed down Natsu's uneasiness. Walk Kfeb to Angel and ask softly, "Did you find it?" Angel understood what Natsu said, nodded knowingly, and after humming, the two walked to the three Dark Messengers at the same time. "We're going back. If you want to follow, just follow, but if you can't keep up, don't say we didn't take you." Natsu looked at Angel and laughed. This voice is still so thick and resounding, echoing in the sky above the Tower of Heaven. It makes people feel chills. After a few sneers, the leading Dark Emissary confidently spoke to Natsu and Angel. "You can go as you come." Natsu sensed the opportunity and said to Jess, "Let's go up." After all, he pulled Angel and rode on the dragon pet. Roar. After Jess let out a roar, he soared into the sky, and the dragon's scales that had been dim just now suddenly became red and glowing, and the bright red crystal light in his eyes immediately illuminated the Tower of Heaven. Call. A gust of wind came from behind Jess, which was another warning from Jess' huge wings to the three black-robed messengers. Before he could react, Jess had already taken Natsu and Angel into the air. Natsu turned his head to look at the three Dark Messengers who were still together just now, and sneered triumphantly. Watching Natsu, they went away, leaving only a red light in the air after Jace's fire dragon passed. The three Dark Messengers jumped violently, and an extremely bright black light appeared behind them, and disappeared in the Tower of Heaven in an instant. Natsu and the others were led by Jess, and they arrived at the Dragon King's Wings Guild in a while. Roar. Jess slowly landed outside the Dragon King's Wings Hall. After putting down Angel and Natsu, he and they prepared to go back to the hall to return to Luli. Natsu sneered proudly at Angel. Those three are probably still in Tower of Heaven and haven't set off yet." Then the two laughed. Just when the two proudly threw away the three Dark Messengers, the mysterious force hit Natsu, getting closer. With this sudden induction, he already understood that the three were closely following them. Whoosh, whoosh, 17 whoosh. All of a sudden, the three black lights condensed into one point and then disappeared, and it was the three messengers of darkness who appeared in front of them. Natsu suddenly stood still, looked at them, and thought, these three people can keep up with Jess's speed. It seems that they have really underestimated their strength. It is really unfathomable. He hurriedly said, "Since you are here, then wait outside. Let's go in and report." The lead Dark Emissary nodded slowly to Natsu. The two of them and Jess also quickened their pace and walked into the hall. "Cobra!" Natsu shouted when he saw Cobra standing in the hall. "Where is the boss?" The three Dark Emissaries I mentioned earlier came to him, Natsu asked while pulling Cobra along. "They're really here?" Cobra also asked in surprise. Chapter 140. Natsu glanced at Cobra and said, "Yeah, The strength of these 3 dark emissaries is not to be underestimated. They can still keep up with Jace's speed. I never thought of that. With that said, the 2 walked to Lu Li's residence, knocked on the door and shouted, "Boss! Boss! Angel and I are back." Lu Li opened the door and signaled the 2 to go in. "Natsu, are you guys fast? The task is done, so let's take a good rest." Before Lu Li could finish speaking, Natsu continued. "Boss, remember the 3 dark emissaries I told you about last time? They are from Tartaros, and they are here again." Lu Li remembered the 3 people Natsu mentioned last time, and unexpectedly came again so soon. "They are there. Go and see them." After finishing speaking, he walked to Makarov's door, called the old man and Urza, and ran to the main hall together. After everyone sat down, Lu Li called Natsu to call those people. After a while, Natsu entered the hall with 3 dark emissaries in black robes. The leading dark messenger stood still, looked around the crowd, and said to Lu Li and Makarov, "I don't know who is President Lu Li." Lu Li glanced at him and sneered. "You are the dark emissaries of Tartaros? What do you want from me?" The leading dark emissary glanced at Lu Li, then looked up and down, and looked at the young president in front of him in surprise. "Are you really President Lu Li, the legendary Dragon King?" Lu Li could see the thoughts of the leader of the dark emissary. After hearing his praise, he couldn't tell how happy he was, because his reputation was so great that even Tartaros, who didn't care about world affairs, respected him so much. It seemed that Tartaros also it's not as scary as imagined. "Ha ha ha ha." Lu Li laughed suddenly, and said to the leading dark messenger, "We had something to do on Sirius Island when you came last time. What's the matter to come to my Dragon King's wing again today?" After seeing Lu Li's sharp eyes, the leader of the dark messenger seemed to realize his impoliteness. After all, Lu Li is the president of the Dragon Lord Talented Wing Guild. Even their real masters would probably be more polite. Thinking of this, he motioned to the other 2 dark emissaries, bowed slightly, covered his left chest with his right hand, and bowed to Lu Li. Seeing this situation, everyone straightened their clothes with high spirits, and all their eyes were focused on Lu Li. Lu Li was naturally delighted. The emissary of the strongest dark guild in the Balam Alliance respected him so much, it seemed that his reputation was not small. After being proud, Lu Li asked again, "What do the 3 messengers want me for?" "President Lu Li, Pluto owes the 3 of us to come to President Lu Li to discuss an alliance. I wonder if the president has any suggestions?" Lu Li didn't expect that the Tartaros would find an alliance with them, so he looked at Makarov at the side. "Father, Tartaros wants to form an alliance with us. Can you tell us about this?" Makarov stood up and said to the 3 dark emissaries, "Dragon King's wings also once formed an alliance with the Grimoire Heart Guild, and they were members of the Ramel Alliance. Later, Hades turned his back on his promise and has been secretly fighting against my Dragon King's wings. Later, he was defeated by Natsu. That leaves you Tartaros and Lamia Scale guilds. R." Makarov paused for a moment and glanced at Lu Li, looking at the main dark messenger. "Now you are looking for us to form an alliance again. We Dragon King's wings no longer believe in allies." After all, Lu Li nodded slightly. After thinking about it, say to the leading dark messenger. The envoy must have heard what Vice President Makarov said just now. "The wings of the Dragon King don't need any allies, because there is no reason for us to trust." Hearing Natsu and Makarov say this, the lead dark emissary explained, "Zero, President, please believe in our sincerity. Pluto will also come to Dragon King's wings to discuss this matter in person. This is beneficial to both our guilds. Please also consider the 2 guild leaders." In fact, Lu Li also wanted to meet the Pluto of this mysterious guild. After all, he was already so strong that he had almost no opponents. Perhaps this incident would be a booster for Dragon King wings to dominate the world. At this moment, the system rang again. Ding. "Hello, host. The system prompts you to accept Tartaro's invitation, which will make Dragon King's wings even stronger." Since the system suggested so, Lu Li became more determined, looked at the mages and Makarov, and said to everyone, "I decided to accept Hades' invitation." Although everyone was surprised, they also felt that this was inevitable, and with Lu Li's character and temper, he would definitely agree to them. In Lu Li's eyes, there is nothing more exciting than asking him to challenge others, because he has 4 dragons and powerful magic power in one body, and his ambition must not be as simple as cooperating with Tartaros. Chapter 141. After hearing Lu Li's answer, Makarov and Urza glanced at each other to express their understanding. "Since the president agreed to our alliance, we will stay here soon. We will return to Tartaros as soon as possible, report to Hades, and visit the president in a few days. After all, the three dark emissaries put on their masks and hats, one at a time, and a black light flashed behind them in an instant. Swoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three disappeared into the hall at the same time. Luli looked at Natsu. It seems that what you said before is true. This member of Tartaros is really not easy, so you should hurry up and learn the new 650 magic. Only in this way can we have the ability to confront Tartaros. After all, Luli seemed to remember something. It turned out that this time Natsu and the others were asked to go to the Tower of Heaven to find magic books. The arrival of these three dark emissaries disrupted his thinking, and he almost forgot. Angel, where is the book you and Natsu retrieved? Angel quickly took out the basically incomplete magic book he found just now, and replied, It's here. It's here. Give Midnight, Cobra some of them, Luli ordered. After Midnight, Cobra and others took over the magic books. Luli told them, You must learn new magic well because there will be a bigger battle waiting for us. Seeing Luli's heavy voice, all the mages hurriedly stated, Boss, don't worry. We will learn hard. Even if we start a war with Tartaros, we will not be afraid. Yes, Tartaros is nothing to be afraid of. We have the president and the old man here. Even if there is any conspiracy in the alliance, we can handle it. Urza looked at everyone and said confidently. Luli looked at everyone and felt a lot of comfort in his heart, and then looked at Jess beside him. This guy was still asleep. Just now I was only talking to the three envoys, but I forgot about Jess. Jess, go back to Dragon Island. Jess heard Luli's voice, quickly got up, nodded slightly to Luli a few times, and flew into the air. Call. Luli saw that everyone was talking about it, and knew that they were all discussing about Hades coming to Dragon King's wings. Are you all discussing about Pluto's coming? Luli asked everyone with a knowing smile. Yes, boss. No one has ever seen the real face of Pluto, Natsu said, then turned around and asked Makarov beside Luli. I don't think even the respected old man may have seen it? Luli also looked expectantly at Makarov, wondering if he had really seen Pluto, so that everyone could be mentally prepared. After all, knowing yourself and your enemy is the minimum basis for dealing with collaborators. Shaking his head ashamedly, Makarov said regretfully, Although the old man is older and has seen more of the world, the whereabouts of this Pluto are mysterious. I haven't seen his true face before. Just heard it. Hearing what Makarov said, Luli was also a little surprised. Even Makarov had never seen this Hades. It seems that this Hades is really mysterious and unusual. Thinking about the strength of his three envoys just now, Pluto must be much stronger than them, a power that even Luli could not predict. In the past few days, after getting the magic books, Midnight, Cobra, and other mages are also stepping up to learn new magic power. Luli also watched their continuous upgrades and secretly rejoiced in his heart. The wings of the Dragon King also restored the lively scene of the past as usual. One day, when Luli was drinking with Makarov, he suddenly felt a powerful force approaching them, but he couldn't tell what it was. Makarov put down the wine glass in his hand, patted Luli on the shoulder, and looked at Luli. Boy, could it be? Before Makarov could say anything, Luli nodded and signaled. Old man, I know what you are going to say. Yes, it is very likely that Hades is here. Because even Luli and Makarov can perceive this power, it must be a level higher than the previous three dark messengers. Presumably only the mysterious Pluto can release such energy. Seeing that all the mages around were still carnival, Luli interrupted everyone. Gentlemen, I think our guests are here. After being interrupted by Luli, everyone looked at Luli puzzled. He put down his wine glass and walked out together with Makarov. 5.9 in an instant, that force became stronger and stronger, and the sky of Magnolia was shrouded in darkness for a while, leaving only 4 bright lights in the black. Before Luli and the others could react, the black light quickly descended from the air and landed in front of Luli and the others who walked out of the hall. This time the leader was a young and handsome man, looking at Luli and the others with a glint in the corner of his eyes. He couldn't be connected with Hay at all, let alone a powerful dark guild like Tartaros. Hi, Luli. I'm Ardgeir Tartarus. Chapter 142. Luli stood up and walked towards this handsome man who was about the same age as him. He carefully looked up and down the handsome young man in front of him. He never imagined that the legendary Pluto was also a handsome man. This is also far from the situation he imagined before. Because in the imagination of Luli and others, the most mysterious and powerful Tartaros among the 3 dark guilds, their Pluto should be an old man with a ferocious face and extremely fierce. The appearance of this Pluto really surprised them. Then he looked at the handsome man in front of him, with his hands crossed and one hand clenched on his chin. The smile on his face was always hanging on the corner of his mouth, and the look in his eyes revealed the kind of domineering that made it impossible to refuse any request from him. Luli stood there quietly as if stunned, and seemed to have forgotten to let a few guests into the hall to discuss important matters. Yeah, Makarov walked to Luli's side and reminded. Then he said to Mard and others, since Pluto has come from afar, let's go into the palace and have a talk. Only then did Luli regain his senses. Yes, Pluto is here this time, and I welcome you on behalf of Dragon King's wings. Please. After finishing speaking, he led the four of Mard into the hall and took their seats. Mard looked around at everything in the hall, swept around the mages who were seated, and said to Luli with a smile on his face. Chairman Luli was able to defeat the allied forces of the regular guild in a very short period of time, eliminate the Grimoire Hearts, and what's more, he even wiped out the hypocrites in the Senate. Really stole the limelight? Ha ha ha, Luli said with a smile. I didn't expect that Pluto, who lives in seclusion, knows everything about the outside world. It seems that you are not idle. In fact, when Luli heard Pluto's words, he was already so proud that he wanted to have a drink with this guy. Putting down the water glass, Luli said to Mard, I don't know what is the purpose of Pluto's visit this time? When Mard saw Luli asking straight to the point, he was blunt. Chairman Luli, since you destroyed the council, I wanted to come to visit, but I was delayed due to other things. It is an honor to meet President Luli today, Mard. After Mard finished speaking, he glanced at the three messengers behind him and continued. Surely Silver has told you about our plan? Luli looked at the leading dark messenger behind Mard, the Underworld King, and only then did he know that his name was Een. Glancing at Een standing behind Hades, he said to Mard, Yes, I know that you want to form an alliance with the Dragon King's wings. Now that the council is gone, the few remaining counselors are not a threat. The other dark guilds have no threat to us. Luli looked at Makarov and Urza beside him, then glanced at the group of mages and said, Since Pluto wants to form an alliance, there must be Pluto's plan. So let's hear it. Mard laughed and said to Luli and the others, President Luli, you must know the strength of Tartaros, right? You probably didn't expect that we would form an alliance with your Dragon King's wings. Luli thought to himself, this Pluto is really not simple. He can think of this. It seems that he will know this powerful king well. Of course I thought of it. But if Pluto has bigger wishes like me, this reason should be logical. After Luli finished speaking, he suddenly wanted Mard to go, and told Cobra while walking, asking him to bring the wine glass and the exclusive red wine of Dragon King Wing. Everyone was surprised to see Luli walking towards Mard slowly, and even Mard looked at Luli with some puzzlement. At this time, Mard also stood up and stood opposite Luli. The eyes of the two seemed to be frozen, full of unknown and unexpected desires. After Cobra brought the wine glass and red wine, Luli asked him to pour 3 glasses and called Makarov behind him. Old man, since Pluto is here on Dragon King's wings, shall we welcome you? Seeing this, Makarov walked towards Luli immediately, took the wine glass in Cobra's hand, raised it slightly, and stood in a triangle shape with Luli and Mar 747. Yes, we should welcome the arrival of Pluto. In fact, Mard already understood what Luli meant. He was still asking about his alliance just now. Before he could explain the details, Luli already had such an attitude. This is enough to show that Luli is affirmative of his plan. No doubt. At this time, Mard naturally realized again that this extraordinary guy in front of him is probably the strongest ally of Juanfu Gate, and Shinya Shincher is the biggest threat and enemy. Thinking of this, he naturally wouldn't bring up any topic related to the alliance, because it was already obvious that Luli had accepted their request at this time. Mard didn't think much, and after taking the wine glass in Luli's hand, he was ready to clink glasses with them. But at this moment, Een behind Mard suddenly walked behind Mard, lying in front of Mard's ear to remind him. Pluto, this glass of wine. Chapter 143. In the end it was Pluto. Mard knew what Een wanted to say, and signaled Een not to say more with a gesture. Seeing this, Een immediately took a few steps back, looked at the people in front of him, and immediately maintained his vigilance. For a moment, the actions of the 3 people in the hall attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked at Luli and Mard half understood, as if all this happened too suddenly and too inexplicably, which made people wonder. Luli raised his glass first to signal, and the 3 of them raised their glasses at the same time, clinked their glasses slightly, and drank it down in one gulp. Seeing Mard's trust, Luli suddenly felt a little more admiration. I didn't expect Pluto to be so courageous. It seems that we really need to talk about our plan. After finishing speaking, everyone in the Mard and Makarov class burst into laughter. The atmosphere that was still solemn just now was filled with laughter and became much more lively in an instant. Elisa, Natsu, Midnight, Lucy, Mira, and other mages never imagined that the Pluto they had been guessing for a long time turned out to be like this. It is estimated that they are not thinking about Pluto like they used to. Hostility. Mard also felt that the distrust and hostility of the wings of the Dragon King towards them had eased a lot in an instant, and he was also very happy to form an alliance with people like Luli, because it could make them stronger. President Luli, then sit down and talk about our alliance plan. Mard to Luli et al. After such a brief communication with Mard, Luli's curiosity seems to have become stronger, looking forward to Mard's alliance plan, and looking at the magicians of Dragon King's wings. After a few battles, they also need after resting and recuperating, by the way. We can also take this opportunity to cultivate Izzo and Jess fighting skills to prepare for the future. Therefore, the alliance plan proposed by Mard this time is the best of both worlds for Luli, which is why Luli is interested. Thinking of this, Luli also said bluntly, "Since Pluto has already planned it, we have all expressed our sincerity today, so you can say it." After hearing this, Mard glanced at Ian behind him and motioned. "You can ask Ian to tell the president about the specific plan." After receiving the order, he took a step forward and stood beside Mard, watching Luli and Makarov begin to tell everyone their plans. Chairman Luli and Vice Chairman Makarov, after the defeat of the council, some remaining forces are slowly rising, and they will also attract more guilds in the near future to deal with such things as Dragon King's Wing and Tartaros. There is one more important point. I guess the grown-ups have thought of it too. At this moment, Ian deliberately paused, looked at Luli for a while, and then continued. "I think the president must know the Holy Order, right?" Luli glanced at Mard knowingly, then looked at Ian and said, "I just heard that the holy rank is also the highest level in our world, and it is also the holy place that mages yearn for." Ian continued to explain, "Maybe the president only knows one thing but doesn't know the other. To enter the holy rank, you need more powerful magic power and careful planning to complete the task." Mard took Yin's words and said, "Ian is right, that's why I found President Luli to form an alliance. As Tartaros, our strength is not too small, and of course the Dragon King's wings are the same. But if we want to enter a more advanced higher levels must form alliances and make all preparations for entering the holy level. There are also things we are more eager to get." Luli listened carefully to Mard and Yin's words. His expression froze in an instant, and he fell into deep thought for an instant. Now that he already has a high level of magic power and the Dragon King's wings, plus those 4 dragon pets, it can be said to be full of strength. If it is true what Mard said, he himself is definitely willing to enter the realm of the holy rank to explore another unknown field. Mard also seems to see Luli's mind, and he also knows that Luli must have the same unpredictable ambitions and desires as him. So he continued to say to Luli, "President Luli must not know that there is a magic book in the holy rank called Saint. The possession of this, Li Hao Hao, magic can make people who can reach the holy rank obtain stronger magic, which can devour the will of the world and control all rings." Speaking of this, Mard also took a special look at Luli. At this time, Luli was fascinated by everything Mard said, and he was even more preoccupied. After thinking about it for a few seconds, Luli stared at Mard, stood up suddenly and walked in front of him, stretched out his right hand, spread his palms, and motioned for Mard to give him a high-five oath. "Ha ha ha, I knew President Luli was not an ordinary person, so I didn't waste my Mard walking." As he spoke, Mard spread out his palms and gave Luli a high-five oath. Chapter 144. In this way, a new alliance has been formed since the collapse of the Balam Alliance. Pluto, since we have already formed an alliance, let's give our alliance a name. Luli looked at Pluto, with a look of who can't be compared with me from the corner of his eyes. Since President Luli thinks so, let's name the new alliance with the purpose of our alliance, so that we can form a synergy between the alliances and achieve our goal of rushing to the holy level and being invincible. Mard looking at Luli firmly, he said. Okay, Luli gave a thumbs up. That's called building holy steps together. How about it? Luli looked at Mard and asked back. Ha 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 ha, that's a good name. I didn't expect President Luli and I to think of going together, so we left just like that. Mard also had a knowing look in his eyes. Makarov saw that the two had such a tacit understanding. 833. Of course, as the vice president, he naturally couldn't lag behind. He walked to Luli and announced to the mages. Today, our new alliance is formed. Let's cheer together. and celebrate the tacit understanding between the two king presidents. Who? Who? All the mages immediately cheered. Seeing such a scene, Lu seemed to feel that the whole world was in his pocket, and he was secretly delighted. Mard thought that now that the alliance was formed, it was time for them to return to Tartaros. After everyone quieted down, Mard bid farewell to Lu and Makarov. President Lu, our alliance has been formed. I am going back to the Holy Land of Tartaros, and you are welcome to visit our Holy Land at any time. After finishing speaking, he turned around and gestured to Ian. Please give the spirit of the Holy Land to President Lu. I saw Ian took out a key-sized object from his body and handed it to Lu with both hands. Lu took the object and observed it carefully. The spirit of the Holy Land was engraved with the mark of Tartaros, and it was black and bright. The same. Lu asked curiously, I don't know what this is? Everyone also looked at this object with doubts and began to discuss it. They all said that they had never heard of or seen this object. Maybe this is why Tartaros is mysterious and unknown to the outside world. Seeing Lu's puzzled look, Mard replied, This thing is the key to unlock our Tartaros. With it, President Lu can visit my underworld at any time. Lu looked at Makarov on the side. He wanted to ask Makarov if he had seen this thing. Grandpa, have you heard of or seen this thing? No. Makarov replied. Pluto, since you said this is the key to unlock the Hades, then I don't understand one thing. Lu looked at Mard suspiciously. Mard saw Lu's thoughts, Kaisai, and asked back, Is the president trying to tell me how to find me, Tartaros? Lu looked at Mard even more surprised, thinking, This guy even knows what I think is really not to be underestimated. Pluto is really powerful, you know what I think? Then he asked Mard, Then, can the king of Hades tell us how we can find Hades? Pluto was honest, holding the spirit of the Holy Land and chanting silently, Santia, god of demons, open. A gate of light in the shape of the mark of Tartaros suddenly appeared in front of my eyes. I saw a dark current behind the gate slowly flowing to the far depths. The black hole is like a bottomless pit without end. It is estimated that the other end of the undercurrent leading to the black hole should be it is the holy place of the legendary Tartaros. Everyone was stunned to see the complacent and more mysterious expressions of Mard and others. They opened their mouths and sighed. So this is the road to the Holy Land of Tartaros. Mard also saw the expressions of Lu and the others, and pointed to the light screen and said to Lu, As long as President Lu wants to come to my Holy Land as a guest, he only needs to recite the incantation just now to the spirit of the Holy Land, and this door will appear, and he can reach our Holy Land by walking in the direction of the light. Lu looked at Mard, said after a long sigh of relief, I didn't expect that the door leading to the Holy Land of Tartaros is so mysterious. No wonder the outside world has never been able to find the Holy Land of Hades. Seeing it today has really taught us a lesson. At the same time, Lu also thought to himself, Isn't Mard afraid of being threatened after revealing the location of the Holy Land? Or did Pluto keep a hand? Many questions followed, making Lu suddenly feel that Tartaros is more mysterious and mysterious. Unknown. Since Pluto trusts me so much in Lu, I will definitely go to pay a visit. After Mard and others said goodbye to Lu, they read silently. Santia, god of demons, open. The same light screen reappeared. Mard and others approached the undercurrent and instantly disappeared in the main hall of the Dragon King. Chapter 145. After Mard and the others left, Lu and the others immediately started discussing in the hall. This old man has just seen the strength of Tartaros. He really deserves to be the most powerful Dark Guild in the original Balam Alliance. The rumors about Tartaros before were just hearsay. Now it seems that his strength is far beyond what we imagined. That's so powerful. Makarov sighed. Lu looked at Makarov, looking at the spirit of the Holy Land in his hand, that is, the key to unlock Tartaros, but in fact, he had no less doubts than Makarov. Mard gave him such an important thing so easily. There must be other secrets that they don't know, but he is still not sure what crisis or intention is hidden here. After a moment of contemplation, Lu said to everyone, Everything that happened today really made me feel that the mystery of Tartaros is beyond our imagination. As he spoke, he casually threw the object in his hand to Natsu, who was beside him. Natsu, pack it up. Let's go to the Holy Land of Tartaros together another day. To see this legendary and mysterious place. Got it, boss. Natsu responded. Urza looked at Lu and asked, Lu, since you are going to visit this mysterious Holy Land of Tartaros, when does the president plan to go? Yes, boss. When are we going? Natsu on the side also asked eagerly. Makarov and all the mages stared at Luli, who hadn't spoken yet, with earnest eyes. I saw Luli standing up slowly, crossing his hands in front of his chest, stepped off his seat, swayed around in front of everyone, and said firmly, "Since the Pluto has come to our Dragon King's wings, we must strike while the iron is hot. It's better to make a quick decision." Everyone expressed their opinions one after another. "We support the boss's decision, just say it." I saw Luli slowly walking up to Makarov, looking at the old man who had gone through so many things like a child. "Old man, since everyone is looking forward to it so much, then I'll go to the Holy Land of Tartaros, and you can worry about Dragon King's wings." Seeing Luli's cautious attitude, Makarov replied, somewhat moved, "Don't worry, you must be very careful when you go here. After all, it is an unknown land." Luli nodded, then turned around and said to everyone, "Since it's decided, let's go tomorrow. As for who will go with me, let me think about it." As the old man said, "After all, this is an unknown realm." As soon as Luli finished speaking, Urza hurriedly said, "Luli, let me go with you. It will take care of you." "Taste, let me go too." Boss 1 Natsu Kongchio looked at Luli immediately. All the mages expressed their opinions that they would go with Luli. Seeing this, Luli hurriedly said to everyone, "Well, Urza and Natsu will go with me, and of course I will also bring Izuo. As for you, stay and study magic. We have more important things to do." Everyone listened to the words and didn't say anything anymore, because everyone knew Luli's temper and the decision would not change. After discussing this matter, everyone also dispersed one after another, returning to their own residences. Luli naturally explained everything to Makarov about going to the Holy Land of Tartaros tomorrow. "Grandpa, let's go to see the specific situation of the Holy Land of Tartaros tomorrow. If you need help from dragon pets in an urgent matter, you can directly call out their names and say in your heart, 'The dragon god appears.' A few spiritual creatures will appear in front of you. I will give Jess and the others orders when I leave, and they will be under your command during my departure." Asking for flowers, Zero hearing Makarov's words, he looked at Luli, his eyes full of emotion again. Of course, Luli knew that nothing would happen if he went to Tartaros, but after all, no one has ever been to their holy land. So it is also the responsibility of Dragon King Wing to explain everything. Zero, this night also passed very slowly. Luli's mind was full of all the assumptions about entering the Holy Land of Tartaros. What is the area and structure of the Holy Land? What is more worrying is whether the magic of myself, Izzo, and others can still be used normally in the Holy Land of Tartaros. All kinds of questions accompanied Luli's curiosity until dawn. Boss. Natsu called Luli at the door. Didn't you know that Luli had just fallen asleep at this time? Before he even had time to dream, he was awakened by Natsu. "Natsu, you came to wake me up as soon as I fell asleep," Luli said angrily. Natsu hurriedly replied, "Boss, did you forget that we went to the Holy Land of Tartaros today?" Luli suddenly patted his head and said to Natsu outside the door, "I slept late and I forgot. Wait for me for a while. I will pack up and come." At this time, Urza also walked to Luli's door, looked at Natsu standing there blankly, and asked, "Luli is still up?" Natsu quietly lay next to Urza's ear and said, "The president will come out immediately. Let's wait for him in the main hall." Chapter 146. Urza glanced at Luli's closed door and smiled at Natsu. "Natsu, believe it or not, the president is lying down and dreaming again?" Natsu heard Urza say this and stopped him quickly. "Urza, let's go quickly, otherwise the boss will be in trouble if he gets angry." As he spoke, he dragged Urza to the main hall. As soon as the two entered the hall, they saw Makarov sitting there. "Urza, did you and Natsu wake up early?" Makarov said, looking at Urza and Natsu with a smile. Makarov deliberately stretched his head to look behind Urza and the others, and asked, 733, "Where's that brat Luli? Still sleeping?" Urza covered her mouth and replied, "Yeah, I guess I'm still daydreaming." Saying Poochie, he laughed. Makarov naturally understood Urza's meaning, thinking that this kid must have been too excited last night. He only got up so late today, and he forgot about going to pay a visit to Mard. Before the voice fell, I heard someone talking. "Master, how could I forget such an important thing?" It turned out that it was Luli who came over. I didn't expect him to get up so soon. It really exceeded Natsu and Urza's expectations. Makarov followed Luli's words. "We just said that you were dreaming, and your boy came here. Just in time. You are ready to go, let's go?" Luli stretched his waist and looked at the ready Natsu said. "Natsu, Are the spirits of the Holy Land ready? Natsu hurriedly took out the black and transparent magic weapon from his pocket, shook it in front of Luli a few times, and then said proudly, "Don't worry, boss. If you forget anything, you won't forget this. This is the key for us to open the mysterious gate of the Banquet Temple and the Holy Land." Luli straightened his collar and specially put on his black windbreaker with the Dragon King's wings imprint. Looking at Natsu and Urza, he said, "How about my dress? Does it look like a club?" After that, the three of them laughed knowingly. Luli turned to say goodbye to Makarov. "Old man, just worry about it here. We've made a deal." "Izuo!" Luli shouted out of the hall. "Roar!" Immediately, a thunderbolt flashed across the sky above the Dragon King's wings outside the main hall, followed by a roar that shook the world. "Call!" Izuo fell in front of Luli and others. Luli looked at this huge body and couldn't help but think to himself, this guy has grown stronger since he hasn't seen him for a few days, and he is twice as big as he was when he saw it a few days ago, which is incredible. Without thinking too much, he signaled Urza and Natsu to climb on Izuo's back. The white dragon spine is no longer as easy to ride as before, so they can only stand on the dragon spine. After standing still, signal Natsu to take out the key to the Holy Land of Tartaros that the spirit of the Holy Land is going to open. After Natsu got the order, he took out the black and transparent spiritual thing from his body and said silently in his mouth, "Santia, god of demons, open." Suddenly a light screen similar to the mark of Tartaros appeared in front of them. After Luli ordered Izuo to enter the huge light screen, they were suddenly pushed forward by a surging dark streamer, as if they had entered another world. "It's strange and scary." Luli looked at Urza and Natsu and said, "No wonder no one knows about the Holy Land of Tartaros. Even the way to enter is so mysterious. It seems that we didn't come in vain this time. You should pay attention to everything around you when you arrive later." Natsu and Urza nodded at the same time. After a while, at the end of the dark stream, the same light screen as when it came suddenly appeared. Whoosh! After exiting the light screen behind him immediately disappeared. It was the antechamber of the mysterious Tartaros that appeared before their eyes. Strangely, there is no one guarding the entrance of such a large Tartaros front hall, and a black mark hangs on a huge, pillared stone gate, which is the mark of the Tartaros Guild. Look at the entire castle of Tartaros. The only thing left that has been covered by thick fog is the skeleton hanging on the top of the castle. Izuo lay down on the ground slowly and put Luli and the others down. The three carefully looked around at everything here and walked cautiously towards the stone gate. Suddenly, Mard and Een came over, and they said to Luli and Natsu when they got out of the stone gate, "Welcome President Luli to visit the Holy Land of 5.0 Tartaros." Luli smiled and said to Mard, "Ha ha ha, it's long overdue." Then he followed Mard and others to the stone gate, apparently intending to enter the castle. With a wave of Mard's hand, a clearly visible road appeared in the thick fog in front of them, leading directly to the castle standing in front of them. Luli immediately felt the mystery and unknown of the Holy Land of Tartaros even more. They followed Mard and others, looking around while walking, but it was a pity that in the thick fog, all this was in vain. Chapter 147. When approaching the castle, Mard waved his hand, and the dense fog around him disappeared in an instant, and what appeared in front of them was a castle shrouded in darkness and light. The castle in front of me is clearly visible, but it is shrouded in a light and shadow. Without Mard's magic, it is estimated that it would be difficult to enter this mysterious holy land of Tartaros. Luli looked at Natsu and Urza at the side, and his eyes already revealed the kind of arduous task. Urza and Natsu also seemed to understand. After meeting Luli's eyes, they nodded slowly. Because even the invincible Luli can't imagine what mysterious things will be waiting for them next, they can only wait and wait for Mard's arrangement, and at the same time, they have a desire to look forward to this powerful ally. At this time Mard turned around and said to Luli and the others, "President Luli, this is our core territory of Tartaros, and it is also our sacred and inviolable holy land." After all, 25 put his hands together and read silently. The gate of the Holy Land. Open in an instant, the black light around the castle disappeared, and a black gate with the mark of Tartaros opened slowly. Mard walked in the front, Luli and the others followed behind, and walked into the Holy Land castle together. As soon as they entered the castle, Luli and the others were attracted by the structure inside. Compared with the Dragon King's wings, this is simply a magical workmanship. On the ground in the center of the castle is a circular mark of Tartaros, and directly in front of them is a huge altar, and it is impossible to see what is on it. There are 2 black-robed warriors standing under the altar. The costumes are the same as the 3 black-robed envoys they saw before. In the middle of the black-robed warriors is a tall stone chair, which must be the seat of Hades. Looking around, it seems that there are different people standing in every direction. These people should be part of the legendary 9 demon gates. After Mard led Luli and others into the castle, he specially asked Luli to sit in his host-guest position and motioned to the black-robed waiter next to him to pour water. President Luli, I didn't have time to say just now, who is this giant dragon behind you? Luli looked at Mard, who seemed to be interested in Izzo, and said with a smile, Pluto is interested in my dragon pet? He was raised by me since he was a child, and he is already relatively strong among the dragon clan. After all, he looked proudly at Izuo, who was squatting aside. Mard continued, Chairman Luli, I heard that you have 4 dragons. It seems that the title of Dragon King is really worthy of the name. Luli naturally showed his iconic sneer, looked around the various characters in the hall, and said to Mard, I also heard that there are many disciples of Tartaros, and each of them is powerful. Taking advantage of the situation, he pointed to the disciples in every corner and continued, Presumably these are the most powerful 9 Demon Gates members in Tartaros. Mard replied affirmatively, yes. Then he said to Luli, the president also knows about 9 Demon Gates? Luli sneered again on his seemingly ignorant face, as if he knew the 9 Demon Gates well. Pluto, although I haven't seen 9 Demon Gates before, but in terms of their strength, they are very famous in many guilds, and even the previous council has rumors. After finishing speaking, Luli swept a circle of disciples. Mard also sneered when he heard Luli comment on Tartaro's 9 Demon Gates. Hee. It seems that the president really thinks highly of our Tartaros. Urza took Mard's words and said, Pluto can have such magic and strength at such a young age, and he is in the same situation as our president. Ha ha ha. Mard laughed, and his eyes were fixed on Urza, revealing a man's admiration for a woman. This young lady 127 can really talk. Ha 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 ha. Pluto, her name is Urza. She is the beauty of our Dragon King's wings. She is amazing. After that, Luli glanced at Urza. That gaze was full of a man's love for a woman. All right, since President Luli has come to our Tartaros, I, Mard, will definitely not let you return empty-handed. Then he motioned to the waiters on both sides and brought a plate covered with a layer of black cloth, and it was impossible to see what it was. After Mard lifted the black cloth, what appeared in front of everyone was a dragon egg. I saw that the whole body of the dragon egg was black and bright, and there was a layer of dim light on the outside of the eggshell. It didn't look like the dragon eggs that Luli got before, and there was an indescribable feeling. Without thinking too much, Luli looked at Mard in surprise and asked, What does Pluto mean? Looking at Luli's surprised and puzzled eyes, Mard said to him, The president doesn't know. This is a dragon egg. Chapter 148. Mard pointed to the glowing dragon egg and continued, I know that the president loves raising dragons all his life, and he has his own secrets about raising dragons. I got this dragon egg accidentally, but through the joint efforts of me and everyone, I can't bring him back to life. Looking at Luli's increasingly suspicious eyes, Mard simply took the dragon egg in his hand. President, this dragon egg probably has nothing to do with us. If you can come to my holy land of Tartaros as guests today, I will give it to you. Mard handed the dragon egg to Luli. Luli took the dragon egg and looked it over carefully. At this time, he had already ignored the others around him. Because he likes dragons, he was very excited when he saw this strange dragon egg. Roar! Roar! No one noticed that Izuo on the side would suddenly growl. Luli hurriedly shouted, Izzo, lie down. After looking at the dragon egg in Luli's hand, Izuo suddenly stretched out its huge dragon head in front of Luli. His eyes had turned red. The thunder flashed all over his body, and the thunder snake surged. Seeing this, Luli felt Izuo's uneasiness and anger, and thought that Izuo wouldn't be like this usually. What happened today? Could it be because of this strange dragon egg in his hand? He couldn't think of any reason to make Izuo angry, so he looked up at Izuo and ordered him angrily. Izzo, what's wrong with you? We are now in the holy land of Tartaros. Please sit down. Because of the master's scolding, Izuo became much more docile in an instant. He said to Luli, Master, this dragon egg is the rebirth of the black dragon. Everyone was so surprised that they couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. They stared blankly at Luli. Even Mard and his arrogant 9 Demon Gates members cast doubtful eyes in surprise. President Luli, this dragon can talk? Mard said to Luli, huh? Unexpectedly, Pluto has curious and incomprehensible things. Luli glanced at Mard and said proudly, because from the moment they entered Tartaros, everything was only their curiosity about this unknown realm, as if they themselves were transparent in the eyes of the gang of Hades. Now it is finally possible to make them mysterious once again. After being proud, Luli said to the gang in Hades, Izuo can talk because he has eaten the holy dragon fruit and defeated the black dragon. And his current strength even makes me fear 3 points. After finishing speaking, he looked at Izuo, who was on the side, and said, Master, I will always be loyal to your subordinates. Luli chuckled. Hearing what Luli said, the doubts in the hearts of Mard and others gradually disappeared. Since the president can raise such a huge spiritual pet, then this dragon egg gifted to you can be regarded as returning to the original owner, Mard said to Luli with a smile. But just now Izuo said that this is the rebirth of the black dragon? Is it the black dragon he defeated? Mard asked, puzzled. Yes, that's him. Luli replied, looking at the glowing black dragon egg. Ding! The system's voice suddenly remembered. Hello, host. This black dragon egg is the rebirth of Akunologlia. You can go back and put it on Dragon Island to cultivate, and he will become as powerful as Izuo. Luli heard the system say so and asked quickly, System? Can the magic of this black dragon egg be absorbed by me? The host of the meeting, Luli heard the words and said to Mard, the Pluto can give this thing as a gift, which shows the magnanimity of the Pluto. Looking back at Izuo, no matter how many dragons I raise, you are my favorite dragon family. 07. Izuo let out a long growl and said to Luli in the dragon language that only he and Luli could understand. Master, the black dragon egg has a strong devouring ability. You must remember to raise it with the Tianshui of Dragon Island. Otherwise, it will be devoured by him instead. Tianshui in Dragon Island? Luli suddenly turned his thoughts back to Dragon Island. There is Tianshui in Dragon Island? How did Izuo know? He himself did not know such a thing. With these questions in mind, Luli also asked Izuo in dragon language. Izuo, there is Tianshui in Dragon Island? Why didn't I know? Izuo replied in dragon language. Master, the Tianshui I'm talking about is the dew on the dragon tree on Dragon Island. Luli suddenly realized. Of course, everyone didn't know what they were talking about. Li Wangzhao, seeing Mard and others looking at him and Izuo with puzzled faces, Luli quickly said to Mard with a smile, Pluto, I have gained a lot from coming to the holy land of Tartaros this time, and thank you for your honesty. It's getting late, and it's time for us to go back. Mard knew that Luli wanted to go back to Dragon King's wings sooner, so he didn't want to keep him anymore. After the president returns, we have to prepare well for our next plan. Tartaros also welcomes you to come anytime. After that, he signaled Een to open the door of the Holy Land. Santia, demon god, open. Luli and the others left immediately and returned to Dragon King's wings. When leaving, Mard took a special look at Urza. Chapter 149. Just when Mard looked at Urza, Luli accidentally saw the guy's mind. Grab Urza's hand and stand on Izo's dragon spine. Roar. Izo led the group into the gate of the Holy Land and disappeared in the Holy Land of Tartaros. After returning to Dragon King's wings, Makarov is supervising the magicians practicing magic in the hall. After hearing Izuo's roar, they all walked out of the hall to welcome Luli and their smooth return. Your boy is finally back. How is it? The legendary Holy Land of Tartaros. Makarov asked Luli hurriedly. Before Luli could speak, Natsu on the side spoke to everyone. This time I really saw the real Holy Land of Tartaros. It is really more mysterious than we imagined, and you can't think of it at all. After listening to Natsu's words, everyone quickly looked at Luli, expecting him to say something. Urza looked at everyone's expectant eyes and said to everyone, Everyone, go in quickly. Go in and talk to 183. Luli nodded in tacit agreement. So Makarov surrounded Luli, and they entered the main hall. After sitting down, Luli looked at everyone, slowly took out the black and transparent dragon egg from his body, pointed at the black object and said, Look, everyone. What is this? All the mages leaned closer to see what happened. Boy, just tell everyone. Makarov looked at Luli expectantly. Seeing everyone's concern and anticipation, Luli didn't hold back anymore. He slowly raised the dragon egg in his hand and stood up to look at everyone. This is the rebirth of the black dragon Akunologlia. Everyone started talking in amazement. They couldn't believe that this was actually the dragon egg after the rebirth of the black dragon. This is really the dragon egg from the rebirth of the black dragon. Urza saw everyone's distrustful eyes, so he stood up and promised. Natsu, Kebi, also nodded and said that this is a real black dragon egg. Okay, everyone, don't talk about it. This is the dragon egg of the rebirth of the black dragon. It was given to me by Mard. Luli spoke. He glanced at the dragon egg in his hand and said, Pluto and the others couldn't conceive a dragon body, so they gave it to me as a favor. Makarov looked at Luli suspiciously and asked, will this black dragon egg give birth to another demon like Akunologlia? Luli heard what Makarov said, but he is the only one who knows the secret of the black dragon egg, so he doesn't care about what everyone says now, but concentrates on looking at the dragon egg in his hand, with that eager and doting look on his face. The mood has been revealed undoubtedly. However, Luli knew Makarov's worries, and if he hadn't told Izzo, he would have the same worries, so Luli calmed down the excitement just now, and comforted Makarov and the wizards. Don't worry, everyone. Since I can bring it back, I will definitely be able to tame this demon's rebirth. Izzo will help me raise him, and make him a part of our Dragon King's wings powerful warriors. Hearing Luli's words, everyone was relieved, and at the same time congratulated Luli for being newly favored by the dragon. Congratulations, brat, you have another dragon pet, plus Izzo, Jess, Snow and Tony. You already have 5 dragons. After finishing speaking, Makarov patted Luli's shoulder and gave a thumbs up in admiration. Luli glanced at Makarov and said, Master, it's not that I have gained another dragon pet, but that Dragon King's wings has gained a powerful general. After that, everyone laughed together. After everyone dispersed, Luli hurriedly summoned Izzo. Take the black dragon egg to the Dragon Island. Seeing Luli's arrival, Jess, Snow, and Tony roared excitedly to the sky. Roar, roar, roar. Luli knows that he has not seen them for a long time, and this is a welcome for himself. Izzo naturally responded to Jess and the others. Roar. For a moment, 4 giant dragons of different sizes landed beside Luli together. These usually ferocious and terrifying dragons suddenly seemed as docile and cute as children who haven't seen their parents for a long time. Luli took out the dragon eggs and said to several dragon pets, This black dragon will grow up with you in the future and become one of you. You should help me take care of him and help him grow up. After Jess finished listening, he growled somewhat reluctantly, expressing his reluctance. Luli knew what they were thinking. They were afraid that after having a new dragon pet, they would have another opponent. Of course they didn't want to. Even if they were dragons, they would still feel jealous. Izuo understood the master's thoughts, so naturally he had to teach these unhappy guys a lesson. You have to listen to the master, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Roar. After saying that, Izuo roared loudly at the giant dragons. Jess, Snow, and Tony were naturally afraid of Izzo, so they lay there docilely and did not dare to make a sound. After seeing Izuo's statement, Luli stood up. Since you are taking care of the black dragon, I am relieved. Wait until I hatch it. After saying that, he bit his finger and dripped a few drops on the crack of the black dragon egg. I saw that the black egg immediately cracked and broke, and a cute little black dragon crawled out. The black dragon reappears. Chapter 150. I saw the little guy protruding his round head. His black, translucent, and luminous body slowly crawled out of the broken eggshell, slowly crawled in front of Luli, tilted his head and rubbed against Luli's leg, making a sizzling sound. Luli looked at this cute little guy and couldn't connect him with the black dragon Akunologlia. But Izuo has already told himself that using Tianshui from Dragon Island can make this guy finally himself like Izuo and the others. Thinking of this, Luli grabbed the little black dragon, walked under the dragon tree, let the little guy drink a few sips of heavenly water, and then put him back where he was. System. Can I absorb the little black dragon's magic now? Luli asked. Ding. It's not possible, host. The little black dragon is different from other dragons, and you have to wait until the time is right. Luli asked in amazement. Since they all belong to the dragon clan, why are other dragon clans able to do it, but the little black dragon can't? Host. Because the little black dragon was reborn from Akunologlia, it needs to be cultivated with the Tianshui of Dragon Island for a certain period of time before it can be absorbed by you. After hearing what the system said, Luli felt that what the system said was the same as what Izuo said. It seems that we really have to wait. Tell me, is there something that makes him grow up quickly? Luli curiously asked the system. Host, I don't have any, but there is one thing that I'm afraid you can't bear to part with. The system has sold off. Luli became more and more curious. Quickly asked, What? Host, is that thing difficult to say? Or easy to say? But it's actually Izuo's blood, the system responded. Luffy thought for a while hesitantly, looked at Izuo in the distance, and muttered, Izuo, Izuo, I'm afraid I will wrong you. Luffy walked towards Izuo slowly, raised his head and looked at him, as if he had something to say but couldn't say it. Then he walked up to Izuo, touched Izuo's huge dragon claws, looked at Izuo with distress, and said hesitantly, Izuo, you are the boss here, and also my favorite dragon pet. Izuo seemed to feel Luffy's thoughts, and looked at Luffy with that puzzled look. Master, do you want me to do something? Is it related to this black dragon? Luffy looked at Izuo in surprise, never thought that this guy could understand his thoughts. Since Izuo already knew, then he didn't hesitate anymore, and just told Izuo about the situation. So he probably could understand his own thoughts. If you were in a good mood, you will definitely be willing to shed a little blood. Izuo, actually I have something to discuss with you. This little black dragon, he is the rebirth of Akunologlia, so if you want to include him, you have to use Tianshui to cultivate him as you said, but he is still very young, and unlike you, I can use gold coins to buy what he needs, so I have to feed him with your blood, so that he can grow faster. Izuo looked at Luffy. That fierce look suddenly became so innocent. In fact, what showed in his eyes was not that he felt sorry for his few drops of blood, but that he did not expect that his master would use his own blood to feed the new dragon pet. This is what he can't figure out. Izuo got up and slowly placed the dragon's claws in front of Luffy, motioning him to take the dragon's blood. Ask for flowers. Luffy certainly couldn't bear to watch Izuo get blood taken by herself, so she looked at Izuo in front of her in comfort, and then at the little black dragon crawling on his lap, comforting. Izuo, don't worry, I will buy it for you again. What better dragons need, you just stick to it for a few days, and it will be fine in a few days. As he spoke, he grabbed the little black dragon lying on his lap, and used his magic to transfer Izuo's dragon blood to the little black dragon. After a few minutes, the little black dragon burped. Hands up. Seeing such a scene, Izuo looked at Luffy very moved, and said to him, Master, if you use magic to transmit blood, your magic power will be weakened. Although I don't feel any pain, master you, but it weakens the magic power. Luffy was already very satisfied that Izuo could say such words. Seeing the dumbfounded look of the little black dragon, Luffy smiled with satisfaction again. In fact, Izuo only knew that Luffy's actions would alleviate his pain, but he didn't know that although Luffy's magic was weakened for a while, the magic power he would get from the black dragon would be dozens or even tens of thousands of times. Suddenly, the little black dragon, which was the size of a palm, grew dozens of times in just a few minutes after sucking Izuo's dragon blood. I saw that the black dragon's body gradually grew taller and bigger when the whole body was fissioned, and a pair of wings gradually exposed the dragon's body, stirring slowly, as if about to fly. After Luffy saw it, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. That guy Izuo's dragon blood is really so powerful. Chapter 151. After a while, the little black dragon instantly turned into a big black dragon. Roar! This guy started running around Dragon Island excitedly. Although he can't fly now, he is already a half-adult dragon. Luffy looked at Izuo, closed his eyes and woke up the system. System. Exchange for the dragon's necessities. I want to replenish Izuo's energy and make up for the loss he gave the black dragon's blood transfusion just now. Ding. Host, you need 10 points to exchange. Dragon needs supplements. Do you want to exchange them? Luffy roughly calculated that he still has more points, so he quickly told the system. Change. Definitely change. Izuo, 037, has already lost so much dragon blood. I want to give him some compensation. Okay. Host, please accept. In an instant, a red ball similar to the size of a pill appeared in Luffy's hand. Inside the transparent crystal, beams of red light were emitted outward, and there seemed to be a surge of blood flowing inside. After getting the pill, Luffy hurriedly signaled Izuo to swallow it. Izuo knew the master's intentions, so he swallowed it without saying a word. All of a sudden, Izuo's body suddenly became ruddy and translucent, and a stream of heat moved through Izuo's body like a thunder snake, and immediately spread in Izuo's body. He felt that his physical strength had increased a lot. He looked at Luffy and nodded frequently. Thanks. Thank you, master. I feel full of strength now, and I feel like I'm going to explode. Hearing this, Luffy felt a little relieved, but it also gave Izuo a good start for feeding the black dragon in the next few days. At least there is no need to worry about Izuo's reluctance to transfuse the black dragon. Seeing the black dragon lying beside Tony and the others, Luffy also walked over, patted the round black head of the black dragon, and signaled him to follow him to the dragon tree. The black dragon lazily followed behind Luli, walked under the dragon tree, and drank the heavenly water again. It's almost there, Luli thought to himself. There is no need to worry about the black dragon now. There will be no problem with Izuo and the others in Dragon Island, and I don't know how the Dragon King's wing is doing now. What are the old man and the others doing? Thinking of this, Luli bid farewell to Dragon Island and returned to Dragon King's wings. Boy, you're back, Makarov said with a smile after seeing Luli walk into the hall. Grandpa, is the guild okay? Luli smiled softly. Then he walked into the hall and sat down. Ever since Luli went to Dragon Island with the black dragon eggs, Dragon King Wings has never stopped. He has received invitations from several dark guilds one after another, saying that they want to form an alliance with Dragon King Wings. Makarov and the others are a little overwhelmed, but he knows that Luli is definitely not interested in other guilds. Now in his eyes, only Tartaros Mard and the others are eligible to form an alliance with Dragon King's Wings. As expected, Makarov told Luli about the visits of those small guilds in the past few days. Luli sneered and looked at everyone and asked, "What do you think of the fact that the various guilds are looking for us to form an alliance?" He took the opportunity to look at the old man. Makarov knew what Luli was thinking. After all, after getting along for a long time, he could understand his character and temper more or less. Boy, now that we have the allies of the Tartaros Guild, let's ignore those guilds who didn't pay attention to us before. When Luli heard Makarov say this, he felt a little relieved. After all, the old man can be of one mind with him, and this is their best weapon. So he smiled and said to Makarov, "Old man, you are right. What strength is Dragon King's wing now? How can he mix with people like them?" After all, he looked at the crowd, and then said to Makarov, "Unless there is one point that they can accept, that's another matter." Everyone was puzzled and looked at Luli at this time, expecting his answer. Because in everyone's mind, Luli has always been straightforward and not procrastinating. Today, I really don't know what kind of medicine he sells in his gourd. Luli understands that everyone only thinks about forming an alliance, and they don't want to grow the guild, instead of pointing out the country with others. After he opened his eyes slightly, there was a murderous look in his eyes, sneered and said to Makarov and the others, "Unless they surrender to me, they will die." It turned out that what Luli wanted was to destroy them. No wonder he had such an expression all of a sudden. After everyone heard this, they all reacted one after another and started discussing with each other. "Boss, you are right. How can those 3.8 guilds form an alliance with us? They have no qualifications." Natsu stood up immediately. Urza also stood up. "Now our Dragon King's wing is not what it used to be, and since the last time we defeated the Senate and several major guilds, the mages have not really fought again. Why not take this opportunity, find an excuse to annex a few more?" Luli looked at Urza and felt that it was really unexpected that Urza could say such a thing. But it was also expected, because after several battles and the trip to Tartaros, Urza became more mature. Chapter 152. Taking advantage of the situation, he glanced at the commotion mages standing in the hall, and it seemed that the desire for war in Luli's heart became stronger and stronger. He stood up abruptly, with a long-lost murderous look in his eyes. "Guys, since you've all rested and recuperated, shall we find a guild to do the surgery?" After speaking, he smiled at Makarov beside him. Makarov also smiled contentedly. "It seems that you have already made plans. Since this is the case, I will do as you want. Go and kill a guild first and stand upright first." Since the last battle, all the mages of Dragon King's Wings have been impatient and have long wanted to go out and try their skills, but everyone is in the same guild. How can they find an excuse to start a war? The problem that they are currently considering first. Although the Wings of the Dragon King is not a formal guild, they are the representatives of justice in the Dark Guild. Therefore, if you want to eliminate the other real Dark Guilds, you must find sufficient or suitable excuses so that you can go north. Everyone is convinced and supported. But now they are all afraid of the Dragon King's Wings. So how could any guild not wink to challenge the Dragon King's Wings? If there is no chance to challenge, then this excuse for fighting will be useless. Before the war even started, the entire Dragon King's Wings was already full of uproar. And there were two viewpoints. Some supported going to war directly, and some supported justifiable. In short, combat is certain. It depends on how to fight. Luli naturally understands this truth in his heart. Since he wants to get rid of those dark forces that have done all kinds of bad things, they must be justified. Otherwise, their reputation in all circles will be bad in the future. Seeing the people arguing endlessly, Luli stood up. "Everyone be quiet. It's easy for us Dragon King wings to destroy a random guild, but we must have an excuse. Otherwise people will say that we Dragon King wings are bullying the small by the big and spread the word. Luli, where can I put my face? Suddenly the hall became quiet. Now that we have decided to eliminate those dark forces, it will only be a matter of time. So don't worry, everyone, you will have a chance. After all, Luli sat in his seat, took a sip of water from the water glass and looked at everyone. Natsu, Angel, Urza, Midnight, Cobra, Lucy, Mira and others also returned to their seats, waiting for Makarov to say something to everyone. Makarov got up, looked at Luli who was sitting there, and said to everyone, "You have all heard, the meaning of the president is also very clear, and I think so too. We are not the same now, because the strength of Dragon King's wings has become so strong that a few people sent out it will can destroy a guild. But everyone, don't forget that although we are not in the ranks of the regular guild, we are doing righteous things. So wait for the time to come, and then make a move that will get twice the result with half the effort." After hearing what Makarov said, everyone also stood up one after another. Say hello to Luli and Makarov together. Remember the teachings of the boss and the old man. Having said that, it is not easy to find an excuse now. After all, Dragon King's wings already have a great reputation. Who would dare to cause trouble again? Suddenly, Angel stood up, looked at Luli and Makarov, as if he had some good idea, refining the 10th sound. "Boss, old man, since we can't take the initiative to find others to cause trouble, how about letting them come to us?" Luli looked at Njia and said, "You have a way?" Of course, Angel began to feel complacent, because he knew that Luli would definitely accept his plan. So he walked in to Luli and Makarov and started telling about his plan. "Boss, I remember those hypocritical old things in the Senate. Although they nominally stand on the side of the regular guilds, in fact, there are many dark guilds that are secretly manipulated by them to do a lot of bad things together." Looking at the expectant eyes of everyone, Angel took a breath and continued. "Later, after we destroyed the council, although some remnants were left behind, there were still many dark guilds that supported the council and were still doing evil. Since they colluded secretly before, there must be some guilds who knew about their scandals, so we used pursuing the crimes of colluders in the council, issued a notice to let the various guilds report each other, and then we waited for the opportunity to reap the benefits of the fishermen." After Angel finished speaking, Luli looked at him in surprise, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect this guy to have such an idea. This is almost exactly the same as when I went to fight the council." It seems that the assessment of this S-level mage was given to Angel, so I really don't complain. Chapter 153. Since Angel has such a plan, then this matter might as well be entrusted to him, and it should be regarded as another assessment of him. So Luli stood up happily. Looking at Angel, he also glanced at the wizards. Angel's plan, everyone must have heard it, right? Luli deliberately asked back. Actually, Angel is right. I think you all remember the time when I quit the Fairy Tale Guild. At that time, I did that just to attack the council to ask for an explanation. In fact, everyone knows that at that time the Senate often colludes with some dark guilds in secret, and it can be regarded as doing all the bad things. After we defeated the council, many dark guilds that had previously colluded with each other naturally disappeared. Angel's words reminded me, we will start from this clue. Bar. When Luli said this, the Een family also understood why Angel would say this. It is true that Luli was also bullied by the Senate, and later thought of destroying them, and finally got the current Dragon King's wings. It seems that Angel's plan is really a good way. So who is in charge of this plan? Everyone is waiting for Luli to order. Since Angel came up with this plan, let Angel be responsible for it. Luli turned to look at Makarov. What do you think, sir? Makarov nodded knowingly, expressing agreement. So Angel readily accepted the plan he proposed. But that's what I said, but it's still a bit difficult to actually implement it. After all, the Senate has been wiped out, and those dark guilds who colluded before will naturally not admit that they have anything to do with them. How to find clues? Angel was also lost in thought. Just when Angel was at a loss, Urza came over, because he knew that Angel must need some help. Angel, what can I do for you? Urza asked back. Urza, thank you. Now my headache is how to find the evidence of collusion between the council and some dark guilds. Angel scratched his head vigorously and looked at Urza. Urza naturally understood that there would definitely not be such obvious evidence of collusion between the council and the dark guild. So it was really difficult to break through this point, and she couldn't figure out why Angel would make such a suggestion to Luli. But now that it has been decided, there must be a solution. You don't need to find any evidence, Angel. Just follow what you said before. Let them reveal the secret to each other, and then drive a wedge between them. The important thing is not to find evidence, but to make excuses. Do you understand? Hearing Urza say this about himself, Angel stood up suddenly. You're right, Urza. How can I be so stupid? Both of them laughed. I saw that Angel found the messenger spirit, wrote the content of the notice, and summoned the messenger spirit to take the notice he wrote to the public. For a while, various guilds were boiling, because this announcement was initiated by the Dragon King's wing. So as long as they can report the guilds colluding with the Senate, they will have the opportunity to please the Dragon King's wing. It is indeed a good opportunity for all guilds. But they don't know the plan and Lu Li's ambitions at all. At this time, Angel was also proudly waiting for various secrets about the collusion between the council and other guilds to be sent back by the various guilds through the messenger elves. I don't know if I don't read it, but when I read the secret letters, Angel couldn't laugh or cry. I didn't expect that the Majestic Council would join forces with these people who they called the Dark Guild before. Thinking about Lu Li's decision to destroy the council at that time was very correct. This hypocritical council actually did a lot of heinous bad things. Dismissed everyone. It seems that those hypocritical guys really deserved what they deserved, but it's a pity that they were wiped out too late. When Angel saw the atmosphere, he cursed. Did he really want to go there immediately? In this way, letters of disclosure continued to reach Dragon King's wings. For a while, Angel couldn't take care of them, and called Urza, Natsu, Midnight, Cobra, and others to come and help. Everyone looked at the contents carefully, and each recorded the names of the dark guilds who colluded with the council to do bad things. And by the way, saw their evidence of collusion with the council written down in just a few days. They actually sorted out several big books full of them. It can be seen that the crimes of this group of people are really not ordinary. This is why their plan to eliminate those guilds is also a very correct and wise move. Chapter 154. Seeing so much evidence, Angel thought to himself, it's time to report to Lu Li. No matter what, destroy a guild first to stand up. After thinking about it, I hurried to discuss with Lu Li and saw Urza at the door on the way. So I called Urza and ran to Lu Li's room together. Boss, Urza and I have something to come to you. Is it convenient? Angel knocked on the door and asked. You go to the main hall and wait for me. I happen to have something to see you too. Lu Li got up and opened the door, looking at Angel and Urza confidently. After hearing this, Angel and Urza immediately ran to the main hall. After a few minutes, Lu Li came over, and Makarov and Midnight also entered the hall together. Lu Li smiled and said to Makarov when he saw the old man and the others had also arrived in the hall. Grandpa, I'm going to ask Cobra to bring you over to discuss important matters. Hearing what Lu Li said, Makarov seemed to have a premonition of what he was discussing and looked at Lu Li with a smile. Stinky boy, don't say it first. Let the old man guess what? Lu Li looked at Ma 923 Karlov and smiled slightly. Old man, tell me. See if you can think of going with me? Everyone was looking at Makarov at this moment, wondering what could bring the old man and the president together to discuss in the hall. An Angel looked at them in surprise, because he was about to talk to Lu Li just now, and Lu Li had something to discuss with everyone. But no matter what, we have to wait for them to finish talking. Maybe the president will say the same thing as what he wants to say. Seeing that everyone was here, Lu Li got up and looked at everyone. Just now the old man also said that he guessed what I was going to say, so everyone can think of it, right? Makarov looked at Lu Li, smiled and said, Boy, do you want to practice your hands first? Lu Li laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, old man, it seems that you guessed it right. Taking advantage of the situation, he looked at everyone and continued. This time we asked Angel to look for evidence and excuses. After so many days, I think Angel will definitely not let us down. After Lu Li finished speaking, he glanced at Angel and said, Angel, you say yes? Angel looked at Lu Li happily and said, Boss, I didn't expect that we were just going to talk to you about this matter. I didn't expect you to have already planned it. I really admire it. Lu Li also showed a smug expression in his eyes at this time, because he himself couldn't wait any longer, so he wanted to discuss with everyone about fighting as soon as possible. Angier, since you know what I'm discussing with everyone, then hurry up and tell everyone. Lu Li looked at Angier firmly. Only then did Angel understand that Lu Li couldn't wait to implement his plan. It seems that what he discussed with Urza just now was too timely, otherwise he would have to tell his next plan. Really, it's hard. After all, with so many guilds, without the decision just now, there would definitely be no way to deal with business. After all, I also happily showed my smug smile. Thinking of this, Angel glanced, kfa, knowingly at Urza, ready to tell everyone about his next plan. Boss, old man. Actually, Urza and I were just about to talk to you about the battle. Urza and I have already analyzed the specific plan for the next step. We will destroy one guild first and stand upright among all the guilds, Majesty. Angel glanced at Luli and Makarov and continued. Judging from the current situation, the Sirius Guild can be our first combat target, because Urza and I analyzed it. Judging from their various evidences and crimes, it's best to kill them first. Hearing what Angel said, Luli said firmly, Okay, since this matter is entrusted to you, then follow your plan. After all, he looked at everyone and said, Sirius Guild, we haven't had much communication and contact before. Is there a clearer picture of their strength? Makarov seemed relaxed and looked at Luli, said with a smile, Boy, there are actually only 5 members of the Sirius Guild. I've heard about them flattering the council before. It is said that the Sirius Guild is not a big or small guild, but to deal with them, I feel that Natsu, it's enough for Angel, Midnight, and Cobra to go. After finishing speaking, he turned his head to look at Luli and continued to ask, Boy, what do you think of this arrangement? Luli rubbed his chin and said, The old man's arrangement is very good. Do you want Tony to practice with you? Of course it's better. It will be more secure. With Tony's help, I think this operation will be safe. Seeing Luli's determination, Makarov quickly responded to Luli happily. Since no one has any objections, let Angel wait to complete this operation, and the Een family will wait for their triumphant return. Luli saw that there was no objection from everyone, and said to everyone. Chapter 155. Angel and the other mages also felt a lot of pressure when they heard that Luli attached so much importance to the battle against the Sirius Guild. Although it is said that the strength of the Sirius Guild is not very strong, it is still an organization after all, so they cannot take it lightly. Naturally, the battle of the Sirius Guild must be arranged and planned in advance, so as to ensure a complete victory. Thinking of this, Angel hurriedly found Midnight, Natsu, and others to discuss a specific battle plan. Natsu, in this battle against the Sirius Guild, the few of us plus Tony are considered strong, but in order to win this battle, we need to discuss the specific plan for the next step. Angel knew that Natsu was very experienced in combat, so he must have good advice. Natsu also felt that Angel was able to discuss with him at this time, which was quite interesting, so he talked with Angel about some suggestions for combat. I said, Angel, do you understand the Sirius Guild? Angel stared at Natsu fixedly, wondering how he would suddenly ask this question. However, Natsu's words also reminded Angel that in order to really start the first battle of Dragon King's wings after the war against the Senate, they must win completely. For them, there is no possibility or opportunity of failure, because this is also a task that Luli entrusted to him alone, and it can also be said to be his first battle after being promoted to an S-rank mage. It can be said that Angel knows very little about the Sirius Guild, so he needs the assistance of Natsu, Midnight, and others to complete the task. Thinking of this, Angel quickly told Natsu, Natsu, to tell you the truth, I had never heard of this Sirius Guild before, so I am also very unfamiliar with their specific strength and members. Ha 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 ha. Luli suddenly laughed and said to Angel, Angel, you are really too nervous. In fact, you don't have to worry at all. Since the boss and the old man have made such a decision in this battle, they must be very sure. Besides, the boss gave us a dragon pet as a helper, so no matter who the opponent is, they will definitely be wiped out by us. Immediately, Natsu raised his right hand and said firmly to Angel. It seemed that after Natsu's encouragement, Angel also instantly felt that the victory was in front of him, so he also showed a joyful expression. Now that Natsu said so, it doesn't matter so much. Angel patted Natsu on the shoulder. The two went to the front hall together, and then summoned the remaining members who participated in the battle. After everyone put on their combat equipment, Angel, as the leader of this combat mission, did not forget to encourage everyone before leaving. Everyone, today we are going to attack the Sirius Guild. Do you have confidence? Yes. The wings of the Dragon King are invincible, the mages responded. Angel felt a lot more at ease when he heard this inspiring slogan. Seeing the excitement of everyone getting ready to go, he immediately issued an order. Set off. So Angel took out the magic ring that Luli had given him in advance and faced Sky City. Tony, I saw a flash of thunder in the sky instantly, and a lightning-like thunder fell directly outside the hall of the Dragon King's wings. Everyone walked out immediately, only to see that Tony was already standing there, waving his pair of huge wings and roaring towards the sky. Ask for flowers. Roar. Angel activated the magic ring and ordered Tony. Tony, please take us to the Sirius Guild. At this time, Tony slowly lay down on the ground, and everyone jumped up and stood on Tony's dragon spine. After everyone stood firm, Tony soared into the air and flew in the direction of the Sirius Guild. And the Sirius Guild here is still thinking about how to curry favor with the Dragon King's wings. They never imagined that they will face a fierce battle next, and this is actually related to the Dragon King's wing. Zero, with Tony's assistants, Angel, and the others soon arrived at the boundary of the Sirius Guild. As for the Sirius Guild, they probably knew about the crimes they committed before, so for the sake of safety, they also placed an invisible barrier over their territory, but it could only serve as a warning. When Tony was about to enter the Sirius Guild, a white light flashed suddenly and disappeared immediately under the impact of Tony's powerful thunder and lightning impact light and shadow. At this time, the door attendants of the Sirius Guild immediately reported to their president, Sirius. Sirius felt very strange when he heard this, and hurriedly called everyone to prepare to defend against the enemy. Door attendant, hurry up and find out who is short-sighted who came to provoke our Sirius Guild this time. Don't you know that we are going to form an alliance with Dragon King's wing? Sirius was so angry that he ordered the door attendant to go and check. Because Sirius thinks that he has been friendly to Dragon King's wing for a long time, and they have never offended Dragon King's wing and the others before, he naturally never thought that it was Dragon King's wing who violated and invaded them this time. So this all the unexpected is actually a reasonable thing. It's just that he wants to get lucky too much. Chapter 156. After a while, the door attendant rushed into the Heavenly Wolf Hall to report. Master President, it's not good one. One dragon brought a group of mages here. The speed of the doorman's frightened speech was a little abnormal. It seemed that Sirius was not willing to believe what the door attendant said, so he asked rhetorically, "What? A dragon? And a group of wizards? Can you see clearly?" Although he was very unwilling to believe that all of this was true, he already had a very ominous premonition in his heart. He stood up and looked at the mages in the hall. His eyes were full of fear and unrest, because he already knew that among the guilds, the only one with 350 dragons was the Dragon King's wing. It must be the Dragon King's wings coming to attack. However, although Dragon King's wings came suddenly, he still had the kind of fluke mentality that he didn't want to believe. All of a sudden, countless different results and endings popped up in Sirius' mind, and for a moment he seemed unable to make preparations for how to deal with it. Looking at the few B-level mages around him, Sirius knew that the difference between his strength and Dragon King's wing was not just a little bit, but a lot. Besides, there is still a dragon coming for them this time. So if there are any bad results, the Sirius Guild will definitely lose. However, he also thought that the original intention of the Wings of the Dragon King was to use justice as the slogan. Will not give up their previous name for such a small guild. Thinking of this, Sirius seemed to relax a lot. This long meeting can only block the fate of their guild on the fact that Dragon King's wing will not give up the reputation of long-term management for them. Besides, the Sirius Guild has no reason to keep it in the council. So thinking of this, Sirius became complacent. Didn't he know that this action Dragon King's wings has already been planned? So his fate of Sirius will be rewritten next. Is Sirius there? Angel shouted to the doorman of the Sirius Guild. It seemed that the Sirius Guild was really about to suffer a fierce battle, and Angel even called Sirius, the leader of the Sirius Guild, by his name. At this time, the door attendants saw Tony with them and ran away in fright, because these people had never seen such a scene before. They had heard of the existence of dragons before, and they could not expect to see a real dragon. It's too big and scary. Looking at Tony at this time, although he is not a top dragon warrior in the Dragon Clan, he is simply a huge monster in the eyes of this group of people. Seeing the doorman fleeing in all directions, Tony became even more energetic and yelled at the sky on purpose. Roar! The Sirius in the hall was also shocked when he heard it, but he still pretended to be calm and waited for the arrival of Dragon King Wing and his group. Angel, Natsu, Midnight and others entered the main hall of the Sirius Guild unimpeded. Seeing Angel walking towards him with Tony, Sirius quickly stood up to greet him. I don't know what you all want to do when you come to my Sirius Guild? Angel sneered. Looking at the group of Sirius members, there was already a hint of killing intent in his eyes. I never thought that the Sirius Guild would be able to collude with those old bastards from the council. Hearing what Angel said, Sirius thought to himself, how do these people know about the past? Besides, the Senate has been wiped out by the Dragon King's wings, so they can't have any excuses, right? Dare to ask if there is any proof? Don't be so rude in my Sirius Guild without proof. Ha 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 ha. What an unfounded. Do you think our Dragon King's wings wronged you casually? Natsu laughed sarcastically. and this smile shocked everyone in the hall. Midnight also sneered, and said to Sirius and the others, "Stop talking nonsense, we don't have so much time to waste words with you here." Of course, as a Sirius, it would take a while no matter what, and it must have been unbearable to be insulted like this. At this moment, he no longer wanted to have any worries, and suddenly his face became ferocious, finally revealing his true colors. "It seems that you are determined to find trouble this time." Angel looked at Sirius viciously and replied, "So what?" At this time, Sirius could no longer bear this humiliation and shouted loudly, "What a group of lunatics dare to provoke me in the main hall of the Sirius Guild." After all, he immediately ordered all Wulong members to prepare for battle. Angel 2.8 saw the reaction of Sirius, and they were secretly happy. They didn't expect this guy to be so unbearable. It seems that they think highly of him. Since you, Sirius, treat our envoy of Dragon King's wings like this, then don't blame us for being rude. Angel and the mages also immediately started preparing for battle. "Natsu, Sirius is in your hands," Angel shouted to Natsu. Natsu glanced at Angel, responded, and then ran towards Sirius. "Die, Sirius." Sirius also immediately confronted, running towards Natsu's direction. In an instant, the hall became one. Chapter 157. Natsu and Sirius are also considered as wizards of the same level. These two people of similar strength are fighting together, and it is difficult to tell the winner for a while. Natsu looked at the dam at Sirius and thought, "If you don't use magic, it's a waste of your time to entangle with this guy." Saying that, Natsu jumped into the air immediately. Spreading both hands and arms, two red flame fireballs instantly appeared in the center of the two palms. Natsu quickly fuses the fireballs of his left and right hands together. Shouted, "Fire Dragon's glorious flame." Taking advantage of the trend, he folded his hands together and pushed forward, and a huge red fireball hit Sirius. Seeing this, Sirius immediately got up and jumped away. A fire pit was formed under his feet by the impact of the fireball. After dodging the bullet, the guy hit Natsu back with magic as well. I saw Sirius raised his hands high, and 10 sharp claws grew out of his fingers. Under the light of the fire, the sharp claws were particularly conspicuous and sharp. Sirius shouted loudly, "Sirius! Chase!" The two arms came back down quickly, and 10 white lights appeared in the direction of 25 Natsu in an instant. This light was extremely dazzling in the hall. Natsu jumped to dodge, and was instantly hit by the electric light with an imprint. However, the fierce attack of Sirius missed Natsu, and the wolf nature in his heart was exposed more and more. Angrily shouted at the sky. I saw that Sirius' body had already changed, and in an instant all the clothes on his body were torn apart by his angry body, and his normal body just now gradually mutated. The wolf-haired Sirius instantly mutated into an extremely ferocious wolf, with a vicious red light in its eyes, and the fangs and sharp teeth in its mouth became extremely fierce under the light. I didn't expect this guy to have this function. It seems that I really underestimated him. As expected of the leader of the Sirius Guild, his strength really cannot be underestimated. After seeing the transformation of Sirius, Natsu immediately stood still, and saw a group of red flames appearing on his body instantly, and the flame became more and more hot under Natsu's driving, so hot that only he could bear it. Natsu jumped up and shouted, "Sword Horn of the Fire Dragon." At this time, Natsu was completely surrounded by the flames and couldn't see anything clearly. He merged himself with the flames, turned into a huge, flaming sword, and rushed towards Sirius. Ah! After colliding with Sirius, Sirius let out a scream and fell to the ground. His body was bruised all over by the fiery sword. Looking at Angel at this time, they also began to enter the climax of fighting. After a while, the Sirius hall was messed up by this battle. Sirius propped up his injured body in pain, looked at everything in front of him, and howled again. But Natsu would not give up fighting because of his injury. Looking at the Sirius who had lost his fighting power, he launched an attack on Sirius again. I saw flames ignited in Natsu's hands and arms instantly, and wrapped his arms together. Shout! Dragon Wing Strike. Immediately, a wall of flames shot towards Sirius, and the already injured body had no chance to dodge. Under the slap of this heavy wall of flames, Sirius was thrown on the stone table far away, covered in blood. It was blood screaming. The ferocious gaze just now seemed to have become dim and lifeless, and he curled up with a wolf body and lay on the cold ground in pain. Natsu slowly approached the Sirius who still had a trace of breath, pointed at the dying wolf body and said viciously, "I thought I could get rid of you quickly, but I didn't expect that you would transform, and I was greatly injured, wasting so much strength." As he spoke, Natsu raised his hands again, wrapped 2 balls of crimson flames on his hands, and swung his hands into claws towards the injured Sirius, tearing the wolf's body apart in an instant. This move really made the other Sirius members present fearful and fearful. After seeing Sirius being killed, they also stopped fighting one after another. After Natsu killed Sirius, he shouted to everyone, "If you want to survive, you must surrender to the Dragon King's wings. Otherwise, you will end up like your leader Sirius." 540 Sirius members listened, looked at each other, and knelt down to beg for mercy. "We are willing to surrender and join the Dragon King's Wings Guild, and we also swear allegiance to the Dragon King." Angel and others saw that Sirius was killed, and they all went to Natsu. "Natsu, I didn't expect this Sirius to be so vulnerable. Before Tony could make a move, he was already killed by you." Angel looked ironically at the shredded Sirius body, with a gleam in his eyes. That kind of disdain is also self-evident. Seeing that everyone had begged for mercy and was willing to surrender to the Dragon King's wings, Angel immediately ordered the rest of the Syrians to surrender after discussing with a group of mages. "Since you are willing to surrender, then your Sirius mark will be exchanged." After all, everyone felt a burst of pain in their bodies, and in an instant, the previous Tianling imprint became the imprint of Dragon King's wings. The task of attacking the Sirius Guild came to an end this time. After arranging everything, Angel, Natsu, and the others returned to the Dragon Lord with the source of the Sirius. Chapter 158. When Luli and Makarov heard Tony's voice, they knew that Angel and Natsu had returned, so they rushed to the hall one after another, expecting the good news they brought. After returning to Dragon King's wings, Angel, Natsu, and the others hurried into the main hall, seeing Luli, Makarov, and the others sitting there waiting for them. Approaching the main hall, and slamming Sirius, the torn corpse was still on the ground, and he pointed to the lifeless corpse and told Luli and Makarov, "Boss, old man, this is that damn it Sirius, who was torn to pieces by Natsu." Luli glanced at Natsu calmly. "I didn't expect you to go to the Sirius Guild so smoothly this time. It seems that your strength has improved again." Makarov followed Luli's words and asked with a smile, "You were able to defeat the Sirius Guild so quickly this time. Tell me quickly, everyone wants to hear about it." Angel quickly took Makarov's words. "Old man, in fact, if you want me to say it, it is just one thing. The reason why the Sirius Guild was defeated this time is all due to Natsu. If he hadn't killed Sirius so quickly, we probably have to entangle him again." After finishing speaking, he looked at Natsu, who was calm and calm. Makarov is also a battle-hardened veteran, so when he heard that Angel could comment on Natsu in this way instead of claiming credit, he nodded happily, turned around and said to Luli, "Boy, in fact, I see that they have performed well in this battle, and our strength has been witnessed once again." Luli understood what Makarov meant, and as the leader of the meeting, he must have considered more about the balance among members. Hearing what Makarov said, Natsu and the others naturally had to respond modestly. "Boss, it's not because we are good at ending the battle so quickly this time, but because that damn wolf is so useless." After Natsu finished speaking, everyone laughed. After everyone quieted down, Luli stood up and said to everyone, "Everyone has worked hard this time." Immediately turned to Lucy and Mira and said, "Lucy, you and Mira get ready to celebrate Angel and Natsu tonight." After everyone heard the words, they screamed wildly, and the hall was instantly filled with the joy of victory. Lucy and Mira happily went down to prepare the evening celebration banquet. In the evening, the banquet hall was ready. After Lucy and Mira greeted everyone to sit down, Makarov and Luli arrived last. Looking at the people who had already sat down, they picked up the wine glasses on the table. "This battle is the first victory since defeating the Senate. Let's toast together and cheer for more victories in the future." Luli raised his wine glass high, clinked glasses with Makarov slightly, and motioned for everyone to toast together. Everyone shouted in unison, "Wings of the Dragon King, invincible!" Luli walked up to Natsu, patted him on the shoulder and said to him, "Natsu, your strength is getting stronger and stronger, and you defeated Sirius without letting Tony make a move. Congratulations." As he spoke, he raised the wine glass in his hand to signal Natsu to clink his glass. Seeing this, Natsu immediately stood up and smiled and said to Luli, "Boss, you're too much, but it's really nothing." Luli looked at Natsu with a smile and walked in front of Angel. "Angel, congratulations. The the magic power of S-level mages has gone one step further. Taking advantage of the situation, he also raised his wine glass to signal Angel to clink his glasses. Angel understood that since the last S-rank mage assessment, in fact, Luffy and Makarov have been looking for opportunities for him to show his skills. And this time the combat mission was also entrusted to him, which shows that Luffy attaches great importance to this. Fortunately, this battle went smoothly, otherwise, even he himself felt that he deserved the honor of S-class mage. Thinking of this, Angel greeted Luffy, stood up to pay respects first, and drank the spirit in his hand in one gulp. Luffy looked at Angel with relief. Without saying a word, his eyes told Angel that he had completely passed the test in Luffy's heart and became a real S-rank mage. Afterwards, Luffy clinked glasses with Midnight, Cobra, and other wizards who fought one by one. After the toast, Luffy walked towards the old man, and the two also clinked glasses knowingly and drank all their thoughts. Seeing that everyone was almost drunk, Luffy said to Makarov, "Father, we have won this time, so we can strike while the iron is hot and let Urza and the others find new targets, right?" Nuawang Zhao. Makarov shook the wine glass in his hand, and when he heard Luffy say this, he guessed what he meant, and after drinking the wine in the glass, he looked at the slightly drunk Luffy boy. "I know what you mean. Through this battle, I have also seen the strength of young people. It is time for them to go out and participate in actual combat a few more times." Luffy stood up happily, put her hands on the stone table, lowered her head slightly, and the smile on the corner of her mouth raised again, sweeping around the people who were doing it. "Everyone, if we want to dominate the world, we must become the strongest guild. This victory is the first battle. Next, let Urza take Luffy and Mira to reveal our strongest beauty team. What do you all think?" Chapter 160. Luffy. "I'm Urza. Are you up yet?" Urza knocked on Luffy's door and said. Luffy responded, "Urza, just go to the main hall and wait for me. I will come in a while." Urza and Angel immediately went to the main hall to wait for Luffy. Luffy came over after a while and asked Urza as soon as he entered the hall, "There must be something urgent for you to wake up so early and find me." Urza looked at Luffy and said eagerly, "Luffy, Angel and I analyzed it just now. According to the current situation, the Scorpion's Heart Guild is the most suitable for our next target." "Scorpion Heart Guild?" Luffy looked at Urza and Angel in surprise. "Sit down quickly and motioned to the two of them. Tell me in detail." Urza looked at Angel and said, "Angel, tell me about the analysis just now dash." Angel looked at Luffy a little puzzled, quickly accepted Urza's request, and said to Luffy, "Currently, according to the evidence and superstitions we have, it is perfectly appropriate to attack the Heart Guild of Snakes and Scorpions." Luffy bowed his head in thought for a while, looking at Urza. "Urza, what do you think of Shingon who attacked snakes and scorpions?" Urza firmly told him that he and Angel had already made a thorough analysis, and that Xian Guild, who was attacking snakes and scorpions, would have confidence in them. Seeing that Urza is so confident, the Xian Guild who attacked the snake and scorpion should have no problem this time. Thinking of this, Luffy smiled knowingly, and asked Urza if there was anything else she needed. Of course Urza would not have any other requests. The only request was to let Jess take them with him, so that it would be faster. Luffy agreed immediately, and handed over the magic ring to Urza, who could give Jess orders. Now that everything is ready, Urza and the others can't wait to attack the Heart Guild of Snakes and Scorpions immediately, and show some color to those old women who don't know what to do after everything was settled. Urza raised the magic ring and shouted to the sky, "Jess!" In an instant, a flame-like red light from the sky quickly fell to the outside of the main hall of Dragon King's wings. Roar! Jess' fiery dragon body was already lying there waiting for everyone to ride on him. Urza, Lucy, and Mira quickly jumped onto Jace's spine. Jess rose into the air with a roar, and a fiery flame behind him gradually disappeared as they went away. After a while, Jess took Lucy and the others to the sky above the Scorpion's Heart Guild. For the sake of safety, the Heart Guild of the Snake and Scorpion also set up a light wall in the airspace to warn the invasion of foreign enemies. When Jess was about to approach the wall of light, there was a bang. There was only a loud noise immediately after the wall of light was broken by Jess' flames. Urza understands that this is a line of defense set up by the Snake Heart Guild in the airspace. Presumably these dammit guys have already known their arrival at this time. At this time, the Heart Guild of Snake and Scorpion is holding a banquet to its heart's content. In fact, just when Urza and the others thought they were going to come to the Fem Heart Guild, these people had done some bad things recently, and they were so aggressive everywhere. They also happened to plunder some of the guild's property, and they were holding their celebration banquet. At this moment, The door attendant suddenly rushed into the banquet scene and reported to Rila. Ask for flowers. Master President, we have encountered intruders. I saw this coquettish and snake-like woman, who was half lying on the chair just now, got up suddenly and asked after hearing the report from the door attendant. Which unrepentant guy wants to provoke my snake and scorpion heart? My mother sees that they are impatient. After Rila finished speaking, another messenger from the Dark Guild who was present suddenly said to Rila, Master President, I heard that the Syrian Wolf Guild was wiped out a few days ago. Could it be that this group of people came again? Rila looked at the envoy in surprise and asked back, There is such a thing? Then do you know which guild is so powerful that it even wiped out Sirius? The emissary responded, It is said that the Dragon King's Wings Guild did it. He looked at Rila's expression of disbelief and continued speaking. I don't think it should be so fast, because they just wiped out the Sirius Guild. So why don't they come to you to seek defeat without taking a break? Hearing what the messenger said, Rila Schuenscher's ferocious face was completely different from just now, and her rosy and purple lips were also frozen there by the sharp teeth. Immediately afterwards, the messenger sent another bad news to Rila. Seeing Rila's face, he continued to tell her, Master President, it is said that this Sirius was defeated by a magician of the wing of the Dragon King in just a few rounds, and his body was torn apart alive. That death is really cruel. Rila looked at the envoy, and what flashed in her eyes was no longer the enchanting feeling of Stephanie just now, but the expression that had already twitched to the point of ferociousness. Chapter 159. When everyone heard what Luli said, they shouted Urza and the others' names loudly, and the whole banquet was filled with shouts, and Urza and other ladies also bowed their heads shyly and remained silent. Since everyone agrees, shall we invite our Captain Urza to say a few words for you? After all, Luli sat down and took a mouthful of wine after picking up the glass, and sat there quietly. Urza heard the words, stood up quickly, and saw everyone looking at her expectantly. At this time, the female wizard who made the opponent fearful on the battlefield also blushed shyly. The victory of Angel and Natsu this time is the happiest thing for us Dragon King Wings in recent days. To tell you the truth, I have long wanted to go out and teach those guys who have done bad things in the past. Since everyone is so trust me, then I'll stand for Lucy and Mira. After Urza glanced in the direction of Lucy and Mira, he continued, We will be the same as defeating the Sirius Guild. We will win our next battle. Good. With 800 of our lovely Urza playing, I think any guild is really lucky to meet you. Makarov said to Urza jokingly. Everyone laughed after hearing the words. Luli also looked at Urza with satisfaction, picked up the wine glass and got up and said to everyone, Let us congratulate our strongest beauty team for another victory in advance. Then everyone took possession together, drank the wine in their hands, and went back to rest. The next day, Urza found Angel early in the morning, because Angel had a lot of secret letters that the various guilds reported to each other. Probably because he drank too much last night. Angel's door is still closed. He probably hasn't woken up yet. Urza knocked on the door and shouted, Angel! Angel! Seeing no movement, she walked into the main hall at CFFH and planned to wait for a while. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw Makarov sitting there and immediately greeted him. Master, you got up so early. Makarov smiled and said, Urza, you are not too late. In fact, Makarov said that on purpose. He knew that Urza woke up so early for the next combat mission. After Urza sat down, he also talked with the old man about his next plan. Sure enough, as Makarov expected, Urza woke up so early precisely for this matter, and it turned out that she wanted to ask Angel for help. So Makarov said to Urza, Urza, you don't need to worry about this matter. Angel will naturally come to you when he wakes up. Urza looked at Makarov in disbelief, but couldn't ask any more questions, so he waited in the hall for about half an hour. Sure enough, Angel came to the main hall immediately after waking up, saw Urza and Makarov sitting there, greeted Urza, and asked Urza, Urza, have you made any plans for your next step? Urza heard the words, glanced at Makarov, and thought to himself, This old man is really powerful. Even Angel will come to take the initiative to look for him. It seems that Jiang is still old and spicy. Thinking of this, Urza slowly shook his head at Angel. Angel knew that it would be difficult for Urza to plan for a while, just like when he was determined to attack Sirius Island, so he understood Urza's mood very well. So he comforted Urza and said, Urza, don't worry, you helped me last time. This time I will definitely help you plan well. Urza smiled delightedly. Makarov looked at Angel at this time with a smile and said, You're not really a good boy. You know how to repay your kindness, Hurry up and make a plan with Urza. After all, the old man walked out of the hall. Urza looked at Angel suspiciously at this moment and asked, Angel, tell me who is our next target. Angel Ruajia lowered his head in thought for a while, then suddenly raised his head to look at Urza and said firmly, the next target is the Heart Guild of Snakes and Scorpions. Looking at Urza's puzzled eyes, Angel hurriedly explained. Actually, the leader of the Heart Guild of Snakes and Scorpions is also a woman, named Rila. Because of her vicious heart, it was called the Heart Guild of Snakes and Scorpions by the regular guild before. According to the letter, they used to follow the review the hospital also did bad things, and everyone gritted their teeth for what they did. Angel took a sip of water, breathed a sigh of relief and said, this is one of the reasons, and another reason is that they have planted the Fairy Tale Guild before. So this time we must kill them. After hearing Angel's analysis, Urza immediately stood up, and Angel also stood up when he saw this. I really didn't expect this Viper's Heart Guild to be so damn it. Why didn't I think of it before? After finishing speaking, Urza gestured to Angel. Go. Let's talk to Luli about this plan, and they will definitely agree. The two walked towards Luli's room together. Chapter 161. Rilla knew in her heart that although Sirius, the president of the Sirius Guild, was a little weaker than her, she had dealt with that guy before, and her strength should not be underestimated. If this is what the messenger said, then it seems that the members of the Dragon King's Wings Guild are really top experts. But she was lucky enough to think about it. There are currently 3 guilds visiting her side. No matter how strong Dragon King's wings are, they shouldn't dare to directly make enemies in front of so many guilds, right? Besides, as long as they come here, they will definitely not be able to withstand the temptation of her alluring figure, and they will be captured by her instead. Thinking of this, Rila said to the doorman with a sneer, retire for the time being. 370 will talk about it when those people come. Don't disturb my mother's interest. After finishing speaking, he began to half recumbent on the seat and continued to drink and chat with the messengers. When they were in the mood to drink, a woman's voice came from outside the hall unexpectedly. The femme fatale woman is actually so elegant drinking and having fun here. After a while, 3 women came in, followed by a huge dragon. Everyone was really startled, and they all stood up and looked at the 3 shy women, and of course the giant dragon behind them. Seeing this, Rila immediately scolded. Who are you? How dare you break into my Snake and Scorpion Heart Guild? I see you are tired of life. Ha ha ha, Urza laughed. Then he looked at the other people around him and said coldly, so there are still so many people present today. It seems that we came today at a really bad time. When Rila heard Urza mocking them so much, she became very angry. Who are you? Tell me your names, please. I can also set up a tombstone for you. Lucy replied. You old woman with a heart of snakes and scorpions, I don't know how many people were killed by you before, and your crimes have a lot of crimes in our place. The purpose of our visit this time is to destroy you and uphold justice. Ha 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 ha. Rila sneered and said to the 3 of Urza, several little women who don't know how to live or die dare to come here to pretend to be justice. Bah, I will let you go to see the brats in a while. At this moment, Jess seemed to be getting impatient and suddenly roared. Roar. I guess it's because I want to hurry up. Having said that, women are women after all, and they always have to fight a war of words. Jess' roar also seemed to remind Urza that there is no need to reason and waste words to these people. The most important thing is to get started. I saw Urza pointing at Rila and shouting, you femme fatale, today I represent justice to destroy you. After Urza finished speaking, he glanced at the envoys of other guilds present and continued, if you don't want to suffer death, leave here immediately, otherwise the fate of Sirius will also be your end. When the topic of Sirius was mentioned, the group fled in fright, because they knew that the Wings of the Dragon King was only targeting the Heart Guild of Snake and Scorpion at this time, not other people. Therefore, if you can escape a catastrophe, it is a catastrophe. So why bother to suffer death with Rila and the gang of damned guys? Seeing this, Rila was really irritated by Urza's words and immediately ran towards Urza. Urza was already prepared, and while attacking, he shouted at Lucy and Mira. Lucy, Mira, it's up to you. With that said, Urza jumped into the air, shouted, Skywheel, Sword of Chaos. In an instant, Urza, armed with a lightsaber in divine armor, attacked Rila in a series of attacks. Even Sirius might not be able to match this power with a few moves. Rila watched Urza attacking him. The sword light had stimulated him so much that he couldn't open his eyes to see everything in front of him clearly. Suddenly, Rila covered the sword light with her black cloak and jumped to escape. At this time, after standing still, Rila immediately untied her cloak, jumped up, folded her hands on her chest, and shouted, "Snake body! Scorpion wings!" Transformation. I saw that Rila, who was still enchanting just now, suddenly turned into a huge snake body, and the back end of the body turned out to be a scorpion wing that curved upwards. Spitting out his core, he rushed to Urza, who was about to attack again. Seeing this, Urza jumped up again and shouted, "Tianluan's sword of 3 persons," then he stabbed at the monster with snake body and scorpion wings. Rila rushed towards Urza because of her strong body. Jess saw this, fearing that Urza would suffer. After a roar, he jumped up and grabbed Rila's snake body, pressing it firmly under his feet. Angry Jess looked at this damn it guy, quietly grabbed her and waited for Urza to dispose of it. Seeing Jess' reaction, Urza immediately withdrew his lightsaber, walked up to Jess, and looked at the subdued Rila coldly. "You monster, you have done so many bad things in the past. You must know the consequences of yourself now, right?" Rila, who was caught under Jess's dragon claws, could no longer move. The man who was caught by Jess' huge claws was already seriously injured, and immediately turned back into a human body. With a sound of, Rila spat out a mouthful of blood from her mouth. Seeing this, Jess slowly let go of the guy in front of him who shouldn't have been shot. Chapter 162. Rila lay there in pain. The blood on the ground had stained her robe red. Seeing the femme fatale moaning in pain, Urza squatted halfway in front of her. "For the sake of us being women, you can solve it yourself." Rila raised her head, braced herself to get up and wiped the residual blood from the corner of her mouth, and looked at Urza with a sneer. "Oomph. Although my old lady has been defeated, she won't be bullied like this by you." Hearing what Rila said, Urza didn't know why, but a trace of pity arose in his heart. Her heart suddenly softened. "I actually want to let go of this woman who has done bad things with all her heart. Rila, you can be regarded as a person with integrity. I made an exception today. As long as you don't do bad things in the future, I can spare your life," Urza said to Rila sympathetically. I saw Rila standing up slowly, dragging her injured body, clutching her heart, slowly moving to her seat and sitting down, taking a breath and still looking at Urza 25 contemptuously. With the kind of expression revealed in her expression, the disdain immediately made people feel that this woman would not admit defeat. "Presumably you are the female mage Urza from Dragon King's Wings, right?" Urza looked at Rila in surprise, but she didn't expect her to know her name. It seems that this woman was already prepared. "You even know me? I didn't expect it. It's a pity that your guild has to disappear today." After that, Urza folded his hands on his chest and gave the woman an ultimatum. "Rila, as long as you don't do bad things in the future, I can promise to let you go today. This is the last time I ask you." Urza looked at Rila at this time and began to speak impatiently. Rila stood up with all her strength and said to Urza with a sneer, "I didn't expect that the #1 female warrior of the Dragon King's Wings would still be able to do so, and she would still be soft-hearted. I have opened my eyes today." Cough cough. After coughing twice, Rila said to Urza, covering her heart with one hand, "Urza, since it fell into your hands today, my old lady has accepted it today. Although she is sure to die, but my old lady doesn't want to die so quietly. No matter what, my old lady will take a while." After all, he closed his eyes and said to Urza, "Come on, give my old lady a good time." Urza looked at the dying woman, sneered, then moved towards Lucy and the others with his sleeves. While Urza and Rila were fighting fiercely, Lucy and Mira also fought several rounds with other members of the Femme Heart Guild, killing several guild members. Urza pointed to the corpses behind Lucy and Mira and said in surprise, "Lucy, you and Mira have already killed so many people?" Lucy and Mira knew Urza had lost the battle when they saw Urza walking towards them. Thinking of this, Lucy and Mira seemed to speed up the pace of the battle. Soon, all enemies were wiped out. Lucy hurried to Urza and asked, "Urza, where's Rila?" Mira also said with a look of surprise, "Yes, where is Rila?" Urza looked at the stupid faces of the two and said calmly, "I don't know what happened today. I'm heartbroken." After Lucy and Mira met each other's eyes, their brows were further furrowed. After seeing the expectant eyes of the two, Urza went on to say, "Rila and I went to another side hall after fighting, and Jess also followed. Later, Rila was caught by Jess in the duel, and she was dying. Still in the side hall, I didn't kill her." Hearing what Urza said, Lucy and Mira stared blankly at Urza at this time. What's wrong with you, Urza? Aren't you afraid that femme fatale will come back and do bad things again? Urza sighed and looked at Lucy and Mira. Actually, she is dying, so let her have some last bit of dignity. Anyway, it was a while ago. Seeing Urza in such a state, Lucy and Mira stopped talking. At this moment, 033 suddenly let out a painful scream from the hall. Ah! After hearing this, everyone rushed to the side hall to see what happened. When the three of Dang Urza approached the side hall, they saw Rila spitting out blood and fell to a sudden death in a pool of blood that was already stained red. It seems that this femme fatale actually has a bit of backbone. She didn't accept Rila's charity, she left her last dignity and died in her own hands, which is not a loss of her president's supremacy. Thinking of this, Urza didn't want to say anything more and signaled Lucy and Mira to return to Dragon King's wings. After walking out of the side hall, several people looked around. The place where the woman Rila lived was so gorgeous. Compared to Dragon King's wing, this place is one of the best places. After coming over for a while, several people walked out of the side hall, preparing to go to the main hall to meet Jess before returning to Dragon King's wings. Looking at such a gorgeous place, Urza felt sad, but they knew that this place must disappear. Chapter 163. After Urza and others entered the main hall, they saw that Jess had fallen asleep, and the huge dragon body was snoring while lying there. Seeing this usually arrogant and domineering dragon pet, several people really almost laughed out loud. I didn't expect this dragon to be so cute sometimes. Urza laughed. Lucy and Mira also covered their mouths and sniggered at the same time. Roar! Jess seemed to hear the laughter of the three of Urza, and the dragon body, which was still sleeping soundly just now, jumped up. This move really scared Urza and the others. But watching Jace wake up, Urza said to Lucy and Mira, I didn't expect this guy to eavesdrop on us. After all, the three of them laughed knowingly. Roar! Hearing Jace's dissatisfied roar, Urza also said mischievously to Lucy and Mira, looks like Jace is really angry. Urza also immediately became serious and said to Jess, Jess, listen to my order and burn this Viper Heart Guild that shouldn't exist in this world. After receiving the order, Jess yelled, Roar! All of a sudden, the crimson flames filled Jess's entire dragon body. His mouth spat out dragon's breath from time to time, and huge fireballs covered all corners of the Snake Heart Guild. Call. In an instant, the entire Heart Guild of snakes and scorpions was completely devoured by the fire. Looking at the scene of fire behind them, Urza and the others returned to Dragon King's wings with another victory. Before arriving at the main hall, Luli, Makarov and others were already waiting outside the hall, ready to welcome their return. Roar! Jess slowly landed outside the hall. Seeing Luli, Makarov and others waiting outside, Urza seemed to have felt their congratulations. Everyone is waiting for us here. Is it a little late for us to come back? Urza asked back in a joking manner. Urza, you once again proved the strength of our Dragon King wing, especially the strength of our strongest female team. Luli looked at Urza with a smile. Makarov also said happily, Yes, Luli is right. You are the strongest female team of our Dragon King's wings. Everyone nodded in agreement. At this time, Luli signaled Urza and others to rush into the hall for a detailed discussion. After entering the main hall and sitting down, Urza sat with Lucy and Mira. Luli asked Urza after watching everyone sit down, How did you meet your opponent this time? Urza glanced at Luli, looked at the old man at the side, stood up and responded, Luli, you don't know. I actually softened my heart before I was about to kill that dammit Rila. Luli asked puzzledly, why? In fact, Luli knows Urza's character best. She has always said the same thing to those evil forces. It is not like her character to be able to hesitate like this for a woman from the guild this time. Thinking of this, Luli seems to have been a little more puzzled and confused by these self-righteous ideas. Urza, tell everyone why you did that? Makarov interrupted suddenly. Urza looked at the two presidents and said calmly, I don't know why, maybe it's all because of women. Lucy and Mira also responded in unison. Looking at Luli again, although she was shocked by Urza's words, she naturally understood that Urza would definitely not lie to herself. Thinking of this, Luli started laughing and said to everyone, Everyone, we don't have to worry about this issue anymore. Urza, Lucy, Mira and the others are already very satisfied if they can return smoothly. Then he turned his head and said to Urza, Urza, is there anything strange about your trip to the Heart Guild of Snake and Scorpion this time? Urza said hastily, Yes, yes. Luli glanced at Urza expectantly and asked back, Then tell everyone quickly. After finishing speaking, he raised the water glass in his hand and slowly put it into his mouth to drink slowly. Urza saw that everyone was looking at them expectantly and responded immediately. Do you know, in fact, Rila, the president of the Snake Heart Guild, is a monster with the body of a snake and wings of a scorpion. Really? Urza, I really want to congratulate you all the more. Facing Rila, who is as strong as Lilaheo, you have already won completely, and the speed is no less than that of Angel and Natsu, who defeated Sirius at that time. The guild is waiting for everyone's speed, Makarov added. Hearing everyone's praise, Urza looked at Lucy and Mira and seemed to be secretly delighted. All the magicians also shouted. In fact, this kind of excitement is the level of their shouts looking forward to the next target. Call. Call. In an instant, the Hall of Dragon King's wings boiled again like scalding heat. But different from last time. This time Luli and the old man didn't mention congratulations for Ailu and the others at first. In fact, this is not difficult to understand. Chapter 164. Because Angel's attack on the Sirius Guild last time was the first battle after a break, Luli wanted to use this to encourage everyone, so that he could better start the battle in the future. Luli saw that everyone had already started talking about the guild, that Urza and others had destroyed the hearts of snakes and scorpions, and thought that Urza did not disappoint her in this battle. Before Angel and the others returned victoriously, he prepared a celebration banquet for them, and the effect was not bad. This time Urza and the others won again, so they couldn't hold a celebration party like Angel and the others before. This is too simple and nothing new. Thinking of this, Luli climbed sideways onto Makarov's seat and said to him, Grandpa, this time our Urza, Lucy, and Mira won again. Should we celebrate in a different way? Hearing what Luli said, Makarov also felt very novel and asked back, Brad, do you have any good ideas for 110? While talking, he looked at Luli at the side. Luli also smiled smugly. Actually, I don't have any good ideas, Luli said, looking at the mages who were discussing. However, I'd like to hear everyone's suggestions to see if you have any good ideas, and let's discuss them together. After hearing Luli's words, the people who were chattering just now fell silent. Urza looked at Luli's serious expression and said quickly, Luli, victory belongs to all of us together. I think, let's avoid it. Seeing Urza's embarrassed look, Luli said to Angel and Natsu, Angel, last time you had a celebration party with Natsu and the others, how did you feel? Angel looked back at Natsu and said to Luli, Very good, I really want to fight again. Natsu also responded, Actually, this sense of ritual is really attractive to us, and the sense of gain is self-evident. After speaking, Natsu glanced at Urza and Lucy, who were sitting on the side. In fact, they don't know that what Luli wants is this kind of effect. Through the competition among the mages, create more platforms for them and let them work for themselves. But for Urza, Luli is selfish, so he just wants to prove to everyone through Urza's play that he treats everyone fairly. Because in Luli's view, the Heart Guild of Snakes and Scorpions is not worth mentioning at all. Urza and the others went this time, just as Angel analyzed at the time. Rila and the others have done all kinds of bad things, and their strength is comparable to that of Sirius. It's not far off. That's why he sent Urza, Lucy, Mira, and the others to clean up the situation. Even if there is something uncontrollable, Jess is still there. Urza, Lucy, and Mira also defeated the Heart Guild of Vipers as expected. So for Luli, this is a good opportunity. So Luli told everyone again. Since everyone has no good ideas or suggestions, let me talk about it. Kfei, Makarov already knew what Luli was thinking. So even if he had any suggestions, he had to listen to what Luli had to say before speaking. Seeing that everyone was quiet, Luli turned to ask Makarov, Old man, you have a lot of experience. Tell me? Makarov looked at Luli's confident look and responded with a slight shake of his head and a smile. Hee, I'm old. You young people can decide on this. Seeing this, Luli quickly replied, Old man, you are still young. Everyone also agreed. Urza was really a little embarrassed to see Luli preparing for their celebration so seriously. Stand up quickly and say to Luli, Luli, we were able to win this time because of everyone's support and help. Urza glanced at Luli proudly and continued, How about this? Don't you want to celebrate us? Then let us decide what to hit next. Luli looked at Urza in surprise, frowned, sat there, and said after a few seconds, Urza, is that all you want? Yeah, Urza replied happily. Luli turned sideways and asked Makarov, Master, isn't Urza a little silly? After all, he laughed out loud. Luli's words were also heard by Urza. Instead of being angry, she said to Luli coquettishly. Luli, do you agree or not? Luli quickly put away her smiling face, looked at Lucy and Mira on the side and asked, Lucy, what do you and Amira think? Lucy's big eyes also became more round at this time, looking at Luli blinking and blinking. President, Urza's suggestion is very good. You should agree to her. Mira couldn't wait to say, I also agree with Urza's suggestion. After Mira finished speaking, she blinked her eyes and saw what Luli said playfully to Luli. This is good, 3-1. The minority obeys the majority, and you lose the president. Everyone watched the three bargaining in the hall. Chapter 165. Okay, since our three beautiful warriors have said so, Luli, you are considered a loser, Makarov said to Luli jokingly. Hearing what Makarov said, Luli also shrugged and said to Makarov and everyone, It's all like this, what do I have to say? Everyone will feel that I have lost the atmosphere of being a president. After speaking, everyone laughed together. Urza. Seeing such a result, Lucy and Mira naturally looked at each other happily, expressing a hint of victory. Urza, since this is the case, you have to promise me a request, Luli said to Urza with a mysterious smile. Say it. Urza looked at Luli firmly. Luli originally wanted to keep it secret, but after seeing Urza's expectant eyes, he said frankly, Since it's called a celebration, of course I have to celebrate for you. So the old man and I will continue to celebrate for you tonight. You can't refuse it. After finishing speaking, everyone also shouted, expressing to let Urza agree. Of course Urza understood, and she readily agreed. Lucy and Mira also ran to Luli and gave him a thumbs up. Seeing such a scene, Makarov couldn't help but sigh with emotion. You young people really don't understand the world. After speaking, he will smile happily. The celebration banquet in the evening was also hosted by Makarov. After everyone was seated, Makarov stood up and said to everyone, Everyone knows that the Dragon King's wings are getting stronger and stronger now, and we have conquered 2 dark guilds in a row. There will be more battles to prepare. Speaking, Makarov looked at Urza, Lucy and Mira and said, Urza, you, Lucy, and Mira are representing the female warriors of the Dragon King's wings. I didn't expect to win the Scorpion's Heart Guild so smoothly. Congratulations. Urza stood up and said, Old man, it's really nothing. The main thing is that we represent justice. Hearing what Urza said, Luli patted the table and said, Urza is right. Although we were defined as a dark guild before, we represent justice, so all the ugliness will eventually be defeated by us. Asking for flowers. After all, take a sip of wine and get bored. Seeing Makarov standing there holding his wine glass, Luli continued. Old man, we were bullied by the Senate before, but now we are stronger, so we have to represent the Senate, and maybe even form our own Senate, to maintain the order of this world. Zero. Hearing Luli's words, Makarov looked at Luli in surprise. He didn't even dare to think about it. This kid is so ambitious and wants to form a council. It seems that fighting will be indispensable in the future. Since Luli said so, shouldn't you all express it? Makarov raised the wine glass he had just raised high, signaling for everyone to toast together. All the mages present stood up and turned their attention to Luli. Seeing everyone standing up, Luli said, Okay, since everyone agrees, then we have a meaningful celebration. Starting today, we are going to achieve more results. You should be confident, right? Chapter 166. When everyone heard Luli say this, they became excited again, and they exchanged glasses with each other until the night. Everyone was drunk, except Makarov and Urza and the others. Makarov's drinking capacity is considered good, and coupled with the particularity of his position, so even if others can drink unconsciously, he must always remain sober, because there is no guarantee that the Dragon King's wings will not be killed by other people. The guild took advantage of the void. As for Urza, Lucy and Mira, they are women, so they basically didn't drink. Seeing that the people at this table were already lying there, Makarov signaled Urza and the others to help the 437 guys back to the room. In fact, when the wings of the Dragon King celebrated their achievements, other dark guilds were not idle. There were several guild envoys who went to the banquet of the Heart Guild of Snake and Scorpion before, but were dismissed by wings of the Dragon King Urza and others. Later, when they went back, they told their presidents about the matter. After discussing with the several presidents, they even thought of forming an alliance in order to strengthen their own strength and fight against the Dragon Lord's wings. Because they also wanted to take refuge in the Dragon King's wings before, but after hearing the reasons for the 2 wars, they also gave up their thoughts. No, they actually moved their heads, thinking of joining together to fight against the Dragon King's wings. But if they unite, who will be the boss? This must be a hot topic again. So these dark guilds thought of competing, prove their abilities through strength, and choose a ruthless character for their new alliance. As soon as they said it, they each sent a liaison officer to get in touch with the various guilds and determine the place and time for the alliance election meeting. The emissaries of the dark guilds, such as Devil's Mouth Guild, Evil Heart Guild, Crow's Black Guild, and Dark Eyes Guild, have come to the places they agreed in advance. For the sake of safety, this group of people also chose the location that is considered the most dangerous place by others, which is the Tower of Heaven. Fortunately, they thought it through, probably because they were frightened by the wings of the Dragon King. After arriving at the Tower of Heaven, several Dark Guild emissaries expressed their determination and walked to the open space outside the tower where there were only a pile of ruins, and began to discuss their plans. The Devil's Mouth Guild envoy looked at the other envoys and said, "Presumably everyone has heard about the Skywolf Guild and the Femheart Guild?" The others nodded in response. The Devil's Mouth Guild will continue. "We came here today to prepare for the alliance, and no one else knows about it. Everyone must keep it secret. We will sign a confidentiality certificate together in a while." So he took out a confidential letter from his body and opened it in front of several people. After passing it around, everyone expressed no objection. So they all signed their names, pressed their fingerprints, and left the mark of their guild. In this way, if someone informs in the future, the informer can be found out. After the confidential letter was signed, several people began to discuss the election of the boss of the new alliance. The Devil's Mouth Guild envoy speaks first. Several messengers, "Do you suggest that it is more appropriate to place the election?" The black scar on the face of the Evil Heart Guild envoy flashed across his face while the corner of his mouth twitched. He looked at the Devil's Mouth and the guild envoy said, "Surely your Devil's Mouth Guild has already made plans?" In fact, just as the Evil Heart Guild envoy said, the Devil's Mouth Guild really has a plan, because they initiated this matter. The Devil's Mouth Guild envoy sneered, looked at the other guild envoys and said, "To tell you the truth, before coming here, our president has also explained that it would be better for us to put the election in the mouth of the devil. After all, our place is more hidden, and people coming and going are not easy to be seen by others, so it's the safest place where we are." After listening to the Devil's Mouth Guild envoy, several other guild envoys looked at each other, seemed to agree with this guy's point of view after muttering a few words. "Since your Devil's Mouth Guild already has an idea, let's do it according to your plan." The Dark Eyes Guild messenger spoke to the Devil's Mouth Guild. Seeing that everyone had no objections, the Devil's Mouth Guild envoy said with a complacent smirk, "Since everyone has agreed, let's put the decree given to you by your president on this contract." After all, the Devil's Mouth Guild printed the orders given to him by their president on the alliance contract. Others saw 0.6 and followed suit. After leaving the mark, the envoy of the Devil's Mouth Guild quickly put the contract away and put it on his body. He looked coldly at the other guild envoys and said, "This contract is the best testimony of the alliance of our several guilds. From now on, our alliance has been formed, and everyone will use this contract to make orders in the future." The Evil Heart Guild messenger reminded, "Don't forget, you are not the leader of the alliance. We still have to discuss the election of the alliance." The envoy of the Dark Eyes Guild also followed the words of the Evil Heart envoy. "Yeah, hurry up and tell us about the election of our alliance." Chapter 167. Several other people also shouted. Seeing this, the emissaries of the Devil's Mouth Guild impatiently looked at the several emissaries and said, "The election is in our Devil's Mouth Guild. What else is there to say? If you have the time, go back and report it to make sure." Everyone looked at the Devil's Mouth and the guild messenger said so, and didn't want to pay any attention to him. So several people returned to the guild one after another, and reported to their president about the alliance today. After the Devil's Mouth Guild envoy returned to the guild, the returning guild leader Kovaz took out 2 alliance tokens for today. After Kovaz saw it, the big bloody mouth suddenly grinned. "Ha ha ha, good job," he said to everyone while looking at the confidential letter and contract. "With these 2 things, I can see that the job of being the leader of the alliance is almost inseparable." As he spoke, he glanced at the envoy beside him, and Yinlang grinned and said, "Abomination, no matter what method you think of, you must settle this matter for me, understand?" The messenger who just gave him the confidential letter and contract looked at Kovaz and replied in awe, "Don't worry, boss. This matter is on my shoulders." Ha 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 ha. After a burst of wild laughter, Kovaz put the 2 tokens in the box behind him, stood up suddenly, pulled Chong Evil to his side, and pointed at Chong Evil. Everyone remember, as long as I, Kovaz, can become the leader, Chong AI will be the leader of our guild. After all, Kovaz stared wide-eyed and looked around at the crowd. Because this decision was too sudden, everyone present was caught off guard, and it was inevitable that there would be discussions. Kovaz knew that everyone would be dissatisfied with such a decision. After all, it was a long time. Is it so easy to let people down? But Kovaz understands that only this guy can make him the leader of the Upper Text Alliance. He also has his own selfishness, otherwise Kovaz is such a cruel person. How could he easily allow others to control his guild? Normally, this kind of thing would be impossible. Only in this case is there such a cheap thing. Kovaz also roared loudly when he saw everyone discussing and making noise in the hall. In an instant, the hall that was still noisy just now suddenly became quiet, and they all looked at Kovaz. In fact, even Adored himself was surprised. Because he didn't want to be the president himself, but Kovaz's decision just aroused his ambition and desire. At this time, besides the joy and excitement in his heart, I think the rest is how to help Kovaz win the position of leader. Before he had time to think about it, Kovaz pulled him onto his seat and pointed at the strike. Stop talking about it. The things I have decided will not change. It is still the same sentence. As long as Chong Evil can accomplish this matter, I will fulfill my promise. After all, he raised his wine glass and threw it to the ground to express his determination. When it was over, Kovaz looked at Chong Evil and said, "It's your turn. Just swear here that this matter will definitely succeed." Knowing Kovaz's temper, Chong-Yi immediately got up from Kovaz's seat and walked to Kovaz's side. Also picked up the wine glass and threw it heavily on the ground, swearing, "If we can't keep our boss as the leader of the alliance, I will accept great punishment." Seeing this, Kovaz immediately signaled Chong-Yi to return to his original place and sit down. At this time, the hall was already silent. Only the sound of breathing remained. Seeing everyone's unconvinced look, Kovaz became angry again. "Aren't you convinced?" Kovaz looked at everyone's lips, and after seeing no one spoke, he continued, "Don't be dissatisfied. As long as you can make me the leader of the alliance, you can stand up, and you can sit in the position of president. If you don't have that ability, just let me have fun. Don't give it to anyone here. Look at the face." Laozi's 10 sets. After hearing the words, everyone looked at each other knowingly and responded in unison. "We accept all arrangements from the boss." Ha 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 ha. 597-inch Kovaz laughed out loud and said hastily, "I just said, you will definitely be able to obey any of my decisions. Don't worry. You will have the opportunity to be the leader in the future. As long as I become the leader, we don't have to be afraid of him anymore, and we can annex other guilds at that time. Laozi made you all the boss." When everyone heard the words, they quickly flattered them. The boss is undefeated. The guild is undefeated. In an instant, the Devil's Mouth Guild Hall was once again singing and dancing. Kovaz ordered everyone not to get drunk and not to return. After a while, everyone was lying there and snoring. It's really a Devil's Mouth Guild. Not only do these people not know the heights of heaven and earth, but they also think that they can do whatever they want as the leader. It seems that Kovaz really hasn't fought for a long time. At this time, in their dreams, they didn't know that Dragon King's wings had already wiped out 2 of the strongest and largest guilds in their guilds. Even if they formed an alliance, it would be useless. Chapter 168. The next day, Luli woke up in a daze. For people with a hangover, waking up is not a good thing. Tons of rock in his own head. Button, a series of knocks sounded at the door. "Come in," Luli spoke in a daze, staring at the person who came in with wide eyes. "So it was you, Urza, as the president of the guild. I actually got drunk during the war. This is not a good influence. Let's drink some hangover soup. This is what Mira made early in the morning," Urza said while smiling, showing a cute face. Luli immediately turned his eyes away when he saw it. After all, this is not a good thing for the lustful dragon clan. After drinking the hangover soup, Luli felt refreshed in an instant, and he asked Urza to wake up the guild members to prepare for the battle meeting. According to the latest information, the remaining dark guilds have joined together and are preparing to resist our Dragon King's wings together. However, for the Heart of the Snake and the Sirius Guild, the combination of these guilds is nothing but chaos. Public, Luli said confidently in front of everyone. So, this time, the alliance of several guilds such as the Mouth of the Demon, although they do not have a particularly powerful magister, but in terms of numbers, they are superior after all. I decided that Gray and Juvia will use them together. Fusion magic. Makarov also echoed, feeling very much in agreement with this fusion magic. Everyone has no objection to this fusion magic. After all, fusion magic requires a very high degree of fit, and the consciousness, magic power, and breath of two people are completely integrated to exert a powerful force. Some people can't do it in their entire lives. Everyone who heard this was even more surprised. Everything is ready. Gray raised the magic ring given by Luli and shouted to the sky. Snow, after a blue flash, brought frost to the people. There was a bang, and Snow was already on the ground ready to set off. Everyone climbed up Snower, and for Gray, the same ice attribute made Gray's magic feel tumbling. In an instant, Gray and the others came to several Dark Guild gathering places. Although there were some mobs, there were still guards. A messenger rushed to the leader's place after seeing this, and their leader was still sleeping. It's delicious. Before he could report, a loud noise woke up Kovaz, and the hidden alliance point became no longer hidden. In this forest, the trees with a radius of 100 miles turned into ice and shattered, leaving a lone stronghold. From this point of view, it is Snower's masterpiece. Kovaz and others immediately rushed out to see what happened, but they couldn't think of it. It would be like a dream at first. He patted his face, looked up, the whole body and mind trembled. Gray and Juvia didn't get off Snower's body, they stood high on it, and with the release of magic power, the surrounding air became very cold. Gray hugs Juvia. Read out coldly, Iso's spring, water rise, ice curtains rose all around, surrounding nearly 10,000 magicians of the Dark Guild, and as Gray and Juvia shouted, countless ice cones fell from the sky and landed on the enemies. The alliance leader, Li Qianzhao, who hadn't reacted yet, wanted to turn around and run like crazy, but under the blocking of the ice curtain, he exhausted his magic power and only opened a small opening, and was hit by the ice cone, turning into the ice cube shattered. Not to mention the presidents of other guilds, under this powerful fusion magic, no one can escape. In an instant, this alliance that had been preparing for the whole night disappeared in an instant like a joke. After returning to Dragon King's wings, everyone came up to celebrate. In this battle, the relatively large Dark Guild was either eliminated, or they hid or disbanded and dared not make a sound. Chapter 169. During this annihilation, the Dark Guild no longer existed, and even some small guilds disappeared under the name of Dragon King's wings. In this battle, Gray and Juvia's degree of integration has been greatly improved, especially Gray. Under Snow's ice magic, his magic source has been greatly improved. Luli saw that his guild was already so powerful, and for the whole world, the Dragon King's wings resounded through the entire magic world, so he couldn't help feeling happy. The idea in his mind also had a basic start, rebuilding the council, but in the final analysis, Luli understands that his guild is still a Dark Guild. Although it represents justice, it still cannot get a justifiable reason. Formal guilds are not the strongest existence yet. At the celebration banquet, everyone was toasting and drinking, but Luli sat outside 620 alone and looked at the moon. What are you thinking? Makarov and Urza approached with those wine glasses. Nothing. Makarov looked funny. Stinky boy, how come I don't know what you were thinking? It is not so easy to establish the Senate. We must at least show our strength in front of the regular guild before we can slowly establish it. Why doesn't Luli know? And he also has an idea in his heart. Great demon fighting martial arts? Everyone stopped Luli's comments, their eyes widened, and then their sides grew bigger and bigger. Boss, your idea is really novel. Kingdom of Fiori is not so easy for us to participate in this competition. Natsu playfully teased Luli next to him. Maybe it was just too inflated after the victory, CFDG, but it is true, the status quo is like this. I know everyone's worries. In fact, I have at least received an invitation letter from Fiori. What? Everyone was stunned, and the reason why I didn't say it was because I was worried about everyone's strength. After all, for the regular guild, your strength is not strong enough. That's why I haven't brought it up. During this time, although everyone's strength has grown improvement, but still not enough. If you can improve to a similar strength before the conference, I agree with you to go. Hearing this news, everyone became excited, especially Natsu and others, who fought once or twice. Don't think too much, you have to trust us more. Our Dragon King's wings will still be an invincible existence on the mainland in the future. Urza comforted Luli beside him. Before the meeting, everyone was trying their best to improve their magic power, but they still couldn't achieve the desired effect of Luli. In desperation, Jalal appeared in front of everyone. Urza looked at Jalal and took a step forward silently, but Luli was not happy. Although he didn't like Urza, but for the lustful dragon family, his female fans were still upset when they saw others. Urza, Jalal held back for a long time before saying this. I created a guild for the sin of the witch. Maybe I was thinking about redemption. This guild is neither a legal guild nor a dark guild. We only have one purpose: to wipe out all the evil that the Dark Guild and Zeref brought to this world. And you killed the Dark Guild before I did. It really surprised me seeing Jalal. Luli was not surprised. He saw two people in cloaks behind Jalal and asked, "Who?" After taking off the cloak. "Altair Milkovich." Gray exclaimed from the side. "Are you still alive?" Gray couldn't believe his eyes. After all, everyone thought she was dead. And the other is Mirti. Both of them were once one of the seven kin of Purgatory, and now, they are both created to make up for their previous mistakes. "I know what your purpose is, and I know what you are worried about," Ulu said from the side. But this idea has not been spoken to others. How could Ulu know? Everyone is very puzzled. As for the crime of the witch, they are the same as themselves. Although they are different in nature, they have the same purpose, so they don't think about anything. Actually, we are here to help you. Open up the second source of magic for you, and improve your strength. Second source of magic? The second source of magic. This strange line surprised all members of the Dragon Lord's wings. But a sudden transfer makes people wake up from their dreams. Indeed, there are definitely no simple conditions that can make themselves stronger. The second source of magic is that I use the Arc of Time after evolution to improve your abilities. Everyone has two magic containers. Generally, the first container is used, and the second container is in a dormant state. But this is the second container, can give you a qualitative leap, and the price is very high. Not everyone can accept it. If you can't accept it, you may die. Chapter 171. Luli looked at the embarrassed Zoe with a reproachful look. Zoe looked a little innocent and roared in a low voice, expressing her helplessness. After some communication, I found out that it was Akunologlia who influenced and destroyed the rest of the other dragons when Luli was away, and Zoe and the others wanted to stop it. So the original small disturbance led to the current one. Appearance, and it is very difficult for Zoe and the others to stop it without harming it. Akunologlia. Under Luli's questioning, Akunologlia didn't dare to act cute anymore, but turned into a pitiful look, expressing apology to Luli. Also 64-0, maybe because he is not too old, and the newly born Akunologlia doesn't have too many ideas, he just wants to play. I can't stay like this in the future. If I'm not in Dragon Island in the future, I have to obey Zoe's words and don't make trouble. So I'll buy you better dragon necessities, you understand? Akunologlia hummed and nodded in understanding. After teaching Akunologlia a lesson, it is time to clean up the dilapidated Dragon Island on this side. Well, Luli sighed and looked at Dragon Island. It was all money. I don't know how much it will cost for this destruction, and those few farmlands, those destroyed godgrasses are extremely expensive. These are all the dragon needs to cultivate Akunologlia. Luli took another look at Akunologlia. This is your own dragon need that you destroyed. How about it? Are you happy? After listening to it, Akunologlia wanted to bury his head on the ground. System, how many gold coins are needed to repair Dragon Island? Ding, the system budget. The host needs 4.17 million gold coins. Do you want to fix it immediately? Oh, let's fix it immediately. Luli's heart was bleeding repeatedly, and his tone of speech became very bleak. From his tone, he could feel the sound of heartbreak. Ding, Dragon Island has been repaired, and 4.17 million gold coins have been deducted. The voice of the system is still cold, as if no matter what happens, it will not change. As soon as the words fell, Dragon Island returned to its previous appearance. System, help Akunologlia build a habitat. Luli knew that it was because he forgot to build a habitat for it before that it would affect this situation. The system deducted another 1 million gold coins. Immediately, the sound of the Dragon Island rumbled again, and a sphere shrouded in darkness appeared. So dark that one couldn't help but shiver. What is this, and why is it so different from the others? This is the best habitat for Akunologlia. Unlike other dragons, Akunologlia was bred in darkness, and darkness is its source of power. I see. After repairing Dragon Island, the previous dragon needs were almost destroyed. Luli thought about it. The magic power of Akunologlia is really strange, and the places invaded by its magic power become very dim and lifeless. Has a very strong destructive power. Suddenly, Luli remembered that he hadn't used Akunologlia's dark magic yet. System, can I learn the magic of the dark department? Yes, host. This will be activated for you. After the words fell, a dark mist fell from the black, chilly ball, and several skills were added to Luli's mind. Isn't this the dark fruit? Luli sneered. wanting to die of the power of the dark fruit in that world. Not only was he secretly happy, although he didn't like people with this ability in that world, but he had this skill, and he was still very powerful. Luffy went back silently and instantly returned to the Hall of the Dragon King's wings. After accepting this magic power, Luffy also felt a little bit evil, and suddenly laughed evilly. It may also be the secret joy in the queen's heart that he has obtained such a powerful force. Today Luffy already has 5 giant dragons. 1 is a holy thunder dragon Zoe, 2 are 8 fire and ice dragons Jess and Snore, 1 is 6 steel dragons, and now there is another one. The extremely destructive dark dragon Akunologlia is growing so fast, coupled with his own strength that is almost beyond the holy level. Luffy's Dragon King's wings are even more invincible. What's wrong with you? Why are you laughing secretly here, and laughing so coldly? Urza happened to pass by the main hall of Dragon King's wings, and when she heard this voice, she came in to take a look, but seeing Lu 5.5ly in such a state, she felt strange, but also had an indescribable feeling. Oh, nothing, just thought of something. Luffy came back to his senses and said in embarrassment. What did you think of? So happy. Let's hear it. Urza pursed her lips in a coquettish manner and looked at Luffy. That look really looked like a goblin. Luffy couldn't stand it all of a sudden, grabbed Urza's hand and gave a wall dong. Speaking of which, Luffy also had a harmless and very delicate face. Urza blushed instantly, and this reaction made Luffy even more unbearable. Chapter 170. This second magic source came in a timely manner, but it was also very boring. I don't ask you all to accept the second source of magic, but those who accept it must be capable. I don't want you to sacrifice in vain, because the existence of our guild is because of our partners. Whether it is the former goblin the tail or the current Dragon King's wings, is for our freedom and our partners. Luffy spoke in a low tone, and after finishing speaking, he raised his right hand, the same index finger and thumb. Still in the familiar posture, the audience was in an uproar. This is the partner. This feeling of boiling blood is Luffy's life on Earth. A strong sense of desire that I have never felt before. Choose to start and determine the second magic source are Luffy, Natsu, Gray, Urza, and Gear, Lucy, Lagosas, Mira, and Wendy. At the beginning of the second magic source, Luffy was the first to accept magic. After Ulu recited a spell with the Arc of Time, Luffy did not change much. Facing such a calm Ulu was puzzled. Luffy actually understands that he is not from this world, and his magic power does not come from this world, but from Dragon Island. Pretending to be in pain all the time trying to get over it, but Ulu is not stupid. He knew that Luffy was acting, but he didn't say it. Immediately afterwards, it was Natsu who received Uru's magic. Natsu's body began to tremble, and he felt a steady stream of magic power rushing through his body like waves, followed by severe pain. Natsu kept rolling his body, struggling with his own consciousness. Seeing Natsu's painful appearance, everyone was worried, but they didn't flinch in the slightest. Finally, Natsu survived. Uru asked him to try to relax his body, and subconsciously activated the second magic source. Natsu suddenly sprouted flames from his body, and the blazing flame made everyone around him feel hot. Congratulations, Natsu. Everyone came up to congratulate. Natsu has never felt such a strong magic power. He feels that he has become very powerful now. However, Natsu knows that in front of Luffy, it is not enough immediately afterwards. Other people also accepted the magic of Ulu's Arc of Time, and after experiencing pain, they finally resisted it. Luffy is very happy. With this second source of magic, the strength of Dragon King's wings has been greatly increased, and he has become more confident in the face of the big magic fight. The form of the annual Great Demon Fighting Martial Arts is similar, but this year is different. All guild leaders can participate, but they are limited to using their own magic power, and the calendar will be suppressed. Therefore, although Luffy himself is very strong, the other guild leaders are not weak, and everything is hard to say when the magic power is suppressed, so Luffy knows that he has to improve his own strength. Ding dong, system sounds suddenly sounded. Host, Dragon Island is receiving damage. Please return to Dragon Island immediately to repair the host. The system's voice was still cold and indifferent. However, Luffy looked dazed, and it took him a long time to recover. Send me back to Dragon Island quickly. Hurry up, Luffy looked very nervous. Back on Dragon Island, Luffy was stunned by the scene in front of him for a long time. His eyes were wide open, and he couldn't calm down his heart. Ask for flowers. The entire Dragon Island has become hideous. The former prosperity of Dragon Island seems to no longer exist. A whole piece of darkness envelopes Dragon Island. The habitats of thousands of giant dragons are no longer monotonous icebergs and volcanoes. The magic power of various dragons is wantonly destroying the habitats. Zoe, Luli shouted, with a bit of worry in his eyes. Zero, Jess, Snoll, Tony, Luli called out again. But there was still no response. Boom! There was another big explosion on Jess Iceland. Let's go like a thunderbolt. As soon as Luli stepped on his feet, streaks of lightning spread from Luli's feet. Randomly, Luli's body flashed and disappeared instantly like lightning and flint, arriving at the habitat of Jess in Iceland. It's been a long time since I've seen this movement, and Luli today is even more different from before. When Luli arrived on the island, the first thing he saw was the very huge Akunologlia. Its body was several times larger than before, and there were several purple and gorgeous patterns on its dark body. What are you doing? Luli roared angrily. His voice was a little thunderous, and the entire Dragon Valley was trembling. But Akunologlia and the others heard their master's voice, immediately stopped their fight. Acting like a baby on the runway, Luli acted cute and pretended to be good in front of Luli. What Akunologlia didn't know was that Luli was already very angry at this time. Zoe, what happened to Spoon? Chapter 172. Pain. A shy voice came from Urza's mouth. Luli was relieved and let go immediately. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Are you okay? It's okay. I'll go first. Before Luli finished speaking, Urza had already run far away, and Urza, who was usually tough, seemed to be shy like a child in front of Luli at this time. Urza hid in the corner. Her face changed. Gotta be hot. At this moment, Natsu happened to pass by, and saw that he was holding his red face like a monkey's butt, and not only touched his forehead with his hand. I don't have a fever. Why do I feel like a monkey's a asterisk asterisk? Before Natsu could say another word, Urza's gang beat Natsu's head into the ground, and angrily returned to the queen's appearance. Oh, what on earth is Urza thinking? Natsu pulled his head out and said. At this time, Luli didn't discover his own dark magic, which slowly grew in his heart and gradually affected Luli. At this time, the demon fighting show is about to begin, and all the official guilds have come to the kingdom of Fiora. Although they are righteous guilds, they are wearing the name of justice. The Wings of the Dragon King is even more prominent. It is the only private guild among all the participants. However, today's reviewers have long since ceased to exist, and whether they are recognized or not is not very important. All the guilds were walking on the road, and all the members of Dragon King's wings also slowly stepped into the arena under the leadership of Fiora. But at this time there was a sudden commotion in the back. Luli and the others looked back, and it turned out that it was Gemma, the president of Sword-Biting Tiger. A child accidentally bumped into Gemma on the road, and he grabbed the child abruptly. Who gave you the courage to walk on the same road with me? As the strongest guild, how dare you be so bold? Yo, what a breath of air. A boy with ice-blue hair stepped out of the icy mist. It's really a big tone. A man stepped out of the ice fog, instantly freezing Gemma's hand and saving the child. Gray heard this voice, decided it was very familiar, turned his eyes, and saw a familiar face in a daze. Rushed over Iceman, Gray made a good posture, clenched his left hand and put it on his right hand, trying to pull it to the lower right corner. The icy air spread instantly, and the man felt something was wrong and looked over. Respond immediately. Ice Dragon pointed casually, and an ice dragon appeared out of thin air from the mist, rushing towards Gray. Ice and Snow Cannon, Gray did not show any weakness. He set up a cannon on the ground and fired a shell with a bang, piercing the man's ice dragon. And the man dodged the shell and escaped the shelling. So it's you. B asterisk 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 D lion. Ice magic is still so good, huh, Gray? After all these years, you still pay attention to this slow posture. And Gray's clothes have long gone? Hey, you two brats, the fight was so intense that both of them forgot that there was President Gemma who was biting the tiger behind him. Grasshopper after autumn. Is it jumping happily? Where do you put me? As the tone fell, he squeezed Lion's frozen right hand, and a wave of magic pressure came over. Gemma stretched out her hands, reaching out to Gray and Lion who were suppressed by the magic. Stop! Luli yelled angrily. The yelling was so terrible that even Gemma was stunned. It's not your turn to teach my people, leader. Whose member should I be? It turns out to be the president of Dragon King's wings. It's really tough. So you want me to let them go? Although Gemma is tough on the surface, he is still a little scared in his heart. After all, it is not a martial arts competition. The magic power has not been suppressed, and he still has 3 dragons. Of the exit. Let's forget about children's fights. there's no need to make jokes, right? Luli knew that Giemma was afraid of him, so he gave him enough face and didn't make things difficult for him and gave Giemma a step down. Let's see the Dragon King's wings president let you go for the time being today. Let's go immediately. Giemma left with his guild members. Following behind Giemma, 2 people rushed out, approached Luli, and whispered, I'm looking forward to how powerful your dragon is. For the dragon who personally killed the dragon that taught us the magic of dragon slaying. I hope that your dragon and Natsu brother will not let me down, because you are my idol. Luli turned his head away, leaving only a back figure, but Luli thought about it and smiled secretly. Because Luli knows that they are just people whose memories have been tampered with by their own dragon, thinking that they have killed the dragon. Luli couldn't help 880 laughing out loud. What are you laughing at? Urza followed again. You will know later, Showing off again, Lulihold stopped this time, and he immediately turned his eyes away. Otherwise, how could he bear this situation? Entering the venue. The scenery in the venue made everyone eat a caddy. As a neutral country, it is located in a world full of magic, Asland, a permanent neutral country with a population of 17 million. It is also a magical world, and magic has become a part of people's lives. Not only are there magic shops where magic can be bought and sold, there are even people who use magic for a living. It is such a country, not only has a large territory, but also has a very prominent economy. In the past, most of the guild's tasks came from here through the Senate. And everyone in the council also knows how much money was charged. One can imagine. With a crisp bell, a presenter with some pumpkin heads came out. First of all, I very much welcome the arrival of the major guilds, especially the arrival of the special guest Dragon King Wing. Although the Senate no longer exists, the guild consciousness still exists. We are here today. Now I announce that the martial arts will officially begin. Chapter 173. The Great Demon Fighting Martial Arts is the 7th event held by Kingdom of Fiori to select the strongest guild. Over the years, Fairy Tail has rarely participated in the competition, but every time he has participated in the competition, he has not won the championship. After all, for the past, some powerful guilds did not participate. But this time, the Dragon King's wing is the focus of everyone, and its strength is so strong, it will definitely be targeted by most guilds. First of all, I am the host of this time, Pumpkinhead. Then, the first round of competition will start tomorrow. The rules of the competition. There are competition parts and fighting parts every day. Each team will send 1 player to participate in the competition part, and the fighting part will be played every day. For games, each team plays once, 1 player at a time. The battle list is arranged by the organizer. The Pumpkinhead host held a microphone and explained the relevant content of the game dancing and dancing. So today, everyone has just arrived in Kingdom of Fiori, and our receptionist will welcome you to the designated resting place. Each guild will have its own corresponding room, then there will be a party tonight to celebrate everyone's arrival. At that time, the first round of competition will start. Luli thought for a while. The party? Couldn't be that simple. He turned his head randomly and looked at Makarov. It seems that there is a problem then. Some of the receptionists picked up and they lost their assigned spot. Wow, it's really the Kingdom of Fiori. Is this apartment so luxurious? It's bigger than our guild. Natsu held his head in his hands, walked casually, and was surprised by the appearance of each apartment. Well, Chairman Luli, this is your apartment. If you need anything, you can come to us. We will serve you at any time. It's still early. You can walk around here, but you must come back before evening. The receptionist pointed to the very luxurious and large apartment in front, introduced them politely, and then left. Let's put your luggage away, and then confirm your own room. After a while, we will visit the Kingdom of Fiori, which has changed so much. Oh, everyone responded in unison. In fact, Luli had been to this kingdom before, but it was several years ago, and in just a few years, the changes in Kingdom of Fiori surprised Luli compared to now. It is still an existence that pales in comparison. After everyone cleaned up, they waited for everyone at the gate of the conference. Then, get ready to go. We're going to tour the entire capital of the Kingdom of Fiori, Crocus, the capital of flowers. On the way, snacks, drinks, and walks along the way. The city is full of magisters and spectators from all over Fiori. As the grandest party of the year, the scene along the way is really very warm. Speaking of which, I have never been to such a big city. Natsu said aside, yeah, such a big city, but it can be so peaceful. The guild's mission has never been here. It is indeed the capital of Fiori. Makarov said behind Azabis's back. ABI's is the daughter of Berzak and Biska. With green hair, those toy guns, Bayou, are very cute. Before playing much, Natsu Gray and others couldn't move. The body is still so sluggish. 9 Wendy spoke weakly. After all, I just received the second source of magic, and my whole body is still full of soreness. Lucy cried. Compared to Urza and the boss, we are really ashamed. Don't be like this. Maybe they already have a second magic source, especially the boss, who doesn't have any expression when receiving magic. Gray said without cutting. Zero, how do you talk? Gray hugged his head. A big red and swollen bump was obviously protruding. Urza clenched his fist and looked at Gray. Gray smiled awkwardly. Luli walked over. Everyone is so tired. Let's take a rest. After all, tonight will not be a simple night. You have to check carefully when you go back then. Everyone went back to the apartment. Magic search, a black, good Lee's. Magic circle appeared under Lu Li's feet. This is one of the dark magic, learned by Lu Li. Through the source of darkness, he can feel the atmosphere around him, and he can search the magic circle that appears around him very well. Hehe. So that's the case, it's really interesting. Natsu and the others also returned to their respective rooms, and everyone almost fell asleep. After all, this bed is not generally comfortable, and there is a small magic circle underneath to provide users with massage and other services. Comfortable, Natsu fell asleep in an instant. Only Urza still remembered Lu Li's words, went to the room and searched around, but found nothing particularly big. There is nothing special. Is the president worrying too much? Chapter 174. Urza was still vigilant, and at this time a series of knocks on Makarov's door, who even Makarov dare not be careless about this unknown apartment with many doubts. It's me. A familiar voice came in. It turned out to be Lu Li. It seems that there is really a problem tonight, right? You have come to look for me, it's okay. It's not a big problem. I used magic to explore it just now. It's just a simple teleportation circle. I'm afraid the first round of competition will start tonight. Exploration? The new word came out of Lu Li's mouth, and it no longer became strange. After all, Lu Li himself is a bit of a fan. Makarov nodded. In fact, he didn't know that Lu Li didn't say that there was no magic circle in his room, because he believed that his partners would definitely achieve good results. In the evening, almost everyone who came to Dragon King Wings from 697 was sleeping soundly in the room, while Lu Li was silently waiting for the activation of the magic circle. Urza opened the window and looked at the moon outside the window, although she didn't find anything, but also ready to go. Boom, 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 Myakrias, the central palace of the capital, the Huadeng Palace, rang the bell again, and then a golden magic circle appeared in the apartments of each guild. Lu Li was very calm, waiting to be delivered, while the other members of the guild were awakened by the sudden magic circle, except Natsu, Gray, and others. A flash of light passed, and everyone was transported to an unfamiliar place. With a click, they who were soundly asleep suddenly fell to the ground. Before they could yell, the place in front of them made them speechless. Don't be surprised, get ready to fight, Lu Li said solemnly. Then a voice appeared. Good evening, the elites of each guild, in order to select 8 teams from the 113 participating guilds, and conduct preliminary selection, 1 pre-selection? All the guilds were surprised. After all, in previous years, there was no such line as pre-selection. That's why you have to be in your apartment room in the evening. Gray woke up. Originally, the pre-selection should be notified in advance, but this sudden pre-selection, and there are too many guilds, the most suspicious thing is the organizer. Urza frowned, thinking, due to too many guilds, we have received a lot of criticism over the years, so this year we decided to select 8 teams to participate in this conference. The pre-selection rules are very simple. On a blank ground, several stairs appeared out of nowhere in front of the guilds. It's the way. Gray looked in surprise. Is this the way for us to go? Magic can be used freely, CFCD. There are no restrictions except for the president. Only the 8 guilds who reach the finish line first can be considered as breaking through the preliminaries, and the end of this preliminaries is the real place of the competition, Darusfo Rao. In addition, only 9 contestants who arrive at the same time can be considered successful, otherwise they will be eliminated, and we will not be responsible for those who lose their lives in the maze. Maze. Natsu couldn't help calling out. Where is the maze? The location of the preliminaries for the Demo Do performance, the maze in the sky. Let the competition begin. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge, spherical maze appeared in the air. Everyone was surprised and froze in place. No one noticed that the game had already started. The game has started. Let's go, everyone. Lu Li was the only one who was very calm and woke everyone up. He was the first to rush up. As soon as he stepped on the stairs, a bracelet appeared on Lu Li's arm. Is this what suppresses magic? Luli glanced at the bracelet and ignored it. When everyone saw Luli go up, they also started to rush up. As soon as he went up the stairs, Luli stopped to discuss with everyone. The goal is in the east. We just need to go to the east. Lucy stood up confidently and said a magic word. Open it, the seat of the compass. Then a puppet with a compass on its head appeared. Pixis, tell me where the east is. Pixie pointed in one direction, and Lucy agreed, over here. Actually, I have a compass. Urza took out a compass, and Lucy hit aside autistically and said hard work. Pixis, go back. Immediately Pixie disappeared. Follow the compass all the way to the east, and Luli is also marking on the way. They met a guild. Chapter 175. Luli and the others, who were all heading towards the key point, met a guild on the way. Luli and them looked at each other. It turned out to be the Crow of Dusk. Isn't this the Dragon King's wings? The focus of this year is just to clean up a few low-level guilds, and they are so inflated. This silly look has attracted so many people's attention. It seems that this year's #1 will be it's ours. Dusk Crow looked at Luli and they laughed. How dare you insult our guild, huh? Thunder falls. Luli muttered a magic word casually, and several bolts of lightning fell from the sky, and everyone in the Dusk Crow was turned into charcoal for several days by the electricity. The limitation of magic power is really strange. This feeling of not being able to exert force. ZZ boss, have you confiscated your magic yet? No, I just used a spell. This is a sudden vibration on the ground, and the entire maze has undergone a violent deflection. Natsu and Lucy missed and fell suddenly. It's the Z-axis rotation. Everyone moved to the side quickly. Luli found out the doubt at once, but Natsu had already fallen. Wyron lifts up the sky. After Luli finished speaking, a piece of steel appeared in his hand and stretched down. Grab me. Natsu hugged Lucy, grabbing the steel pillar. Fortunately, there was no danger. This matter. A map fell from the sky? Huh? This is the map of the Dusk Crow, right? Luli looked at the map in his hand. This map, plus the map in our hands, we have a more specific map. Gray said from the side. Give me back the map. Ours, the president of the Twilight Crow who was about to fall into the maze, said breathlessly, holding the floor tightly in his hands, for fear of falling. Everyone except Lucy smiled evilly. It seems that we know how to pass this game. Afterwards, Urza walked up to ALS. What do you want? Pull me up, hurry up, and return the map to me. ALS said whimsically. With all due respect, Urza said coldly, and kicked him down. Eliminate. A voice came from the maze. It seems that this vibration has eliminated many people. Let's hurry up and harvest the map along the way. President, you are too evil. It's almost the same everywhere. Lucy and Wendy looked at them tremblingly. How come the style of painting has changed? Then the purpose is clear. Let's start to snatch it. After the voice fell, a terrifying wail appeared in the entire maze. The sound seemed to be caught by the hand of hell, so helpless, so miserable. Luli and the others knocked down other guilds in the maze and snatched their maps. Thunderstorm. With a spell from Luli, a magic circle appeared in the sky, and thousands of thunderbolts fell like rain. It's terrible, Natsu couldn't help saying. After being suppressed by magic, there is still such a powerful magic power. The boss is really too strong. After a while, everyone collected the maps of the smaller guilds nearby. Lucy is good at this. Lucy will have you to analyze the map. After speaking, he handed the whole stack of maps collected by everyone to Lucy. Lucy looked at the guilds that were wiped out, smiled wryly and said sorry for Natsu and the others. Fighting is what they are good at. The ZZ maze rotated again, and this time not many people were eliminated. After all, the weak were eliminated in the snatching map. Spinning stops. Ask for flowers. Humph. The snatch war continues. Natsu roared excitedly. After, Lucy and others came to the center of the maze. Although a lot of maps have been collected, and the entire maze has become much clearer, after so many rotations, it is still difficult to find the way out. Lucy said distressedly. That's why you said you came to the middle of the map. But speaking of it, I didn't expect the middle point of this maze to be such an idyllic scene. Luli looked up and said, but it's in the sky. This maze seems to use a lot of magic. However, after the rotation, Urza took it out and said that the compass can't be used anymore. 00, humph. Lucy stood up confidently again, huh? Lucy, what are you doing? Natsu asked, puzzled. Of course I'm needed at this time. Open the seat of the compass. Pixis, the magic falls, and Pixie reappears, however. Why is it so scared? Natsu asked. After all, I was scared by Urza just now. That's my fault? Urza said in surprise. But it's normal, after all. That's Urza. Who is Urza? Natsu, Laxus, and Gray were secretly talking on the sidelines, while Mira and Windy could only watch with wry smiles as they killed the heavy Urza behind their backs. What are you guys saying? No, Natsu and the others were taken aback, talking incoherently no. But Luli laughed out loud. Pixis, tell us where the east is. Pixie pointed in one direction, and Lucy proudly pointed in the direction Pixie pointed. As celestial spirit magic's Pixis, its sense of direction is much stronger than that of a compass. Chapter 176. Looking at the fields above. But, why is it on the top, and how do we go up there? Of course it is, Luli said with a smile. The borderline maze started to turn again, and after the dizzy turn, Luli and the others all fell down, and they were on the field before they were left alone. That's how it came down, Natsu yelled and fell down. Luli used magic, and his body quickly returned to the normal posture and landed perfectly, while Urza flew down with the magic of dark nether shadow armor. And Gear used angel magic, threw a gold coin, and conjured up a pair of wings, but other people don't have the ability to fly. After all, 943, they don't have the magic to fly. So they just fell down and landed on their heads. This is too unfair. You all have magic to fly. Natsu complained unhappily, and others also complained. Looking at the president and the three of them, ha ha ha, we can't blame us for this. Luli laughed. Next, it's time to hurry. Hurry up soon. With the collection of mini-maps and the guidance of Pixis, Luli and the others had a direction to hurry, and finally ran a single road with no focus on the sea. Why did it become the sea again? And Gear ran in confusion. There is no end to this road. It's okay, look at the sky. It's not the real sky, but it's created by magic, so this road must reach the end, Luli said after looking carefully. Oh, everyone responded to their president, and then ran towards the road that could not see the point, without hesitation. In the end, Luli and the others reached the point. In fact, for Luli, one of his spells can quickly run the entire distance, but the rule is that all team members must reach the finish line at the same time. In the end, they arrived. Looking at the huge A mountain, looking up, a huge martial arts venue was built on the top of the mountain. Luli and others who thought they were the first to arrive. After entering the venue, what they heard was the 8th guild has arrived, and now it is announced that the preliminaries are over. Other guilds that have not arrived will be eliminated immediately, and the official team will be the 8th newborn guild. The Dragon King's wings that has become the focus of everyone, the 7th Hellhounds of the 4-headed hounds, Legion Hellhounds, 6th female, only guild Mermaid Heel, 5th Blue Pegasus with green wings, 4th Holy Destroyer Lamia Scale. The 3rd place was the Tail of the Raven, who used to be the Dark Guild. The 2nd is another new guild, the Fallen Angels. The first name is Tiger of the Sword Biting, the guild that campaigns for the Magic Fighting Association every year. Okay, these 8 teams are the official players. Damo Do Yinwu is a 4-day competition, and the scoring of the competition is determined by points. Now the first competition begins. The picture is hidden. The rules are very simple. Each team randomly selects a player and enters a venue. There will be many dummies in the venue. 8 teams and 8 people will hide in it. The real people who knock down other teams will get 1 point, and the dummies will be knocked down. 1 point will be deducted, and 1 point will be deducted for being attacked. Every time the point is deducted, it will be sent to other places randomly. The game time is 2 hours, so let's start the game with the start of the competition. 1 person was randomly selected from each pair and sent to the competition venue, but at this time, there was only 1 person who was silently smiling, and that was the member of Raven's Tail, Faldero. The teleportation started, and when they arrived at the meeting place, many dummies appeared among them. This is concealment. The wing of the Dragon King was teleported to Gray, and Gray was walking on the road, recognizing the participating members of other guilds, when a voice suddenly appeared. TSK, you are the former member of Fairy Tail, Gray. It seems that you still don't understand the rules of this competition. Gray immediately looked over to the voice of FA speaking first. It was Faldero of Crow's Tail. What do you mean? But it doesn't matter, since you dare to appear. Then, Iceman Ice Hammer. A magic immediately rushed out, hitting Faldero's body. Wow, this magic power is completely different from before. The other partners of Dragon King Wings were surprised. This is the result of the second magic source, Makarov said in the audience. Beep, Gray smiled confidently, thinking that the system would give him extra points. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's really simple-minded. Act 4.4 Darrow came out from the other side. What? How could you miss it? Before Gray could react, Gray was transported to another place. And his scoreboard was also deducted 1 point, showing -1 point. What's going on? Gray was very puzzled. Gray, who was deducted a point in a daze, didn't dare to move anymore, but hid himself among the dummies, observing so many dummies, thinking about the rules. Suddenly, it was Federo again. His arms became thick and elongated, and his mace-like arms swung towards Gray's back. What? Is he still staring at me? Chapter 177. Gray was very puzzled, but was teleported to another place. TSK, TSK. It's a bit far away this time. Let's find other small things. TSK, TSK, TSK. Federo seemed to know where everyone was, and walked towards another goal. Gray was still confused. Why was he able to find his location accurately? Gray became more cautious, and his focus was very powerful. And off the field, Luli looked at Federo's actions and was also very curious, but he couldn't use magic to find out the reason. Because people outside the arena, if they use magic to affect the arena, they will be eliminated. Despite this, Luli still knows that there are tricks. And off the field, Luli looked at Federo's actions and was also very curious, but he couldn't use magic to find out the reason. Because people outside the arena, if they use magic to affect the arena, they will be eliminated. Even so, Luli still knew something was wrong. He clenched his fists and looked at the members of Raven Tail next to him, and 25, and they also looked at each other and smiled evilly. Going back to the field of the hidden duel, Gray was attacked once and hit the dummy once, and was deducted 2 points, making him -2 points, while Raven Tail member Fedalo temporarily ranked first. You guys are really weak. Sure enough. You grew up relying on your president, and the rest of you are really rookies. Obediently be the last one. Throw it into face. It's you again. Oops, Gray is being watched by Federo again. What is going on here? That's when Federo charged Gray with magic. I saw you used magic, Federo. Lion suddenly descended from heaven. Ice Falcon Strike. A cold air appeared from above Lion, from which flew an icy falcon and flew towards Federo. Scream. As if Gray escaped the danger of being deducted points. I don't need you to save me, Gray said to Lion without cutting. Save you? Haha, you think too much. I just want to earn some more points. Iceman Ice Rhino collision in the Iceman cage. Gray jumped up on top of the rhino with his body swinging posture, using ice to create a huge cage, trapping the rhino. Hehehe, it's really a wonderful fight, but you two are not the only ones here. Space magic. Gray and Lion turned their heads at the same time. A space became distorted, and standing below was Ivan of Blue Pegasus. His magic misses, however, as Gray and Lion leap away from the attack at the same time. When the scene changed, it was the top of a tower at the highest point of the entire hidden site. Wow, all the audience outside the venue shouted in surprise. What are you doing standing in such an obvious place to get eyeliner? Not afraid of being discovered by group attacks? Are you stupid? Or love to pretend? Natsu looked at such a pretentious folks. D off the comments. A group of weak people. The rules of this game are not played like this. Standing tall is Lewis, who is biting the tiger with a sword. Holding a rose, smelling the fragrance of the flower. Looking at the other public people who are fighting and hiding below without cutting. Let you see what strength is. Modeling magic. Shaping magic? Luli is no stranger to hearing this word. It really has the capital to pretend. It seems that Gray is going to lose. For this game, modeling magic has no intention of doing him much favors. Just when Lewis finished speaking, the sky became gray, and everyone glowed with fluorescence. This is the light emitted by a magician with magical powers, and this is also affected by modeling magic. Modeling magic is magic for others, the magic of analyzing and imitating. So, in the eyes of Lewis, this concealment is no longer concealed. Before everyone came back to their senses, everyone was attacked. Lewis successfully scored 7 points. Gray was not feeling well. The loss of 3 points made Gray furious under the uproar of the crowd. Standing in such an obvious place, you are really confident. Federo watched Lewis rush up and punched him on the body. However, it was not as he thought. His attack didn't feel like being hit. Oops, before Faldalo could recover, Faldalo was attacked again. Ha 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 ha. Lewis 120, who scored a high score, laughed. Just as Gray was about to rush up, the field suddenly disappeared. Okay, the time is up. I announce that the first round of the competition is over, And the one who won the first place is the one who won the first place. Lewis, please see the sky for the ranking. A dragon and tiger list appeared in the sky, and the first place showed the 8 points of the sword-biting tiger, but Gray looked at his own ranking and didn't say a word. Lucy came to comfort. It's okay, Gray. This is the first game. We still have a lot of chances. Gray didn't speak, but turned around and walked over. Do you want to give up like this? I know this. This is not Gray. After being so insulted and targeted, you just want to leave silently? Don't you want to take revenge? Don't you want to pay back 100-fold? Luli looked at Gray. Say coldly, President, I didn't say that. I'm very excited now, remember? Raven tail and the tiger that bites the sword. Gray's words became very imposing, and the icy chill came from his. It was also revealed in the mouth. It seems that we are worried too much. Luli thought, after all, it is the wings of the Dragon King. Chapter 178. Next is the single session of each guild. Each guild will send a team member to conduct a random match heads up. In the first match, it was still the wings of the Dragon King, but it was like a trick of fate. Raventail. Let me avenge Gray. Lucy, who played on the stage, took the starship whip and went to the fighting arena, while Raventail played on the stage with Flare, who had particularly terrifying eyes, and she became even more sinister with her head tilted. Battle start. Come on, Taurus. Not much to say. Lucy opened a 12 Zodiac Taurus as soon as he played. Hey, a strong cow jumped out with a huge tomahawk. The huge axe fell on Flare. Flare didn't panic because she was preempted. Her hair trembled a bit, growing comfortably and hitting fast, immediately blocked Taurus' attack. Come on, Cancer. What? To be able to open 2 constellations at the same time, or the celestial spirit of the Zodiac. The audience sitting in the auditorium watched this wonderful fight. They all applauded for them, and the magister who knew celestial spirit magic was even more surprised. Because for celestial spirit magic, summoning the celestial spirit of 2 constellations will faint due to the sudden overdraft of magic power, and may even overdraw one's life. Seeing that Lucy snatched the eyeliner from the audience outside the stadium, Flare became even more angry. She pushed part of her hair into the ground, and part of it resisted the celestial spirit of the 2 constellations. It was enough to deal with one, but Flare was about to be unable to hold on. Magic grew under Lucy's feet, instantly hanging Lucy up. Thieves! All magisters know that the weakness of celestial spirit magic is the caster. Then Lucy was thrown up. And then, come and taste my strength too. Lucy took out the galaxy whip, slapped and held Flare down. The 2 shook the pair at the same time in the end. Flare's hair was cut off by Taurus and thrown out. Flare, who was defeated, suppressed his anger and continued to stick his hair into the ground. Lucy was worried that he would attack from the ground and was wary of her, but after a long time, he did not attack. Looking at Flare, she pointed the auditorium of Dragon King wings. Azar. A strand of hair bound Lucy's mouth. Seeing the audience, a strand of hair grew beside Azasi. If you dare to scream, she will die. Flare laughed evilly. What's the matter? Is it because of the 2 celestial spirit doors? Everyone was puzzled, but no one saw the hair next to Oz's. Luli felt something was wrong, and Lucy had been beaten and injured everywhere. She didn't dare to resist, but Luli looked at the threatened Lucy, and suddenly turned to Oz's, hole. Luli spat out a sentence. I almost forgot. Raventail's face. For Luli, who knew the development of the fairy tale world, it is estimated that he has stayed in fairy tale for so long that he almost forgot his original world. It may also be the butterfly effect caused by Luli's coming to this world. Many stories did not develop according to the original storyline. Luli grabbed that hair. After a flash of lightning, Nalu's hair turned into ashes, but it turned black when it reached Flare. It's now, Luli called out. Lucy responded, come on, Gemini. Under a magic circle, 2 little puppets jumped out. Do as I did yesterday, but I'm not very familiar with it yet. Gemini said in unison. There's no time. Hurry up. After a flash, Gemini turned into another Lucy who looked exactly the same. Get ready. Lucy and the Gemini who turned into Lucy held their hands together and recited the spell. It seems that Lucy has mastered Fanfing's super magic. Luli smiled gratifiedly. After a spell, a huge golden magic circle rose under Lucy's feet. I order you to open the gate of barbarism. 88 stars all day. Lucy opened her eyes. The same golden magic circle as on the ground flashed in her eyes, and her eyes were piercing. Flare, who was sitting on the ground, was at a loss, and the surroundings became a starry sky. All the stars collided with Flare, and after a flash, Suddenly, nothing happened. Only Lucy, because the mana ran out, erased? How is it possible? Lucy fell to the ground. The audience was silent. No one knew what happened. Obviously, a huge magic hit the past, but nothing happened. Everyone else thought that Lucy had run out of magic power and fainted, but only Luli knew that it was wiped out by Raven Tail outside the arena. Luli held back and jumped onto the fighting arena. Pick up, Nuadiheo, Lucy, and walk to the rest area. Today's matter. Tomorrow, I, Luli, will pay back 10 times. After finishing speaking, he left the venue without shaking his head, leaving a back full of dark murderous aura. This murderous aura stung everyone present, that kind of shudder from the heart. It must not make people look at the leader of Dragon King's wings, Luli. The next day comes. Lucy woke up too, beside Luli and Makarov. Are you awake? Luli asked softly. Well, what's wrong? It doesn't matter about the competition, my child. The actions of the Raven Guild have successfully angered our Dragon King's wings. Just wait. I, Makarov, will not let them go so easily. Chapter 179. After facing the target of Raven's Tail, all the members of Dragon King's wings couldn't take it anymore. The next round is a scuffle. I will play. I think everyone will target me, but I will show them that it is not so easy to bully Dragon King Wing. Lu Li's murderous Maben Zaisai was revealed again, which made people I can't stand the suffocating breath after yesterday's competition. The ranking has a new distribution. Sword Bite Tiger 18 points, Crow's Tail 16 points, Mermaid Heel 14 points, Blue Pegasus 12 points, Fallen Angel 12 points, Lamia Scale 12 points, Hellhound 11 points, Dragon King Wings 0 points. Now let me announce today's rules. Today's game is a melee. The presidents of all the guilds will play together. The 200 field is a lost city on an isolated island in the east. The magic power of the president is restrained by the bracelet. In the game, the guild shall not be held accountable for the casualties in the lost city. The King of Fiori, I'm afraid he's plotting something. The lost city is a huge national uniform 200 years ago. Although the land is small, but as an independent small country, no one dares to target it. Its strength lies in the fact that there were 5 holy 10 magisters. Its strength cannot be resisted by others. But it is such a city. 10 years ago, everyone disappeared, and no one knew the reason. The once glorious scene in the city disappeared overnight and became an empty city. Later, people went to explore the city one after another. Except for those who had magical powers, they became abnormal after returning, and their memories about the island were erased, while none of the other ordinary people, Keb, with magical powers came back. So that city also became a lost city. It seems that the king of this country is plotting something. Then a teleportation array, Luli was sent to an unknown place. This is the lost city. I really can't think of the key to the scenery 10 years ago and now. If it weren't for the disappearance of the 5 holy 10 Dao Magisters, I who have not yet reached the holy level, it really can't eliminate the Senate. It's so bleak. The magic? Luli felt that something was wrong, and there was a strange magic coming out from under the surface. Luli didn't care because he found several waves of magic rushing towards him. Humph, Luli smiled. 4 guild leaders came from 7 guilds. You really think of me? Luli glanced at them one by one with unshakable eyes. Melkori, the fallen angel's leader, and Chi, the leader of Mermaid Heel, and the sword biting him. Jiema, the president of the tiger, and Fong, the president of the crow. I have to look down on you, President Luli. You are a magister who is about to step into the holy rank. Jiema smiled evilly, however. When the magic power is suppressed, we have the same magic power. Ha ha ha. Then come on. Lightning and flint, Luli said, and a bolt of lightning hit him. Thunder God's battle armor. After the flash is the image of a demon god. Luli is dressed in an armor formed by lightning, and behind him is a death-like golem. Zizi, let's cut you first, Ivan. In an instant, Luli came behind Ivan, and Ivan immediately jumped back, but it was too late. A bolt of lightning was about to hit him, and he was about to be hit. Space magic, transfer, Jiema cast a spell, and Ivan was transferred to another place. The thunder and lightning shot him down to the ground, instantly opening a bottomless hole. Monster, is this the suppressed magic power? And Chi looked at Luli in surprise. Don't worry, he is using the magic armor. It must consume a huge amount of magic power. Let's hold him back. Melkori comforts herself with magic fog. Fog sprayed out from the magic circle, and soon surrounded the entire battlefield. You want to fight a war of attrition, your arrogance before. Ha ha ha, Luli laughed at them. Magic exploration. Luli closed her eyes, feeling the people hidden in the mist. Do you think you can hide in this way? Come on, let's start the game of cat and mouse. Magic crampons. Oh what? The people hiding in the mist were no longer calm, and an ice hand appeared under their feet, grabbing them tightly. Red Lotus, Flame Dragon's breath. Luli breathed out, blowing away the mist. Leave naked. Get caught, Union Presidents. Okay, the game of cat and mouse is over. Luli smiled evilly. A fiery red magic circle spread out under the feet of Emperor Yin, Luli, and the fire immediately rose from the magic circle, forming a huge flame ball in Luli's hands. Those guild leaders hadn't broken free from their crampons, looked at the flame ball, and then at the magic armor on Luli's body. Is this over? Oh, there's really a big gap. Just as they were closing their eyes to be judged, Ivan disappeared. It turned out that this Ivan was just a stand-in. Chapter 180. And Chi sneered, and the magic disappeared again. This time it was no longer erased, and Luli herself was very confused. The body became weak, and the suppression light in his hand flickered. The magic armor on his body gradually faded away. Ha ha ha. His magic power is overdrawn, Giemma said with a smile, smashed the crampons without magic power support with his fist, and looked at Luli who was kneeling. If you don't fall down. I really thought your magic power is unlimited. It turns out that this bracelet is also very powerful. It will only limit our magic power, and will not let you know that it has been overdrawn. God help me too. Space magic, rock array stubbornness, gravity squeeze, the three presidents and the presidents all played 3 spells together. And Luli knelt on the ground, looking at himself who was about to be recruited with difficulty. A thought flashed in his mind. Boss, everyone outside the stinky boy and Makarov cried out nervously when they saw Luli who was about to be knocked down, wishing to stand in front of Luli. The magic has been formed, but Luli still didn't make any moves. Fall, Dragon King's wings, the 3 spells came out together, and Luli sneered. Naive. A red light appeared in his eyes. Dark water. Luli raised his hand tremblingly, and a black flame that seemed hopeless appeared in his hand, enveloping Luli, and the attacking magic hit the black ball, and was swallowed by it as if it disappeared. TSK, TSK, TSK. Thank you for your magical power. It made me recover again. The black ball began to disappear, and Luli's face was exposed, and he opened his eyes. What was revealed was no longer the innocent eyes, that icy breath. Luli. Urza looked at Luli suspiciously. Devil. The 3 presidents spat out these words in unison. It's this thing that restrains me. Luli glanced at the bracelet on his left hand, smiled evilly, and the black swallowed the bracelet. Without the restraint of the bracelet, Luli is like a dragon that has broken free from its shackles. Roar, the entire lost city was trembling, and the other presidents, Rwan, were stunned. Holy level. He surpassed. The holy level. The 3 guild leaders in front of them were completely stunned, their feet trembling constantly. Their consciousness told them to flee, but they couldn't move their feet no matter what. Accept the trial. Thunderbolt is thunderous. Luli said in a cold tone. This super magic appeared in the sky. The entire lost city is surrounded by magic. Tremble, grasshopper after autumn boom. In an instant, another huge change occurred in the whole city, and all the buildings were turned into ashes in an instant. The presidents of the trade unions also disappeared. Luli found that, except for the 4 presidents who were fighting with him, no one else felt like he had been recruited. Luli fell to the ground, and the dark aura on his body faded away. Although he didn't intend to kill anyone else, disappearing out of thin air was beyond Luli's expectations. Ask for flowers. Heck, there's no way to save 3 of them. Although it's a very powerful magic source, it's really a waste, but it's enough. Ivan flew down from the sky. What? How did you escape? Escape? I don't need to escape. I'm not on this island at all. I just want to use your magic power and these sacrifices to open the Dragon Gate. The Eclipse project is starting. Ha 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 ha. 0, 0. Solar eclipse? Are you crazy? Do you know what will happen when the eclipse opens the Dragon Gate? What happened? Ha 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 ha. Of course I know. After so many years, human beings have forgotten the reason why Damo Do Yinwu is held. In fact, Dama Do Yinwu has another name. Kingdom of Fiori. The King Fireglu came out, holding a scepter in his hand, looking very proud. And beside Gru, there is Lucy. But now Lucy has been controlled. No one can listen to her words, only the king's control. Dragon King Festival. Luli knows what the Dragon King's sacrifice is in this world, and what is the purpose of the king's painstaking efforts to open it. He also knows that once it is opened, the consequences will be unimaginable. Chapter 181. You don't know what the consequences will be after opening the gate of the eclipse. Luli became excited. In his impression, because of the Dragon King Festival, the gate to the dragon world in front of 400 was opened. In the fairy tale of 2 times, one of the worlds became destroyed, and although the other was successfully prevented, it also caused a great impact. But this time, due to the arrival of Luli, everything becomes possible. If it cannot be stopped successfully, the whole world will become a kingdom of dragons. Although it is a holy level, it will not be the opponent of so many dragons. Consequences? I want to use celestial spirit mages to defeat Zeref and the black dragon, but the black dragon is dead, and Zeref is not easy to deal with. Although you have a holy brontosaurus that can defeat the black dragon, as a black mage, the ancestor of Zeref possessed the 767 dark magic that destroyed the world. Open the gate of the solar eclipse, and only through the gate to travel to the past can you defeat the undeveloped Zeref. The function of this eclipse gate is more than that. People who understand me may not exist at all. The matter has come to this point, and no one can stop me. Lucy, wake up, lay done. It's too late. Let's start. Ivan Gru looked at Ivan, who touched the ground with his hands, and immediately conjured up a series of city walls and a huge city gate. On the gate of the city, there is a mural of a black dragon wantonly destroying human beings. The black dragon exhales a dark breath, and the entire sky is rendered lifeless. Luli turned on the lightning element to walk magic, but couldn't catch up. He was blocked outside the city wall, and it was too late. Dark Water Shura opened the door. A black aura emanated from Luli's hand, quickly enveloping the city wall. Swallow, that dark breath opened a hole in the wall, and then Luli ran in immediately. Lucy, let's get started. Lucy has been forced to use celestial spirit magic to open the celestial spirit door. Watch as Lucy inserts the key of the zodiac into the several keyholes exposed by the eclipse door. Immediately, the sun in the sky began to dim, and the daytime scene became no longer bright, and at that time, the sky became dark. A bright light flashed on the door. When the light falls, a huge magic circle appears, and in the circle, countless stars are rotating. No, Luli stretched out her hand, trying to stop Lucy immediately, but it was too late. There was another flash of light, and Luli's pierced eyes couldn't be opened. When Luli came to his senses, the door of the eclipse had opened a gap. Luli was stunned, and the aura coming out of the door was clearly that of a dragon. Smell. It's been 7 years, and every year I've held a big magic fight show, and finally this year I can open the door of the eclipse. The door of the eclipse is used to travel through time, and it needs to be opened with the key of the zodiac. I used the Demo Do Yinwu to absorb the magic power of the mages in order to implement the solar eclipse plan. Now the magic power is sufficient and the sacrifices are ready. Open it. The gate of the solar eclipse Gru laughed wildly, but this smile was not the kind of natural smile. It was distorted, and it was a smile reflected in the cruel desire to rule the entire Fiori for his own selfish desire. Crazy. Luli spat out these 2 words from the door in his mouth. His mind was full of how to save the situation and how to close the door. Dragon King Wings members, obey orders. Now our home is about to be destroyed. The enemy is very powerful, and at this time, it is time for us to protect our family. Are you afraid? Luli excitedly encouraged the members of Dragon King's Wings. However, they still don't know what kind of scene will appear in the next moment. But they knew that Luli would not say this for no reason. We are there at the guild, never afraid, guard. Guard what? The world will usher in real peace, so why fight? You don't understand it all, although the solar eclipse gate can travel through time and space. But when a vision appeared in the sky on the night of July 6th, the magic power of the solar eclipse gate mutated and connected with the time and space ruled by dragons 400 years ago. If you open the door, the dragon from 400 years ago will be attracted. Don't lie to me, it's impossible. Jelu still didn't believe it. At this moment, the door had already opened a big mouth, and there was a sudden sound from the opposite side of the shining door. Roar. Dragon roar? It's dragon roar? Everyone was scared. They knew what Luli said was true, but it was too late to open the door, and it was impossible to close it unless it lasted until the next day. Let the dragon break through the eclipse gate. But that's simply not possible. Roar. There was another dragon roar, and a huge thing appeared on the other side of the door. Looking carefully, it was clearly a dragon's claw. It's over. It's over. Only then did Gru realize how stupid he was. The dragon had arrived, and the others turned around and ran away. Seeing that the state was not right, Ivan turned around and ran away. Hot. A hot feeling came from Luli's head. Luli knew something was wrong, so he called Jess. Phew, another cold air came from one side. Luli immediately picked up Lucy and jumped up. Jess caught Luli firmly. Before long, a red flame spewed out from the side of the door where Luli had just jumped. It's Fire Dragon's breath. Run! Those people looked at the flames and shouted, but it was too late. The entire lost city became a hell surrounded by flames. Gru still had 3.5 and Ivan everyone was engulfed by the flames, and in less than a day, the lost city underwent 2 earth-shaking changes. Jace, block the door with ice and try to keep the dragon out. Roar. Jess let out a roar, exhaled cold air from his mouth, and formed a thick wall at the door to block the eclipse door. But the opening speed of the door did not change, and the ice on the wall appeared to be as slow as a piece of paper. Slow fall off. Can't save it? Luli was disappointed. The door was half opened, and the first dragon came out from the door. The first impression Luli had was a fiery red dragon scale. Roar, the fire dragon roared again. Its roar seemed to look down on everyone. Chapter 182. Fire Dragon looked at Jess, who was carrying Luli on his back. Humph. Another idiot who betrayed the dragon clan. Who is so expensive, and who pities for food. Fire Dragon spoke, and breathed out directly after speaking. Of course, Jess wouldn't just let it go. He took a deep breath and paid back. The 2 powerful breaths collided in the air. The meeting of ice and fire was not as beautiful as imagined and disappeared after turning into water vapor. The collision of the 2 exhalations of the end of the world seems to have exploded space and time, making the sound of air bursting continuously. As a level 8 dragon, Jess will naturally not lose to the fire dragon. After a wave of confrontation, the fire dragon gradually couldn't resist and was hit hard by the breath, and frost marks appeared on its skin. It is no longer a monotonous fire. Color dragon scales. The fire dragon was no longer arrogant, and the previous roars turned into low moans. It never imagined that it would lose so quickly. 25. I'll leave this to you first, Jess. Luli jumped down and stood in the lost city that was extinguished by Jess' breath, still feeling the impact of magic power. System. Summon Zoe. Snowy Tony, then Zoe and the others flew here immediately. Zoe, go. Let your guildmates take over. This battle is very serious. Don't come if you are not strong. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Roar. Zoe left after hearing this. The door was already open very wide, and another dragon was about to come out. Luli gave an order. Tony, make a dragon on the door. Steel, block the door. Tony roared and shook the dragon claws on the ground. As a level 7 monster, Tony knew that his magic power was definitely not enough to block doors that even Jess could not block. But Tony understood that the master must have his own arrangements, so he did not ask why. A lot of steel grew out of Tony's claws and immediately blocked the door. The dragon on the other side of the door that just stretched out its claws was blocked before it came out. Snow immediately used the breath to hit the steel that Tony got out, but when the steel is burning red, stop the fire and let Jess use the breath to cool down. Jess was very puzzled, but it was the master's plan, and Jess did not say anything. After a breath, the steel was burnt red. It's now. Luli was very excited, and Jess, who received the order, immediately breathed out at the red steel. After a burst of sizzling, the smoke rose, and the strong burning sensation of the steam made it hard to keep your eyes open. At this time, the gate stopped moving, and the huge gate was firmly locked under the resistance of steel. And all of this was recorded by the magic crystal screen and projected on the auditorium. Everyone, who usually only hears about the strength of the president of the Dragon King's wing, does not take it seriously, but now, no one dares to underestimate him anymore. Facing this scene, everyone is speechless. I didn't expect that the knowledge of my world that traveled over could have such a powerful effect. Luli was surprised by himself. Master, what's going on? Jess asked puzzledly. Obviously his level 8 magic power just now couldn't fix the door, but Tony's magic power of only level 7 was able to lock the door firmly. Ha ha ha, Luli smiled. This thing is called quenching. Through the combination of quenching and tempering at different temperatures, the strength, toughness, and fatigue strength of the metal can be greatly improved, and the coordination between these properties can be obtained. In fact, what Luli didn't know was that on the basis of Tony's level 7 magic power, plus the superposition and fusion of 2 strands of level 8 magic power, The wall formed was not beyond the strength that ordinary quenching could achieve. At this time, Zoe brought the members of the Dragon King's wings over, not only the Dragon King's wings, but also the participating members of the sword-biting tiger. Is this the power of the dragon? Hee hee. It turns out that human beings are so fragile in front of the dragon. Sting, the dragon slayer magister with the flash of the sword biting the tiger, laughed at himself. Sting's character no longer has that kind of arrogance. Although we temporarily blocked the door, this wall probably won't be able to block a saint-level dragon, okay? How long can we hold it off now? Actually, after learning dragon slaying magic for so long, I never knew that the gap between us and dragons is so big. How strong Igneel will be as the Fire Dragon King. As soon as the words fell, there was a rumbling blow from the other side of the door. Everyone tensed up and waited for the arrival of the devil. Except for the sound of the claws colliding with the iron door, the roar of the dragon, and the cracking sound of breathing, there are two completely different worlds inside and outside the door. Just like the other side, the side of the door desperately wants to come over, and the side of the door is afraid. Roar! A roar broke the tranquility. The evil claws stretched out from hell again, just grabbed all the people of Kingdom of Fiori by the throat. At this time, there are still 2 hours before the end of the dawn solar eclipse. Chapter 183. Stay until the eclipse is over, brats. Makarov encouraged morale. Boom. The iron wall finally couldn't support the dragon's abuse and fell off. A cyan light flashed out. It's a level 9 emerald dragon. Roar. Without the suppression of the iron wall, 2 more dragons flew out. Zoe, go and guard the door, and try to use your dragon's breath to stop the dragon that wants to break through the door. Luli was helpless. The 3 dragons that came out are all level 9 dragons. After hearing this, Zoe flew to the gate of the solar eclipse, took a deep breath, and lightning bolts sprang out from her mouth, and powerful lightning burst out of the dark sky to connect with Zoe. The breath of the thunder dragon. Roar. The strong magic brought back the dragon that was about to come out. Saint-level dragons are so tyrannical. Now it's time for us to get serious about dealing with these 3 dragons. 9th-level dragons. Although they are 9-level dragons are not the same as humans, and they use magic differently, but the differences are very different. Snoll, go help Zoe. Leave this to me. When the 3-headed dragon saw Luli, he knew at a glance that it was the most powerful of them all. The 3-headed dragon breathed out together and sprayed. The magic of the Lord and the dragon combined together to form another powerful magic that rushed towards Luli. Come here. The breath of Thunder Dragon God W. Luli didn't feel alarmed. He looked at the magic calmly and used a magic that he had never used before. Luli spit out the dragon's breath that breathes lightning. The 2 streams of breath coming together did not cause much explosion, but formed a strong contrast. Luli's breath directly penetrated and dispersed the magic of the 3-headed dragon. This is the gap, and no one can understand Luli where is the powerful source of. In fact, Luli himself was also taken aback. He didn't expect that the difference between his holy level and the 1 level behind was so great. Even the magic of this holy level only increased the power of Luli's breath. Luli's breath is still there, and she still rushes straight towards the 3-headed dragon. Pong exploded, and the mushroom flames rose up like an atomic bomb, and the air shook out the thunder and lightning left by Luli's breath with the explosion. The 3-headed dragon just disappeared. No, it's so scary. Seeing Luli's breath, everyone was stunned, refreshing everyone's worldview. It turns out that human beings can be so strong. Everyone was stunned. Words can describe Luli, coax. Zoe finally couldn't hold it any longer. Zoe, who had been exhaling for almost half an hour, finally couldn't hold on with her magic power, and her exhalation gradually became weaker. At this time, a holy breath passed through the door, and Zoe, who had exhausted her magic power, couldn't resist the magic, so it hit Zoe's body hard. Zoe! Luli anxiously looked at Zoe, who was knocked into the air, and Luli rushed over immediately. Ice shield. A thick ice shield grew from Luli's hand, blocking the breath from the door. At this time, Zoe was already seriously injured. The originally tough Zoe's body was now opened with a hole like the mouth of a bowl. Zoe, hold on. Seeing Zoe's gradually weakening breath, Luli finally cried. This is the first tear after coming to this world. Luli looked at lager dripping in his hand. It turns out that I still cry. After being indifferent for so long, I have forgotten the feeling of crying. Zoe, you can't die. You are the first dragon after I came to this world. It is you who accompanied me so long. I can't. Luli sobbed. I'm sorry, master. may really not survive in the future. I must protect myself. Qian Wanghao. No, I won't let you die. System, come out quickly. This time, the system did not respond in time. System. Lu Li was anxious. The system had never appeared so late. Looking at the dying Zoe, finally. Host. It has been detected that the host's dragon pet is dying, and the dragon needs can no longer be rescued. The system finally had a voice in a calm manner. This voice has never changed due to changes in the surrounding environment, and has never become sad or gentle because of emotions. There will always be only a cold sound and a desperate sound. Chapter 184. Is there no other way? Lu Li still did not give up. Lu Li seems to have heard hope before he asked anything. But, interrupting Lu Li's hopes, however, if you want to save, you need the host's lifespan of 40 years. Whether the host is willing or not. That is to say, the host is now 21 years old. If the host's lifespan is 61 years, the host will die and Zoe will be resurrected. The host's lifespan is as short as it is. In 61, the host died, and Zoe could not be rescued. It depends on the arrangement of the host's save. Save as long as I can save Zoe. I will not give up on Zoe. Lu Li answered the system without hesitation. Then, the treatment time is half an hour, and the host needs to bleed for Zoe. Just as Lu Li was concentrating on treating Zoe, the holy dragon attacked over unsatisfactorily. Not good. Everyone saw Lu Li sprinting towards Lu Li, immediately rushed up. See Noelle and Jess rushed over immediately. A dragon's wing hit the dragon. But you didn't have much effect, and the dragon ignored Jess and the others, and still rushed straight to Lu Li. Seeing Natsu, who couldn't beat the dragon, they finally couldn't bear it anymore. Lu Li is their only hope. Without Lu Li trying so hard to block the Eclipse Gate, they might have been killed. Now, it's our turn to protect Lu Libos. Come on, Dragon King's wings. Makarov brought some members of the guild and rushed to the Holy Dragon. Although there was a big difference in strength, they did not back down, but mustered up their courage to block the Holy Dragon. Natsu and all the Dragon Slayer Magisters used their proud Dragon Slayer magic Dragon Breath, but when they hit the dragon, except for the louder explosion, they did not receive any damage. But with so many people, they managed to attract the attention of the Holy Dragon, probably because it was a dragon-slaying magic. The Holy Dragon turned his head and breathed out, and rushed towards Natsu and the others. At this time, the Black Dragon came out. A Black Dragon's breath, it doesn't matter the difference in strength. Just let the breath of the Holy Dragon be useless, blocking the dragon's attack, but as a 7th level dragon, it directly fights with the Holy Dragon. Although the magic power is very strong the gap, but the devouring of the Black Dragon made the Holy Dragon helpless. When everyone relaxed, another dragon rushed out from the other side of the door. Level 9 Ice Dragon. 9 is a diameter that rushed towards Lu Li again. Although it was level 9, it ignored everyone. When Jess rushed out and was charged by the Ice Dragon, the Ice Dragon suddenly disappeared and turned into a thin line. The thin ice shattered and fell down. It was a phantom. When everyone reacts, it was too late. The Ice Dragon had already arrived in front of Lu Li. It raised its feet and turned back to Lu Li to leave. No one, Kfaf, is an angel. No one can save everyone. When Lu Li saved Zoe, consciousness did not exist. Bump, one step down, everyone fell into despair. Lu Li died? Basta. Everyone was stunned at their feet. No one can bear it anymore, because they know that once Lu Li dies, they will fall into despair. And all of this was seen by Ulu. Oh, it seems that I have to use that magic. Seeing everyone in despair, Ulu took out his Arc of Time. Time magic is the most amazing magic. Like the Eclipse Gate, it can travel through time and space and make time go backwards. However, the caster will consume his own lifespan. And Ulu knows that the price of time is very expensive. So she decided to use up all her life to turn back time. Time magic Arc of Time. The Arc of Time in Yuryu's hand flashed. Ulu has been watching Lu Li's battle from the sidelines. She knows that her own magic can't play a big role, but Lu Li is dead. If she doesn't use this magic, the world will also be destroyed, and I will not be able to live. So at this critical moment, Yu used this magic. Turn back time, use my life to bring light to this world. The magic started, and the clock hanging on the wall started to go backwards. Yu established an independent time for Lu Li and them, allowing them to remember what happened during this period, and directly prevent the opening of the solar eclipse gate. The clock was rewinding, but the rewinding was not fast, and it also stopped instantly. How? Maybe? Ulu looked at the clock on the clock tower, and it clearly went back a minute. My life can only be exchanged for 1 minute. Chapter 185. 1 minute? I traded my life for only 1 minute. Ulu is desperate, but she has no time for the rest of the time. She thought she could go back to the time before the eclipse gate opened at least 4 hours ago. Just 1 short minute, what can you do? But it's all about to die. It's really sad. What Ulu didn't know was how much change this short minute would bring to the world. At this minute, Luli returned to the moment when the ice dragon came out. Luli was still lying on the ground, giving Zoe a blood transfusion. As human blood essence, Luli's blood contained the magic power of a dragon, which brought Zoe a sense of magic power that she had never had before. The ice dragon still went straight to Luli, rushing over. It was Jess again, blocking the ice dragon's charge, but this time it was no longer simply being deceived, and a phantom thought flashed through everyone's mind. The ice wall shattered, and the ice dragon disappeared again. And at this moment, Snoll spewed out the flame dragon's breath into an empty place. 10 spaces without anything suddenly had the sound of cracking. The ice wall shattered again, and an ice dragon that was knocked into the air appeared in the blank phantom. Everyone was no longer surprised, watching the ice dragon stand up again. Sure enough, for a dragon of level 9, the full roar of an 8th level dragon could not give how much it hurt. The ice dragon threw his head and ran towards Luli again. At this time, the forgotten emerald dragon that injured Zoe also rushed to the sky, and the black dragon Akunologlia also flew to the sky. The fight between the 2 giant dragons made the sky no longer peaceful. In the world, there is a sacred existence, and any evil breath will be purified under its green light. The black dragon is different. It not only represents evil, its black flame can consume other people's magic power infinitely and become its own magic power. Although its strength is only level 7, it has not received much impact against the holy level emerald dragon. The 2 dragons are fighting in the sky. The gorgeous, shocking scene is a scene that people have never imagined. But in the blink of an eye, no one could seriously watch the battle above, because in front of them, there was a level 9 ice dragon staring at Luli. The ice dragon couldn't hold it anymore and breathed directly at Luli. How could Jess and the others easily injure Luli? Together with Snower and Tony, they pushed over, and the air exploded again. Not only the sky, but also the underground scene was hell. Looking at these battle scenes, Makarov and the others didn't do much. They realized how vulnerable they are as humans in front of dragons. And in the process of just balancing, another dragon came over from the other side of the door, breaking the tranquility and balance. However, everyone in Dragon King's wings did not back down. Without the help of Luli's dragon, although weak, Makarov still led everyone and stood in front of the dragon gate. The one rushing over is the shadow dragon, comfortable and fast. But this shadow dragon is not like other dragons. It did not rush to Luli. It lives by killing. Looking at Makarov's lineup, the shadow dragon smiled evilly and merged his body into his own shadow. Following the ground, the shadow dragon moved towards Makarov's feet, and Natsu and the others jumped away from the shadow under their feet. Fire dragons roar. Natsu roared and sprayed towards the black shadow on the ground. The shadow dragon came out from the ground, and the roar did not cause much damage. This is the 8th level shadow dragon. Natsu and the others fought together, and the shadow dragon also not to be outdone. 6 Dragon Slayer Magisters plus 310 Wizard Saints were able to tie with the 8th level shadow dragon. Ask for flowers. Roar. The devil in the deep hell seemed to tell everyone that death had come, and another dragon rushed out. But now no one has the strength to stop it. It helped the shadow dragon and slapped everyone on the ground with one claw, and the shadow dragon also flew into the sky, ready to kill everyone with its dragon breath. Zero the shadow dragon is ready, and the dragon that just rushed over is also roaring along with the shadow dragon. Watching the 2 magic forces hit Natsu and the others, Jess and the others have nothing to do, because they are all trapped by the dragon, unable to move their hands. Maybe in the face of death, everyone was extremely calm, accepting the sanction from Satan. Boom. After the explosion, the smoke suddenly enveloped the entire place where Long Shao attacked. Shadow Dragon confidently laughed at their weakness, and Jess and the others felt helpless for their death. When the smoke dissipated, what I saw was not the bodies of the dead partners. The first thing I saw was a wall made of ice, which held Natsu and others firmly. Hee, you're finally awake. Natsu panted and looked at Zoe. Under Zoe's feet, it was obvious that Luli was standing up. The wall, Luli, who had lost too much blood, was crumbling as if he could be blown down by the wind. And at this time, the Dragon Gate is still 30 minutes away from closing time. Chapter 186. System. Luli resisted and called out the system. Host, give me, and Zoe will provide dragon needs. Blood dragon grass. Yes, 20 points will be deducted from the cost of 2 blood dragon grass. After the deduction is complete, please keep the blood dragon grass away. 2 blood dragon grasses fell from the sky and landed in Luli's hands. Luli ate one, but this blood dragon grass is not for humans to eat. As the owner of the dragon, Luli said that although he already has part of the physique of a dragon, but he is still not a dragon. Luli is not ignorant of this, but he still ate it. Luli, who ate the blood dragon grass, did not change much, and Luli also fed Zoe and ate a plant. After Zoe finished eating, Kikiki gradually regained consciousness and stood up slowly. The original bowl-sized wound on his body left a scar. Zoe roared, as if announcing that she had woken up. Although Zoe, who had just recovered from a serious illness, was still weak due to the severe injury, on the contrary, although Luli was not frightened, she gave Zoe a blood transfusion afterwards. He was still a little dazed, and he didn't recover much energy after eating the blood dragon grass. Luli went all out. The body stood up straight, the magic power was released. It was still that strong and terrifying magic power. The earth was trembling, and the air was wailing violently with magic power. Despite the dizziness caused by excessive blood loss, the magic power will not change. Luli stood on the spot, staring straight at the 2 giant dragons that hurt Natsu and the others. Thunder escapes away. With a flash of lightning, Luli disappeared immediately, leaving behind an empty shadow and the electricity left behind. 100,000 volts. In a blink of an eye, Luli has already reached the top of the shadow dragon. And how could the 8th level shadow dragon catch it without a fight? The shadow dragon was flying in the air, turning around and rushing towards Luli. Its posture was clearly about to hit Luli, and with one claw, the formed claw wind opened 3 big mouths on the ground. I can also imagine that they are all thousands of meters above the sky. With a whistling sound of it was obviously missed. The phantom left by Luli confused the ice dragon. Behind. The other giant dragon, who was watching on the ground, immediately reminded Luli after seeing it from the side. What? Shadow dragon hadn't turned around yet. 100,000 volts finally went down. Zip zip, Luli touched Inglong's body. Roar. Shadow dragon was screamed by the electricity, and after a desolate cry, Shadow dragon lost his air, his body became burnt black, he lost consciousness, and fell from the sky. Bump. The shadow dragon landed on the ground, and suddenly smoke was everywhere, and the other end saw that something was wrong, and wanted to turn around and run, so he rushed to the eclipse gate. He came to be a guest, and gave such a big gift. How could we leave so easily? Luli tilted her head. Her face became visibly vicious, with cold fish eyes, as if one could kill a person with just one glance. Luli raised his arm, and an ice wall appeared out of nowhere, and the dragon couldn't stop it and immediately hit it, making him dizzy and having a headache. The roar of the Yanlong King. Luli didn't move, and for the unknowing dragon that was bumped, it was obvious that this dragon was Luli's live target. A huge flame sprayed towards the dragon, and the fiery energy instantly enveloped the entire front of the eclipse gate. This fire has been burning for a long time without disappearing. Luli turned his head to look, and there were 2 dragons, one emerald holy dragon, and the other 9-level ice dragon. Luli was very pleased to see that the black dragon Akunologlia, who was at the 7th level, was able to compete with the holy dragon. The 9th level and the holy level are not just as simple as a grade difference. After the holy level, each level has a big difference in strength. But what is surprising is that the black dragon Akunologlia has been fighting with the emerald dragon for a long time. The black dragon constantly uses dark magic to absorb the magic of the emerald dragon. Little guy, you didn't let me down. Luli praised the black dragon, and then flew towards them. With a ruthless flick, the black dragon was thrown away, and the distance was widened. It did not dare to use breath or any magic power, because the more it used, the more the black dragon absorbed, and the stronger it became. The dragon saw bayonet. Luli stretched out a knife from his hand, and every sawtooth on the knife looked very scary. Dragon King, with the posture of fighting, win the battle. And what is left is the solo of the dragon. The solo of the Iron Dragon King. Luli accelerated forward, coupled with the blessing of thunder and lightning. Phantoms flickered one after another, disappeared into the air, and appeared suddenly again. Each time they appeared, they gave the Jade Dragon a huge scar. This is for Zoe. You shouldn't anger the Dragon King's wings. because we will let you find out that you came to this world as a wrong existence. Dragons 88 stars / Luli flashed by in an instant, and then flashed out again, leaving the emerald dragon full of scars. In the air, with 88 wounds on the slipper, 2.5 claws grabbed Luli. What? Before Luli could finish speaking, he was thrown out by the jade dragon. Luli was thrown far away and was about to land. Brat, stand up. The Makarovs were in a hurry. Although the magic power was powerful, as a human body, even Luli could not bear the huge impact after receiving such a powerful electric shock. Luli wasn't nervous, except for the fact that Jade Dragon's actions just now surprised him a bit. Luli has always been calm. SK tisk. Luli opened his cold eyes again, blacken again. Luo Shioman. Chapter 187. Luoshio Gate. The moment Luli landed on the ground, opened a dark space door, Luli fell in. The dark door gradually closed, and another door opened in front of the Emerald Dragon. Luli walked slowly out. Luli twisted her neck twice and lowered her head. It's up to me. After finishing speaking, Luli slowly raised his head. His eyes glowed red. Dragon God armor. A suit of armor grew out of Luli, and a dark aura emerged from the armor. Emerald Holy Dragon, right? It not only has the ability to recover, but also has armor. So, can you catch my hand? Where's the keel? Luli spoke very coldly. The black hole in his hand slowly raised a gun. It is more like bones than a gun. The whole gun is pieced together by bones to form a gun. This is my strongest move. This gun 25 is forged from the whole keel. It was found in the eggshell of Akunologlia. It is estimated that it is Akunologlia. You lost the battle and reincarnated. Right now, I will use my strongest move to accept my anger. Boom, Luli threw the gun to the ground for a while, and the whole magic power was shaken from the air. Darkness of the Black Dragon God, profound truth. Luli retracted the gun, clenched his hands tightly, and poured all the magic power into the keel. On the tip of the keel, a powerful magic power was condensed, compressed, and restrained, and there was a feeling of wanting to break through. In the end, Luli rushed forward, stretching out the keel, and the space seemed to become distorted. And the Emerald Dragon is not waiting to die. It pours out its magic power. The dragon's wings wrap itself, forming a transparent emerald crystal wall in front of it. The keel bumped upwards. Bump! There was a strong collision sound, which was the collision of the strongest spear and shield. Although both are the strongest, but Luli's keel is not the same. After a collision, the emerald wall finally couldn't stop it, and it shattered after a bang, and the magic power of the keel in Luli's hand did not weaken because of this, and it still went straight to the Emerald Dragon. When the dragon gun touched the Emerald Holy Dragon, it emitted a strong flash. Boom! The sound lasted for a long time, and the Emerald Dragon that was hit by the dragon gun appeared. A huge black ball surrounded it. The space became distorted, the air became thinner, and everything seemed to be sucked into this huge ball. The black ball is average, and this black ball greedily absorbs everything in this world like a black hole. On the other side, the 9th level ice dragon that Jess and the others dealt with was finally shot down. When the black ball gradually weakened, there was an explosion that shattered the entire sky, and the sound of the explosion could be heard throughout Fiori. As the explosion spread, the solar eclipse finally ended, the sky reappeared, and the sun reappeared. The light was lost, and the door gradually closed. The first ray of sunlight came in, and Luli also fell slowly in the smoke. She was wearing a magic armor and a battle gun. The sunlight that came in also shone on Luli. This moment was remembered by everyone. In the history of Luli, whether he is a god or a demon, if he is a god and uses dark magic like a demon, his aura is like a god of death. He is a demon, and like a god, he rescued the entire Fiori from the dire straits. Luli basically blocked the Dragon King's sacrifice on his own. The Dragon King festival is over at this moment. The gate of the solar eclipse is gradually closing. No dragons come over. Even if they come, Luli is no longer afraid. Who can resist? Luli landed beside Zoe, and the keel in his hand was gradually put away in the black hole. 027 Zoe had already stood up and recovered her breath, but Luli fainted at this time, and at the moment when he was about to fall, Makarov supported Luli. Brat, I never know where your power comes from, but it's really scary. Let's go. Let's go home. Year 287, July 6th, Fiori. The king of Kingdom of Fiori was so stupid that he almost threw the whole of Fiori under the rule of dragons. Luckily, with the help of Dragon King Wings, Black Dragon God and others, all dragons were destroyed, 11 in total. Among them, a holy emerald dragon. Makarov carried Luli on his back and left the Lost City. In fact, this city will not be called the Lost City in the end. After Luli defeated the dragon, this city was called Dragon Slayer Island. And the Dragon King Festival, is it really over? Chapter 188. Luli and others left, leaving an empty island with smoke and sand. No trees, no vitality, and only a pair of doors left. The door was gradually closed, and when there was a gap left, a small thing jumped out, very quickly and very tiny. And this was seen by the dazed Luli, but in the eyes of the comatose Luli, it might be a dream. Dragon King Festival is true. Finished? Boom! The door really closed. The world has become quieter. There is no previous explosion. What happened before is like a dream. The wallpaper on the eclipse gate is no longer the black dragon Akunologlia, but a flying in the air to guide the thunder and lightning, ice, fire, steel, and the god of death with dark magic power. He is facing each dragon, and behind him are his partners. What they don't know is that in this war, a disappeared person who played a key role, Ulu. However, no one knows why at that minute, the phantom of the ice dragon was discovered. Maybe, this is fate. The Dragon King ceremony was over, but Luli passed out. Makarov carried Luli back to the guild. 2 days later, Luli did not wake up. Instead, his magic power seemed abnormally chaotic. Together, Luli 9 also had a high fever. In his sleep, Luli was still fighting the dragon. A week later, Luli finally woke up, and Luli tested his own magic power. Sure enough, he lost the magic power of the holy level, and Luli actually understood the reason. Button. Come in. Luli recovered her gentle voice, looked outside the door. It was Urza and Ingir. I've been in a coma for 2 weeks. How's it going? I don't feel any discomfort. Urza asked Luli, concerned with a smile on his face. It's nothing serious. It's just that the magic power has weakened. The magic power has weakened. Makarov just came in. How could it be? Did the blood transfusion have any side effects? No. Actually, I used dragon needs. Blood dragon grass. Luli was not surprised. Blood dragon grass? Everyone was puzzled, and they were very angry about this new term. Ha ha ha, it's really nothing. Luli laughed out loud, not depressed because of the weakening of magic power. Blood dragon grass is a herbal medicine that can enhance the dragon's blood energy and stabilize the dragon's magic power. For dragons, this kind of thing is a great tonic. Dragons who eat it can instantly increase their own magic power. There is such a powerful herb, but since it is called dragon's need, only dragons can use it. Ingir analyzed it carefully. That's right, dragon needs is a tonic for dragons, but it's different for humans. Blood dragon grass contains the powerful blood essence of dragons. Once humans take it, they will become dragons. Spit blood and die, but I am different. For so long, my body has long been different from others. So I chose to accept the blood essence of the dragon, and finally, I was able to sacrifice the dragon bone. Actually, you don't need to use dragon needs. With your magic, although it is not easy, it is not impossible to defeat the Emerald Holy Dragon. Why take risks? Because Luli's eyes burst into flames. Anyone who hurts my family, as long as it is for the family, the country, or the world, I will treat everyone as my enemy. They know that they shouldn't offend our Dragon Lord's wings. That's right. Ha ha ha, President. Natsu led all the members to eavesdrop at the door. Hearing Luli's words, he couldn't bear it anymore and rushed in. You, ha ha ha, Luli laughed happily. This is the happiest moment in life. After Luli came to this world, she has never smiled so happily. It may be that after a life and death battle, everyone in Dragon King's wings, as well as the tacit understanding of Zoe's dragons, have a new bond. Speaking of which, after the death of the King of Fiori, will there be any results of the Demo do Yenwu? Luli suddenly remembered that there was still this competition and his own purpose of participating in the Demo do Yenwu. Ha ha ha, brat, your purpose is really obvious. King Gru of King Fiori has a daughter named Violet. She is now the new king's, and Demo do Yenwu will start again in a month. Just smile secretly, my lord Luli. Makarov laughed, and this time, Princess Violet even set a prize for the champion. What? Luli asked curiously. The winning team will receive 5 million gold coins. What? How much? Luli couldn't believe his ears. The money he got after annihilating the Dark Guild, and after repairing the Dragon Island destroyed by the Black Dragon Akunologlia, Luli has already gone bankrupt. Hearing the 5 million, the desire for gold coins flashed in Luli's eyes. Okay, our new goal, 5 million? Ahem goal. The first victory of Damo do Yinwu. Oh. Chapter 189. Chapter 189. The restarted Great Demon fighting martial arts soon. A month passed, and Luli and the others also recovered their normal physiques. They repacked and set off again towards Crocus, the capital of Kingdom of Fiori. It's your turn to speak, President, Makarov said seriously to Luli from the side. Well, then, let's go, comrades, the target, the first victory of Damo do Yinwu. After a wave of attack from the boss, Luli and the others started to move towards Crocus, and after a while, they arrived at the capital. The image of prosperity was still there, and the scene of prosperity was still there. The Dragon King festival did not bring them much loss. The only thing they know is that Luli in Wings of the Dragon King is not an easy character. Entering the venue, no one dared to laugh at Luli and the others. As soon as they entered the venue, they were greeted with fierce cheers and praises. Welcome to Crocus, our capital city of Fiori. Pumpkinhead reappeared, and he continued to address the game with a mischievous touch. Due to the behavior of the previous king, many members of the guild died, and the Damo do Yinwu competition was suspended for 253. After a month, we held this Damo do Yinwu again. Everyone, cheers. Let us have the one who arrives first and saves the entire kingdom of Fiori, the wing of the Dragon King. Oh! The audience cheered. After the last battle, the fallen angel President Merkel, the mermaid heel President Enchi, the sword-biting tiger President Giemma, and the crow's tail President Ivan were all fighting. In addition, all members of Crow's Tail were disqualified from the competition because they violated the regulations. During the covert battle, they had marked Gray with CFFF in advance, so they were able to find Gray again and again. And the fallen angel also chose to withdraw from the game. Well, let me announce the participating teams now. Tiger with Sword Bite Mermaid Heel Blue Pegasus Serpentine Scale Hellhound Dragon King Wings. For the remaining 6 teams, except for the president, all teams select 6 people as representatives for the competition. There must be no more than 6 people. The 6 people are not fixed and can be replaced. Ha ha ha, you can't get on the boss anymore. It's time to see us play. Natsu smiled swollenly. Really? Then I want to see how strong you are. If you can't reach the first place, then I don't mind giving you more training. Luli smiled and put on a proud posture. Don't be careless. Our guild is very poor now. We want to win the first victory, and we have our goals, Makarov told Natsu. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, it's easy. Okay, let's announce the content of today's first battle. Pumpkinhead came out again, brushing his sense of presence. The first match is a 2-person battle, and a 2-player battle requires a strong degree of cooperation. Members to participate in the competition. After a period of screening, okay, the first matchup is Lion and Yuka for Lamia Scale against Shunyue and Miliana for Mermaid Heel. The game time limit is 30 minutes. Please face the ring and prepare. Lion and Yuka walked into the ring slowly, and the audience cheered for them, but Lion only looked at Juvia next to him. In Lion's eyes, Juvia's attention was the most important. He thought he must let Juvia see his own strength, and then be deeply attracted by himself, no longer just focus on Gray. On the other side, Shunyue and Miliana also entered the ring. Game start. Miliana, concentrate. You will deal with this match first, and I will watch the match from the sidelines. Shunyue looked at Miliana, as if some thought flashed through her head. Huh, why? Miliana asked, puzzled. In order for you to accumulate experience, although it is a competition, you still have to choose the winner. With your current ability, you can go to the end. Try it. Shunyue walked to the side of the ring after she finished speaking, not participating fighting. Miliana, who stayed behind, became more confident. It's really underestimated. Yuka curled her lips. Since he doesn't want to fight, let's force him to fight. Lion commented angrily. Ice Make flew out many big gluttons from Lion's magic circle, crossed Miliana, and rushed towards Shunyue. Blast magic. Miliana conjured up a long cat tail, like a braid, which scattered Lion's desires. Don't ignore me. You are not allowed to touch Shunyue before you hit me. Seeing that his magic was scattered, this is not acceptable. It will not attract Juvia's attention. Don't be distracted, Lion. Just as they were arguing, Miliana jumped over and took off the cat's claw gloves she usually wore on her hand, revealing her real cat's claws. There was a scream, and Lion and Yuka obviously had a few cat's claws on their faces, and Miliana licked her sharp cat claws behind them and meowed. Chapter 190. Miliana played against Lion and Yuka alone, and instead of showing a big disadvantage, Miliana overwhelmed both of them with an advantage. Accidentally difficult. Lion, I can't play with him anymore. Yuka became anxious. I know, since it's a cat, let's use the tiger that cats are most afraid of. Lion assumed a combat posture, and a light blue magic circle opened from Lion's hand. Ice make ice tiger. A tiger made of ice ran out from the magic circle, straight towards Miliana. Seeing the tiger, she frantically ran to the other side as if frightened. She could deal with people, but it was impossible for a cat to deal with a tiger. The ice tiger was chasing her, but Miliana had no choice but to run away. On the way, Miliana kept looking back to see if the ice tiger had caught up with her. When she turned her head suddenly, Miliana had run to the end, and a wall blocked her. With a bang, the wall immediately fell into a big hole. Leaving Miliana with a flushed face, she fainted on the field, and the ice tiger disappeared. Tisk. Seeing this scene, Shinue shook her head, pursed her lips, and walked up to the middle of the ring. Actually, Lion should be able to knock down Miliana easily, but you haven't attacked Miliana head-on, have you? Lion was silent, and did not answer Miliana. You are the only one left and still so arrogant? Without Lion, I can beat you by myself. Fluctuation. The neglected Yuka heard that Shinue only praised Lion, and wanted to show herself unhappy. Then a wave hit in the past. Yuka's magic, wave magic, can open an energy, and all magic that passes through the wave will be offset. And this is also Yuka's proud move. And Yuka hit the past with a wave, can counteract magic. Then, if I don't use magic, this magic is meaningless. Shinue despises this magic very much. For the powerful Shinue, his magic is meaningless at all, because Shinue can use a knife to break it up directly. You are weak, but you still look weak. You are not worthy of my sword. Get out of the way, and let Lion come. Shinue easily broke Yuka's magic, and Yuka, who was so frustrated, didn't know shrinking back. He rushed straight up, with two fluctuations in his hand. He rushed towards Shinue. Shinue was not nervous at all. She put away the knife, leaped over her body, dodged Yuka's impact, somersaulted, and jumped behind Yuka again. No sharp cut. Shinue's knives with scabbards slashed at the back of Yuka's neck in an instant kill. Yuka was knocked down instantly. There are only two of us left, so don't hide your strength anymore. O looked at Shinue and said coldly. He understood that the real competition had just begun. I know you, the ice magician, once claimed to be Zero Emperor and performed a dangerous ritual in order to fight Deliola. That's just a thing of the past. Now I am the magister of the Snake Princess, Lion. Instead, it is you, who is very similar to me in the past. Since you choose to fight, let me see your true strength. Let's go. Lion took the same pose as Gray. This is the real modeling magic, a pose that can stabilize your own magic power. Asking for flowers. Shaping magic dragonflies. Lion launched an attack first, and many dragonflies made of ice flew out from the magic circle. The dragonflies formed a dense attack, and under the intensive attack, Shinue dodged to avoid all the dragonflies' attacks while advancing. Tisk. Lion pouted. Stylish magic. Luli temporarily changed another magic, and before the first big bird flew out of the magic circle, Shinue slashed through it with a knife. Not only the ice, but also Lion was blown away. Why is your strength gone like this? Shinue laughed at Lion and hoped that Lion would perform better. And Lion was still on the ground. Then Pumpkinhead came over. Down. Win or lose. Hey, don't be so anxious. I haven't lost yet. A voice came from nowhere, and Lion lying on the ground turned into a piece of ice, gradually shattering. This is a new magic I learned in the Lost City. Feel it. The ice on the ground disappeared, and neither did Lion. This is what Lion learned after seeing the phantom magic used by the ice dragon in the Lost City. Although it is not perfect, it is already strong to be able to do this. Shinue didn't know where Lion was, so she could only turn around to be on guard for Lion, who might attack her at any time. And Lion was not in a hurry. Finally, Lion found an opportunity. Appeared quietly behind Shinue. Is this going to succeed? Chapter 191. Just when it was time to attack. Finally willing to come out. I don't want to give you any loopholes. You really plan to hide all the time, right? Shinue immediately turned around and slashed at him. This time, Lion was not so easy to be hit. But Lion, who blocked the attack, was knocked several meters away. It's really strong, Shinue. It seems that the strength can't be preserved. Lion readjusted his posture. Shape Magic Ape, Shape Magic Ice Tiger, Shape Magic Ice Dragon. Lion conjured 3 huge ice magics in succession. The 3 monsters rushed towards Shinue at the same time. Shinua jumped 297 and avoided the first attack, but the monsters did not intend to stop. Shinua in the air had no way to dodge another attack. Ice Dragon raised its head and hit Shinua. I didn't expect you to be able to do this. I underestimated you. Shinua touched the blood left by her mouth, and she picked up the knife in her hand. When everyone thought she was going to draw the knife, the blade glowed red, and a huge magic circle appeared in the sky. The size of the circle was as big as the arena. Finally, it has appeared. All along, I have known that Shinua has a hidden and deep powerful magic. It seems that this is the case, right? The appearance of the magic circle, lion in the circle, and the magic beasts he transformed were all sucked up by Shinua's magic circle. In fact, they were sucked up, but it was better to say that they lost gravity, just like in the universe. The only difference, that is, you cannot control your body at will. With a leap of Shinua and a swipe of the scabbard, Lion's monsters were all wiped out, and now Lion was left without the ability to move, like a living target. Looking at Shinua, fell from the sky, the knife in his hand, still not unsheathed, and slashed towards Lion. Thump, thump, thump. The bell finally thought, this is really a life-saving bell. If it wasn't for this bell, Lion would have been severely defeated. The time is up. The two sides have not yet decided the outcome. If it is a tie, each will add 5 points. Pumpkinhead spoke again, and he watched the whole match. At the end of the match, Shinua and Lion stepped off the ring respectively. Lion himself knew that if the bell hadn't supported Lion, he might have fallen to the ground long ago, so there was no such thing as a tie. And the next game is even more worthy of attention. Now announce the players for the next match. They are Natsu and Gear from Dragon King's Wings, and Sting and Rogue from Sword Biting Tiger. This match can also be said to be a four-headed dragon match. Everyone, wait and see bar at the beginning of the game. The members of Sword Biting Tiger attacked first. Facing the sudden attack, Natsu and the others were suppressed and were no match for them. During a duel, both Natsu and Gear were beaten. Finally, Natsu couldn't take it anymore. He punched Sting right in the face and punched him. After being hit hard, Sting retreated immediately, and in a blink of an eye, Gear did the same. Gear suddenly broke through the attack and counterattacked back. The battle on the field was very tense, and Luli also saw it in his eyes. It's time for their temptation to end. Luli commented, "Don't try again. Use all your strength to attack." Natsu despised them and waved his fingers as if beckoning them to come. "Brother Natsu, I admired you very much before, but your era has disappeared. Although I was not against those dragons last time, we killed the dragons that taught us with our own hands, thus gaining great power, Rogue." Rogue responded. Suddenly, a strange magic appeared from Sting and Rogue's body. Suddenly their magic power doubled several times. Quickly attacked Natsu and the others. Sting's attack was very fast, and Natsu didn't dodge his first punch, and Natsu didn't react at all with this speed. And Rogue's body merged into the shadow. In the shadow, Rogue moved very fast, constantly going back and forth between the shadow and reality, and Gear was no match for him, and he was hit by punch after punch. He hit Rogue. Rogue turned into a shadow again, disappeared, and the attack seemed to miss. The me now is not an ordinary entity. As a shadow, it is impossible for you to hit me. You only have to be beaten. On the other side, Natsu is also the same, being hit, but unable to dodge. Inexplicably. On your body, the mark of the Holy Light Dragon has been dropped on my first punch in 1.5. It is impossible for you who are marked with the mark to avoid the attack. Natsu. Gear. Looking at his partner who was overwhelmed by one side. Luli couldn't stand it in the auditorium. Luli was very anxious, but now he couldn't do anything. Don't worry, they won't lose so easily. Urza could see Luli's nervousness at a glance. Immediately comforted Luli. On the court, Natsu and Gear were still unable to counterattack under the attacks of Sting and Rogue. Is it really going to lose? Chapter 192. Natsu and the others, who were still blown up, still did not fight back, while Sting and Rogue fought more and more fiercely. Suddenly, Natsu grabbed Sting with one hand. "You had a great time playing. Now it's my turn." Natsu suddenly laughed, showing a very confident look in his eyes. How is that possible? Sting was puzzled. Once a person hit by the Holy Light Dragon is supercharged, it is impossible. Mark, right? This kind of thing will be gone once you burn it. Natsu interrupted Sting's puzzlement. There was a big hole in his clothes, and a puff of smoke came out of his stomach. The place where the mark was marked was convenient. It's on Natsu's stomach. How can it be? The power of the dragon, right? Killed the parents who raised me 25. Now, it's up to me. Fire dragon's wing strike. Sting was thrown a long way by it. Hit. Ha ha ha. Natsu is probably the only one who can act like this. Luli finally laughed, and since Natsu started to fight back, Gear will not be weak. Gear is a person who gets better the bigger he gets. At this moment, Gear also grabbed Rogue. Is it just a shadow? It's just that I blurted myself when I hit you. But since you want to attack me, you have to become a real body. The more you attack, the more you attack. Obviously, impossible. The switching speed is so fast. You. Bang. Before Rogue could finish speaking, Gear's hand turned into an iron rod, and Rogue was sent flying wolfishly. Good Gear, you are really slow. It took you so long to get rid of Rogue's attack. I got rid of it a long time earlier than you, Natsu proudly said to Gear, ignoring Sting and Rogue. Cut. Slower than you? I just want to bear their strength. You can't even do this. Shut up. It was ignored. Sting couldn't stand being ignored, so he rushed up immediately, and Rogue followed Sting, and started a melee battle with Natsu and the others. Due to the cooperation of Sting and Rogue, Natsu and Gear didn't have much advantage. And sometimes, Natsu and Gear are fighting each other because they don't cooperate and affect each other, and they are quarreling with each other. Are they serious, or are they playing? Luli covered her eyes, unable to smile wryly, and the audience on the field, being attacked again and again, tightened their emotions time and time again, while fighting for Wings of the Dragon King cheered, and at the same time cheered for sword-biting Tiger and the others. Slowly fighting, the magic power on the field did not weaken, and the attack became more and more intense, but Sting and the others finally lost, and were suppressed by Natsu and the others. Dragon power is not like this. Relying on this short-term increase in magic power, it makes you so arrogant. Natsu looked at them without cutting. Of course the power of the dragon cannot be limited to this level, but you are right. This is indeed a magic that can temporarily increase the magic power. I never thought that it would allow us to use the power of the dragon. Immediately after Sting had finished speaking, he released his magic power properly. The powerful magic power continued to flood the arena, and Rogue, not to be outdone, also activated the power of the dragon. In the end, their magic power suddenly stabilized. However, the magic power is extremely powerful, and the entire venue can feel their magic power. Rogue, you don't need to go up. I'm enough alone. Sting confidently blocked Rogue, who took a step forward with his hand, and walked slowly towards Natsu and Gear by himself. I'm really confident, but this powerful magic is really qualified to be so confident. Natsu agreed with Sting, and Sting rushed over immediately, punching Natsu, and Gear also went up to help Natsu. However, under the fight between the two, Sting's personality also appeared to be very comfortable. It became more and more difficult for Natsu and the others to resist, but Sting was getting faster and faster. Gradually, they couldn't stop Sting's attack, and it became a one-sided beating. Sting made a hook, 460 hit Natsu and Gear far away, and then jumped up by himself, fisting his hands forward. The minions of the Holy Light Dragon. An energy spewed out from Sting's hand. It was a pure white magic power, and the feeling of whiteness could erase everything. And it was this magic power that rushed towards Natsu and Gear. After the explosion, both Natsu and Gear disappeared in the smoke, and a big hole appeared under the ring. Natsu and Gear both fell down, and Sting and Rogue also jumped down. Due to the destruction of the venue, the next battle will be watched by the magic crystal. The pumpkin head appeared again, and then a huge screen appeared in the sky projecting Natsu and their fight. Natsu and the others stood up again, and Sting rushed towards them again. After a wave of fighting, Natsu and Gear were hit by Sting's attack, and they were knocked down. This time, they didn't stand up again, and they stopped for a long time. Chapter 193. Is the game over like this? Couldn't Natsu and Gear stand up? Luli clenched his fists on the sidelines and kept an eye on every move on the court. It's over. However, you are already very powerful. For those of you who have not obtained the power of the dragon, and we are the third generation of Dragon Slayer Magisters, the gap in our strength has long been doomed. Sting grinned now Natsu next to him. He said to Natsu and Gear, who were paralyzed on the ground, is it comfort or encouragement? The so-called third generation Dragon Slayer Mage. The first generation is the generation of Natsu. This generation is taught by dragons to kill dragon magic. The second generation, this is the people who have been injected with the Dragon Slayer magic crystal, that is, the generation of Laxus. The third generation is Sting. As the third generation, It is the generation that not only taught them dragon-slaying magic, but also injected dragon-slaying magic crystals. Just as Pumpkinhead was about to announce the end of the game, Natsu moved and stood up suddenly, and Gear next to him also stood up. Ah! Natsu patted the dust off his body. This is the power of the dragon, but it's really nothing. What? Both Sting and Rogue's eyes widened, unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. How is it possible? I used the power of the dragon. Haha, don't be nervous. I just want to test your abilities. For example, when you attack, you should lean forward 12 points. I am different from Gear, but I am calculating well. Natsu was very upset. 12 o'clock, don't talk nonsense. Okay, it's 11 o'clock. Gear slapped Natsu relentlessly. 11 o'clock, it's clearly 12 o'clock. Even if it's 11 o'clock for you, it won't be 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock is 11 o'clock, and it won't be 12 o'clock if I give you 11:30. Natsu and Gear were still arguing, ignoring the others. These two guys made me worry for so long, and shamelessly embarrass me here. When I come back, I will let them try my skills. Luli shyly said helplessly to Natsu and the others. I said 12 o'clock is 12 o'clock. What's the noise? Get out of the way. I'll be alone. Natsu finally couldn't bear it anymore, pushed Gear onto an abandoned train track, and directly threw Gear after pushing it down. The Dragon Slayer Magisters all have a common feature, that is, they have no way to deal with the means of transportation. He. Natsu, who was left on the field, stood on the field proudly and giggled. Now it's my turn to fight back. Get ready to see my magic. Wow! Natsu finally released his magic in and out of the ring for the first time. Natsu's magical power made the eyes of those around him so hot that they couldn't open their eyes. Natsu rushed up first and started a fight with Sting. Sting was hit unexpectedly. On the other side, Rogue saw that the situation was wrong and went up to help Sting. While Natsu was fighting Sting, he opened a little distance with his fist, then turned his head, and used a flame dragon's roar to knock Rogue far away. Natsu fought against both of them at the same time. Sting tried his best, but couldn't grab Natsu. Just jumped back a bit. Light Dragon's Sacred Tooth, Sting made a spell, and rushed towards Natsu again. Natsu flashed and jumped behind the empty Sting. Flame Dragon's Wing Strike. Natsu's flame extended to his arm, which formed the shape of a wing, and hit the Sting grid. Rogue also rushed forward at this time. This opening is too big. Natsu looked at Rogue, who was rushing. Natsu, who dodged the attack again, knocked Rogue away with another punch. Fire Dragon's Claw. Shadow Dragon's Roar, the minions of the Holy Light Dragon. The dragon-slaying magic on the field is endless, and Natsu has always suppressed them with the advantage. It is not so much a suppression as a unilateral sling. Sting and Rogue were finally defeated and fell down. Consciousness is still there. They gasped heavily and lay on the ground. And Sting still can't believe his eyes. Sting thinks of his former self, the former self, who has been working hard to become stronger, but he doesn't know when he started, and finally the passion disappeared. The former self, no matter how much he was hurt, good King Zhao. No matter how tired you are, you will get up again and again. He didn't know when he would become so proud that he even forgot what the dumpling machine wanted at first. Thinking, Sting slowly stood up. I wouldn't. So lightly, easily, give up. Rogue. Sting called out to Rogue. Rogue also stood up slowly. I won't admit defeat. Rogue also stood up. This time, it was the most embarrassing fight between the two of them. Are you ready? For our forgotten dreams. Sting and Rogue stood up again, and new hope appeared in their eyes. Chapter 194. Sting and Rogue struggled to stand up again. Who? Both of them were panting heavily, and Natsu didn't just chase after the victory like that. He looked at the two people who worked so hard, respected them, and waited for their strongest move. Sting! Rogue yelled Sting. The hands of the two continued to output magic power with their roars, and the magic power became bigger and bigger, and there was no magic that wanted to stop. Their magic power? It's so powerful, and it seems to be slowly fused together. Luli took a big bite and suddenly remembered something. They can also. Fusion magic? Fusion magic? It's a fusion magic that can only be used when two people's magic power, breathing, and consciousness have reached a strong cooperation, Makarov explained, and he couldn't believe his eyes while explaining. In addition to Grey 497 and Jubia, who are so coordinated in magic, there are still people who can use fusion kufa. Suddenly, the huge magic ball of the two people suddenly disappeared. Between the hands of the two of them, a concentrated energy slowly appeared. Natsu didn't try to dodge. Does he want to force it? Stop it. Get out of the way, Natsu. Makarov yelled loudly. He wanted to convey to Natsu that he didn't want him to act recklessly. Instead, Luli was very calm. Natsu, not to take risks for no reason. And at this time, the fusion magic of Rogue and Sting is ready. The two looked at each other and pulled their arms back. Holy Shadow Dragon flashed teeth. They roared out, pushing their hands forward, releasing all the concentrated fusion magic power of the two, and rushed straight to Natsu. Natsu still did not dodge. His right hand held, he clenched his fist and transferred all the magic power to his right hand. Dragon Slayer Mysteries. Natsu compressed his flame again. Red Lotus Flame Blade. Natsu also released the magic in his hand and joined the Holy Shadow Dragon Shinya. Bang! There was a violent explosion, and a hole was pierced through the entire venue. On the side of the ring, smoke filled the air, and nothing could be seen from the magic crystal. What happened? Everyone nervously waited for the result. The smoke slowly dissipated, and in the confused smoke, the shadows of 3 people could gradually be seen. Are there 3 people standing? Could it be that the winner has not been decided yet? Finally, the smoke cleared, and sure enough, all 3 people were standing. However, after a while, Sting and Rogue finally couldn't hold on and fell down. And Natsu, but still standing on the field, he did not receive much damage. The winner is divided. The winners, Natsu and Gear of Dragon King's wings. Finally, the second battle between the two was taken down by the wings of the Dragon King. And after this game, the field has become very unbearable. The game was suspended for a while, and the restoration personnel were asked to repair the field. For the audience who just watched this game, this is not happy. They can't wait for the start of the next game, and they are complaining that the repair time is too long. Finally, after nearly an hour of restoration, the arena was finally repaired. Although it took an hour, but according to the degree of damage of the venue, it only took more than an hour, which can be said to be a terrifying strength. I've been waiting for a long time. Next, let's start the third game. The third game will be played by Blue Pegasus One Knight and Sharia with Quattro Cerberus's Bacchus and Jaeger. The members of both sides are invited to play. The game is about to start. Oh! The audience cheered, and it seemed that the heat was not lowered by this hour of repair work. At that time, members of both sides will be on the stage. Then the game. Let's begin. At the beginning of the match, the two sides did not immediately attack forward. They were talking as if they were testing each other. It's really a lonely and boring duel. I don't like it, and the girl who came up is still. Bacchus took a wine gourd and looked at the opposite player disappointed review of Blue Pegasus. Why don't you call that sexy, Jenny? I'm really disappointed. Hiccup. When Sharia heard the word flat, she looked down at her chest and suddenly lost her temper. You pervert, you're just a child. What do you know? You pervert. Sharia stomped her feet, revealing Loli's cute image. Hey, this is a game. Be serious, Bacchus. Bacchus' teammates finally couldn't stand it anymore. Don't say it even if it's flat and you're still belching. You really are. Sharia couldn't bear it anymore and launched the first attack. Chapter 195. Chapter 195. The God-extinguishing mage in the sky. Sharia twirled her arms and made the first attack, spinning all the air in the sky. Winds of the sky. Sharia turned the air in her hands into gusts of wind, rolling towards the members of Quattro Cerberus. Bacchus and Jaeger jumped up immediately. Dodge the attack. It's really rude. Girls have to be more reserved. Don't be so rude. Otherwise they won't be able to get married. Bacchus still laughed at Sharia. As gentlemen, it's too rude for you to say this. Finally joined the battle. For you who are so ungentlemanly, I have to train you well, man. Scent Magic Fantasy. One Knight took out the small bottle in his hand, and there was a very fragrant fragrance in the bottle. People couldn't help but inhale this fragrance several times. But after smelling it, Bacchus and Jaeger didn't feel any discomfort. Is the magic of Ie invalid? It's not very possible. Every bottle of Ie is filled with special perfume, and these perfumes are concentrated by Ie's usual magic. Why is the air blurred? Could it be Sharia? Finally Bacchus and Jaeger reacted, and many phantoms appeared in front of them, creating mini Sharia and Ie. Attack them, and Pascal, who was deceived by the phantom, fought back in fear. But how did they know that what they attacked was actually just air? Oops, I was careless. I got perfumed all night. Pascal finally understood his situation. Jaeger, come on, get rid of our negativity. I see. Eliminate magic and eliminate our negative magic. 10 bright lights flashed from the two of them. All the aromas on the field are gone. It turned out to be dispelling magic. Then, my magic will be restrained. Ie felt bad. His magic would not have much effect on dispelling magic. This kind of magic is actually used, but it's a pity that this kind of magic is useless to us. The proud Jaeger chased after the victory. Eliminate the magic and unload the force. A magic shot out from Jaeger's hand and hit Shariaya. Seeing the knight of using magic, Shariaya became vigilant and prepared to jump away, but they quickly changed their minds. This magic is not very fast. Not very fast. In fact, it is very slow. After this magic is issued from Jaeger's hand, it slowly flies to Sharia. What? This kind of magic? Such a slow speed. Are you serious? Sharia looked at the slow magic and reached out to touch it. Don't be careless. Ie warned Sharia. Sharia didn't heed Ie's warning. She thought it was just a light touch and nothing happened. What's going on? Sharia suddenly exclaimed. However, everyone looked over and saw that nothing happened to Sharia Ming. Suddenly, Sharia floated up. Don't be careless. My magic has eliminated your gravity. You in the air will not have any ability to resist. You are now a living target. Bacchus has come to you. Jaeger exclaimed proudly. Bacchus wanted him to deliver the final blow. Understood. Bacchus smiled evilly, thinking of Sharia, and walked over. But what he didn't know was that Sharia was not panicked. Just when Bacchus was about to fight, Sharia suddenly flew away. Ask for flowers. God's magic blasts the air. Bacchus got hit hard and was shocked by the air. How is it possible? Bacchus dragged on for a long time and finally break the car. I am the god extinguishing mage in the sky. I can control the air, but you have eliminated my gravity. Then I can fly freely if I control the wind. What? Bacchus and Jaeger exclaimed in unison. What? Why don't you cancel the donation of 8 his unloading magic? Bacchus looked at Jaeger anxiously. Eliminate. Slowly, Jaeger slowly canceled his magic. That's the end of the game. I'm going to be serious. The hunting blade of the god of destruction, profound truth. Sent magic paralyzes. One knight also assisted Sharia. Use magic to paralyze them. I can't move anymore. Bacchus and Jaeger accidentally inhaled the knight's perfume again. Stopped there, motionless. Watching Sharia's magic turn the air into wind blades, the two of them were immediately rolled up. After the magic was over, both of them fell down. Jaeger lost consciousness directly, but Bacchus was still conscious. He stood up slowly, picked up his wine gourd, and drank the wine card. It's really tenacious. But you can't last long with this body. Bacchus, who was drinking, ignored them and continued to drink his wine. Finally, when the wine was over, he threw away the bottle. Still, Bacchus didn't say a word. He who is on the verge of falling makes people can't help being angry. Why on earth is he still drinking? Chapter 196. Chapter 196. Unexpected. After drinking, Bacchus' footsteps became more floating, and everyone was puzzled. Some people thought that he might just like to drink, but this scene is still drinking, which is different. I'm still drinking. I'm afraid I'm going to go crazy. Ie felt that something was wrong, and he was still vigilant. That's right. Suddenly, Bacchus finally made a sound. Belch. Bacchus hiccuped as he finished speaking. In a blink of an eye, when he opened his eyes again, Bacchus disappeared. Ie and Sharia are very vigilant, eliminating the enemies lost in 743, which is not a good thing. A scream came out from Ie's mouth. What? Sharia looked over, and Ie was knocked into the air, and Bacchus actually appeared there in Ie. Whoosh, Bacchus disappeared again, and this time, Sharia kept staring at Bacchus, but didn't see where he went. Sharia was terrified. Regarding the disappearing magic and unknown attacks, this was the most stressful thing. After all, they didn't know where the next attack would be. Be afraid, be surprised, hide, said a voice suddenly in the air. Tremble. My attack is not something you can block. Air barrier. Terrified, Sharia made a magic shield and hid herself in it. Everything that enters inside cannot withstand the attack of the blade inside. What's the use? If you can't hit you, what's the use of this soft barrier? Here we come. Sharia didn't shout out, but he clearly knew that Bacchus had rushed into his air barrier. Be torn apart by the strong wind. As soon as the barrier was broken, the sharp blades in the barrier immediately scattered around. Open. Sharia gasped. Should hit? Sharia thought. How could you hit me? The voice appeared again, but this time, Bacchus could be seen, and Bacchus appeared behind Sharia. Hi, drunk gossip boxing. Sharia was hit hard. God's hook. Sharia endured the pain and swiped her hand back. The wind blade immediately blew over, and several deep gashes appeared on the wall immediately. But Bacchus disappeared again. It's really irritable, but it's useless. If you can't touch me, you are doomed to lose. Sharia was not affected. She calmed down instead. Huh. Sharia closed her eyes, breathing slowly, adjusting her breath. Slightly control the air around him and feel the flow of air. Right now. Sharia snapped her eyes open. Putting his hands forward, a storm wind blew over to Chong. Bang. Hit. Sharia's attack unexpectedly hit Bacchus. Bacchus was puzzled. He thought it was impossible. How could he be hit? Aren't you very puzzled? Sharia smiled. The faster you move, the faster the air around you flows. You can't see you but feel your breath. Make predictions about your movement direction. It will easily hit you. I really underestimated you. Come on. Use the strongest attack. Let's fight. Come on. Sharia responded to Bacchus and sucked in air. As the god-killing magisters of the sky, the air is the source of their magic power. After Sharia sucked the air in the sky became thinner. It's really scary. Drunk gossip, wearing palms, god-extinguishing magic wind, Sharia's magic attacked the past. With her attack, there was a very ear-piercing sound in the air, which was the sound made by the impact of air and air. And Bacchus' magic also passed through her attack, a dozen hitting Sharia. Both of them were sent flying at the same time, and after a while, both fell to the ground. The game ended like this. Neither of them stood up. I declare that this competition is tied. Wait. A voice suddenly came from the ring, interrupting the Pumpkinhead. Pumpkinhead looked at the audience, and the people in the auditorium also looked at it for a long time, but no one stood still. At this time, only Luffy was alone, and suddenly the corner of his mouth turned up and he smiled. Ha, this guy is really a pseudo-gentleman. He let a girl beat him for so long, and he hit himself. Everyone was very puzzled and looked at the venue again, but still saw nothing, and suddenly there was another very fragrant smell from the venue. The illusion on the field disappeared again, and there were no longer 4 people lying on the ground, but only Bacchus of Quattro, Cerberus, and Iskar. Everyone is puzzled, but since both of them have lost consciousness, then the winner should be decided. This is the end of the game. Winner, Blue Pegasus. Chapter 197. Chapter 197. Urza solo. After an extreme fight, everyone clearly saw that 4 people fell down at the same time, but when the referee was about to decide a tie, it turned out that there were only 2 people lying on the ground, and Iya and Sharia were basically unscathed. What is going on? This night is really not easy. Luffy smiled, since Jaeger fell to the ground. All we have seen are illusions. Illusions formed overnight. Illusion? Everyone looked at Luffy in confusion. That's right, since Jaeger fell to the ground, he has used his perfume magic overnight to confuse everyone in the venue. And this perfume has no smell, and this perfume not only confuses the people on the stage, and us, we can see how big the 25 mana sources of One Night Demon are, and, in the Phantom, it can also make Bacchus use all his strength without knowing what happened. Luffy couldn't help but have a new perspective on Iya. Okay, today's 2-person battle is over. Now the score on the field is Dragon King Wings 10 points, Blue Pegasus 10 points, Mermaid Heel 10 points, Snake Scale 0 points, Sword Bite, Tiger 0 points, Quattro, Cerberus 0 points. Now start the second match today. Each team will send 1 player to the arena. This time the match will be Fumodian. There are 100 monsters in the 4 levels of SABCD in Fumodian. The strength of each monster is different. As the level rises, the strength of the monster will also increase exponentially. For S-level monsters, the strength of the Holy 10 level may not necessarily win the level. There are 4 A-level animals, 15 B-level animals, 30 C-level animals, and 50 D-level animals in the field. According to the order of the lottery, each person enters the Demon Hall 1 by 1, chooses the number of monsters to challenge, and the number of monsters that appear in the challenge. The level is unpredictable, killing a monster plus 1 point, regardless of level, and if the challenge fails, you will also get the defeated monster enter the next game after the number. This game is not a game at all. After Urza heard the rules of the game, he said this sentence that made everyone feel strange. The draw began, and the first round was drawn to Urza. It's really an arrangement of fate. This competition, which is not considered a competition, is already over. Urza walked up to the Temple of Fumo. which was materialized with magic. Well, Miss Urza, you haven't said how many you want to challenge. Pumpkinhead thought that Urza didn't hear his expression clearly, so he said it to Urza again. Needless to say, I know. I decided to challenge 100. Urza smiled confidently, and there was a lot of shouting in the audience. Some thought Urza was crazy, some didn't believe that she could challenge, thinking that he was just trying to win the eyeliner and not die. Only Luli, Natsu, and Gray were surprised by Urza's choice. This is Urza, came out of their mouths inadvertently. Ah, you're right. There's a monster here that can't even be challenged by the holy 10th level. Pumpkinhead asked again. After all, even physical magic can't receive fatal injury. Yes, you heard that right, 100. At this time, Urza had already reached the entrance of the Demon Temple, which was composed of a very tall tower, and the monsters were distributed randomly, and it was unknown where they were. With a push, Urza pushed the door open and stepped in. Standing in the center of the first city of Fumo Temple, the blank Fumo Temple suddenly transformed into many monsters. The level of the monsters is not displayed. Only after fighting with them will you know their strength and the specific difference in level. 100 monsters, it's really spectacular. The audience outside the venue couldn't help saying this sentence. All the monsters jumped up together and rushed towards Urza like hungry wolves. Urza jumped up, changed into the dazzling sword. In an instant, Urza's clothes changed into a set of armor, surrounded by countless swords. Urza swung all the blades and rushed towards the monster that was rushing over. Urza took the lead in launching an all-round 613 attack. Under her attack, many monsters fell down, and only a dozen D-level monsters fell down. Is Urza trying to defeat all monsters in this way? Natsu asked, puzzled. How is it possible, not to mention that there are so many strong monsters on the field, and it would consume too much mana to rely on the whole unit to attack? Luli replied to Natsu. Urza is using all-round attacks to test out the monsters in the Demon Volunteer Temple. The strength and reaction ability of each monster is nothing more than that, and then Urza can instantly deduce which monster should be dealt with in that way. Just as Luli finished speaking, Urza changed into a new set of armor. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Urza kept rubbing back and forth between the monsters, killing the monsters, and her attack power was also constantly improving. Black feather armor. This is the armor used by Urza. The black feather armor is under constant attack. The more you defeat, the higher the attack power will be. Urza kept killing the monsters on the field. Chapter 198. Chapter 198. Fairy Queen Urza kept knocking down the monsters on the field, and the monsters were not live targets. A monster spewed fire from its mouth and hit Urza right in the middle. Others reacted, but when the smoke spread, Urza was not injured. A red set the armor was revealed on Urza. The armor of Yendi. This is Urza's armor to defend against flames, and that monster is not a group. It spewed out a mouthful of flames again, and Urza did not dodge it. A knife appeared in his hand, cut off the flame directly. It's the sea dragon's armor. Everyone was stunned. Urza used the weapon on the Dragon King's armor. Urza was caught off guard and was hit from the back. Is it really too much? 100 monsters are not easy for Urza to fight. Luli looked at Urza nervously, very worried. Urza continued to stand up, and the sword in his hand changed again, turning into a spear. With a wave of Urza's hand, several lightning bolts fell from the sky, stunning several monsters. The number of monsters on the field is constantly decreasing, and until now, no A-level monsters have appeared. Urza kept beating the monsters, and her battle made the audience very quiet. It wasn't because they just watched today's focus, but because after seeing Urza, they were stunned by her dazzling attacks. Finally, after defeating dozens of monsters, the first A-level monster finally appeared. The monster smashed its fist down without saying a word, and with a blow of the fist, smoke was everywhere. This punch is not easy. If you get hit by this punch, it's not a joke. Natsu was careful about Urza. Luli was even more calm. Don't be nervous, Urza just used this attack. At this time, the attacking hand of the A-level monster was instantly shattered, and what was exposed was the shield of the diamond armor transformed by Urza. Urza jumped and kicked the A-level monster out of the field. And Urza's battlefield was also fought from the inside of the Temple of Fumo to the outside of the Temple of Fumo. Urza is still changing costumes constantly, and monsters are also constantly appearing. As expected, it is still very tiring to fight so many monsters. Even if Urza has made a very accurate battle plan, the magic power is constantly being consumed in the constant changing costumes, and physical strength is also consumed very powerful. This is a duel between monsters and monsters. Compared with the monsters in Fumo Temple, Urza looks like a monster, invincible. Urza panted, and there were only 4 monsters left on the field. Although there were 4 left, there were really powerful monsters left, and there were no S-rank monsters with unknown strengths. Appeared, Urza was leaning on his own weapon, exhausted too much physical strength, constantly changing clothes. Urza's magic power was almost consumed. At this time, an A-level monster rushed over. Urza didn't have time to change his armor, so he blocked it with the weapon of the purgatory armor in his hand, while the B-level monster next to him jumped out from Urza's blind corner, and he was about to be hit. A ray of light suddenly appeared on the face of the A-level monster, and it was split in half by Urza. Urza changed his clothes again, and changed into the clothes of pure heart. The defeated monster also turned into powder and disappeared. Urza immediately jumped out of the spot, avoiding the sneak attack of the B-level monster. It may be a woman's intuition, the sneak attack at a blind spot was also avoided by Urza. The remaining 3 monsters attacked Urza at the same time, and Urza did not panic. She is holding a samurai sword, and her body clothes are very ordinary. Fighting against 3 B-level monsters, Urza defends against the monsters' attacks in the air, and constantly hits 8 of them. Finally, Urza defeats all A-level and A-level monsters. The following monsters. There are still monsters left, and they are still S-level monsters. In such a fierce battle, all the audience can't say a word, and they are all stunned by Urza. Except for the people of Dragon King Wing, they are still fighting for Urza cheers. Fairy Queen. The name of a fairy queen was immediately recalled in everyone's minds. People seem to have forgotten that Urza was once called the existence of the fairy queen. There is only 1 S-rank monster left, and no S-rank monster has been seen on the field since the beginning. Sure enough, you are an S-rank monster. Urza said a word to a wall. Everyone was very surprised, and looked at Urza's line of sight again. No. This is an S-level monster. This is 2. Looking again, people saw a small thing under the wall. Not to mention that he didn't know it yet. This thing came from I followed Urza from the beginning, but Urza didn't pay attention to it. In fact, Urza felt that something was wrong a long time ago. Chapter 199. Chapter 199. The instant win in front of Urza. A very small monster appeared. Not only small, but also a little cute. Everyone looked down on this so-called S-class, thinking it was a bug, but Urza didn't underestimate him, turning the red cherry in his hand into 2 knives, and his concentration and mental strength were twice as usual. At this time, both Urza and the S-level monster were transferred to the final field. What I didn't expect was that the setting of the Temple of Fumo is really strange. If you knock down the S-level monster first, you can easily solve it, and the later you solve the S-level monster, the ability of the S-level monster will be improved according to the number of monsters defeated by the participants. In other words, the more Urza defeats, the stronger the S-class monster. Transferred to the S-class monster in the final circle, it is no longer such a small one. It has become a huge monster. Urza was wounded all over the place, still waving the knife in her hand, fighting with S-level monsters continuously. All 917 people present will never forget this day. The first day of the restart of Damo Duyanwu, she was bruised and bruised all over her body. The former goblin who fell to the ground due to exhaustion is dancing. The Goblin Queen is simply a crimson flower blooming majestically. Finally, the S-rank monster fell down, and with the disappearance of the corpse, the Temple of Voldemort also disappeared. 1 man, 100 monsters, and the victor, Urza, who did single-handedly charge into the heap of monsters. The Fumo Temple disappeared, and Urza was also teleported out. At this time, the audience on the field came back to their senses, and there was a storm of applause and cheers. 100 monsters were defeated by Urza alone, and the remaining team had no monsters to beat to rank, and the game was temporarily suspended. The people in the background were discussing how to continue the game, and Urza went back to his guild. The queen, who has suffered so many injuries also, Kufta, needs to bandage her wounds. Nice job, Urza. Luli looked at Urza, and couldn't find any other words to praise Urza. At this time, Urza blushed instantly, completely different from his state on the court. Urza, you're not sick, are you? Did you catch a cold on the court? Natsu looked at Urza's blushing face thoughtlessly. Bang. Urza punched Natsu's head out. Looks like you have good energy. Gray laughed as he watched Natsu come up triumphantly after being punched by Urza. Boom. The blowing sound sounded again. Why? Gray held his head, thought for a moment that he hadn't offended Urza, and asked Urza, puzzled. Sorry, I'm used to it. Maybe it's for balance. Urza snickered. Okay. Stop making trouble. Go back quickly. Luli hurriedly asked Urza to go back to bandage the wound. At this time, the sound of the pumpkin head sounded again on the field. Because of Urza's feat, the other players could not arrange a new ranking. Then, except for Urza, the others started a new round of the game. The content of the game was a naval battle. Naval battle. The remaining 5 players will keep their positions in the water polo, and the person who is attacked first by the water polo will be the last one, and they will be ranked in order. Then, let's start the game. After the pumpkin head said, a huge water polo appeared on the field, and the remaining team members were immediately absorbed by the water polo, and the game started. Boring. Sword-biting Tiger's mind Luba despised this game. This kind of boring game. I can eliminate all of you with a single magic. It's not a bad thing at all. If you want to eliminate everyone at once, the other teams ignored her and let her talk to herself, attacking others. Humph. My concubine was ignored. Mine Luba was very angry when she saw that she was ignored. I let my concubine suffer such a great humiliation. Please die. My space magic. At that time, everyone was removed from the venue, leaving mine Luba alone. How is it possible? The others wondered incomprehensibly. Concubine is not something you people can ignore. Ha 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 ha. Mine Luba, who was left alone in the water polo, smiled triumphantly. And it was that simple. Others were eliminated so easily. The audience who didn't see anything was even more upset, especially compared with the previous game. This game was like paddling. Bye, the game is over. Pumpkinhead couldn't believe his eyes. When the game ended so easily, it was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. Then, the next ranking will be based on the order in which the players landed. This Mine Luba's ability is not simple. His strength may be even stronger than his father, the former president of Sword-biting Tiger, Giemma. Luli exclaimed. Really, this is just using a magic spell, are you sure? Makarov didn't really believe it. After all, the game ended so casually. If someone said this sentence suddenly, they would not believe it, but Luli also said this sentence, so they dare not be careless. In a blink of an eye, everyone else was leaving the arena one after another. And at this moment, Mine Luba looked at Dragon King Wing and the others in the auditorium, smiled, and left the arena. Chapter 200. Chapter 200A Lost Day. The first day of the restarted Demo Do performance ended like this. This day's competition included fierce duels and a solo performance. Although there were also very dull rounds, this day passed like this. In the evening, all the members of Dragon King's Wings returned to their respective apartments. This time, there was no trick and they could rest comfortably. However, Luli still felt that something was wrong, that something was missing. What's the matter? Is there another magic circle? Makarov saw that Luli was thinking about something again, thinking that there was something wrong with their hotel. No, it's not. Luli denied Makarov. It feels like something is missing, something very important. Can something be missing? Natsu came in. Aren't we all here? How could something be missing? Natsu stopped speaking in the middle of his speech. A few of them stared at each other with big eyes, and at this moment, all of them uttered a word in unison. Gear. In the double duel, Gear was pushed off the bottom of the ring by Natsu and has not returned until now. Gear, who ran away before the battle, wouldn't be afraid to come back now. Natsu still laughed at Gear proudly. Who do you think caused it? Happy Spitchow on the side. Stop making sarcastic remarks. Hurry up and look for it. If you haven't come back for so long, don't worry about it. Luli was a little anxious. It's been so long, and according to Gear's strength, there shouldn't be much problem. After finishing speaking, Natsu and the others returned to the dueling arena, searched down from the arena, and found the bottom of the valley. I've been looking for it for so long. Why hasn't 99 found Gear? It shouldn't be, and I've searched all the places I should look for. Luli was in a hurry, thinking about all the possible places where it could fall and the place that I missed but couldn't find. Boss Warren spoke to Luli telepathically. What's the matter? Luli stopped walking. Gear's back at the hotel? He. Warren's words began to flow. What's wrong with him? Luli was very anxious. You wait for me to go back. Luli immediately turned around and ran back to the guild. Bang! Luli quickly pushed the door out, making a loud noise. What's wrong with Gear? Boss. Gear stood up as if nothing happened. I'm fine. What's the matter with you? Why didn't you come back until now? And you didn't say anything when you came back, which made the whole guild worry about you alone. Urza pointed at Gear, pointing at his constant criticism. Actually, I don't know what happened, Gear explained. After that B********** D pushed me down. I was looking for land, but I found a completely different place, like a space. That space is very strange. The feeling that the magic power cannot be exerted. And then, Luli asked Gear. Later, when I was walking in that space, I saw a very small thing. I didn't know what it was, but after I chased it, it disappeared suddenly, and a light appeared instead. Then I left the cave, seeking flowers. Zero, and you came back? No, it's not. Gear was a little excited. I was very confused later, so I went in again, but after I went in again, I found that the original space was gone. Then I fainted and woke up. At that time, I found that I was in this hotel. Yeah. Luli stopped talking, and he never thought of anything that could make Gear go around like this. It seems that there are so many doubts in the flower capital of Kingdom of Fiori, which is really very strange. It is doubtful. However, it's good that you're fine. For other things, let's take your time. Even though he said so, Luli still cared a lot. He didn't know what it was, and he didn't have a clue in his mind. However, it's useless to be confused. You can only settle down when it comes. After all, this kind of thing is not in Luli's memory, and Luli also knows that after he came, the world has a lot of things because of him. The change. The next day came. A new day was ushered in by Damo Do Yenwu. Pumpkinhead put the scores of each team on the magic crystal projection screen in the auditorium. Early Dragon King Wings 20 points, Blue Pegasus 16 points, Mermaid Heel 14 points, Lamia Scale 12 points, Sword Bite, Tiger 9 points, Quattro Cerberus 2 points. This is the situation of the previous game. So now, we will start the second day of the game. The content of the game is chasing, then, next, I will explain the content of the game. Everyone will wait and see.
Thanks for watching. You can find the next videos in the playlist linked in the info card, directly on my channel, or right here on the screen. And as always, if you have any feedback, feel free to share it in the comments too.